send this out to other people. So why don't you get YouTube's panties in a bunch? Hit that like button, share the stream out. What do you say we bring in the chat? How's everybody doing in the chat? What's going on, guys? What's up, Jen? What's up, Roxanne? What up, Gamer? What's up, Ask? How are you guys? What's up, Chris, Judy? What's going on, Rox, Victor? Appreciate you. What do you say? I'll just show you. There you are, you beautiful people. What's up, beautiful people? There you are. What's going on, guys? How are you? Appreciate you. What's up, Patui? What's everybody? What's going on, everybody on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram? Please make sure you hit the respective buttons, whatever those buttons do on that platform. I would be very appreciative if you just hit those buttons. So we got a lot to talk about, a lot to dive into. Only an hour to do it on the Wednesday afternoon show. Want to give a big shout out to Matt, the letter hack over there, and everybody on this space. Thank you once again for including me into this coalition. Thank you to the mods over there for keeping that chat a safe place, as well as the fabulous mods in the best chat on earth over here on Blunt Politics. So we're going to a lot to get into. We're going to be talking about Marco Rubio is in front of the Foreign Affairs Committee testifying. So there's a couple parts in that I wanted to look at. I didn't get through the whole thing because I had to try to set up the show, but I know Tammy Duckworth had a couple good moments, a couple good points in there. So if I could at least show that part, and if we kind of dive into a few other aspects and a few other questions from a few other people, then so be it. We'll also be speaking about more of how the Republicans, or at least the gun nuts, you know what I mean, the 2A crew is starting to react. I know to a large extent on the overwhelming fucking basis, they have been very silent and very quiet about this. But like we showed yesterday, they are starting to speak up and starting to, get a little bit worried and discouraged at the, Second Amendment talk, and Donald Trump saying that you shouldn't have guns. The same thing that Kash Patel was saying. We brought it up before. Also, you're going to be here. Let me throw this on the screen because you're going to be really fucking, you won't believe who was a guest on here. Let me throw this on here. Who was a guest on the channel that we typically watch here to kind of gauge the temperature on the right side of things? Check this out, right? So this is Nate from Valhalla. You'll know him because we watch his show. Well, not watch his show, but we kind of use him as a thermometer to see what's going on the right. Look who he had on. Check this out. You're not even going to believe this. He sat down with Graham Platner, of all people. If you can fucking believe that. You know what I mean? That wasn't the combination I was expecting on this fucking show. And I was like, okay, let's see what he's talking about. Well, with the Second Amendment and, with pretty much Kristi Noem saying that Americans should be ready to have their papers available at all times. And I turn on, and who's on this channel is Graham Platner. And again, that's not the basis or why I'm covering this this clip or this video, so to speak, but I mean, I don't know what you read into that. I don't know if they're like old fucking, military buddies or what's going on, but definitely not the platform I expected Graham Platner to show up on. And again, getting the word out. I think they really didn't discuss too much. This wasn't much of an interview from what I saw. They basically just kind of discussing the Second Amendment aspects of what Donald Trump and the rest of the administration was saying. Didn't really get questioned on anything to that aspect, but we'll be diving into that a little bit. What else we got going on today? We got Trump getting heckled. Trump was heckled in Iowa. Trump made a fool of himself here with the Will Cain show. And sorry, I think it's a little glitchy. I apologize, guys, if it's a little glitchy for some reason. The computer is acting up a little bit today, so hopefully we can get it in. But yeah, so we'll be taking a look at a couple clips from Trump. But we also have, which is just ridiculous to see too, Tim Pool and Donald Trump Jr. putting their 2 cents in, where it's just going to be hypocritical. They're going to be fucking absolutely stomping on everything they've said previously about Ashley Babbitt, about Kyle Rittenhouse, and others. So we'll be diving into that and else. What's this one that I wanted to take a look at too? Some of them I don't even know where I pulled up. Oh yeah, Greg Kelly had something you wanted to fucking pop in and talk about too. But what I want to start off with is Ilhan Omar. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have been made aware or have seen about this incident that took place at her Minneapolis town hall yesterday, where this individual kind of stood up in the middle of things and squirted some sort of unknown substance. Still to this moment, as far as I've seen, I haven't seen any kind of confirmation on what the substance was. People said it kind of smelled like vinegar. But yeah, my props here and my respect go directly to Ilhan Omar for her reaction in this situation, which we'll watch it, but you can see her first reaction was not to run, was not to scurry away, was not to fucking let this guy, own the situation. She fucking raised her fist immediately and started charging at this son of a bitch. okay? And if it wasn't for the security guard that came over and tackled him first, this guy should be damn lucky that fucking Ilhan didn't get her hands on him, because she was going to fucking do some work, right? So again, in case you missed it, in case you didn't see it, here's just the instance in which this guy just decided to stand up and squirt some, again, unknown substance. And again, if it's been reported since, we go on the air here and you see it in the chat, let me know and I'll be happy to report it. But this is the incident that took place.
Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar there attacked while speaking at a town hall event in Minneapolis Tuesday night. In the video,
so you can see him squirting something, and look at her immediate reaction, right? She's looking at this guy like, you son of a bitch, right? Look at what she does, though.
Calls on DHS Secretary
right at him. Right fucking at. Look at the fist. Look at the fist. Bro, look at the fist right here. She got it already balled up, right? She got it already balled up. She ain't running the other way. She ain't calling for security, right? She's not fucking like Donald Trump and the rest of these picks that'll be like, oh, security, please, let me run the other way. Cover me. Nope. She wants to go at this motherfucker. And I give her all the props and the credit in the world, because not only did she do this is her reaction, but she also finished the event out. She wasn't going to let this guy interrupt or disrupt any of the fucking events that she's having. So she's an absolute G. But make no mistake, this is 100%, 1,000% coming directly from the rhetoric from Donald Trump and the rest of the Republicans, okay? This is stochastic terrorism at its finest. And again, we don't know what the liquid was. God forbid it's some sort of toxic chemical or fucking acid or whatever the fuck, right? I mean, anything that maybe could have long-term effects on anybody that was kind of hit in the area. God forbid that was what's going on. But the fact that the stochastic terrorism aspect of this isn't being talked about more, and people aren't reliving and replaying Donald Trump's statements about Ilhan Omar, the Republican statements about Ilhan Omar, the claims about Ilhan Omar, the fucking falsities about her net worth that have been coming out, the disparaging of her fucking nationality, her religion, everything. So all of that has played a part and directly led to this fucking instance. And, luckily, it was only some liquid. And again, like I said, to this moment, I don't know what the liquid was, but God forbid it was a firearm or a knife or anything, much more egregious in that situation. Definitely some security protocols are going to have to be looked at. But this is, make no mistake about it, directly as a result of Donald Trump's fucking rhetoric about people in Minnesota, about Somalians, and about Ilhan Omar directly. And again, check out the reaction. I just want to play this one more time to give her due credit, to her flowers. Look at her reaction in this situation. She was like, you motherfucker.
Speaking at a town hall event in Minneapolis Tuesday night, in the video, seconds after Omar calls on DHS Secretary Christine Noem to resign, a man approaches her, sprays an unknown liquid on her with a syringe.
Christine Noem must resign or face impeachment.
And again, the only reason she even backed away is because the security guard had already previously taken him to the ground. So again, glad to see she's okay. Thus far, glad to see that it wasn't, more of an assault. I'm glad to see this didn't end up worse than it could have ended up, and more worse than it did end up. So not only that, but good to see her fighting back. Good to see her not backing down. Good to see her in more ways than one going head on, face first into the challenges that she faces on a daily basis. So I just want to give props up to Ilhan Omar, and I hope that everything is okay, and hope everybody that was kind of sprayed with that substance is okay, and nothing, no long-term effects, because that is clearly as a direct result. And I'm sure we could probably find something calling the where this guy is proven to be. Let's see, Omar attacker. Let's just see if they found out anything about this guy. I'm sure. Let's see here. Let me throw this on the screen for you guys here. I just haven't had a chance to kind of follow up with who this guy is. I think I did see something where they said he had kind of changed his profile pictures a couple times to Donald Trump. Ilhan Omar attacker has a criminal history and made pro-Trump posts. Suspect in Ilhan Omar attack identified. Here's what we know. Let's just click this real quick, see what we can find out. During a town hall, a Democratic Rep Ilhan Omar of Minnesota was sprayed with an unknown liquid in a syringe before the attacker was tackled and removed by security. The guy has been identified in Minneapolis police as 55-year-old Anthony J. Kazmierczyk. Multiple outlets reported he was arrested on suspicion of third-degree assault. Court documents show Kazmierczak was convicted of driving while impaired in 2 separate incidents in 2010 and in 2009. On Facebook, Kazmierczak has switched his profile pictures to Trump many times while also uploading cartoons criticizing Democrats' policies. In early January, a Quora account under the same name and profile picture as Kazmierczak's Facebook account posted a racist question regarding descendants of slaves paying restitution to Union soldiers' families. Video footage shows Omar was calling for abolishing immigration and customs enforcement and for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign when the suspect jumped in front of her and sprayed her with liquid on her shirt. The staffers on the scene said in the video that it had a strong smell. The liquid had an orange color and emitted a strong vinegar-like odor. So following the incident, the town hall was briefly halted. Omar was visibly shaken, insisted on continuing the event, and called for Minnesotans to stay strong and resilient. She later posted on X that she was okay, and I think this was her statement. This moment in the U.S., history, and particularly Minnesota, requires all of us to be working together to preserve our democracy. When we say we are going to put our lives on the line for what is right, we meant that, Omar said in her speech following the attack. All right, so, just clear-cut evidence that Donald Trump's rhetoric, Donald Trump's policies, Donald Trump's continued demagoguing of people in Minnesota, the Somali population, and Ilhan Omar in particular, has directly led to not only violence and threats against Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, but also the egregious attacks that we now see here, and the violence and threats, the death threats that they get on a daily basis, like Ilhan Omar. So just wanted to make sure that we're staying vigilant and staying on top of these ongoing attacks and what the rhetoric and what the speech of the Republicans continues to do as far as stochastic terrorism. And again, just putting this bullshit and propaganda and lies out into the zeitgeist. You can be damn sure with the numbers and the population and the mental issues that we have in this fucking country, at some point, at some time, some fucking psychopath is going to act upon your bullshit, and you're going to be directly responsible for it because, you put that into the fucking, the zeitgeist to begin with. So again, let's dive into, if we can, Marco Rubio. And I know he's been testifying. I don't know if he still is, but he was in there for a while. A lot of people got their questions at him. A lot of people got their shots at him. Even some Republicans giving him a hard time on this one. Not all of them, obviously, but this was just kind of one moment that I wanted to draw back to, which was Tammy Duckworth, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And she kind of got her questions in before she had to rush her daughter to a dentist appointment. I believe she's getting dental surgery, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just go run through this part right here. I don't think it's only a couple minutes long. And then again, if we have time, if we find the inclination to do so, we can dive on to a few other people's, because I believe Tim Kaine also had a good moment in this. So, but again, for the sake of time, let's jump into here where Tammy Duckworth had her moment in the spotlight. So let's dive into it again. This is Marco Rubio testifying on the Venezuela matters in front of the U.S. Foreign Affairs Committee.
Both of you, Senator Van Hollen. Are you going to yield to Senator Duckworth? Okay, Senator Duckworth.
I thank my colleagues. My daughter has dental surgery, so they're being very kind so I can get her to that. Thank you. Mr. Secretary, last March, the president invoked the Alien Enemies Act, a notorious wartime law last used for Japanese internment. He said that he was responding to the Maduro regime's supposed invasion or other acts of war against the United States. But in recent weeks, you, the Department of Justice, and our friends across the aisle have repeatedly said that we are not at war with Venezuela. Secretary Rubio, if that is true and we are not at war with Venezuela, will you advise the president to rescind his invocation of the Wartime Alien Enemies Act?
Well, that was a mechanism to remove people from our country that prevent grave danger. So, for example, we know for a fact that Tren de Aragua is a very dangerous gang. In fact, I believe the
fact that he can't say Tren de Aragua and is just fucking is just beyond fucking words. I just don't understand how nobody in this administration knows how to fucking say the name of the gangs that they're supposedly going after. It's kind of crazy. But here, Tammy is directly questioning him about the use, Donald Trump's use of basically the war powers that they've used without actually saying that we're at war right now. So basically she's talking about, okay, 1812, World War I, World War II, the only time in which this has been used, this has been invoked, and now we're doing it here. So are we at war? Are we not at war with Venezuela is the question, is the answer that she's looking for. And of course, Marco Rubio doing his best lawyer impression to try to dance around the question.
Mistaken, I may have been the first member of Congress.
This is a wartime Act, Mr. Secretary?
Well,
Are we currently at war with Venezuela?
no, we're not in a state of war in Venezuela.
Okay, the Supreme Court has described the Alien Enemies Act as a wartime power, our Supreme Court. And before now, the Alien Enemies Act was only invoked during the War of 1812, World War I, World War II, when it was used to intern thousands of innocent civilians. Are you really arguing that the president should be able to wield an internment law?
No, but we're talking about two separate things here. So you're talking about the state of
They're
Venezuela.
not two separate things. You're talking about the engagement that you guys undertook, and you're talking about the powers that you invoked in order to get that done. And she's saying that, are we supposed to believe that the president of the United States is going to have the power, the sole power in and of itself, to pull this Alien Enemies Act out of his ass, even when we're not at war, to give himself the utmost power? That's the line of question in here. And of course, Marco Rubio doesn't want to have to get into the answer.
Venezuela or are describing the regime.
I'm
And we're talking about,
alien-
but what the president
president
designated.
invoked the Alien Enemies
I know,
Act. It's a
Senator,
very
but let me be clear
clear
with you. No, but what the
wartime
president
power.
was talking about are these gangs that have, and these narco trafficking groups that are waging war on the United States. There's no doubt. These groups have waged.
You see the difference? You see what they're trying to do here? So basically the fact that they're trying to say, okay, we're in some sort of like, I don't know, narco terror war against these drug terrorists that are bringing drugs into the country. So we're using that as justification to invoke the Alien Enemies Act and use this wartime power in order to justify our actions when we're not at war. But we're going to say that we're at war with the drugs, but obviously we're not going to show you any evidence to suggest that we know for a fucking goddamn fact that there were any drugs on the boats that we've been striking. While also, again, using that as justification for the further action of removing Maduro, of bombing Caracas, of killing individuals in Venezuela, and removing their leader, whether legitimate or illegitimate, and then threatening them with the fucking gun to their head to steal their oil and to give us everything that we demand. Meanwhile, we still have a Maduro fucking regime acolyte, somebody that was directly responsible, still while Maduro was in there for some of the fucking worst and most brutal atrocities, still representing that country right now, still leading that country right now. So what is the big change? And they've been asking him relentlessly, basically in this, like, what is the end goal here? At what point in time are you going to say that you've failed in your mission? Because we have one Maduro's, been removed, but he's got his acolyte in there, and she doesn't seem to be playing ball. Like what she's been saying on the world stage, what she's been saying in front of cameras, is not that she's cooperating or that she's with the United States by any stretch of the imagination. So at what point do you call this a direct failure in the fact that you can't just give the president all of these fucking powers and use these little minute justifications for these broader actions, right?
war on the United States. They have waged, for example, Trained Agua is not just a criminal gang presence in our street. It is a criminal gang directly
Mr.
responsible for
Secretary,
narco
the
trafficking.
Trump administration.
There's no fucking active war being perpetrated on the United States. There's no way you can get anybody to believe that the money-making scheme of shipping fentanyl or shipping in cocaine or shipping in marijuana or whatever the fuck it may be is an act of war against the United States. It's an illegal money-making venture. It has absolute harm and consequences to people that they themselves choose to do these types of substances, but it is, again, not an act of fucking war that we could look at and say, okay, we're going to just unleash our military on anybody that's selling dime bags on the fucking streets, right? I mean, that's just not how it works. I know Reagan wanted this fucking huge war on drugs, but again, the war on drugs is not as it's labeled. It's not how it's being undertaken. And they're trying to, again, use this as justification when we can all see with our eyes. And even the fucking politicians and the senators in this fucking committee are saying, hey, I can't even tell you anything about the strikes on the drug boats because we've only been showed this shit in classified areas. So we've been kind of had our hands tied. We've been handcuffed and we're not allowed to talk about this. You know what I mean? The American people are not allowed to hear the information. This is not the most transparent administration that has ever fucking had the office like they've had you believe, right?
Administration has acknowledged that the vast majority of the men it rounded up and deported to torture under this law had no criminal records whatsoever.
We didn't torture
Independent,
anybody.
over 75.
And again, listen to that, what she just said, and then listen to what he disputes in the claim. Okay, so 75% of the people, and I believe she's speaking specifically about the people deported to CCOT, right, in El Salvador, 75% of them had absolutely no record whatsoever. And again, that place, known for its specific brutality and the treatment of its fucking inmates, the citizens that are in there, and that's what she's referring to. But he doesn't even come close to saying, no, we didn't round up 75% of people that didn't have fucking fucking criminal records whatsoever and send them to a country far away to a place that's brutally maltreating them. No, we didn't do that. Basically, what he stated, the only thing he has a problem with is the fact that he said, Tammy said that they were being tortured. Listen to his, that's the only thing he fucking disputes.
The administration has acknowledged that the vast majority of the men it rounded up and deported to torture under this law had no criminal records whatsoever.
We didn't torture
Independent, over 75%.
Who did we torture? We haven't tortured.
And again, she repeats the number. Over 75%. And you would think the Secretary of State would be like, oh shit, that's a fucking problem. If the people that we're rounding up, over 75% of them have absolutely no fucking criminal record whatsoever, or a criminal record that in no way, shape, or form justifies the treatment or the deportation of such person. Like, maybe that's an issue, and maybe we should probably fucking address that. But no. His problem is with the specific word of torture, right? Which again has been well reported on and documented about the treatment of people, not only in CCOT in El Salvador, but also within the walls and the confines of Border Patrol, ICE, and DHS. Right? You can see videos all over the fucking internet of the children that have been rounded up, screaming to be released. Let me out. The screaming coming from within the walls of these fucking places and facilities now holding these people. So in every which category, you could put out the maltreatment, you could put out the torture, in every category. But the fact that still remains that 75% is being told to him and told to him and told to him, and it's not registering in his mind, or at least to the point where he gives a shit, or is at least willing to acknowledge that overwhelming amount of people that have been wrongly rounded up in this fucking action is wild, is fucking wild.
Anybody? We've arrested people that are members of gangs and we've deported them. We don't want gang members in our country.
Have found that many of the men were here legally. If the administration is willing to lie about who it's targeting under this law, what protections do totally innocent people have against abuse? Again, I want to ask you.
They have none, which is why you've seen repeatedly the ICE and DHS and Border Patrol agents continuously shooting and fucking flashbanging people that are just sitting there peacefully protesting. Every 15 minutes, they're getting shot with pepper balls. They're getting fucking sprayed in the face. Just for no reason, just for sitting there. But they want to fucking escalate the situation so they could have these interactions so that they can say, hey, look at how organized, and they want to beat cops and shit. And we'll be getting into that more in the show here, because this whole justification, or like saying that because the American people are so fucking pissed off and angry and are utilizing social media platforms and technology that exists to communicate and to, on some very fucking small level, organize, and then to use that as, like, again, the justification to say that this is like a huge paramilitary organization that is well funded, like, and should be treated as such, is fucking asinine. Right? It is clearly just the American people utilizing whatever technology lays in front of them, right? And again, we'll go over the hypocrisy, because it was well fucking documented that the January 6 people, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and everybody else were well and truly fucking entrenched in Telegram, in Parler, and all of these other backroom dealings with their plannings and their sophisticated fucking organizational skills for January 6th. So it's pretty fucking goddamn hypocritical that they're now fucking saying, oh, the Antifa and the left and American people shouldn't be able to do this, when they were applauding and cheering not only for the actions on January 6th, but for the pardons of the people that were convicted of brutally beating police officers on January 6th, that were engaged in the fucking, trying to not have the counting, the certification of the free and fair election, that were building gallows, that were chanting hang Mike Pence, right? These same people, and it goes on, because that wasn't the only one. You got this one as well that you could put on. The Proud Boys and Enrique Tarrio. It was well established that the Proud Boys later planned the Capitol attack weeks in advance on different social media platforms, on their little group chats. So don't let it fucking fool you. Don't let these little fascist authoritarian pricks fool you. It's okay when they do it. It's okay when they do it, to do something against the government, to do something, again, to overthrow the government and to go against democracy. But when the American people utilize social media platforms and different, ways of communication in order to stop ICE against their fascistic Gestapo-like tactics, then it's a fucking problem. Then the Second Amendment is a problem. When Democrats seem to stumble upon it, right? When Democrats do everything possible to have a gun legally. Then it's a problem. Not if it's a Republican, though. Even if it's legal, carried across state lines, even if the bitch got a knife in her backpack and she's crawling through a fucking broken window, threatening to kill elected officials while repeatedly denying the fucking claims of, the calls to stay back by the officer sitting there with a loaded weapon sitting in her face. yeah, you can see how the fucking hypocrisy starts. But, let's just finish out this Marco Rubio clip and we'll go on and we'll get on to all of that too. So before I get ahead of myself, all right, let's just dive in. I think there's about a minute left of this and then we'll go on.
Will you advise the president to rescind his invocation of the Wartime Alien Enemies
No, of course
Act?
not. I mean, these are people that are threats to the national security of the United States. But I've described this in hearings in the past, including
So
before
you're
you guys.
saying that we're at war?
We are absolutely, when it comes to narco trafficking groups and criminal gangs that are targeting the United States for criminal
We're in a state of
activity,
war.
there's no doubt about the fact that we're
So then,
confronting them in a
do they-
war like.
So there's Marco Rubio confirming to the Foreign Affairs Committee that we're at war, right? In some way, shape, or form, they are treating this situation like we are at war. That's why they've gone around Congress, apparently, and conducted acts of war without actually the approval of Congress, which is what they're supposed to get. And now he's trying to testify for the first time in this whole fucking matter, I mind you, right? I would like to remind you, and it's been brought up a few times, that 5 or 6 months into this campaign is the first time that Marco Rubio has come to answer any questions in front of this committee, which is fucking ridiculous, on its face itself. But, I mean, his answers have no merit. He's saying that we're at war while saying we're not at war. They're war powers. The Supreme Court said it's a war powers action, but don't worry, we can invoke that while not actually being at war. We're not actually, but we are at war. So they want to have their fucking cake and eat it too, and they want to be able to do everything under the sun, regardless of fucking constraints, regardless of constitutional powers, regardless of what the judicial and the executive and the rest of the government can actually fucking do. They don't care about that. They want to be able to fucking play it both ways. They want to play offense, defense, and special teams. They want to punt it and return the kick. They want to have a fucking touchdown and a field goal at the same time, and they want to be able to take a slap shot while also saving it as the goalie. Makes no sense, but that's what they want.
National laws of war apply, and do the Geneva Convention
They're waging
apply?
war against us and their enemies.
And that's another great point. That's where we'll end this one, because if we are at war, right, then technically and legally the Geneva Convention should be fucking in play, right? That's where the treatment of prisoners of war, the treatment of the enemy, right? That's where a lot of these rules come from, and that doesn't justify the second strikes, the killing of the people that were survivors of the first strike that were clinging on to the side of the boat, right? So that would be a clear act against the Geneva Conventions, regardless of what the situation is. Even if you're at war or not at war, it's against international law or the Geneva Convention. So, you want to have your cake and eat it too, and there are rules and there are fucking, legislation against the acts that you've committed in either aspect. So Marco's kind of fucked either way on this. And, this is also the guy that at one point said this. So let me see here. So he's gone from... Where's that? Yeah, I think here we go. So he's gone from saying this to where he's defending what Donald Trump is doing now. So
I can just tell you that a con artist is about to take over the party and the conservative movement, and we have to put a stop to it.
Okay, so that's what he used to say about Donald Trump. So now that con man and fraudster is actually committing illegal war crimes. And now Marco Rubio just wants to just stand in front of a camera and take it. He's going to be the fall guy for this, apparently. You know what I mean? But yeah, we don't know. Where's that? I think I have.
He's calling me Little Marco. And I'll admit, he's tall, he's like 6'2", which is why I don't understand why his hands are the size of 5'2".
So he's making fun of Donald Trump for having hands the size of somebody that's 5'2", but that 5'2" small-handed guy apparently should have all the powers, afforded to him by the War Powers Acts that he has, invoked in this situation. So it's just crazy to see where these people have come from. I mean, the same thing with J.D. Vance calling him fucking America's Hitler, and now all of a sudden he's simping and bootlicking and taint-licking for Donald Trump at the same time. It's crazy to see what these people have said, once upon a time and what they're doing now. All right, what do you say? What do we got? A half hour, so I got to be kind of careful on what I'm trying to jump into. There was a couple clips here, and we don't have to do anything with the Graham Plattner interview, but I just want to show at the end here where he goes after Kristi Noem, if I could. And I think I screwed up by going back on the Graham Plattner interview. Oh yeah, here it is. Here we go. So I'm just going to play this part, and we'll go on to the next thing.
Just so you know, Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, has said U.S. citizens should be prepared to show proof of citizenship. Yes, you who've lived in America for your entire life, you should probably have your fucking papers on you. if you even know what those papers are.
And again, this is just a
the way.
quick look at what the conservative side, the 2A crew is saying about what the government, the regime right now has been saying about, gun carrying Americans and the fact that they don't like that anymore. That's not something they want to see. So I just, again, to kind of gauge the temperature in the room, just a little bit of this.
You as an American citizen should be prepared to show your papers to ICE and Border Control. How about fuck you, Kristi Noem and the government? How about no? How about I'm not going to show you my fucking papers when I'm going about my business in the United States?
Right. So you think it's just the left that they're losing. You think it's just the moderates and the independents that they're losing. No. Don't get it twisted. They might not be speaking up as much as Nate here from Valhalla is speaking up, but you can be damn sure that there are definitely, people that used to be in the military, people that are firearms instructors, people that just, have a love for firearms or a fetish for firearms in general that supported Trump, or conservatives or Republicans that are absolutely fucking furious about the rhetoric and the statements now coming from this, this administration. And what's crazy is that the statements and the rhetoric are only a direct response of the incompetence and the inability to hold their fucking officers to justice, like to hold them accountable for their actions. So they had to come up with this bullshit fucking rigmarole of, oh, Jesus, he was an American legally carrying a gun at a protest. I mean, what did you expect to happen? Of course he's going to be shot dead by the officers. And then that has created this huge fucking ripple effect, this huge firestorm between, again, the gun-loving 2A crew, who, to the best of our knowledge, has not spoken up the way that we believe they should be speaking up, but definitely to some extent have been showing their displeasure with what's been going on. So again, this is just another clear example of that taking place.
This is MAGA. What the fuck happened? How did we get here? And we're going to show you all of these. This was Donald Trump today. Let's listen close. It's hard to hear because of the helicopter. Donald Trump saying you're not allowed to have guns. Turns out, not allowed to have guns.
Well, that being said, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. You can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. It's a very unfortunate.
So if you can't hear him, Trump said, you can't have guns. You can't just walk around with guns. Porter says, what about the fucking Second Amendment? Nah, you can't walk around with guns.
Now listen to his reaction.
What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? What am I watching right now? What is being...
And again, this is what you supported. This is what you wanted. And again, if not you directly, the people that definitely watch your show, the people that you definitely associate with, this is what you brought upon yourselves. This is what we warned you about, this authoritarianism, the fascistic nature, his fucking, just blatant disregard for the Constitution, his fucking selfish, corrupt, fraudulent nature. And nobody believed us. Nobody fucking believed us, even though there was a clip. Isn't there a clip already of Trump saying he would take people? Trump, take the guns. I think that was already a clip from his first term, if I'm not mistaken. Because of all this recent news, it might be tough for me to find without kind of sifting through it. But if I'm not mistaken, was it this one here? Let me see. Let me see if I got lucky. It might be this one right here. Oh, let me bring this back over. Let me make this a little
Yes,
smaller.
go ahead, Mike.
Well, in the category, you've spoken about it, Mr. President, gun violence.
Let me see this. If it's just the one right here, let me see. It might not be. It might be. Give me a second.
Restraining orders, they're called. California actually has a version of this. And I think in your meeting with governors earlier this week, individually and as a group, we spoke about states taking steps. But the focus is to literally give families and give local law enforcement additional tools if an individual is reported to be a potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process, so no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms, but any weapons in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court.
And again, this is 2018. This is 2018. How about we take the guns first and then we go to court? Again, totally just fucking dismantling due process, dismantling the entire fucking way that we're supposed to, again, act according to the Second Amendment. And this was, again, the first administration that we tried to fucking point out, that we tried to tell the 2A crew, hey, look, you don't give a fuck about you or the Second Amendment or you and your, the rights that you think you have. You may think so. He may play to that effect. He might do that so he can get your vote. But when push comes to shove, don't think for a second that he's going to have your back.
The due process procedures, I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Like that is just, that's completely backwards. That is just completely backwards, right? But again, just to kind of drill the point home of this not being something like new, something that was just pointed out now, like the new rhetoric coming from Trump, like it's something that he's absolutely said before. And again, just to kind of hammer that point home, let's go back to here because he's pissed. And he says here, like, what is a conservative? And we'll move on after this, but he's clearly like asking himself, what the fuck is a conservative anymore, right? So again, they're protecting pedophiles, something that Nate's brought up in his show. They're talking about fucking every other country and storming this and everything but America first, right? Nate's pointed that out. Now they're talking about stripping you of your Second Amendment, stripping you of your First Amendment, going into houses without a warrant from a judge, which is directly a violation of your Fourth Amendment of unreasonable searches and seizures, right? So all of these things are now stacking up. The people that want small government and don't tread on me are now fucking applauding with this huge government action of ICE and DHS and Border Patrol stomping on fucking American citizens, of murdering American citizens. So everything has been completely erased from whatever the policy list was of, whatever people used to spit out of their fucking stupid dumbass mouths when you ask them why you're a conservative or why you're a Republican. None of that exists anymore. None of it.
Conservative even mean? This is like making me
listen. He says, "What does conservative
even mean?" This is like making me, honestly, guys. It's making me rethink what my own policies are, and what I mean by that is like, it's fucking ridiculous that at this point in time in 2026 he's kind of having this revelation. I understand. Believe me, I'm not saying like, oh, look, like give him flowers and credit for it. This is just what's taking place now. But the fact that you didn't see this whole Jeffrey Epstein's best friend come in with the Epstein files, the fact that you didn't see this whole fucking bullshit and the corruption with the crypto and the corruption with the cell phones and the fucking cologne and the watches and everything else coming because he was a known fraudster, known con man, was quite literally his nickname in New York City well before he got into fucking politics. The fact that you didn't see that coming, I give you no credit or flowers whatsoever, right? So basically, this is just me using you as a temperature, as a thermometer, right, to gauge where in this kind of resistance, where in the split of MAGA, not only do you lie, but where the fucking numbers lie as well. But the fact that you were like amazed and don't know why this is happening and couldn't see this coming just goes to show your ignorance, or just the fact shows how well you've been propagandized in the bullshit that you believed. And now you're like finally coming out of this fucking cocoon being like, Jesus Christ, how did Fox News how did they brainwash me that bad? I always considered myself a conservative, and no longer a Republican because the Republican Party left conservatism a long time ago. But like, I am a right-leaning conservative, which typically and as a firearms instructor, as a retired Green Beret, as someone who literally trains law enforcement departments, I am very, very confused at what being conservative means anymore.
And again, as you should be, because again, the people that say they want to protect the kids now protecting pedophiles, right? This, the people of law and order that supported January 6th and the pardons of those people that beat law enforcement agents. You could talk about the people that supposedly support small government, but are totally in favor of Donald Trump going all over the world and brutalizing and killing people, removing dictators and doing this, that, and the other thing while sending the military into U.S. cities at the same time as they're killing American citizens. Like, none of it adds up. None of it you can fucking justify. None of it lines up with your policies or your beliefs because you don't have any. None of these people do. It is all what's best for me. What can I fucking benefit from? How can I own the libs, right? Can I use this to my benefit or not? If not, I'm not going to talk about it. If I can, let's see how I can hammer the libs with it. If this doesn't give me a way to laugh at the libs, or if this doesn't give me a leg up on the libs, if this is something bad about my side, then let's not talk about it. Let's not discuss it. And it's fucking crazy, again, that in 2026, we're like, Jesus, I can't believe that Donald Trump's fucking like authoritarian and fascistic and doesn't care about the Constitution. Wake the fuck up. We've been telling you for over 10 years at this point. 10 fucking years at this point, we've been telling you guys what to expect. And maybe it's been a slow burn, and maybe it wasn't as bad as you thought it could be at the beginning, but look where the fuck we are now. Look where the fuck we are now. We're quite literally telling people from all over the world, do not come to the United States. Do not come here. Not for work, not for holiday, not to visit your fucking friends, not to visit your family, not to go to Disneyland, not to go to Six Flags, not for the fucking scenery. Don't come for the foliage. Don't come for the snow. You stay your ass wherever the fuck you're at, in Europe, in Asia, wherever the fuck. Do not risk your freedom by coming to this fucking country for absolutely no benefit whatsoever, so that somehow you could be wrapped up in all of this because of some tweet that you put out fucking 6-7 years ago. Don't come for the World Cup. Boycott the fucking World Cup. Right now, I'm asking people to boycott the United States at all fucking levels. And that goes for people inside the fucking United States too. Boycott the shit out of everything you fucking can. You protest every fucking thing you possibly can. The longer and the fucking more intense a general strike, the more intense the uprising from the fucking citizens and the community is, that's when the fucking point is going to get across. So, all right, let's dive into I know we got a few more aspects and I'm running out of time. It's tough to get everything in, but let's dive into, what should we dive into? Let's dive into this crazy moment from today at one of Trump's speeches, and then we'll go into Tim Pool, and then we'll probably finish up with Donald Trump Jr. How about that? I know that's not the best lineup. I don't know if I'm enticing too many people with that lineup, but we're going to make fun of them. We're going to go over the hypocrisy. We'll call them out there bullshit and all that. So we'll make it at least a little bit more entertaining than just watching these schmucks. All right. So just for the time's sake, this is one of the wilder moments. And look how fucking cringe and crazy and like detached from reality these people are. Look at this moment today. Look at this moment.
With us.
Play.
All the way, right, Alex? She's been with us all the way. And just want to thank her. And
who do you think he's talking about? Who do you think he's talking about?
It isn't so easy.
Bet you didn't see this one coming. Well, maybe you did. Check it out. All right, look at this. So it's Nicki Minaj. He just called up on stage. Nicki Minaj, who is desperately seeking a pardon for her. I don't know. Was he like a pedophile? Was he like a sexual assaulter? Some sort of, I'll get it right just so I can get it right. Nicki Minaj boyfriend. Nicki Minaj boyfriend crime. Let's see, because I don't want to slander anybody. I just want to make sure I get it right. Nicki Minaj's husband, Kenneth Zuppetti, has well-documented criminal history that has caused significant controversy since the couple went public in 2018. Convictions for attempted rape, manslaughter conviction, and more recent legal issues regarding sex offender registration and harassment. So let me just so we can get all of the facts and figures straight on maybe why Nicki Minaj is doing what she's doing is, let me throw this on the screen. There you go. So attempted rape, 95, manslaughter, 2006, registered sex offender due to his 1995 conviction. Petty is a level 2 registered sex offender. Legal troubles after marrying, the failure to register in California as a sex offender, harassment lawsuit in 21 and 22, threatening remarks and a probation violation in 23, unpaid judgment in 24 of nearly $500,000 on that one. So, I mean, I'm just curious as to why she's playing this card now. It might be this, might just be a little bit of this. I'm just saying. And I lost my earphone, so hold on. I was getting too excited on that one. But just look at how like ridiculous and crazy this moment is. Like, look at the cringeworthy moment of this fucking situation. She doesn't even have anything to say. She has nothing to fucking get up there and contribute. Watch how crazy this is. Ugh, what in the fuck is happening? What is happening? What world am I living in? Go ahead, say a few things, Nikki. Give us all of these, tell us why you love Trump and, all of the great things he's done. Watch this fucking just cringe-worthy moment here.
Hello. don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan.
That's always good. I'm sure that's something your fans always want to hear. You know this pedophile behind me? You know this fucking the most well-known pedophile protector that's standing behind me, who almost definitely had some engagement with the sexual crimes, doesn't want the Epstein files to be released. See this guy fucking right behind me? I am his #1 fan. And to all the children that listen to my music, I'm sorry, but I have to say that in order to get my boyfriend this pardon. Otherwise, he's going to be screwed. So just forgive me, but don't forgive me because I'm serious.
And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him. And
I mean, just clearly in touch with reality at the same moment in time that Donald Trump's experiencing his lowest poll numbers he's ever fucking had as president, right? Since he entered politics. So no other way to be like, I watch Fox News and nothing other than Fox News by coming out and saying this horse shit.
You know, the smear campaigns, it's not going to work. Okay.
Those smear campaigns, the Epstein files, the smear campaigns from Stormy Daniels, E. Jean Carroll, these smear campaigns, the one that, he was actually found guilty of civilly for his sexual assault and the subsequent, the defamation cases against E. Jean Carroll. Yeah, those things.
Okay. He has a lot of force behind him and God is protecting him.
Yeah, I mean, God typically does love those pedophiles, man. I mean, that's probably why so many of the priests that he has working in his churches end up actually touching little kids at the same time. It's just the power of God, I guess, just compelling them to just touch all of these fucking little kids. That's just, if anybody's going to be protected by God, apparently it's going to be the guy that's now obstructing the biggest child pedophilia ring in history from being fucking uncovered and the people being found and held accountable. That, again, apparently if you go into the church, that'll be the first thing you see up there is like, God bless all the pedophile protectors. Again. That's like, what is that, the 9th? That's the 8th station on the cross, I think. I forget now. It's been a while since I did CCD. But again, just a ridiculous moment at what's taking place in the streets of the United States, what's taking place with our allies. And look at his fucking dumb mug behind Nicki fucking Minaj, who has absolutely nothing to offer or bring to the table. And then you got this douchebag from Shark Tank who I would pay money to have this guy end up in a Shark Tank. I can tell you that much. The guy brings absolutely nothing to the plate, and he thinks that entrepreneurs and billionaires are the fucking most the most, what do you want to call it? The most diminished community, right? They are the most, the people that are getting stepped on the most are the 1%, the billionaires, right? That's what he'd want you to believe. But I would not be afraid. I would not be scared. And I would not fucking, shy away from the fact that they actually turned the show Shark Tanks into an actual Shark Tank and threw that motherfucker in there. I can tell you that much. All right, let's dive onto this because we're running out of time here. This is Tim Pool giving his 2 cents on what took place in Minneapolis with Alex Preddy. And again, just more outright ridiculousness. And somehow Tim Pool is still managing to find a time and a place to wear a winter beanie in Florida. Because Tim he was too scared to stay at his ranch in Texas because apparently the hunting got a little too close. And he took the people out there hunting for people shooting at his compound. So yeah, he fled to Florida, but somehow found the cold area in Florida because he's still got his beanie on. But let's dive into this. This is just about a minute or two as well.
Donald Trump's unconditional surrender. At least that's how many people largely see this. And boy, are Trump supporters pissed off. Well, you got to.
I mean, do you hear that, right? So that's again, I didn't bring that up in the earlier piece, but where Nate from Valhalla was also talking with Graham Plattner, they were also bringing this up as like a complete fucking backtracking, a complete fucking reversal, the waving of the white flag basically by Donald Trump, taking out Bovino and putting in Tom Homan. And you can see Tim Pool here kind of, reciting the same type of bullshit that he's probably seeing on Twitter from a lot of these fucking MAGA accounts.
You got some people who back Trump saying, what is this? You're pulling Bovino out? They're withdrawing their prosecution of Don Lemon? What in the world is happening? Trump says that he called Tim Walz and Mayor Frey, and they're going to have a conversation on how to work together. It looks like Trump is backing down. The Wall Street Journal is telling him to pull out of Minnesota, give it up. Democrats are in open insurgency, and that's
Again, this is the point of playing this. I want you to really fucking listen and pay attention to not only Tim, but Donald Trump Jr. Try to press upon you, try to get it fucking into your head that this is an organized resistance led by some well-funded group of paramilitary fucking folks, right? This is not just, spontaneous reaction by the fucking populace, by people pissed off that find themselves in the same situation, utilizing different social media platforms and different communication techniques in order to kind of, figure out where each other are. Right. So there's a big difference between using Telegram and using Twitter to send a DM and be like, hey, I'm on 67th and fucking Terrain. You know what I mean? Okay, I'll meet you there. Or, hey, we just spotted ICE officers on this street. And here's the fucking license plate and the type of vehicle they're driving. So, and that in like a paramilitary group that is actively trying to, again, go out and attack, go out and like shoot or try to corner or try to literally stop in its tracks these ICE agents and DHS agents with like brutal force, overwhelming force. That's what they want you to believe. That's what they want you to believe, and the American people to believe is happening on the streets. It's not, again, spontaneous reaction by just people in this country that are fed up. It is an organized revolt by, again, the George Soros paramilitary group.
Not an exaggeration. I'll show you the post breakdown, but we know exactly what's been going on with these leftists. Alex Preddy, while it appears to have been, I don't want to call it an accident, but unfortunate circumstances. I don't think the guy was trying to murder or massacre anybody, but he certainly was prepared to.
I'm sorry. He was prepared to, and by what fucking evidence are you pointing out? He didn't listen to this statement. Listen how stupid this statement is.
Democrats are in open insurgency, and that's not an exaggeration. I'll show you the post breakdown, but we know exactly what's been going on with these leftists. Alex Preddy, while it appears to have been, I don't want to call it an accident, but unfortunate circumstances. I don't think the guy was trying to murder or massacre anybody, but he certainly was prepared to.
I don't think the guy was trying to murder or massacre anybody, but he was prepared to. And by what fucking evidence? What fucking evidence are you using to come to that realization, to come to that fucking set of circumstances that you're saying he was out there prepared to massacre people because he had a legal firearm that he had 2 extra clips for? I mean, what massacre was he out there trying to perpetrate? Typically, again, in recent memory, we've seen people go out and actually try to perpetrate massacres. They got backpacks on full of fucking knives and guns and fucking grenades and extra clips and ammunition and body armor. Where in the evidence of anything that we've seen so far on social media or the news or body cam has suggested to you that he was out there prepared to fucking commit a massacre? What just horrendous bullshit this is.
I think it's fair to say. I don't think
it's not fair to say. It's fucking asinine to say. And it's clearly because your beanie is squeezing that fucking dense little fucking skull you have too tight, right? Take it off. Let your head breathe a little bit because clearly there's not enough oxygen getting to that son of a bitch.
Was there with the intent to. Look, he's fighting cops. He's resisting arrest.
Didn't fight cops. Didn't resist arrest. Didn't fight cops. Didn't resist arrest. Quite literally, it was protecting a woman that was being beaten by those fucking agents. So I don't know. Again, bullshit, lies, propaganda.
It's not a protest. He showed up.
No, they were protesting. That's absolutely what it was. That's why you see the people in the fucking streets with the signs. That's a protest. That's what you call that. I know you've never done it because you've never actually been fucking, believing in something enough to actually bring yourself out there to do that. And again, with all the Russian money you've been taking in, why the fuck would you risk yourself out there in the streets? You could just sit back on your couch and take that tenant money, that sweet, sweet fucking Kremlin money, and spend that, that money that you didn't give back even after you found out it came from Russia. Yeah, that same fucking fund.
Tracking on duty with an insurgent group. Okay, I got to make sure I clarify this because this is important for people to understand. Preddy was reportedly part of a paramilitary group organized by activists as well as Democrats in the state.
Did you hear that? Now, Preddy was part of a paramilitary group. That's what they want you to believe. He was now part of a paramilitary group because there was an active response by the community to say, okay, this is what we're doing. This is how we're going to respond. This means this. We're going to use this website. And again, to communicate, and we're going to tell you where the ICE officers are. We're going to tell you where the protests are. That is just 2026 and the American people using whatever fucking technology is afforded to them in order to communicate with other people. That is not an active paramilitary group or evidence as such. That's insane.
Governments and potentially law enforcement, they had shift duty. They had shift. It's not an exaggeration. We've learned.
Shift again, this whole like you can make it sound as official as you want, but shift duty, when somebody else shows up, another person goes home. I don't think it's actually that fucking set in stone. Like, I don't think they're punching a time clock. I don't think they're fucking got their time card in there and they got to report to their boss when they're on fucking scene. No, it's like, hey, we have a bunch of people here that may have to go home and go to work. Is there somebody else or a group from other places that could come in and maybe fill their spot for a couple minutes? Whatever. I mean, this is just like the most mundane bullshit that you could possibly have going on with DMs and Telegram and people just actively trying to get, license plates and vehicle registrations out there to alert the communities of where these fucking people are, where they might be moving to next, how you could get involved. I mean, it's to establish this as some sort of paramilitary group that needs to have like U.S. law enforcement, U.S. military groups combating them in the streets is beyond asinine.
Learned all this from the signal releases. They would go on duty patrolling districts.
And again, here's because I know we're running out of time, but here's another asshole kind of trying to get you to believe the same shit. Listen to this. Here's Don Jr., Coke Jr. trying to get you to believe the same thing.
Agitators to illegally disrupt immigration enforcement operations and even ransack a local hotel where the rioters believed the ICE agents were housed. Time and time again, we have agitators showing up to impede ICE operations and getting into confrontations with ICE agents and then resisting arrest.
Again, nobody resisted arrest. The ICE agents were, in fact, the ones to instigate, to escalate, and then to fucking murder. So instigate, escalate, assassinate. That's basically the policy premise of these agents, okay? Right? Abuse, attack, escalate, and then assassinate. Brutalize, attack, and then assassinate the people. That's kind of their policy belief now.
Biting off an agent's fingers. And with Waltz and local authorities seemingly on the side of the rioters, federal law enforcement is having to defend themselves from these violent mobs by themselves.
Violent mobs, not the violent mobs that are going around perpetrating the violence, right? And again, he tries to show here, I'm going to fast forward because I know we're running out of time, but this is where he shows, I don't know, some work from some asshole who thinks he discovered something on Twitter. I don't know if it's Nick Sorter or one of these fucking idiots, Cam Higbee, one of these morons kind of stumbled on or got access to one of these Telegram channels with a lot, with this information going by, and they think that this is justification and evidence of a paramilitary group, right? Listen to this.
Is stunning.
Listen. So this is just basically a screenshot of I'm assuming a Telegram channel or something that is giving people, advice, information, telling you how to go out and best protest, how to be the most effective, right? Fucking where people are, the license plates and stuff. But again, this is not evidence of a paramilitary group. This is Telegram and other channels being used as they are intended to be used. Other people, citizens communicating with one another. Establishing where they should be, how pissed off they are, getting into groups. This is just pure organization by fucking the citizens. Nothing more and nothing fucking less than that. But listen to how he describes it.
A training manual. And in those chats, each area of Minneapolis has its own signal group, sometimes multiple groups. They use emojis to designate their roles.
Oh my God. Can you imagine if a certain group actually used Telegram and actually used like different media sites in order to fucking like get across some sort of like illegal act or like an insurrection or anything? Geez, that would be crazy if that happened, because like I don't know if we could actually find out or establish any situation in which the Republicans and conservatives and right-wing nationalists ever used Telegram or social media in order to congregate and organize an actual revolt or insurrection on the United States. I don't know if there's any evidence in which we could point to at all to suggest any of that even happened. I mean, I know it would be difficult in order to do that, but I'm just doing my best to kind of point that out there. But we'll have some more time on tonight's show. Unfortunately, out of time on today's, but we'll be right back with you this evening at 8:30 here on the East Coast, which is 5:30 over there on the West Coast. We're going to be diving into more of this. We're going to be diving into more updates and what's going on and taking place with Ukraine as well. So please don't forget that. Also, you can continue to contribute to our campaign on with the 69 Sniffing Brigade. So please head over to help.99.co/Boston Brian, and you can contribute to there. We're almost at 30% of the goal, which is unbelievable. I think we're up over 50-something donations already. So thank you to everybody from the bottom of my heart who has contributed. But again, if you can't contribute, just share it out. Again, go to help99.co/Boston Brian, and you can check out our specific campaign to help out the fine people of Ukraine. And we'll be diving into more aspects and going over what's going on in this country as well. So I'm going to hand it over to Jeff over there on this space. Sorry if I'm a little bit over time. I appreciate you guys. Those of you who are over here on Blunt Politics, please stick around so I can thank everybody for their contributions. But Jeff, make sure you're kicking some ass, people. Fuck ICE, fuck Donald Trump, Slava Ukraina, and thank you for everything. I appreciate you guys.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. This is Logically Leftist right here, this space Wednesdays. And I got a great show for you. Okay. There's a lot of stuff, including a new hand grenade that's been lobbed by Ghislaine Maxwell, of all people. Okay. So I'm going to talk about that, including 29 hidden Epstein co-conspirators. That's right. The Epstein files not going away. Really important stuff. Then we're going to talk about some of the right-wing reaction after the murder of Alex Preddy. So that's interesting. We got MAGA making things up about the Ilhan Omar attack. And who is this person that sprayed a liquid on Congresswoman Omar? We'll talk about that. Then we've got a couple of interesting FAFO stories, which are some of my favorite stories, where, yeah, turns out support of Trump backfiring bigly. You're going to love it. So if you haven't already, please, if you're listening to this live, watching this live, please like and share, subscribe to this space. And then if you haven't, also come over to my channel, my YouTube channel. That's Logically Left here on YouTube. Please like, subscribe, share, all that wonderful stuff. With that said, let's dive in. Let's talk about the Epstein files, which I'm sure the administration is very, very focused on trying to bury. Okay, trying to bury it. Oh, what is it? A distraction, squirrel. We got to do something here. To distract people from the fact that we still haven't released the Epstein files. Oops. All right, so let's do it. Let's start out with Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell just lobbed a grenade from her prison cell. He claims that there are 29 men, including 4 co-conspirators, who paid for secret immunity deals in the Epstein case. And, well, she's planning on naming them. So late in 2025, Maxwell filed a habeas petition to overturn her sex trafficking conviction. Buried in that legal filing is an allegation that may be exposing the two-tiered justice system. Maxwell alleges that while she sits in prison, the only one, by the way, is in prison, 29 other individuals, wealthy, powerful men, reached what she calls secret settlements with the Department of Justice and the victims to avoid prosecution entirely. Now, who might these men be? And why is the Department of Justice defying a new federal law in order to keep these files hidden? To find the answer, you have to look at the document itself. Again, this is a habeas corpus petition, which is essentially a last-ditch legal effort to argue that a prisoner's imprisonment is unlawful. It's not, but I digress, right? Maxwell's argument is pretty cynical, but legally fascinating. So she's claiming that the government violated the Crime Victims' Rights Act by aggressively prosecuting her while quietly immunizing the men who were actually creating the demand for Epstein's trafficking ring. In her filing, she references 4 specific co-conspirators and 25 other men. She alleges these individuals reached non-prosecution agreements. Essentially, they paid money to the victims or to the state, and in exchange, the Department of Justice agreed not to indict them. That sounds a lot like the Alexander Acosta sweetheart deal as well, that he literally gave to Epstein himself. Okay. Now, Maxwell's logic is pretty simple. If these men were granted immunity for the same crimes that she was convicted of, simply because they had the money to settle, her conviction is a violation of her due process. Now, this obviously raises a massive question for the public. Now, let's be clear. I'm not rooting for Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay. No, she's a convicted sex trafficker. She belongs in prison. But if her filing is accurate, and there are legitimate questions about it, okay, but it would confirm what conspiracy theorists have said for years, that in the Epstein case, money buys silence and freedom. Again, the question here, I think we're all asking is, okay, it's just a desperate lie from a convicted prisoner who just wants to stay out of prison. It's not like she's been entirely truthful. Okay. She is not to be trusted. That said, we may have some proof here of this, that this pay-to-play dynamic actually exists. In fact, the clearest example cited in reports surrounding this petition is a man named Leon Black. Black is the former CEO of Apollo Global Management and a billionaire with some pretty deep ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, we know that Black paid $62.5 million to the U.S. Virgin Islands to settle claims tied to his financial dealings with Epstein. Despite paying nearly $170 million to Epstein over the years for what he claimed was tax and estate planning. Sure, buddy. And despite a massive settlement with the Virgin Islands, Black was never criminally charged. He wrote a check And the legal threat, poof, gone, evaporated into the ether. Okay. Now, Maxwell's petition essentially says multiply Leon Black by about 25. She's arguing that there are 24 other men who received this exact same treatment. They paid up, and the DOJ looked the other way. And the files were sealed. Now, that transforms her filing from a simple appeal into what is a roadmap of corruption. And that brings us to now. Now, you might remember that Congress passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act, signed into law by Trump in November of 2025. This law was supposed to be the end of the secrecy, okay? It mandates that the DOJ release unclassified Epstein-related records. Clear, simple, mandatory. There are no questions here, except the Department of Justice has been stonewalling Representatives Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, who are an unlikely bipartisan duo on this. They're furious. They point out that the DOJ has been slow walking the release, heavily redacting the names and delaying compliance. The DOJ claims that they're protecting the privacy and reviewing millions of pages, but critics argue that they are trying to basically outlast public scrutiny and attention. If the names didn't matter, though, and if these men were innocent, why is the government fighting so hard to keep them redacted? Fair question. So Maxwell's grenade blows this up because she's trying to put the names into the public record through the courts, bypassing the DOJ's slow release process. Now, are we going to see the names? That depends on what? Not on what, but on who. Okay. Judge Paul Engelmeyer. That judge has actually criticized Ghislaine Maxwell for this filing. Why? Well, because in her attempt to expose these men, if that's what she's trying to do, she actually submitted documents that included unredacted names of victims, which is a major violation of court protocol. Now, because of this, the judge ordered her future filings to be temporarily sealed for review. So her actions actually created a paradox. Maxwell is being reckless with victim identities in a desperate effort to get out of prison. But in doing so, she also is forcing the court to confront the list of men the DOJ may have protected. So it is a chaotic legal strategy. And in it, she's effectively saying, hey, if I'm going down, I'm going to take everyone with me. Oh, interesting. And of course, the Department of Justice gets stuck in the awkward position of having to argue against the release of names of alleged abusers to protect the integrity of the case. At least that's what their argument is. I think at the end of the day, what we're seeing here is a collision between this new transparency law and the good old boys culture of secrecy around SA, okay, and sex crimes. So now Maxwell's motives are obviously purely selfish. She's looking out for herself. She wants out of prison, of course she does. But that said, it would be really ironic if her selfishness might be the only thing that pries some of these names loose. If it is true that 29 men were able to buy their way out of facing accountability for the Epstein case, at the very least, the public deserves to know who they are and exactly how much they paid for this silence. So, I mean, there you go. Let's move on. Not like this. This is horrible. Now, those aren't the words of a protester outside the gates of Minneapolis. Those actually represent the sudden, chilling realization of a Trump supporter. And so, look, we're on this show, we often talk about political policies in the abstract, right? We talk about law and order, border security, and border crackdowns, right? But what happens when the machinery of enforcement spins out of control and claims a life that defies the narrative? Look, when news broke that Alex Preddy, a dedicated ICU nurse, was killed by federal thugs in Minneapolis, the cheering at a Des Moines rally didn't just stop. It curdled into confusion and regret. So I want to look at the moment of reality of some people finding out. All right. So while President Trump held a rally in a small auditorium in Des Moines, Iowa, aiming to energize his base with promises and of, safety and strict border enforcement, a very different story happened to be unfolding just a few hours north in Minneapolis. So we're talking about the death, again, of Alex Preddy. Wasn't a cartel leader, wasn't a fugitive. The guy was an ICU nurse, someone who likely spent the last few years saving people's lives, who was gunned down by Trump's jackbooted federal thugs during an immigration crackdown operation. So this tragedy has sparked a rare and volatile reaction from some within Trump's own base. In Des Moines, Iowa, there was a Trump rally where supporters like Marcia and Michael were there to support his vision of a stronger, tougher America. But as the rally progressed, notifications started lighting up on their smartphones in the crowd. The news from Minneapolis began to ripple through the auditorium. And here's the reaction from two of the attendees outside. Take a look.
About mass deportations, immigration, crackdowns. Is that something you wanted at one point?
Not like they're doing.
Not like this.
Not like this. This is horrible. Just horrible. I'm sick to my stomach.
Does what you see make you uncomfortable?
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime someone gets shot in the street, you should be uncomfortable and ask how we got to that point and what we can do to not get to that point again. It's happened twice, so something clearly isn't working. The rules are there, they need to be enforced, but can't be shooting people in the street either.
Yeah. So why this reaction? I mean, this is pretty interesting, right? Because it's coming from Trump voters. Well, it's because the narrative that they were sold, that these crackdowns were, they were surgical strikes, right? Against the dangerous criminals and cartel leaders. That shattered, okay, the moment that the victim was revealed to be a U.S. healthcare worker. Alex Preddy represented the good guy. He was a good citizen, right? In the eyes of the rallygoers, he was one of them, meaning white. Yet he was killed by the very forces that they unleashed to try to protect the country. This is where the cognitive dissonance kicks in. See, it's pretty easy to cheer for aggressive tactics when the targets are the others, okay? Faceless people, brown people. It's much harder when the target looks like you or your neighbor, your son, maybe the nurse that treated your grandma, okay? So let's look at this from a pretty logical perspective, because that's what I like to do here. I've been using this phrase a lot on the show. At FAFO, fuck around and find out, okay? And that's, of course, aimed squarely at the voters who fucked around with authoritarian policies. And now they're finding out what that actually looks like in practice. So the tragedy of Alex Preddy is not an anomaly. It is a statistical inevitability of the policies that were promoted at that very rally and all other Trump rallies as well. When you strip away oversight, when you militarize immigration enforcement and use them as a private army, when you encourage a culture of aggression within all different federal agencies, and when you relax the hiring standards, as we have seen with immigration, but not just, ICE, but also within Border Patrol. Border Patrol is actually even more militant than ICE has been. which is crazy to think because a lot of the attention has been focused on immigration and customs enforcement. But there you go. When you do all of that, you don't get precision. You get a blunt instrument. And it's just what we on the left have been warning was going to happen. The supporters in Des Moines are acting horrified because they believe that the leopard would never come for their faces. They believe that the agents would somehow have a magical ability to go after only the bad guys. That they could tell the difference between the bad guys and the good guys. But I got news for them. Bullets do not check your political affiliation. Okay? And federal agents operating with impunity do not check credentials before they pull the trigger. Irony is a pretty cruel teacher. The platform being celebrated in Des Moines was law and order, and yet the killing of Alex Preddy represents the ultimate breakdown of that. If a federal agent can kill an innocent medical professional in Minneapolis without any consequences, there is no order. There's authoritarianism. And that's what this is. So Marsha and Michael's reactions, the people that were interviewed, not like this, reveal a fundamental misunderstanding of the application of state power. You see, they wanted the state to be a weapon against other people, but they didn't stop to think that that weapon, once drawn, ends up being dangerous to everyone else in the room. I mean, you can't build a system of unaccountable violence and expect it to remain contained within the boundaries of your own prejudices, okay? Eventually, that dragnet gets too wide. Eventually, the raid hits the wrong house. Eventually, the good guy gets shot. Now, I'm not saying that the horror expressed by these voters is invalid. Everybody should be on the same page here about this. That said, the reaction here is too late by a frustrating amount. The warning signs were there the whole time. The alarms were blaring, and they just ignored it. Look, the rhetoric of dehumanization always ends up leading to collateral damage. Preddy wasn't just a victim of a stray bullet, okay? No, that was very purposely, he was murdered, okay? He was a victim of a policy that prioritizes aggression, speed, over due process, and human life. So the question is, what happens now? Does a moment like this actually change people's minds? Well, history says it's complicated. For people like Marsha and Michael, the shock is real. The sickness in their stomach is real. But the psychological mechanism of rationalization is a powerful thing. I mean, some have already think that they found a good reason as to why Preddy was actually at fault, which is ridiculous, right? And they're desperately clinging to anything that will justify the action of the agents so that they can patch this hole in their own worldview. But for some others, this might be the cracking of the dam. When you see the direct result of your vote result in the death of an ICU nurse, it kind of gets difficult to ignore the reality. He was not a thug. He was not a criminal alien. Not that they deserve any of that. This was a person, a human being, a U.S. citizen. This moment in Des Moines highlights the fragility of the whole tough on crime narrative. Okay? It works until the crime is committed by the state against the people the state claims to be protecting. The tragedy in Minneapolis is a wake-up call. Not just for these supporters in Iowa, but it should be for the entire country. A reminder that when you demand this level of violence and unaccountability, that's what you get. Violence and unaccountability. And that violence is never precise. So to the voters who voted for this, that are sick to their stomachs today, don't look away. This is what you created. Sit with the feeling. Okay? Understand that this is the horror that, the horror that you feel is the reality of the policies that you supported. All right. Let's go to Ilhan Omar. Speaking of violence, on Tuesday, a congresswoman was physically attacked on stage. By Wednesday morning, the president, without watching the footage, because why would he, declared that she probably did it to herself. Welcome to the era of instant revisionism. And, well, look, we've been living in that for some time, okay? But there it is. By now, you've likely seen the headlines. Representative Ilhan Omar was attacked at a town hall. But the story that is spreading online right now isn't about the attacker, Anthony Kazmierczak. It isn't about the security failure either. It is actually a story about the reality itself being fractured. Within hours of the assault, yet a coordinated narrative come out from MAGA claiming that the entire event was staged. It was a false flag operation. Of course. So let's start with what actually happened. On Tuesday evening, Representative Ilhan Omar was hosting a town hall in Minneapolis. She was calling for the abolition of ICE following 2 murders by federal agents. And then, of course, this happened.
Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Oh my God. Oh my God, he's great.
So the man that lunged at Ilhan Omar and sprayed her with a syringe filled with some unidentified, currently orange, foul-smelling liquid was identified by police as 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierczak. Okay? Now, in the alternate reality of right-wing internet, people are claiming that this man, he's an actor, secret leftist operative. But thanks to factual reporting from both the Daily Beast and the New York Post, we know exactly who he is. Kazmierczak is a local resident. He's been diagnosed with Parkinson's and reportedly heavily medicated due to a past spinal injury. But more importantly, we know what his politics are. His neighbor, Brian Kelly, went on the record stating that Kazmierczak is a pretty conservative guy who really doesn't like Ilhan Omar. Big surprise there. His digital footprint, of course, backs it all up. His Facebook profile is filled with pro-Trump imagery, including photos of Trump speaking at Turning Point USA events. This wasn't a secret plot either. In fact, he practically broadcast his intentions. According to his neighbor, Kazmierczak actually texted him before the event, asking him to watch his dog because, quote unquote, I might get arrested. Okay, why would you get arrested, buddy? What are you planning on doing? So he also said that he was going to this quote unquote Omar thing. So here we have a suspect with a documented history of supporting Donald Trump, who dislikes Congresswoman Omar, who happens to be an opponent of Donald Trump, telling a neighbor, I'm going to an event and I'm probably going to get arrested. I know it seems pretty cut and dry on this one. All right. And look, he was booked into Hennepin County Jail for third-degree assault. But here's the thing. Facts rarely get in the way of a good right-wing narrative. Let me tell you what. Almost immediately after this footage surfaced, the false flag machine turned on. Yeah. This is a specific playbook that we've seen used for everything from school shootings, like Sandy Hook, to the election results. Okay. The goal here is to deny the victim their victimhood. According to Raw Story, prominent MAGA figures began flooding social media with claims that Omar pulled a Jussie Smollett. Yeah. So let's start with Laura Loomer, who wrote on X, "This is the most staged thing I have ever seen in my life." She didn't stop there. She also called for an investigation into Ilhan Omar for allegedly staging the attack to distract from nonsense allegations about her finances. Something Republicans have already looked into and found absolutely nothing. Oh, great. Then you have former Fox Business host Trish Regan. Her evidence for it being staged, she claimed that because Omar ran after the attacker rather than cowering. It wasn't normal behavior, she wrote. No wonder people are asking if it was staged. Now, I guess they're used to their leaders being little baby bitches and running away instead of getting ready to throw down, because that's what Omar was looking like she was ready to do. But this is a classic tactic, right? You take a chaotic, adrenaline-fueled moment and analyze it like a movie script. If the victim doesn't act exactly how you think a victim should act, well, then they must be acting and must be faking it, I guess. Now, other accounts like Clown World, yeah, there you go, and commentator Paul A. Cizpula echoed this, calling Ilhan Omar a fraud and suggesting that the liquid, which apparently might have been apple cider vinegar, was just a prop. So why does this matter? Well, because it creates a permission. It allows supporters to look at an act of violence committed by one of their own and say, oh, no. You don't understand. We are still actually the victims here. Because she's tricking us. She's tricking us. And this narrative, by the way, didn't stay on the fringe. It went straight to the top, as it usually does. On Wednesday, ABC News reporter Rachel Scott asked Trump about the incident. Now, keep in mind that Trump has a long history of attacking Ilhan Omar. He has told her to, quote unquote, go back to her country and has also called her garbage. Great. So when asked about the attack, Trump didn't condemn the violence. He didn't call for calm. He admitted openly that, oh yeah, I didn't even see the video. Quote, I haven't seen it. Nope. I hope I don't have to bother. He then, of course, immediately validated the conspiracy theories bubbling up from the internet swamps and told the reporter she probably had herself sprayed, knowing her. You don't know her. Look, here's the thing. This follows a distinct pattern that we have seen from Trump for years. When political violence occurs that aligns with MAGA rhetoric, the response is never reflection. It's never, maybe we should tone down the temperature here. Instead, there's just denial. I mean, the first step is admit nothing. The second one is claim the violence is a hoax. And step 3 is blame the victim for staging it to make you look bad. Oh, you see, it is us. We are the real victims here, victims of Ilhan Omar's duplicity. Trump also went on to insult her further in that same interview, calling her a fraud and disparaging her for being Somali, saying she comes from a country of pirates. Says the fraudster, the 34-count felon and rapist. Yeah, great. But look, this basically creates a feedback loop. He dehumanizes her, of course, which inspires anger in people like Kazmierzek. And when that anger turns into violence, Trump dismisses the violence as just fake, which emboldens the next person because they believe the enemy is lying to them. Oh, great. Now, the danger here isn't just that people are being mean on the internet. The danger is we have lost our shared reality. When you've got a neighbor saying, yeah, man, he's a conservative guy, he's a Trumper, and told me that he was going there and expected to get arrested. And then you have police booking records and you've got video evidence. And yet millions of people are being told that by the president that this is all a show. That's dangerous, man. It removes the consequences for doing political violence. If every attack is a hoax or a false flag, then the attackers aren't actually criminals. They're misunderstood patriots or leftist crisis actors. And if the victims aren't, staging it, then, well, they don't deserve sympathy then. They deserve more hatred and more violence. Representative Omar, of course, responded to this She released a statement saying that she's a survivor. She will not be intimidated. She will not give up to the bullies. Awesome. And we would expect that from someone as strong as Ilhan Omar. That said, there is a psychological toll of not only being attacked, but also having to deal with half the country, or at least half the electorate, being told that you're just faking it. That toll is immense. At the end of the day, though, the attack on Ilhan Omar was physical and involved a syringe and a foul-smelling liquid. It could have been apple cider vinegar, but there was a secondary attack here as well, and that's on the truth. It's on reality. We have to be able, as a country, to look at events like this and agree on what happened, on reality. A man radicalized by far-right political rhetoric attacked a politician from the opposing party. That's the reality. And by the way, it's not the first time Melissa Hortman and her husband shot in their homes. Paul Pelosi attacked with a hammer. With a hammer. And yet, every time something like that happens, the right wing immediately twists it into a conspiracy theory. That's the story here. The fact that they constantly use that as a defense mechanism designed to protect violent rhetoric from scrutiny is the reality that we've been living in and will only end up leading to more unhinged political violence. Okay. Let's move on here. They supported the crackdowns. They funded the campaign. They thought the deportation force was coming for other people. But now, a zombie law from 1798 is tearing through the suburbs. And the very donors who paid for this agenda are asking, hey, why's the leopard eating my face? Yeah, that's right. They effed around and now are facing the find out phase of political history, which is now in full swing, by the way. So I've been tracking the revival of the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. So, yeah, look, you've heard headlines about the mass roundups. You've seen what's been going on in Minneapolis and LA and other places. But there is a twist in this story that hasn't been getting a whole lot of airtime. You see, the dragnet is so wide because they got to hit that 3,000 a day, says Stephen Miller, right? And the law is so incredibly broad that it is currently ensnaring legal residents, business owners, and even high-dollar donors to the current administration. Oops. So now, to understand what's going on, we first have to understand the weapon that they're using. It's the Alien Enemies Act, right? It's not a new executive order. It's actually older than the light bulb. It was passed in 1798 during a panic about a potential war with France. I mean, that's pretty old school. So here's the terrifying part, though. It is the only section of the Alien and Sedition Acts that never expired. It is codified at 50 U.S.C. sections 21 through 24. The law says that if there is a declared war or if the president makes a proclamation of a predatory incursion or invasion, the government is allowed to apprehend, restrain, and remove all natives, citizens, or subjects of that foreign nation. Note what's missing from that list. It doesn't require you to have committed a crime. It doesn't require a trial. It doesn't even require you to be undocumented. If you are a non-naturalized national, meaning a permanent legal resident, green card holder, you are fair game. That's the reality. So fast forward here. This administration didn't need Congress to declare war on anyone. They simply used a rhetoric they've been using for quite some time. They legally define the border situation and trade disputes as predatory incursions or invasions. This triggered the act. Suddenly, due process, it's gone. Under normal immigration law, you get a hearing, you get to plead your case. Under the Alien Enemies Act, you don't get to do anything. And look, the Supreme Court has historically hesitated to interfere with the president's war powers. So the administration was able to cast a wide net, targeting nationals from countries that they deemed to be hostile or involved in these so-called incursions. But here's where the irony reaches some pretty critical levels, right? So who holds a lot of green cards? Who owns businesses but kept their original citizenship for tax reasons or for convenience? Wealthy, conservative expatriates. That's right. We are seeing reports of business owners, people who stood on stage at Trump rallies, receiving apprehension notices. So I'm going to give you just a composite example here based on the current cases. Imagine a construction magnate, right? Let's call him Hans, right? Maybe you can call him Hans Gruber if you want. I don't care. Okay. Hans has been in the U.S. for about 30 years legally. Employs hundreds of people, right? Hans donated 6 figures to Republican campaigns because he wanted to pay, well, less in taxes. He wanted deregulation. Hans also never naturalized. He stayed either a German or Italian national. Now, because of the trade wars and the broad classification of hostile enemies, Hans is technically an alien enemy under the 1798 definition. He's shocked and chagrined. He's telling his lawyers, oh, you don't understand. I supported Donald Trump. I'm one of the good ones. I just wanted tax cuts. Well, I got news. The law does not care about any of that. It cares about your passport, cares about where you came from. Okay. And normally, as long as the donor is a permanent resident and not acting as a conduit for another foreign entity, they are allowed to contribute mass, sums of money to political campaigns. But now the very administration that they funded created a machine designed to bypass the judiciary to speed up removals. And that machine, it don't have a donor exemption button, okay? These supporters are actually finding that their assets are frozen. They are facing internment. And the legal defense funds that they've been frantically setting up, they're realizing that the very judges appointed to dismantle the administrative state are the ones ruling that the executive branch has absolute power here. And this, my friends, is the leopard ate my face moment of the century. These individuals, they supported the erosion of due process because they believed that due process was a loophole for criminals, criminal aliens. They cheered for a strong man who could bypass the courts, assuming that the power would only ever point outward and not at them. They actually forgot the most basic lesson of history. When you strip away rights from others, the other, you eventually strip them away from yourself. The Alien Enemies Act is a blunt instrument. It does not distinguish between a struggling migrant seeking asylum and a millionaire country club member. All it sees is a target. And the tragedy here isn't just the irony of the situation. I really don't care for these people, honestly. But it's the destruction of civil liberties for everyone. It also serves as a grim warning. If you hand the government a loaded gun to use against your neighbors, don't be surprised. Don't be shocked. Don't get Pikachu face when it goes off in your own living room. Okay. Last story here. We're going to talk about healthcare. Oh, interesting. So imagine opening your mailbox this week. You voted for change. You voted for Trump to make America great again. You were promised a big, beautiful healthcare plan. Not concepts of a plan, okay? But a big, beautiful healthcare plan that was going to cost pennies compared to the disaster that is Obamacare. But instead of savings, you're holding a bill that has just jumped 400%. Oops. It's January 2026, and for millions of voters in red states, the bill has finally come due. The irony loop is closed. It is complete. The very policies that they cheered for are now threatening to bankrupt them. Oops. So, I want to look at the massive wave of regret washing over the MAGA base as the healthcare safety net snaps. Now, if you've been following the headlines since the start of the year, you know that the subsidy cliff that we've been warning about for years is now reality. Okay, we've gone over that cliff. As of this month, the enhanced premium tax credits for the ACA have officially expired. This administration, sticking to their promise of fiscal responsibility and dismantling the previous legacy here, let those subsidies lapse. For the average viewer, this is boring policy talk. But for the 55-year-old independent contractor in rural Ohio or the early retiree in Florida, people who overwhelmingly voted for this administration, this is a catastrophe for their wallets. I mean, we're seeing a flood of stories, forums, and social media posts from voters asking, hey, why did my premiums triple, man? Well, I want to break down exactly what happened, why they didn't and couldn't see it coming, even though there was information, there shows like mine that were broadcasting it, okay, screaming it from the rooftops. They still didn't get it. And the harsh reality of getting exactly the day that you voted for. So to understand the regret here, I'm going to revisit the promise. Again, for a very, very long time. I mean, it's over a decade. I mean, ever since the ACA was even passed, Republicans have been talking about, we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, okay? We're going to replace it with something great. It'll be magical. It'll have lower deductibles, more choices, right? It'll be fantastic. So now, many of the people in the MAGA coalition genuinely believe that the repeal meant getting rid of the stuff that they didn't like. Mainly the Obama part. Let's be honest about that. But turns out when the rubber met the road in late 2025, the priority wasn't getting better health care. It was tax cuts for the rich, of course. Now, to pay for those tax cuts, of course, they had to trim the fat. That fat, well, that was you. Okay, it was the federal subsidies. They kept insurance premiums artificially low for middle-income Americans who rely on the exchanges. Now, the irony here, of course, is palpable. These voters didn't think that their subsidies were socialism, okay? No, that they thought that these cuts were going to affect other people. People in the cities, people in the blue states, the illegals, and people they just couldn't identify with, right? But the data tells a different story. You see, the states with the highest enrollment in ACA plans per capita are often deep red. Florida, Texas, North Carolina. The voters in these states were cheering for a wrecking ball, not realizing their own house was the target. Oops. So let's look at the math, because this is where the regret turns into absolute panic. Let's take a composite based on this demographic that is most affected. Let's call him Steve. Steve's 60 years old, man. He lives in a rural county. I vote a straight ticket Republican. Let me tell you what, because I am a patriot. Sure, Steve. Under the previous enhanced subsidies, Steve's income meant that he was capped on how much he had to spend on health insurance premiums. He was paying me maybe $180 a month for a silver plan. Not great. Manageable. Now, fast forward to today, January 2026. The caps are gone. The subsidies reverted to pre-2021 levels. And let me tell you what, I wish prices for everything would revert to pre-2021 levels, but that has not happened. No. Steve now, he is not shielded by an income cap. Because of his age and location, his premium is over $1,000. Yikes. That is a mortgage payment and not one of Trump's new 50-year mortgages or something like that. That's a car payment and groceries combined. Maybe not even that. I mean, let's be honest. Things have gotten pretty expensive, okay, under Trump. Now, to go along with that, Steve's not rich. Steve makes too much money from Medicaid, man. But not enough to absorb an over $12,000 annual hit. We're seeing reports of people going to the pharmacy this month to pick up their insulin or their heart medication, only to find out that their coverage has changed or the deductible has reset to an astronomical amount because they had to downgrade their plan to afford the new monthly premium. And this right here is the find out phase of fuck around and find out. The policy wasn't abstract. This was a direct financial transfer from these voters' pockets to the Treasury to fund other initiatives that these people aren't going to benefit from. Tax cuts for the rich. So now, why are we seeing the shock now? Well, why didn't they see it coming? Well, psychologists and political scientists talk about something called the optimism bias, right? Or the belief that in a just world, many of these voters operated under the assumption that their leaders, that Trump would protect them, that he actually would make things cheaper. They believed that there was an unspoken contract. Hey, man, I voted for you, so you got to help me. I got news for you, man. He ain't gonna. He's already got your vote because that's all he needed. Well, what are you talking about? I voted for Trump to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, man. Not to make my heart medication unaffordable. There must be some mistake. No mistake. But you see comments like this all over social media right now. Well, the insurance companies, they're gouging us. Yes, they are. And it's something the left has been talking about for a long time. But, there's no mistake going on here. And unfortunately, while people are struggling, they end up looking for a scapegoat, but it's always the wrong one. And I get it, though. It's hard to admit that the waste that you voted to cut was actually your own lifeline. There is a very specific type of cognitive dissonance that is happening here in these cases. Turns out when you build your identity around a political movement, admitting that the movement hurts you is actually pretty painful. It creates a psychological break in people's minds. And we're seeing that. Here's the thing, though. The medical debt collectors, which we shouldn't even have in this country or anywhere else. Okay. And the United States is the only place that has medical debt. The collectors don't care about your cognitive dissonance, okay? Experts are now projecting a massive spike in personal bankruptcies in the Sun Belt this year as a result. These are statistics, man. These are grandparents losing their houses because they got cancer in the wrong administration. And look, there are reports that some of the blue states are stepping up to chip in to help people afford their premiums. That's in the blue states, but not in the red states. You get no help. Now, all of this isn't to say that the ACA is awesome or great. No. Oh, no. It's got major problems. I've discussed that in other videos. I believe that we desperately need single-payer healthcare. Medicare for all. It's not only cheaper, but it's also better. And it covers everyone. But what's happening right now, it is a tragedy. It is. But it is one of their own making. They did this. And that right there is the hardest pill for these people to swallow. And, well, it's really the only one that they can afford since they can't afford their medication anymore. The realization that the leopards eating people's faces party didn't just eat the faces of people they didn't like. They started with their most loyal supporters. So as we watch this unfold over the next few months or years, it's pretty easy to feel the sense of I told you so. I mean, you may think I'm reveling in that right now, but in reality, this is hurting everyone. When millions end up dropping their coverage because they can't afford the new mega rates, the risk pools, they get smaller and prices go up for everyone else. It creates a death spiral in this system. It's not a good thing. And the regret that we are and will continue to see this year and beyond, it is real. And it's expensive. Now, the question is, will this financial pain be enough to break the spell of MAGA? Or will the blame just end up being shifted to the next most convenient target? Like, I don't know, Joe Biden or Sleepy Joe or Barack Obama. I mean, my guess is yes, they will find someone else to blame, and it will never be themselves. But who knows? Who knows? I guess we'll end up seeing what happens. All right. With that said, that's all I got for y'all today. Thank you for watching the show. If you haven't already, please like and share. Everybody on this space, thank you for watching. Coming up next, we've got another show from another host. No, that's very descriptive. Who is going to, I think, explain partly how we got here and where exactly is the place that we're at. The bad place called Fuckville.
Hello? Are we live? Producer, are we live? Can you hear me? Look at this. Look at this. Look at it. Look at how weak this stand is. Check this out. It, it doesn't stay. It just keeps doing this, I can't. Anyway, so welcome to this space. This space is live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Today is Wednesday. Today I will be talking about the fall of the Republic and what we can do as we will be around to craft a new one. So I would like to start today's program by talking about Reconstruction. For those of you in America, I refer to the time period of the Civil War, I include the Civil War here in Reconstruction, as well as the, 170 or so years that followed. We're still in Reconstruction. We're still reconstructing, in the sense that it's like when you build that Lego tower, but like you kind of crap out halfway through. So you leave this half-built Lego tower on your shelf, and then you walk by it and you look at it and you're like, probably should finish that Lego tower. And then you don't, and then 3 weeks later, and then you go like, really should finish that Lego tower, and it's still sitting there. And then eventually 5 years later, you're like, you have a mental breakdown, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna fix the tower. I'm gonna finish it. So that's here. That's where we're at. We haven't yet reached the mental breakdown, or maybe we have. But I would like to talk about Abraham Lincoln, one of the worst presidents in American history. And I would like to talk about Andrew Johnson, also one of the worst presidents in American history. And kind of, leading up to Grant a little bit, and then where we are now. This country broke apart in the 1860s. It fell to pieces. Several so-called states decided to secede from the Union because they wanted to own black people as property. A lot of people will pretend that that's not the case, but if you look at the documentation of the time period, they cited slavery as the number one reason. In fact, most of the states seceded, quote unquote, because they thought that Abraham Lincoln was going to free the slaves. And so they left the Union before that happened, and they cited the fears. Even though Lincoln said he wanted to keep slaves around, he wanted to keep black people in bondage, Abraham Lincoln campaigned on that anyway. Even though he did that, even though he campaigned as a moderate racist slave supporter, the Confederate states were just afraid that he might release them anyway, so they all left the Union. And then, a couple of years go by. Abraham Lincoln then decides to run for re-election with a Confederate spy as his vice president. I talked to think about this a little bit last week. But over the course of the last week, we have found out that, the Constitution of which we live under, the piece of paper, it's been violated on a near daily basis. And since I last talked to you last Wednesday, we've lost our Second Amendment in this country. Now, again, if you're black, you've never had a Second Amendment, but white people had Second Amendment rights in this country at some point. And now we have the Republican president going out there and saying, having guns makes you a bad person. You can't have guns. That's what Donald Trump said. And I quote, you just can't have them. You can't have guns. So the Second Amendment is bye-bye. And, for white people, black people, again, they never really had that in the first place. But again, this Constitution that we live under, this piece of paper, has been violated so much. It really there's never really been a constitutional period in this country where the Constitution has been followed. Very shortly after this country's founding, and after the country ratified the Bill of Rights, there were several laws regarding sedition that were targeting newspapers. In the late I think it was the 1790s, they passed laws that basically jailed certain newspaper writers under the guise of sedition. So pretty literally within 10 years of signing the Bill of Rights, they passed laws saying, actually, you don't have free speech. So again, this country really, for most of its existence, the Constitution has been just some fairy tale make-believe garbage. But I want to talk about the Reconstruction Amendment specifically here. 13th Amendment says that slavery is banned unless you've been punished, for a crime. Slavery is legal in this country if you're in prison. Now, if you've ever wondered why black people specifically get targeted over and over, they make up new laws every other day that they use to target black people. It's so that they can legally enslave them. Prisons are slavery. That is how this country operates. States like California, a lot of California's prosperity comes from the fact that they have one of the largest slave populations on planet Earth out of any country. or out of any state or whatever, state being, not in the U.S. sense, but state as in country, but California is not a country. Anyway, but I also want to talk about the 14th Amendment here, equal protection under the law, as well as, the insurrection clause, but we'll get to that later. When Abraham Lincoln decided to campaign in 1864, I believe, he decided, oh, this is a great idea. Let me bring on a Confederate spy as my running mate. Because Abraham Lincoln, because he's one of the dumbest pieces of garbage in the history of this world, decided the Civil War is in its last act. Let me run for president with a Confederate fucking spy as my running mate. Think about this for a moment. Okay. A Confederate spy. Abraham Lincoln knew that if he died, the vice president would become the president. And he chose a Confederate spy as his running mate. Now, a lot of people will say Abraham Lincoln's one of the greatest presidents because he saved the republic. I ask you this question. Would we be in a better place right now if the republic were not saved? This is something I think about. If we let the Confederacy run rampant, would the Confederacy still be here? Or would they have cried back to mommy or daddy at some point in the future? That's something I think about. But again, Abraham Lincoln is a ridiculous individual. I think he's a terrible president for multiple reasons. I think he's a terrible human being as well. But I think let's just focus on his presidency. So near the end of the Civil War, he decided to have a Confederate spy as his vice president because he wanted to show national unity. In fact, they created this new thing called a national unity ticket. Andrew Johnson was one of the only politicians from a Confederate state that was against the Confederacy. Now, you might be thinking, oh, but I just called him a Confederate spy. Think about this for a moment. Okay. Andrew Johnson was from a Confederate state, but he remained loyal to the Union. That's what the history books tell us. And that is why Abraham Lincoln chose him, because he wanted someone who was from a Confederate state on his ticket to prove that he being Abraham Lincoln, did not have a vendetta against the Confederacy or the Confederates. I ask you this. Why was Andrew Johnson one of the only, if not the only, politician from a Confederate state to remain loyal to the Union? My personal answer to that question would be because he was a spy. He was a Confederate spy. And so Abraham Lincoln chose a Confederate spy to run as his running mate. And then he got shot in the head. If anyone remembers that. Do you remember that? Shot in the head? And unfortunately, real life is not like Fallout New Vegas. And Abraham Lincoln died. And then the Confederate spy became the president of the now reunified United States. Okay. So again, in many ways, you can argue the Confederacy won the Civil War. They lost the actual military battles in the war, but they won the ideological war. Sure, they had to give up slavery, chattel slavery, but they moved on to a more advanced version of slavery, the slavery that we often still deal with today. So I want to talk about the 14th Amendment a little bit, because there was this weird period in American history in the 1870s. This hair is driving me insane. It's getting stuck in I got static electricity. Just bear with me. There's this weird period in the late 1860s and the 1870s where many of the Confederate states were governed. At least, in a lot of instances, you could say, what does govern mean? If you're in the governor's chair, but you have no power, are you really the governor, right? That's a question, but let's just leave it for now. A lot of Confederate states went from 20 years, in a 20-year time span, owning and treating black people as property to having black people in positions of power all over the states, elected for office. Why? Well, because once the black people gained 2/5, because if you don't know, they were 3/5 of a person in the Constitution. The Constitution calls them 3/5 of humans that have no voting rights, and also they're not humans. But if they were humans, they'd be 3/5 of a human. So after the Civil War, they gain 2 more fifths, and they become a real boy. Men, I should say. Black women are, sorry, black women still can't vote, still can't do anything. You're still enslaved, really. In a lot of ways, they still are to this day. But black men, all of a sudden, were in positions of power, political leadership in these Confederate states. It's a combination of the fact that black people then were able to vote. A lot of Confederates were expelled. So all of the entrenched white power, not all of it, but a lot of the entrenched white power had to exchange hands. And that resulted in a lot of resentment in the 1870s. Now, this is after Andrew Johnson. I think we're in the Grant years in the 1870s. But basically, when Abraham Lincoln is shot, Reconstruction is put on hold, and Andrew Johnson, the Confederate spy, fucks around and tries to finagle with how this country reconstructs. What is Reconstruction? Well, a huge aspect of Reconstruction was that Union soldiers occupied the South. Confederate states were often under military occupation by the North. That was one aspect of Reconstruction. That is one of the main reasons why black people were able to be elected to office, because Union soldiers were militarily occupying those states at gunpoint with guns, guarding the rights of black Americans, black men, because black women still have no rights. But black men have rights in this moment, and there are guys with guns protecting their rights. Okay? So this leads us to a position where the 14th Amendment, which is, again, for equal protection when it comes to voting and participation in public life, is being enforced at gunpoint. And in the 1870s, the Republican Party, I got to look more into this, but the Republican Party stole an election in the 1870s. You can look more into it. But they stole an election, and they got caught stealing the election. Now, for those of you that don't know, Republicans in the 1870s are the good guys. They're all shitheads. Let's be real. But Democrats were the Civil War guys, the Confederates. Republicans were the ones who freed the slaves, quote unquote. Right. So Republicans decided to steal the election. I think it was after Grant. What's that fucking guy's name? Harrison, I think. Is it Harrison? Whatever. Anyway, they stole an election and they got caught. So because they got caught, they made a deal with the Democrats to cancel Reconstruction. If you let our Republican president into office, we will cancel Reconstruction. That was the deal that was made after Grant's presidency. Now, Grant, there's a lot of problems with Grant. He's on the $50 bill, first of all, so I have to see his face quite often. But one of the other problems with Grant is that he was not a good politician. In fact, he was a horrendous politician. He was a military general. For those of you that don't know, he was one of the guys that won the Civil War for the North, the battles, the military combat. And he took Reconstruction fairly seriously. He was in charge of basically having an occupation of the Confederates and all that kind of stuff. And then basically, he's a Republican. He doesn't govern that well as a politician, so the country has a lot of economic problems at this time period. Republicans start becoming unpopular. Democrats, fueled by resentment, start taking power back in a lot of areas. And part of this corrupt deal that involved the stealing of an election, and I want to say 76, I mean, someone can correct me. But because Grant was such a bad president, the Republican Party was unpopular nationwide. And so they did not have the mandate of Reconstruction that they once had. And again, because of Andrew Johnson, Reconstruction was half-assed to begin with. It was at the very onset, Reconstruction was a joke. Now, again, one of the reasons why I hate Abraham Lincoln. I hate Abraham Lincoln, okay? One of the worst human beings on planet Earth. Because he had a pivotal role in surrendering the Civil War to the Confederates by choosing a Confederate spy as his running mate, knowing full well he would be assassinated. Now, a lot of people say they didn't know. No one could have seen it coming. Well, there's lots of evidence to believe that Abraham Lincoln was worried about violence. He was worried about being assassinated. And the historical record tells us that's why he chose a Confederate spy, because he was worried about being assassinated. So he wanted to appease the Nazi fascist freaks. I mean, I guess they're not Nazis. They weren't around yet. But again, the fascist freaks that inspired Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler once called the Southern U.S. A perfect society. Adolf Hitler he laid all of his plans out, a lot of them based on the American South, right? So the proto-Hitlers. But Abraham Lincoln's idea for Reconstruction was kid gloves. Because Abraham Lincoln was a pussy-ass bitch. He was a loser. He was a piece of shit president. And you can see this a lot during his later speeches in 1863 and in 1864, before the 1864 election. He kept promising a soft, gentle Reconstruction with people that fought a war, sent their white children to die in a war so that they could own black people. I just want to really underscore that this was all for the rights, quote unquote, to own black people as property. Okay? So Abraham Lincoln, even after winning the Civil War, wanted to treat these people, if you can even call them people, these slime balls, these fucking roaches, with kid gloves. Right? So we don't know the world that would have existed if Abraham was not shot and killed, but it probably wouldn't have been very much different than the world we live in today. Maybe it would have been a little bit better. Maybe it would have been a little bit worse. We don't know. He was shot in the head, okay? And so a Confederate spy took over the start of Reconstruction. And then, after Grant and his disastrous presidency, the Republicans steal an election and make a corrupt bargain to end Reconstruction in the South. So by the 1880s, many of the Union militaries that occupied the Confederate States leave. They leave all these newly elected black politicians alone. And what happens? Hell on earth happens. This is where the birth of the Ku Klux Klan comes around. Well, I mean, that was starting that was, I think, starting a lot during Grant's presidency as well. But again, they really take power because now the Union militaries are gone. So black people start getting killed en masse. Politicians start getting assassinated. And then also, importantly, black people are no longer eligible to vote. Black people go into polling places, cast a ballot, and then that ballot is immediately burned in front of them. In some instances, there are historical reports of white poll workers in former Confederate states literally destroying the ballots that black people would hand in front of them, just to say, hey, fuck you. You don't, as a show of power. So even if you were black and you went into the poll place, a lot of black people were shot and killed. A lot of black people were hanged for even trying to walk to the poll place. But if you were able to walk inside the poll place, there was a good chance that they would just tear your ballot up in front of you. So the 14th Amendment was only enforced at gunpoint following Abraham's assassination. Pussy-ass bitch Lincoln. He was assassinated. They passed some amendments for Reconstruction and enforced them at gunpoint. The Confederate States ratified these amendments. I want everyone to understand. The Confederate States ratified and agreed to the terms. But they didn't follow the terms. Now, that leads me to believe that they lied. Now, I know it's really difficult to make these judgments. That was 100-something years ago. You weren't there. I weren't there. How do we know that they lied? Well, the modern day incarnation of the Confederate parties is currently lying every single fucking day of their lives in the White House. Right? The standard bearers, the torch bearers of this project lie relentlessly. They lie every single fucking day. Okay? Psychological warfare. That is the lesson that the Confederates learned. They could not win with brute strength. So they switched their battle from one of swords, bayonets, and guns to one of language. And that is a battle that they are still waging on us today. So after the Republicans stole an election in the 1870s, I want to say it's 76. I want to say that. I could be wrong, so don't, write that down and let me know if I'm wrong, when I turn in my report card later. And part of that deal was they would cancel Reconstruction, knowing Republicans knew, and I want people to understand this. These are the Republicans, the good guys of this time period. They knew full well that ending Reconstruction meant that Black people were going to be massacred by the thousands. And so in the 1880s, in the 1890s, and so on and so forth, Black people were re-enslaved in a lot of areas under these new contracts called indentured servitude. Hey, you sign away your entire life and we'll give you a small plot of land and we'll give you some seeds and we'll let you till the land. We might even let you pick the crops. But it's okay because in 80 years, eventually, your kids' will own that land. Does that remind you of something? I don't know. It reminds me of slavery, okay? So, again, Reconstruction was canceled. Now, I just want people to understand the Constitution, as a flaming autist who takes things literally, right? I want people to understand, again, with the Alien and Sedition Acts of the late 1790s, the First Amendment was immediately thrown in the garbage, right? So we've never really lived in a world in this country where the Constitution has been actually followed, really ever. Maybe the first 5 months, right? Maybe the first couple weeks they were following the Constitution. But they started saying, fuck this shit really quickly. The people who wrote, I want people to really underscore this. The people who wrote and signed the Constitution were the ones who passed laws that violated the Constitution, okay? These are the fucking founding fathers, okay? They wrote the damn thing and then fucking ripped it up in the span of 10 years. But Reconstruction was a time in this country, we're taught in school, it was a time in this country where the country really kicked itself in the ass and started to take itself seriously. Now, that is a narrative that I think is a load of hogwash. And the goal of this show, if you read the text behind me, is to start thinking about a new American republic. Because when you think about it, this country has never followed its own rules. If we are governed by this Constitution, and we are told and taught that we must obey the Constitution, and politicians, I want people to really underscore this, former Confederates, people in the South, voted, or rather were elected to office and swore an oath to the Constitution, knowing full well that they were going to immediately go back to their hometown and start lynching Black people. They swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, which includes the 14th Amendment, then went back home and started gunning down Black people en masse. Right? None of them ever gave a fuck about the Constitution. Republicans, the people that wrote the Reconstruction Amendments, again, 10 years after that, did a corrupt bargain to just end the American Reconstruction. Right? So even the so-called good guys, the winners of that battle, even they didn't give a fuck. No one gave a fuck. So think about this, and again, I'm a white person, okay? So just bear this in mind. But just think about this through the lens of a Black American at that time. You could have been born in slavery, sold, beaten, whipped, as property, then you're told that you're free. Then you say, oh, we're free. Let's exercise our freedoms, such as voting. And then you get shot and killed. Your family gets lynched. Your house gets burned down. Everyone you know gets murdered. And that's the country we live in. That's the world that we live in. This is not an alternate history. Black people were lied to by both the Republicans and the Democrats. The winners and the losers of the Civil War looked black people in the face and said, we got you, we freed you, here's some rights. And then 10 years later, started shooting them all and lynching them all because this country has never, ever, ever followed its own rules. Okay? Never. At any point. Again, maybe the first couple weeks they were following the rules, maybe. And that remains to be seen, you know? So I'm at the point where I don't think the American Republic deserves to continue. I would argue that after so many obvious breaches of its own rules, that can you really even call it the American Republic? Think about it. It literally broke in half. People killed each other. They wrote some rules down so that it would never happen again, and then immediately threw those rules in the garbage. Right? Fast forward, here we are. Right? Again, white Americans this week found out that the Second Amendment no longer exists. Now, again, if you're Philando Castile, it never existed. That also happened in Minneapolis, I believe, about 10 years ago. Murdered for having a legal firearm, a legal gun, and he was murdered. He wasn't using it. He wasn't, he was murdered. Why? Because he was black. Well, it turns out 10 years later, now white Americans no longer have Second Amendment rights. I ask you, what rights do we have? Do you feel like you have free speech? Think about it. Does it really feel like you live in a country that has free speech? I don't feel free. Do you feel free? Think about the right to assemble, the freedom to assemble. And think about how that coincides with things like roads. Now, they didn't really have cars when they wrote the Constitution, but if you have a right and freedom to assemble, but then there's cops that will arrest you for assembling because you assembled in the wrong location, also known as a road. Does it feel like you have the right to assemble? Just think about that. Just something, just a little food for thought, little something to plant in your brain there. So I ask you, one, does this country deserve to survive? Does this so-called republic deserve to stand? I say no. And I say we need to think of a new American republic. There's evidence to believe, and this is, I understand, we're getting into the modern day, so people have different perspectives of things. But there is evidence to believe, there's reason to believe that Donald Trump stole the election in 2024. I don't want to get into the whole thing here. Just 3.5 million ballots were thrown in the garbage. 70 plus bomb threats in Democrat districts in swing states. Only in swing states, only in Democrat districts. Okay. Sounds to me like they stole the election. But let's pretend they didn't for a second. Either way, what this regime has done is it has taken the carcass of the Constitution. The Constitution, the piece of paper that was basically, imagine like, yeah, it was ripped up and then put back together with Scotch tape, right? But then the Scotch tape, the adhesive in the tape starts to kind of wear off. And so, it's really not looking so good. Donald Trump took that Scotch tape ridden Constitution and put it in a paper shredder, right? Then he took the refuse of the paper shredder, threw it in a bonfire, right? Then instead of letting the bonfire, burn into the atmosphere, it was in an enclosed room. Let's imagine he has like some sort of contraption above the bonfire so that the smoke particulate matter that used to be the Constitution is rising into this, let's say, some sort of balloon-like apparatus, right? Just bear with me. Then he puts that balloon full of these smoke particulates from the Constitution and launches it into the sun. All right? So we don't live in a constitutional republic anymore. It is null and void. It is gonzo. And again, I would argue that it always was gonzo, and it always was a piece of shit, and it always was a lie. But at the very least, we can all agree right now that the Constitution has been thrown in the fucking garbage. Okay? That's just a fact. All right? That's how I see the world. If you don't see the world like that, I don't know. So if we are no longer governed by the Constitution, that feels a little liberating to me. That feels like it's a good chance to start over. Now, a lot of Democrats have a vested interest in taking power back from the Republicans so that they can use these unconstitutional powers and so that they can watch snuff films from the Situation Room like Barack Obama. This is what happened in 2009. Barack Obama entered office, took the illegal, unconstitutional surveillance, military, apparandi, and said, "Oh, this is great. I want to watch snuff films in the Situation Room. Let's see what's on TV. Drone strike, drone strike, drone strike. Oh, there's people protesting an oil pipeline. Oh, it's on their land, and we just stole their land to build an oil pipeline. Let me watch some snuff films on TV of them getting sprayed with hydro cannons in the middle of winter, so they're like getting hypothermia and freezing to death." That's what Barack Obama did. He took the unconstitutional regime of George W. Bush, threw gasoline on it, and sat in the fucking Situation Room eating popcorn. Drone strike, drone strike, drone strike. So that's what Democrats want to do. And that's what people like Gavin Newsom want to do. They want to take this evil country, this evil republic, this evil empire, so that they can sit in the new bunker that Donald Trump is building. Drone strike, drone strike. Oh, a homeless person got killed. Ooh, what's on TV? Ooh, 2 homeless people got killed. Gavin Newsom wants to watch like a Mr. Beast Hunger Games type situation with homeless people. That's what he wants, okay? So I argue, what is there worth saving in this republic? Is there a way forward? Okay, is there a way forward? How would we even get forward? Go forward? Do we lock every single person up who violated the Constitution? Well, that's going to include people like Barack Obama, George W. Bush, Joe Biden. If you really want for rule of law to continue in this country, then every person who violated the Constitution needs to be thrown in jail. That is a bare minimum. Bare minimum. If we just stop at the Trump regime, that's not good enough. Because then Democrats are going to take the powers that Trump gave them, spin move, and then fuck us over. So again, I ask you, what do we do in this country? I personally think we need a new constitutional convention, and we need to start over. We need a new republic. Plenty of other countries have done this. Look at France. Look at Brazil. Brazil's on like Republic number 7 or whatever. You know, they love doing that shit. Look at Bolivia. They also had a new constitution somewhat recently. Why is it that we can't do this? Why is it that we're taught in school that we're not allowed to even think? It's seditious. It's treasonous. It's unpatriotic to even suggest that we should have a constitution and then follow the laws written in the Constitution. That's unpatriotic. The people who swear a fucking oath on the Constitution, they can do whatever they want. You don't swear an oath on the Constitution, I'm sorry, you have to follow the rules. So I think what we need is to start over in this country. We have state governments, about 20 of them that are somewhat functioning. I believe it's 34 someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's 30 something state governments that have been completely compromised. We're talking about red states. They're gonzo. Those state governments are compromised. But there's about a little something around 20, maybe let's just say 10, because let's be honest, a lot of the blue states are compromised too. But we have about 10 state governments that seem that they're functional to some degree, right? Look at California. It's the 5th largest economy in the world, right? They have a state government, and it is to some degree functional. So these states that have a continuous functioning mode of government, they need to get together and create a new constitution. And the 30 or 40 states that have been compromised, including the federal government, need to be thrown in the garbage, and we got to start over. If you live in Texas, I'm sorry, your state government was compromised. You need a new one. All right? I'm sorry, if you live in Oklahoma, you don't even live in a real place. Okay? It's not real. You got to start over. The federal government is currently a pedophile rape cabal with nuclear weapons. I'm sorry, we need a new federal government. I would argue, let's keep the city of Washington, D.C. around, right? Just as a historical thing. But we need a new capital and a new place. We need a new country. That's what I think. If we get anything even close to what I have in my vision, I'll consider myself a winner. But I always will agitate for what is right. And what I think is right is we need a new republic. Now, that sounds scary. It sounds like we got to do a lot of work to create a new republic. And you know what? We probably should. We should start working on it now. But I ask you, if Gavin Newsom gets into the White House, are we going to be safe from another Republican coming in 2032? When Joe Biden got into the White House, did you feel safe? Because you weren't. You might have felt safe, but you weren't. Because Joe Biden just sat there and did nothing. And just let the Republicans go. And instead of following the Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 3, if you engage in an insurrection, you are expelled for life. You are banned from ever running for office again. 14th Amendment, Section 3. Donald Trump is an illegitimate president for that reason alone. Now, again, there's arguments to believe he stole the 2024 election. Just whatever. Table that for now. But even if he did win the election, he's still an illegitimate president because he is constitutionally unable to be president. So if Donald Trump can run for president, I am 29 years old. I can run for president. Now you might say, oh, but the Constitution says you have to be 35. Well, the Constitution says you can't have engaged in an insurrection. So why am I not allowed to run for president as a 29-year-old, but Donald Trump is as an insurrectionist? You see what I mean? It doesn't make sense. Okay? It's not real. It's not upheld. It is unequal treatment, unequal enforcement. That is an apartheid system. If you're an elite, if you're a pedophile, if you're a rapist, the Constitution doesn't matter. If you're a law-abiding, innocent civilian, all of a sudden, oh, we got rules here, buddy. All right. I would go even further to say that Joe Biden, now in the 14th Amendment, 3rd section, it says, if you engage in an insurrection, you are expelled and barred from ever running for office, or if you give aid and comfort to insurrectionists. I would argue Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden protecting the Republican Party qualifies as aid and comfort. I would argue that Joe Biden was an illegitimate regime. Let's say maybe give him a week. Okay, January 27th, Joe Biden is an illegal president. That's my opinion. Give him a week. If he didn't have Donald Trump in handcuffs by a week, it's over. Illegitimate. Illegitimate. I'm sorry. I do not pass go. Go fuck yourself. So again, we've had multiple illegitimate regimes in a row. Let's look at the 2000 election. Al Gore won the 2000 election. But the Supreme Court decided to steal the election. Now, a little bit of historical irony for you. Does anyone know why the Supreme Court stole the election? Well, you know why, to install their freak into office. But what was their argument? Does anyone remember what the argument for stealing the election was by the Supreme Court, by motherfuckers like Scalia. They cited, and I'm not even kidding, they cited the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause as they were ruling to disenfranchise black voters in Florida. As they were saying, black people, they don't get to have recounts in Florida. Heavily black districts, you don't get recounts. Why? Because we got to protect people equally. So the 14th Amendment is allowed to be cited by the Supreme Court when it comes to disenfranchising black people. But when it comes to protecting black people in the 1880s, 14th Amendment? What? Never heard of it. What's the 14th Amendment? When it comes to banning a pedophile rapist from becoming president, what's the 14th Amendment? I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. When it comes to stealing an election, all of a sudden, oh, Equal Protection Clause. Oh, the 14th Amendment is the most important thing in the world. So again, we do not live in a constitutional republic. That shit is fake. It is a lie that they taught you in school so that you would go along to get along and not question things. So I am not someone who is, at this moment in my life, dedicating myself to solutions. I'm dedicating myself right now to pointing out the problems, okay? But if there are people who are, let's say, lawyers, people that are really well-versed in American law, we can have a second or third, if you count Reconstruction, or fourth, if you know, whatever. But we can have a new American republic that is founded on common law from the old American republic. We don't have to start completely over when it comes to things like common laws, right? Legal precedent. So if there are lawyers out there, they should start working on a new constitution. But what we need is a fresh start, right? America likes to call itself the oldest republic in the world. Again, if it broke apart in the Civil War, does that really count? I don't know, whatever. But again, what is that for? For bragging rights? Oh, it's the oldest republic in the world. Seems to me like it's a problem. We have the most outdated rule set in the world. Why do you think a pedophile rape cabal was able to steal the presidency? It's because, like chess, the American democratic system, the rule book and the solutions guide, the answer key, those were written hundreds of years ago. How to steal American elections was written over 100, 200 years ago. How to win at American republic democracy was written 200 years ago. Step 1, be white. Step 2, be rich. Step 3, win. If we have an old as fuck country, that's a national security risk. We are all at risk because anybody who has access to the internet can very easily learn how to steal and rig elections in the United States system. Look at Elon Musk, a foreign national, an illegal migrant, an alien, came to this country, studied how to overthrow democracy, and then did in 2024. And then illegally marched into the Social Security Administration, stole your Social Security number, and is selling it to the dark web. So again, if all of our Social Security numbers have been compromised, doesn't it sound like we need a new Social Security system? And if we're going so far as to create a new Social Security system, why not just make a new government to begin with? One that learns from the past. One that can have safeguards in place. And one, more importantly, that at least can say that we follow our own rules. Because this republic does not follow its own rules. And therefore, does it really have, what's the word? Authority? Not authority. There's a word there. It's like authority, but not. Credibility, kind of. Does this... Oh, it's not credibility. That's not the word I was thinking of. Whatever. It's a combination of those two words, but it's a secret third word that I guarantee you exists. But does this country really have those things when it flagrantly violates its own rules? Right? It doesn't. It's not real. Donald Trump is trying to create a new institution called the Board of Peace. where he has a lifetime appointment. Right? Is the Board of Peace, are they trying to replace the American Republic with the Board of Peace? Are they trying to replace the UN with the Board of Peace? What exactly is the Board of Peace? These people in office right now want to use the American system of governance to create a gigantic land empire of which they can use to destroy local systems and then create new kingdoms and fiefdoms inside of. It's called the technocracy movement. I don't have enough time to go into the technocracy movement. Thank you, legitimacy. I know it may be difficult to explain how I, for some reason, could not think of that word, but legitimacy. Yes, that's what I'm looking at. A secret third word. I feel like legitimacy is probably more obvious than credibility or authority, but I don't know. That's how my brain works. Okay, bear with me. But again, this country does not have the legitimacy as it currently is constituted. So we need a new country that can at least have legitimacy, right? Does that not seem logical to you? Right? If they threw out the Constitution, puked all over it, squirreled it into a little ball and threw it in the ocean, and then blasted the ocean with some energy weapons, right? Cooked the ocean, and then whatever. Like what are we doing here? We don't live in a republic, right? We live in a so-called country that has been bought by a pedophile rape cabal so that they could get thousands of nuclear armaments. I say, let's try building a country here. Now, some may accuse me of being anti-American or being unpatriotic. First of all, I don't even agree with those words at all. But what is more patriotic than wanting to live in an American republic that actually follows the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? I ask you this question. Is there not anything more patriotic than wanting to live in a country, a Republic of America, that follows the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Do you feel like you are able to pursue happiness? If you leave your house, you get shot, you get picked up by fucking thugs, kidnappers can send your children to a concentration camp. Do you feel that you live, and apologies for this word, but do you feel like you live in a libertarian world? I know that word's been kind of co-opted, but I don't. Do you feel like you can pursue happiness? Look at things like upward social mobility. When the AI and robotics crises fully get into fruition, it will almost be impossible to climb the social ladder, the class ladder. White-collar jobs, one of the main ways of social mobility, are being destroyed. Over half of white-collar jobs have been destroyed by artificial intelligence, so-called, and robotics. So the one life raft for the poors was you go to college, you learn to code, you get a job, then maybe your kids can grow up middle class. That's going to be destroyed very soon. So if there's no upward class mobility, right, then there is no pursuit of happiness. If you cannot leave the house without being threatened to get shot or kidnapped, or have your kids get kidnapped on the way home from school. I saw this note written by a child. A child wrote their friend a note saying that if ICE kidnaps me, just know, you're my best friend or whatever. I don't know if you've seen this note. That shit made me cry, okay? Does that seem like a country that allows you to engage in life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Because it does not to me. So I ask you this question. What is more American than striving, than yearning to live in a republic that actually follows its own fucking rules? A republic that actually follows its own dreams and principles. A republic that actually attempts to build what it says. I'd say that even though I personally hate America and am not patriotic, I will argue that that is a very patriotic thing, to want to live in that system. The system that they taught us in schools, the one that they lied to us about, the one that you grew up. If you're white, if you're black, you probably knew that already. But if you're white, you probably grew up thinking you lived in a constitutional republic under the guise of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But that was a lie. That was bull fucking shit. So I say this: what is there more patriotic and American than wanting to live in the world that we were taught existed, right? So I don't know what exactly the methodology of going forward would be to get a new constitutional convention. All I know is this one we have right now is garbage. It is garbage. It is beyond worthless. It is a joke. It is a joke. It is a joke that people pretend that the Constitution matters. The same motherfuckers swearing an oath to the Constitution are the same motherfuckers sending kidnappers to steal your fucking child while they're walking home from school, to shoot a child's mother as she's driving home from dropping her kid off of school. Okay? Because this is not a republic, and this is not a constitutional republic. This is a thugocracy. This is a pedocracy. This is a rapeocracy. That's what we live in. And I don't want to live in a rapeocracy. Okay? I want to live in something much better. Now, again, I will, full disclosure, okay? I'm a little bit of a communist, all right? A little bit. All right? I'm a little bit. So we can argue, is a republic even a valid form of government? Should we make a new form of government? That's a whole separate conversation that I'm more in on too. But for the sake of argument, I think people should take up the mantle of creating a new constitutional republic on American soil, because whether or not we want to acknowledge it, the old one ain't here anymore. We can argue when it disappeared. Maybe it was the Alien and Sedition Acts of the late 1790s. Maybe that's when this republic ended. Maybe it was the Civil War. Maybe it was Reconstruction. Maybe it was the post-Grant corrupt bargain that ended Reconstruction. I don't know what. Maybe it was stealing the election in 2000. Maybe it was stealing the election in 2004. A little bit more contested. I don't know how to feel about that one, but if I'm going to guess whether or not it was stolen, I'm just going to guess that they stole it. If it's unclear, I'm just going to assume that they stole it. But again, I think it's long past time. I think it's long past time to have the conversation. Where do we go from here? Is trying every single Trumper, everyone in the Trump regime, is holding them in a trial, is that enough? Because what is preventing Gavin Newsom from getting in there and drone striking babies in Gaza from the Situation Room? How do we prevent something like this from happening again? All right? How do we do that? We just abolish the whole fucking thing and start over. Now, that leads into a more difficult thing, right? Well, what about the interim government? What does an interim government look like? Well, personally, I welcome our future Emperor Lord Xi Jinping to look after our continent while we try to pick up our pieces and make a new government. If there's going to be an interim government, it should be operated by someone else, not an American. All right? I'm just saying, okay? I think that this country needs a 10 to 20 year occupation by the world while we get our shit together and create a new republic. That's what I believe. That, to me, is the bare minimum of what I value, or of what I view as the way forward. Because just trying all the Trump regime people, that's not enough. Just trying everyone in ICE, that's not enough. Okay? Just trying all the Democrats and Republicans who gave aid and comfort to the insurrectionists, that's not enough. The rot goes back much, much further, okay? And I really, sincerely do not see a future that is prosperous for anyone on this planet as long as this constitutional republic, or whatever it's called, maintains its power. I just don't see it. I see it as getting much, much worse very, very quickly. Unless the world steps in, puts an end to this American republic, and then we Americans get back to the drawing board and start over. Because let's be honest, living in a republic that was founded by and written by slave owners, let's be honest, okay? Not a great thing to do in the first place, okay? A lot of contradictions that we have lived with our entire lives as American citizens, U.S. citizens, right? I say, let's stop the cognitive dissonance and let's build something new, something better that can actually follow the principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Thank you for listening to my speech. Questions, comments, or concerns in the chat. If you have questions, comments, or concerns, please, please let me know if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. I got chapped lips. I don't know if anyone can see it. I don't know how visible it is, but I got like, look at that. Chapped lip situation. It's not good. It's not good. Anyone out there got chapped lips? Terrible. You make one mistake. You forget the fucking lip balm one time, and then you're done for like 2 weeks. It's over. Thank you, Groove Dragon. I personally would say the Declaration and the Constitution are both of the founding documents. I believe that they're both important, but you're correct. Thank you for clarifying. I would say that they're the yin and the yang to the foundational documents, so thank you. I'm trying to make a rhetorical point, motherfucker. All right? So yeah, on this note, the legal system is a giant mess in this country. It's always been an apartheid system. Are you black? If so, you have no rights. Are you white? If so, you might have rights. Let me check your bank account. That's how the legal system in this country works. I think we need an entirely new legal system. But again, one thing about being a lawyer is basically is you are a historian of legal cases, right? So you just know a lot about legal precedent and so on and so forth. I think we're going to need a lot of those people if we want to move forward. But honestly, I think a lot of lawyers need to lose their jobs. And also, in my opinion, lawyers that manipulate and bend the law for their own gain, I think that that's a do not pass go situation. I think that you should be thrown in jail for that kind of stuff. Like it's same thing with a cop. If you're a cop and you don't protect and serve, do not pass go, motherfucker. Sorry. Don't care. But anyway, thank you for watching my show. Coming up next is usually Left of the Box, but Left of the Box is not here this week. And so we will be playing some other show. I think it's another show. It's some show. There's a show coming up. It's a pre-recorded show. So, pre-recorded. They already recorded it. But anyway, hopefully everyone except Groove Dragon enjoyed my show. Groove Dragon, just to be honest with you, if I were you, I'd also be a nitpick. And so I'll give you that one, okay? You got me. But everyone else, I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you all for watching. And I'm just gonna go now. I'm just gonna leave now.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening. And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records ain't sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's more like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push, cause this in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got young, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who. They want you to comply.
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy to see all of your lovely faces and the faces of the people in the chat that I'm imagining right now.
Yeah.
We should be multi-streaming on
see you.
Twitch.
I'm doing that right now.
Thank you, Lance. Okay. Yeah, all the Twitch people, if you're watching on Twitch, Lance is going to cross the streams.
I'm going to try and use all the chat.
Yes.
We're going to cross streams.
All the
Never
chat.
been done before. Yeah, it's been done before.
I also reset my alert on Twitch. Apparently, for the past 8 months, every time I went live on Twitch, it said I was playing Splitgate. So, clearly, that has not been the case for 8 months. So hopefully, people actually watch my Twitch stream now. We'll see.
Maybe you were getting some gaming streamers that came in and they got radicalized, and now they're super, super progressive.
I don't. My Twitch streams don't normally get many people. So if I radicalize anybody, it's been 2 at a time. But every little bit helps, I guess.
Yeah.
So I think this moment enough is radicalizing everything every single day. Though I gotta say, this week I felt I wouldn't say hope, but I felt a little better. Just seeing more of an accept, the Carney speech, I think really was good. And in my video I discussed, as a Canadian, there were criticisms in terms of his actions before that speech. But it really was. It's like a marker of the U.S. I'm sorry, no offense to the Americans here, but
none taken. The
U.S. is done. The U.S. power over
what?
The rest.
How dare you, USA?
In terms of its influence around the world and the lies around how the UN applies its standards, or I should say how the U.S. applies its standards within the UN, and of course it has veto power. That needs to be fully just recognized, and we need to just move on from having the U.S. be a leader in any kind of way.
Mm-hmm. It really felt like Carney's speech to me was a turning point, where for the first time it really signaled they're actually done fucking around with us once and for all.
Turning point USA.
Indeed, the new turning point, if you will. But like it really felt like that was him sticking a fork in the old world order that Trump just kind of tore up. And even though I'm an American, it was really cathartic to see that, because I just don't know how this is acceptable to see just one crazy ass fucking man terrorize all these other countries, threatening tariffs on 8 EU countries because they don't want him to steal Greenland, even though he just signed an agreement with them last year. And it's like tariffs on, tariffs off. Like, you can't deal with this. So there's no reason to ever engage with the United States ever again if you're another country, because they're just going to like betray you, and they're not good faith negotiators. And the thing that really, I think, set in for me is how permanent this is. Because even if we get some sane person in 4 years, assuming we have free and fair elections, like, it's only a matter of time before we get a different fascist in, and you just can't trust us. So why would you stake the stability of your economy on such an unreliable actor? And so it was really cathartic to watch Carney just kind of like burn it all down. Like, I was really cheering on the rest of the world in that speech. I'm like, yeah, go further, man. Fucking sanction us. Fuck us up, man. Fuck us up.
There's a great piece in the American Prospect from Ryan Cooper who goes on. It's a piece about how other countries should be opposing the Mad King. And one of them, I screenshot it on Twitter and Blue Sky. It's essentially sanction the billionaires that support Trump, like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, whoever it is. Like, there's like a list of like 6 of them. Ensure these people can no longer fly to other democratic countries, like European countries or Canada, that they be sanctioned by. Like, hold their money, ensure that there's limits on their ability to control their companies in these other countries. Like, if you go to that length to actually disrupt the billionaires that back Donald Trump, at the very least, it will make them angry, which will make me happy. Like,
Yeah.
Even if Trump doesn't care what's happening to them, if you make it unpopular to support this man and continue to funnel money into him or be at his side, if you at the very least make that unpopular, we could have some progress here, maybe in some way. Like, that is a great idea, and I'm not sure why it hasn't been floated yet. If he really went through with Greenland, I think that's something that maybe we could have gotten to. I think at this point, people are still kind of just hoping not to poke the bear too much, as long as he's not going to be doing anything outlandish like military invasion of Greenland. Then they're going to kind of keep their powder dry for now. But if he tries something again like that, or something worse, you have to go to that length at the very least. Sanctions are should be like the first step, really.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing that's so crazy is that he won't stop. Before the Davos meeting, there was a photo of him in the Oval Office with some of his cronies, and there was like a map of the U.S., Canada, and Greenland, and it was all just like American flag over it. American flag over Canada, American flag over Greenland. It really reminded me of when Netanyahu shared that flag of the Greater Israel Project, where like most of the Middle East was under, Israel's control. Like, we're looking at somebody who actually wants to do Hitlerian fascist conquest, and nobody is safe. And what I find so particularly insane, I can't even process this, is, you all know, at his Davos speech, which is unhinged, predictably so, he kept mistaking Greenland for Iceland. Yeah. But now Iceland is on the table, so that way he doesn't look stupid. So like, there's an Intercept article about that, and how now there's an actual threat to Iceland because he made a mistake. Said it. Yeah, so if he accidentally says Canada or
he meant it all along. He just happened to soft launch it during his Davos speech without really acknowledging it until afterwards when they made it up. So fucking ridiculous.
It's just, I can't take, how, I just don't understand. Assuming he leaves office in 2028, how can we deal with this for 3 more years? And it's not just us, right? Like, Americans, to an extent, we kind of deserve it because we brought this upon ourselves. But how can the rest of the world deal with this complete and utter dipshit for 3 more years? I just feel so bad because nobody else has a say. Dumbass Americans thrusted him upon the world after he tried to overthrow the election, after knowing how crazy he was, and now everybody has to deal with our bullshit. And I feel like eternally just apologetic to the rest of the world for what we fucking did.
I will mention
apologetic.
that.
I didn't do shit. I had nothing.
You should feel, Bender. You should feel as bad as Mike. I want to see you apologize to me.
I'm not apologizing for shit. I warned everybody about this guy.
I I did watch a Kyle Kalinske video before we went live, where he's actually watching another video, but it's this guy talks to a doctor who
I saw that too.
I know it's obvious bullshit, but it made me feel good for a second. This doctor gives Trump 2 to 4 months left to live. I was like, yes. he thinks he apparently has like, I don't know, some liver disease or something like that's really gonna damage him like in the short term. He's already been dealing with. He already had a stroke back in September apparently when he's gone for a week, and that showed in his face. So I'm like, yes, I'm just believing in all these conspiracy. I don't care. I don't care if it's all bullshit. It makes me feel good in the moment. Yes, only 2 months left. Let's go.
I will say I rolled my eyes very hard when Kyle said that he's a physical therapist. I'm like, oh, come on. But I will say the things that he said were very similar to what my dad experienced. My dad also had swollen ankles and he had congestive heart failure. So that actually does track with what that guy says. But that's not necessarily a death sentence. Like my dad, who also was in kidney failure, he lived like multiple years after that. And I'm thankful for that, but just like to let people know, it doesn't seem like that's an imminent threat to Trump's life. So, I'll let you all have your hopium because, when we all see that headline, we're all going to have some feelings and, but I think that a lot of it is wishful thinking. I think that the guy,
100% is wishful thinking.
He kind of discredited himself by making a prediction like that because like in 2 to 4 months, then it's going to be clear that.
Yeah.
And doctors don't do that. Like doctors aren't like, you're going to die in 2 to 4 months unless like that's their patient and they're like, yes, death is imminent. You are on hospice now. Here's what we're going to do to make you
and it's funny, but whenever I hear that, I always hear, and then they lived 5 more years. Like the doctor gave me 2 months and I lived 5 years.
Yeah.
That's the only time I ever hear about doctor predictions.
Exactly.
You mean legitimate doctors don't analyze patients through a television?
That's the thing. If somebody is making all of these sweeping claims about a patient that they're not actually physically seeing, it's not to be taken seriously. I mean, sure, here and there you have experts who are like, well, my patients experience this, and then so, him experiencing that, maybe it's the same thing. Sure. And that's kind of what this guy did. But I think that when you get a little bit too hyperbolic with it, you crush our hopium. Like give us a little bit more of a conservative estimate so that way we're not feeling as like, I don't know, scorned when you tell us something like that. Because if you say like a couple years, right? Sure. What'd you say?
I said he's got med beds too. So I mean,
this is a good
bed, yeah.
This conversation is a good segue to let everyone know about our guest today. We have a chiropractor on who says that Donald Trump has just days to live.
Chiropractors, during COVID, they were definitely they were sharing their expertise quite a bit about the vaccines.
And ready for this one. We've also spoken to a dentist who shared with us that Donald Trump has some cavities that he has not dealt with yet. And we gotta
and that's not a death sentence. That's not a death sentence.
The fact that Trump can still stand for like 2 hours and give a speech, he's
drugs.
He's probably got some years left. Like if you're really near death, if you're 2 to 4 months, like going to die in 2 to 4 months, you're not standing up for an hour giving a speech like in the same spot. I just don't think that's.
Also, I'm just not.
That's all happening.
I just don't think that's going to solve anything. Being that the Republicans will still be in power, or JD Vance will become president. If this would have happened,
it might break the spell though. The cult spell, the cult of personality spell that some of these people have.
I mean, without a doubt, when he's gone, and by gone I mean just out of the picture, doesn't necessarily mean he passes away. Just when he's done, absolutely, they're going to be people who just step out of politics all completely. I don't even consider them to be involved in politics, but they'll step out of talking about it and being involved as a form of entertainment completely. I mean, if you just look at like the basic trends of like people's attention span and what like is the hot topic for whatever, Trump has already outlasted what I thought it would be. But I guess that's what happens when you have that pause in your presidency of 4 years and you don't really go away and then you become president again. It extends your relevance in your run, right? I mean, think of Obama. Like he disappeared from the public eye pretty quickly after he was was done being president. I mean, yeah, I know he still pops up every now and then, but in terms of like relevant to the daily like news cycle, not relevant at all. I thought Trump would be the same eventually, but and he will be. But unfortunately, I still say the best thing that would have happened is if Trump was going to, if we could predict the future and knew Trump was going to, without a doubt, have a second term, should have just fucking let him do it in 2020.
Yeah, that would have been the best time to do it, for sure.
Yeah,
there'd be no January 6th. There would be no, election denial claims. It would be done by now. We'd have some neoliberal in charge, maybe a progressive. 8 years of Trump in a row that would kind of take its toll as the Bush years did.
He would be forced to own all of what happened to the economy and what happened to the world economy. I mean, I also think he wouldn't be out for revenge because there wouldn't have been the whole thing of trying to hold him responsible for the crimes he committed because he was president.
Yeah. One thing that I will say to give people hope with regard to his health is that I am predicting that he's going to live much, much, much longer. Like he's still got at least a decade ahead of him, but all of my predictions are wrong. So like the opposite of what I predict always happens. So if you could Nostradamus me.
Yeah, whoa. That's something I got a feeling. I'm excited now.
Does that mean your politics are wrong too, though?
No, just predictions. Just predictions.
Just predictions. Okay.
Because political prognosticators are best not dealing in predictions. I think probability is safer, right? Where like there's a percentage that this happens. Not that I'm a fucking statistician, but like there's just no certainty in the world anymore, especially when we're dealing with such volatility. Like when it comes to the 2024 election, the whole election, especially after the DNC convention, I really felt in my gut that Kamala was going to lose. And towards the end, I huffed all of the hopium that everybody else was.
I think everyone was doing that. Everyone was just like sick of Biden and the Biden administration's role in Gaza and the idea that Trump could win. And then everybody, including myself, put on these rose-colored glasses of Kamala even being in a centimeter better than Biden was exciting.
Yeah.
Because of how bad Biden and the alternative is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I really bought into it. I thought it was going to be.
Who didn't? Everyone bought into
on the day of the election, I had that gut feeling again where it's like, oh, it feels like 2016. I don't know what it is. There's something in the air. I can't articulate what's happening, but I just feel it. And
I mean, listen, I was someone who saw 2016 and didn't see this one. I really thought better of people. I thought better of people. I thought better of people. I thought, we existed through Trump already. Biden was no great shakes, but no one wants to go back to that Trump era. And lo and behold, I was completely wrong. Not only did people want to go back to not only did some people want to go back to that Trump era, more people that wanted to go back to that era of Trump than the people who originally voted him in 2016.
Right. And I saw family members went from being anti-Trump to pro-Trump in 2024. I mean, that just says everything about Americans.
But those same people are now
a lot of stupidity. For one.
But those same people, and I don't mean on an individual basis, but numbers wise, in terms of like approval ratings and stuff, those same people now fucking hate him again and disapprove.
Right.
I mean, the lesson here is that the vast majority of the voting American public are
fucking stupid. Yes.
Absolutely.
Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I feel like stupid is too kind. Because like sometimes I just sit there and I stew. I'm like, I will never ever forgive Americans for what the fuck they did. Like I hate Americans forever. I am gonna say I'm Canadian. I'm so sorry, Canadians. I know that you don't want anything to do with us. I'm just gonna say I'm Canadian. I'm sorry if that offends you.
You can be Canadian. That's fine.
It did make me.
I mean, you're already apologizing. You're halfway there.
That's true.
You basically are.
Did you catch the accent as well? Sorry.
Also, you really start to understand like how easy how easy it is for people to get scammed. Like you always wonder, like, oh, how do so many people fall for scams? And then you have, like, for example, we were on the Majority Report today. We were watching this video of Anna Kasparian apologizing for getting the Trump thing wrong.
Oh yeah.
And Emma was looking over, and Matt pulled up videos, and we were looking over what Anna had said previously. And like one of her things was why she wasn't so worried about Trump was because she didn't believe Project 2025 was going to happen.
I remember
because Trump said it wasn't going to happen. He had nothing to do with it. And it's like,
this man lies all the time, and you think he's telling the truth. That like what?
You covered this guy for fucking like 10 years, and you knew he lied all the time. And then all of a sudden, because things happened, COVID happened, and you hated Biden, all of a sudden you fucking forget history and everything you experienced and just fucking latch onto a new thing. And it's clear. I'm not just saying this to knock Anna Kasparian, although that's fun to do.
It's okay to knock her, though, to be clear.
But I'm just saying, like, how easy it is for people to fucking fall for shit, because all they gotta fucking do is really want to believe in something, and then they want to get scammed. Like, they want to believe the fucking scam is true, so they throw their whole self into it, knowing they're gonna get scammed, or back in the back of their mind knowing they get scammed, but they still fucking do it anyway. It's unbelievable.
And what's crazy is that she created her own more narrow definition of fascism when her and Cenk were debating whether or not he was a fascist. And she was like, no, he's not a fascist. Cenk was like, but he tried to overthrow the election. And she's like, but did he succeed? And then later on, she posted a working definition of fascism on Twitter, and it was like, fascism is about conquest. And then, like, as soon as Trump takes office like that, he's like, I want Greenland, I want Canada, I want that country, I want this country. And every single day, like, I'm sitting there thinking, like, Anna, we're gonna look.
Yeah, but has he succeeded? He doesn't have Greenland, so maybe he's not a fascist. Actually,
I love the idea that someone's political compass or ideology is based on whether or not they actually succeed. Because if that's actually the baseline, then there are no fucking political ideologies except neoconservatism and neoliberalism, because none of the other ones exist anywhere in reality. Like you can't be a communist. Where's communism right now? Oh, you can't be a socialist. Where's socialism? There's actual socialism right now, not like liberal countries with a robust social safety net. Real socialism doesn't exist. You can't be a socialist. You could literally go down the line for everything and say, oh, that's not there. That doesn't exist. That person can't be that because it's nowhere to be found.
Mm-hmm. I will just say, I appreciate that Anna admitted that she's wrong and apologized, because it's very hard to do that. I've done it multiple times. It sucks because you don't want to eat shit, especially in front of thousands of people. With that being said, though, if she really wants to continue down this arc, what I hope is an arc of redemption, she absolutely needs a fucking mea culpa and all of the transphobia that she spewed. She went in on trans people.
I don't think
so much fucking damage.
If
she doesn't do that, I don't accept shit from her. I'm happy to see growth, but that transphobia that she spewed, there needs to be accountability. She needs to hold herself accountable if she's truly trying to get back in the good graces of the left-wing audience, which she abandoned because she thought that the gravy train on the right would, be more lucrative, but it wasn't.
There's no coming back from that for someone of her stature and background. We're not talking about some uneducated guy or girl from middle America who never met a trans person and was just learning about this stuff from the right wing, and that's their first entry to trans people, and they fell for this shit, and they met trans people and learned and wanted to change their ways. No, this is someone who we were watching a video from also in the Majority Report from 2016 of her literally arguing for trans people to use the bathroom or locker room that matches their gender identity. Fucking a heartfelt pushback against the right wing attacks against trans people, and then for her 4, 5, 6 years later to do a 180 and say trans people shouldn't be in my locker room because, as she said to Bill Maher, I don't want to fucking see dicks in my gym locker room. I mean, there's no coming back from that.
Like, Anna, I don't think trans people want to see your
like
droopy ass
no.
pussy in the locker room either. Don't flatter yourself.
Well,
like, it's
hold
so
on.
disgusting.
No one, including
do that. No, we don't gotta-
men, want to see dicks when they're going to the bathroom. People just want to go to the bathroom, right?
Do you think I want to see an old man saggy
universally,
balls?
Yeah, it's not a gotcha to be like, hey, by the way, I don't want to see a penis when I go to the bathroom. It's like no one wants to. I don't want to see strangers' dicks. I just want to go to the bathroom and leave. That's it.
I mean,
It's the same thing they said about gay men. Gay men can't be in locker rooms because they're not going to be able to help themselves. They're going to be staring
That's
at
true.
other men's.
That's
It's like,
true.
bro, when I'm in the
They
locker
just
room,
charge it straight.
I'm not looking at anybody
The
else's
Rudo
dick.
style.
Right, it's so
I'm a-
fucking like old in terms of like the transphobia, homophobia that she was spewing. It's so old and dated.
I'm a guy who uses the men's restroom, and I don't go in there looking for dicks. I mean, I don't know why who's doing that. Like, in fact, if I see someone's penis in the men's restroom, something is very wrong because that shouldn't be happening.
Right.
something is off. It has nothing to do with trans people or gender identity or anything. Something is wrong if you go into a bathroom and see any other individual's private parts except for your own.
They literally think that gay dudes walk into the bathroom and we're like, oh, what you got there, fella? Wow, that's great. That's like, bro, there was a huge like row of urinals. There was probably like 7 or 8, and I was peeing in like the very far end of one. And then this dude comes in and pees right next to me, and I was offended. But like in their worldview, they'd be like, oh no, I would be the one doing that because I gotta take a little peek at the dick. Not that I could just like Google dick or look down if I wanted to see a fucking dick. It's like the oldest form of like bigotry towards queer people, and she was spewing that shit on the regular. She also was talking
Also,
about
the idea though that if you go into a bathroom though and you do like in Mike's scenario there, like you go to a restroom and some guy uses the urinal right next to you, and like he's showing off his penis to you very obviously, and you look over and you're like, oh, whew, for a second I thought you were trans. Thank God I'm looking at a cis male's dick. I mean, no, that's not
Race is subverted.
like, is it just me or do people not just like look straight ahead and not like look at like I just feel like people mind their own business, at least for the most part. Not everybody does that, but like I mind my own business. I look straight ahead. So I don't understand. Like I kind of feel like it's a little bit of projection where Anna is like in the locker room herself and she's thinking, oh, look at her titties. And because of that, she thinks trans people are doing the same thing. We're like, oh, they're looking at me. They're checking me out. It's like, listen, most people, like normal people, don't fucking do that. So when you assume that people do that, I feel like you're kind of like projecting.
Yeah, it's
what
sort of
you do.
like
not in.
It's admitting that you have done that before. Like, why?
Right.
Otherwise, why are you looking at people's private parts? Like, why is this on your mind? Like,
Right. And I'm not saying that Anna is being perverted if she's projecting. I'm just saying that she probably is just like curious looking. But like most people don't do that. I think they mind their own business and they keep their heads down. So it's just I'm really mad that she went that low towards trans people, because especially after like what you all were saying, she was such a fucking like ride or die ally. Even before the birthing person moment, there was like 6 months before that where she was talking about how important it was for alternate language or inclusive language. When Professor Kiara Bridges, she was talking to, I think, Josh Hawley, and she used the term people with the capacity for pregnancy. And Anna was like, this is just a distraction, this complaining about that. And then like 6 months later, she does the same fucking thing.
You could literally like play videos of her arguing against herself, like because she had made the other arguments, and now she's fighting it. Like, it's just so stupid. I don't get how someone. I mean, she had at one point said that she started listening to more right wing podcasts to get like an idea of what they're talking about. I think what ended up happening, they ended up like just changing her mind. Like they ended up, like,
that's
you know what I
not
mean?
that's not possible unless you're a moron. Like, for you to be able to listen to something like that.
I mean, the fact that she's admitting she was wrong about Trump, I think it shows it wasn't a play for the right wing. It was, she legitimately was not afraid.
I don't think it shows that.
Binder,
I don't think it shows
a long time ago. Do you remember when you said you don't think that like they respect their own audience? I think it's that. Like the way you were describing Jake anyway. I was like that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they did make some sort of play. Maybe not full. Maybe they didn't want to be a full-on right-wing audience. A full right-wing show. But it did seem like they were going for some sort of like I don't know about they, because I'm not that familiar with how far Cenk went, because I knew he
on
would argue
Trump.
with
Cenk, I
Anna
think, has been
sometime.
pretty consistent. I don't think he was.
Yeah,
he was the one arguing against Anna,
But,
saying
I mean,
that
but
Trump's a
Anna,
fascist.
I mean, but Anna was going on like Bill Maher. She's doing that show where she's like the left leaning person with a bunch of right wingers, meaning she's just the most left leaning right winger, which basically puts her center. I mean, like I think she did make this play thinking that there was a few months where it looked like right during that election season, right smack dab around the election, where I mean, even like the New Yorker magazine or something, their January issue had that photo of one of those like young Trump inauguration parties, and it was like the new cool or something like that. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
There was a very short-lived time frame, literally just a few months, where people thought, and you see some people who didn't get that message, that you're jumping on the train late, it's not cool anymore, you missed that few month span where you could have rode that gravy train, Nicki Minaj, but I mean
right.
That's what I think she saw. There was a small time frame where being a Trump supporter was cool, and it just unfortunately so happened that weird time frame where young people thought Trump and being a Trump supporter was cool just happened to be right during the 2024 presidential election. If that happened any earlier or any later, they would have got over it before the election, and maybe things would have been different.
She was never treating him as cool, though. She just wasn't treating him as the threat that he always was. She kept downplaying his threat.
I mean, she
was never in
went on
support of him.
She never was full on support of him. But do you not remember her going out there saying how she has these MAGA neighbors who are so kind, and it made her rethink how MAGA people are.
She met a
And
MAGA
it's like-
person for the first time.
And it's like, but like I know MAGA people, I know conservatives, I know people who just were Trump supporters who live in your neighbors or whatever, and you just act cordial to them. You don't talk politics, and life goes on. I think they're decent people outside of politics. I think they're fucking insane for voting for Trump. But you know, it doesn't make me, a MAGA supporter was kind to me. Maybe I think differently about Trump now. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
And if you're the person working in politics and political media, you should be the one influencing the rando neighbor who's a Trump supporter, not the other way around.
Yeah.
So there was some other stuff that happened this week that I really, really enjoyed. Maybe this was last week, actually. So I'm not sure who all saw this. I didn't see anybody else make videos about this, but our boy Kyle Kulinski went on Piers Morgan, and he butt fucked Michael Knowles hard.
They allowed that on air?
It was
I'm not sure I would have used that phrase specifically.
I'm gonna pull it up really quick so we can see
It was a good
highlights.
moment,
for it.
I don't know. I feel like the new Kyle, the new and improved Kyle Kulinski would endorse that. I think he would come right out. Yeah, dark woke Kyle.
Kyle,
I think he would just come out. If they were on, if they both of them went on Piers Morgan again, I think he would be like, "Hey man, remember that time? Remember the last time when I butt fucked you?"
Michael Knowles' bussy lips were hanging to the floor.
Oh
after
my
Kyle
Mike,
was done with
you
him.
every time I think that you've you've hit a new.
Oh, he goes further.
I have so much more.
You gotta watch the
You
daily
have no
videos.
idea.
He's really ramped up the snark in the latest 2 Minutes Report episode.
All right, let's do it.
Oh,
Let's
I'm
do it.
so unhinged. I'm basically like, I'm still taking my meds, but you wouldn't think so because I've kind of lost my shit. But yeah, this is the part. So there's a couple of moments where Kyle goes toe to toe with them. He didn't speak much, but when he did talk, he went in. I think this is the first part where he calls Michael Knowles a cuck.
International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva
And of course-
Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, excuse me, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal.
Yes, those
Piggyback off of
exist,
World
but
War II.
international laws, the jus gentium goes back to antiquity. However,
And the
unfortunately, a
League
lot
of
of our
Nations
liberal
was
friends think
useless,
history
so that's why
began
we had the
a few
UN.
decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Convention.
Right, I'm talking about millennia
because we
ago,
looked
not
at
merely a
piles
century
of
ago. But
millions
it's true,
of
Woodrow
dead
Wilson
bodies,
failed
and
with
we
the
said
League of
that's a
Nations.
bad idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
Oh, so
well,
good.
there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act I thought was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the the administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
my problem is that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you say
and
that?
You know that what he's doing in
I just answered your
and
question.
you don't care.
I just answered your question. And I corrected
Congratulations. You rented your brain to a war criminal pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? Do you brought up a point? You brought up international law.
Oh, it's so good.
And you made a very false point, a
They
dumb
know.
point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago.
Oh my God.
I corrected you, and I pointed out that the international law is part of the Western tradition. That, excuse me, one second. It goes back to antiquity. It's a principle of the use.
Press pause for 1 second.
You
Though.
said, well,
I love how the Piers Morgan show knew something was going to happen here once Kyle started saying something, and they were like, "Cut to the side by side with just these two for a while."
Every time. Oh, they know. It's hot trash. They know. They always do that.
They're staying on them for longer than I thought. Usually, Piers Morgan would interject at some point, but he's letting them go. They gotta continue.
The meat riding comment, Kyle. I'm so proud.
Well, it's great to juxtapose this with Gavin Newsom and Ben Shapiro, right? Because Gavin Newsom is the one everyone's saying is doing this quote unquote dark woke, and he's going so hard, and I can't believe that. But the second he's like sitting across from Ben Shapiro, he's like, "Oh, I agree, we shouldn't abolish ICE," and also
because he's not the one. Because he's not the one behind it. Someone's running his social media account. It's not him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So it's a fabrication, and as soon as he is more of a public figure during the
and
campaign,
pressed on issues, yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's. I mean, we all knew Gavin Newsom's not the person.
He better not be the person. I will say that some people who are kind of getting involved in politics because of Trump don't really know how bad he is. Like I included the clip of Gavin Newsom in my video today, and I saw a comment about how, I didn't actually know that he did all that and was, against abolishing ICE and was cozying up to right wingers. So this little perception of him as a Boy Scout, I think it will probably go away once the primaries start.
Yeah.
And Rebecca just joined us. Hey,
Hi.
Rebecca. Nice to see you.
Hi, guys.
We are watching Kyle Kulinski destroy Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire for meat riding Trump too hard.
Okay. Should we replay the piece that we just saw so she could see it?
Yeah, I do. I think it's worth watching again. Let me go back a little bit.
In Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you
watch
hop
Michael
off
Knowles'
the Trump
face.
train,
He's
or are you going to
actually
tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
Visibly shaken.
There have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right
Like
about
smile on his face.
99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act I thought
Such
was a
a cuck.
misstep. But I would say the
Such a
rest.
cuck.
Excuse me. I would say the rest of the
Such a cuck.
the administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
My
your
problem is that
criticism?
you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you
and
say
you
that?
know that what he's doing in
I just answered your
imperialism and you don't
question.
care.
I just answered your question. And I
99.78%.
corrected
Congratulations. You rented your
misstatements that
brain
you made.
to a war criminal pedophile rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal pedophile rapist? Do you brought
Did I
up a
stutter?
point? You brought up international law, and you made a very false point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago. I corrected you, and I pointed out that the international law is part of the Western tradition. That, excuse me, one second. It goes back to antiquity.
It goes back to antiquity.
I can't stand Michael Knowles his attempt to intellectualize Trump. Fuck off. Give me a fucking break. This is all performance bullshit. I can't stand these people. Anyone that goes on TV to defend Trump should have dipshit in their chyron. You can't. Yes. There's no defending him. Even these gay I hate this fucking show, the Piers Morgan show, because they have these fake debates. Oh, this side says fascism's great. This side says it's bad. No, fuck off. This is the same debates about climate change. You can't have a debate about reality. Like there's shit that's happening. People are dying. Either you are for people being rounded up and thrown in prison and shot in the face for doing nothing, or you're like, if you're for that, then you shouldn't be allowed on television. We should not hear your opinion because you're a piece of shit. Like all of Piers Morgan's show is so like this phony like attempt at, oh, we're just discussing these ideas and we have some debates. Like, no, fuck off. You are furthering. You continue to further push bullshit that does not deserve a debate. For months, this guy debated the genocide in Gaza as if there was a debate about it. There was no debate about it. There's reality and there's fake.
Yeah. And
anyways,
I give Kyle credit because this kind of environment, I feel like I wouldn't be able to think in this kind of an environment. Like you all know, I was invited to Piers Morgan a couple of months back, just once, and it was not even a question. I was going to reject it because I feel like this is so like, it's so stupid and Jerry Springer-esque that I wouldn't know how to even respond. Like if I saw Michael Knowles and they did like the side by side, I'd just be like, and like spit at the camera or something, try to spit in his face. Because I like, how are you supposed to respond to this? Like, this is not a normal human being. This is a fucking drone who's just parroting talking points that billionaire sugar daddies pay him to say. So I just feel like you can't even engage with them. So the best thing that you can do is do what Kyle did and just humiliate them. Because I think that if you can't actually have a good faith debate with these people because they're bad faith, then humiliating them is the next best thing. So if I were in that predicament, I'd probably just like get kicked off because I just call them the F slur because I think it's unironically hilarious when a gay person calls a straight person the F slur. So I'd probably just do that and see if they kick me off.
On these type of panels, I think that it is, that's why I stopped doing them, because having to sit on them and like just be in constant debate with people who are not like-minded, and you know that it's going to go nowhere, and you're going to be the one because you're trying to call out stupid in somebody and they're just like, what are you talking about? Like, Trump is a god. Like, Trump is intelligent. Like, how are you not? Like, did you not hear what I said? Like, I just said that he, you know, what he's done for the country. And you're like, he's done nothing for the country. Like, here's that. Well, can you point that out where? Like, they really sit there. And I've done that so much that I decided
it's exhausting.
I wouldn't do it anymore. It's very exhausting. And I reject every opportunity that I get. And I think people have gotten, you know, the gist of it now. I'm not doing them. I don't like it. It's crazy. And Piers Morgan will... He knows that, and this is how they used to lure me in years and years ago. They used to be like, oh, but, you know, you're going to be on there. It's going to be some other people who are like-minded on there, you know, and you guys just get on and have a healthy debate, you know, or just answer the questions and we can move on. They will literally bait it so that you and that person can just go at it the whole time, and then that'll be the show. So that's what I feel like Piers Morgan does. He doesn't really interject, and he allows them to be very Jerry Springer-esque, and that's literally the problem. So a lot of people think this is a great opportunity. I'm going on Piers Morgan, and they get on there, and they are veins is popping out. Like either they're cussing out Piers Morgan or they're cussing out somebody else who's on the panel. So yeah, it's sometimes very counterproductive, or it's like you get a good, you know, a viral moment for reading somebody their rights. But these people who are Trump supporters who go on there, this is their moment to shine, baby. Like this is their time. So
yeah, they always end up sharing the clips later on. It's like they go on a different platform to perform for their particular audience. Nobody really gets a lot out of this. Yeah. So I think that you have to recognize what that is and respond in a similar fashion, which is why I think that what Kyle did is so effective. And it's why I think, even to his credit, Cenk Uygur is really effective. When he was yelling at like an IDF agent or a former IDF spokesperson or whatever, and when he was yelling at Randy Fine, that was really, really effective because there's not really a way to convince anybody. So the best you could do is just like get your point across as loudly and forcefully as you can. And that's the only way you can be successful on this kind of a format.
He was also factually correct, by the way. Like, he was pointing out the fact that like a lot of these people who pretend to be nationalist or America first, all those types, they're all 180 and being like, you know, more blood for Blood King. Let's get in. We took out Venezuela. Greenland's next. Canada, Mexico, Europe, like all this shit. Like all of them. And by the way, they're all just like millionaire podcasters who are not going to be like drafting their sons to fight on the ice in Greenland. Like, are you fucking kidding me? They're just going to sit there and keep collecting money while they're actually inflaming like, you know, actual war war and civil fighting, and it's fucked.
Yeah. There's a couple of other moments. I think this is the next exchange. I can't remember if it's from Kyle and somebody else or Kyle and Knowles, but I'm not sure I think this is about ICE.
You know, I talked about both sides taking sort of implacable, incendiary positions. You compared ICE agents to Nazis, described the officer as an ICE thug who murdered a woman on camera by shooting her in the face. I mean, you're determining there that what we have watched with our own eyes, because we've got the benefit of seeing all the videos, is somebody making a deliberate calculation to murder that woman for no reason.
I think he did. And
Why
I
would
think
you
if
do
study
that?
the video closely, well, I'll explain it to you. So first of all,
Because he's
these
a
guys
fucking
are all
murderer,
straight
that's
up
why.
Freaks. Let's point that out. That these are like Proud Boys and white nationalists and the dregs of society who have now been given a gun and a badge.
Well, that's a
And if you
ridiculous
watch the video
generalization.
closely,
And
you
again,
can-
I don't
Hold
know.
on,
That
all right. Let me finish.
that kind of generalization doesn't help your argument. You sound equally deranged.
No. I don't care about convincing you guys with your cult of fake nuance. I care about speaking to the American people who saw with
God
their eyes
forbid we
what's
should have
happening.
nuance.
Yeah, because it's fake nuance. That's the problem. You have J.D. Vance out there saying that this guy, it should have absolute immunity. Absolute immunity. So
I
if
don't
you
agree.
rape somebody, he should be able to get off. This is fucking
I mean, she hit
ridiculous.
him with her
Absolute
car.
immunity.
I don't
we went
agree.
from nobody's above the law in this country.
Nor do I think, Kyle, nor do I think that Renee Good was deliberately trying to run over this ICE officer. I just don't think that is
Okay,
the
and the guy was trying to kill her.
that she was trying to do that
Yeah.
or to cause him
Correct,
bodily
she
harm.
wasn't.
I think it was quite clear from the wheel positioning that she was trying to drive away. And the guy
Hold on, Piers,
was ignoring
Piers,
his training.
that's right. And
to
you-
stand in
not
front of her,
Piers. If you
and
watch
he had a
closely-
past incident which probably in the moment made him fear the same thing was going to happen.
Piers, I
and he
just hold
shot
on.
her.
We have to have one
If you
factual
watch
correction
closely,
here.
All right, Michael,
just one little bit to inject some
I
facts.
literally
One second,
never
Kyle.
even made
We
the
just need
fucking
one little
point I was
correction
trying
here.
to make at the
Don't talk at the
beginning.
same time.
And you guys
Michael,
are talking
He
over
cuts
the
him off. It
top.
goes to Michael Knowles, even though Kyle never got the
Kyle,
point out that he was
Kyle,
trying to
no,
make to
no,
begin with.
Kyle,
they
I will,
weren't.
Show's fucking
Kyle,
ridiculous.
I will come back to you. Let Michael just interject on this one point. Michael.
This is really important because I feel sorry for the woman. It's very sad that she died. I'm not in any way happy that she died. She was in that position, one, because her lesbian partner said, "Drive, baby, drive, drive." The lesbian partner then said, "It's my fault."
The
Why is it
lesbian
relevant
partner.
that she's lesbian?
Hold on one
Michael?
second.
Why is
Hold
it
on,
relevant that she's lesbian? Why is it relevant that she's
One
lesbian?
second, Kyle. I'm just trying to have
Actually,
a
I would
conversation.
say
that you're familiar with.
I would say it's irrelevant that she's a lesbian. Secondly, drive can be an entreaty to drive away, which is what I think she was doing. Thirdly, the demeanor of Renee Good in the final video that came out shows somebody pretty calm, certainly not confrontational, certainly doesn't look to me like somebody intent on mowing down an ICE officer.
Piers,
I think
hit
she
him
just
with her
wanted
car.
to get out of
Are
there.
you suggesting, Piers, hold on, are you suggesting?
I think that's basically the end of Kyle's contribution, but he crushed it, and I'm glad that he called that out because I see this all the time from conservatives. I'm sure that you've seen it too, where they go.
Well,
out
I'm
their
interested.
way-
I am interested in seeing what he's going to say. Pierce is suggesting, but go ahead.
I can play it. I'll play it.
Yeah,
real quick
yeah. I
before
wanted to see what he was. If he's
Okay, I'm
gonna
sorry. I
try
didn't mean
to.
to cut it off.
Because a woman says I'm not mad, that means she isn't mad. I think anyone who's ever interacted with a woman,
Oh my
that's
God,
what that
are
phrase
you
means.
fucking kidding
Second of all,
me?
we don't have to just judge by her words. She accelerated. You can look at it in the footage. While
It's no longer
driving
women be
at
shopping.
the
It's
cop.
women be
And
running
I
you
just-
over.
listen,
You know
I
how
feel
it
so
is,
bad.
right?
She
So
was
ridiculous.
Did he say?
indoctrinated
Did he
into
say?
thinking
Did
that
go
you're
go
allowed
back
to
just a little
drive
bit? Did he
car at
say? I don't think anyone who's ever been attracted to a woman. Is that what he said? Go back a
I
little
don't
bit.
remember what he said. Let me see.
Was a message. I feel bad for her. She was indoctrinated into thinking that you're allowed to drive your car at cops or disobey police orders or block traffic and create a dangerous situation. This is an important message to all the leftists out there who want to do this. You cannot drive
wanna make a
your
U-turn?
SUV into
Yeah,
a police
not
officer.
die?
If you do that, you will be shot in the face and deserve
She
it,
didn't.
and it will be very,
Wow.
very sad.
All right, Kyle, back to you.
I love that we're now doing. I love that we're now doing character assassination of a 37-year-old soccer mom who got shot in the face 3 times. You're fucking disgusting for doing that, and you know that you're disgusting for doing that. And if you watch the video closely, he switches hands with his phone to prepare to grab his gun before he was in any danger whatsoever. Okay, so this guy, he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was getting himself into. These people are looking for trouble. They are going to Minneapolis. They are cracking skulls. They are rounding up innocent people.
These people
They
are
absolutely
looking
are
for
Trump's
trouble when they
Gestapo,
try
and
to
everybody
obstruct law
knows it.
enforcement. You're
All right,
right.
let me bring in Dave Smith. Dave Smith,
I think I didn't go back far enough to see what
You
he said.
didn't go back. No,
Let me
it's
see.
all right.
We're fine.
in the final video. All right, Kyle, back
I love
to you.
that was a message. I feel bad for her. She was a message. I feel it was a message.
I don't think
It shows somebody pretty calm, certainly not confrontational, certainly doesn't look to
And
me
this
like
is it.
somebody intent on mowing down an ICE officer. I think she just wanted to get out of
Are
there.
you suggesting, Piers, hold on, are you suggesting that because a woman says, I'm not mad, that means she isn't mad? I think anyone who's ever interacted with a woman knows that's
Oh,
not
ever
different.
interacted
Second
with
of
a
all,
woman? Okay. oh my god.
It's worse.
Just some casual misogyny there too. Some homophobia.
Oh, he's a
just
loser, whoever that is. You guys
And because
introduced me
he
to a
thought-
lot of.
And because he thought she was mad, that means she deserves to get shot in the face. Like,
Yeah.
even under his own idea of what happened, it's absurd.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, credit to Kyle for dealing with that, because I feel like these people need to be humbled, and this wasn't even a question. Like, Michael Knowles got humbled, and I love that the Daily Wire tweeted out that clip, and they were scolding Kyle for making an obscene gesture towards Michael Knowles. And it was when he was talking about the meat riding, like, and they thought that that was like an own on Kyle. But if you look at the comments, and I joined in on this as well, people are like, bro, he got fucking clapped. What are you talking about? Michael Knowles didn't look like the better debater. He looked like a fucking fraud. So I like thoroughly enjoyed that. It's the first time I've enjoyed a Piers Morgan segment in a very long time, which doesn't happen often because it is very fucking insufferable.
Well, that's it for this week.
Well, it was nice
Yeah,
meeting you all.
Yeah, like there's not much to say after that.
I do have I have a little bit of a
We're
treat for you
professionals.
all.
We do this for a living.
Yeah. We've already said what we wanted to on our own shows usually, so it's like
This is our full-time job.
so here's the treat for you all. Eric Adams, now no longer the mayor. He was heckled at the airport, and this is so fucking funny to me. I'm just gonna go ahead and shut up and play.
How's
for you
his
all.
crypto doing? Is it still bottoming out?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, there's
he-
a popular
did-
knapsack
did-
with many different locations.
Didn't he
Who's
rug it?
bottoming?
I thought he just sold off and
Well, he launched a cryptocurrency token that was going to defeat anti-Semitism, and then it turned out just to be a big rug pull. And I thought that was the most Eric Adam things ever. On his way out, he's like, I'm launching a token that will defeat anti-Semitism. Invest now. And just ran away with the cash. Like, all right, fair enough.
Wait, maybe he didn't rug pull and he just like canceled it because anti-Semitism was defeated so fast because it was so powerful.
Maybe. I mean, who's to say?
Okay, so this is him at the airport, and yeah.
Eric Adams, please punch me in the face. I would love if you punch me in the face. Okay, you can get fucked too.
What? He told her to go fuck herself.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck you. Those days are over. Yeah, good. Thank God.
Those
Damn.
days are over.
And I can see your ugly ass face everywhere. Damn.
I can see the Brooklyn in you. Oh my god.
Did you just say
Is he followed by somebody who has the camera on, or is
I guess that they were already
That's
like
his
going back
person?
and forth, and
okay.
somebody was filming it because it kind of seems like it was like mid conversation where they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh shit, I want to film this." I'm not sure though.
I would love to know how it started.
Yeah.
It came on. Came on. I'm sure at the end of that conversation because
Yeah, but still, it was
back at it.
Nah, he told that lady to go fuck herself, and then like, what did he say? He's gonna show the Brooklyn in him.
He
What
said
did
you're gonna
say?
bring out
What-
the Brooklyn in me. I think.
What is that? What does that mean? He's gonna cuss her out. He's gonna put his hands on her. What does that mean?
It means he's gonna square up, Brooklyn style.
Like with a woman?
He's gonna
Yeah. What is that even? I don't get it.
he's gonna park his car on the sidewalk. That's what that means.
It's like the same thing when people are like, "Oh, I'm from Oakland." You know what I mean? It's supposed to.
No,
be
I know what he was saying, but I'm saying in particular, he is the former mayor of New York, and you
Yeah.
literally are on the street. You gonna tell a woman, I'm about to show you what's up. You gonna see the Brooklyn in me. Now I know what that means, but I'm saying for him to be telling that to a woman, you gonna hit her in the face.
Yeah.
What are
right?
you gonna do? So
Eric
yeah.
Adams, William.
If I was
That's
like,
what I'm
you're gonna
saying,
bring
like,
out the Portland in me, what would that mean to people?
I'm not sure because Portland, it doesn't give the same effect.
He's
Like,
like,
Mike, it's
left out
not.
a joint and some flannel.
It doesn't give. Yeah, that's what it
You have a
gives.
nice homebrew kombucha to share with us. Are you gonna go Portland on that kombucha?
Yeah,
like, they're
it
gonna,
doesn't.
Like, force a polycool on me or something, you know?
Yeah. That's what it gives. It doesn't give any
Give a raw food diet.
Yeah, like pour raw milk down our throats or something.
Here's some organic food real quick. Right out to Portland and me.
It's like, it gives manners. Like, you're gonna let me pass. You're gonna let me through. You know.
I like that. That means that Portlanders kind of have a nice reputation. I think that Portlandia did wonders for us. I
was
will
gonna say it's the show Portlandia for sure.
Yeah, and I do think that the stereotype is pretty accurate. It describes like 90% of us. Some of us are annoying and stupid, but 90% of us are basically like Portlandia.
What the fuck?
You guys sound sweet, whatever that is. you guys sound lovely. But you know, that's like you telling somebody, like, don't bring out the South Florida in me. Okay, like, you know, don't bring out the Haitian in me. It has such a bit more of an effect there. You see what I'm saying? Don't bring out the New York in me. Whatever, you know, that has a little bit more of an effect. But Portland, it just sounds cute and cuddly. You know, nice.
It makes me feel good.
Okay, good. But you be on the show, you know, you're the one on the show that be threatening old people and things, you know. So
that is what you're most.
They brought out the Brooklyn in me.
Yeah, maybe there's a little Brooklyn in you, actually.
Maybe it is.
It's fine.
Well, I do have other videos. I didn't prepare too much. Did you have something, Lance?
Well, I was just gonna ask, did you guys know anyone in like Minnesota? Are you directly affected by this? Have you?
Yeah, actually,
I've only been seeing this on the news, obviously, just in horror and being like, Jesus Christ.
I have colleagues who are out there, and I don't know if you guys know Georgia Fort. She's out there. She's covering. She's like, a lot of her stuff is going viral because she's from out there, and she's a journalist who is been on the ground for the George Floyd, murder, and she's covered that. And she's one of like the main journalists. Her name is Georgia Fort. If you guys don't know her, definitely look her up. She's done a lot of great work out there. She's a mother, she's a wife. So, you know, her children are affected. She's affected, but she's also one of the ones who were at the protest at the church, alongside Don Lemon and them. And so I think about her in these moments as well, because we see what they've done to Don Lemon. And I'm not sure what, how that's going to look for a lot of the people who are out there protesting. I know that they let Don Lemon, off the hook as far as, putting him in jail or whatever, because whatever Pam Bondi tried to put him on. But to me, it's a journalist going in to cover a story. To me, the bigger story is, why is your pastor over here at St. Paul's Church or whatnot, actually that the director, the field director for the ICE agents here locally. So he wasn't preaching that Sunday because he was gathering the folks to go out there on the streets of Minneapolis and St. Paul to do the dirty work, right? To go and harass people, possibly murder them on the streets. And so they had two other people who were arrested, and it was Nakeem, I believe her name is, and she is a civil rights lawyer, and another activist. And so I know that it was, a court said that they can go, but then that passed and they said that they're going to keep them in until Friday. So it's been back and forth all day. So Don Lemon, of course, he's off the hook. Attorney put out a statement earlier, a few hours ago, but for the two women, and I'm pretty sure they're going to try to go after other people, but for the two women who are now the two activists, the civil rights lawyer and the activists, they are still in there, and they are giving them until Friday to be seen. And so that's what I'm going through.
You should explain to people who don't understand what happened with Don Lemon and that church event, because it's pretty wild, and the fact that it didn't get a lot of like coverage outside of, I'm sure, that area it's a pretty important story. And
it sucks because Don Lemon and other journalists were in the room, or they came into the church because they also got word of the pastor that is there. Now that was not, something that everybody knew, but this is something that came out and they were like, oh yeah, we're going to go protest. People went to go get questions. Journalists were there. So on a Sunday, they went over there in the middle of service or a praise and worship or whatever it was. And they all came in and they began to ask questions. That's basically, the journalists weren't protesting. It was free press. They were going over there to get answers about that story, about the pastor who was not there. Leading service, by the way, because again, he is the director, the field director out there for ICE agents. So, of course, recruitment, getting them ready for what's to come, all of those things. So Don Lemon, of course, went viral for his interaction with the pastor answering questions. And it's not the pastor. I guess it is one of the senior pastors at the church that was speaking with him. And so how they took it in St. Paul, how the Republicans took it, how ICE agents, how DHS took it and spent the story, because this is what they've been doing. We've been seeing everything that we see with our eyes that's coming out of Minneapolis. They're telling us that's not what happened. Literally, DHS and everybody else is telling, the administration is telling us that's not what happened. So basically, they're calling them domestic terrorists, saying that they went in and disturbed what was the church and threatened them, put their lives in danger. Mind you, that is not what happened. At the pastor willingly spoke and got interviewed. And then the protesters also, John Lemon wasn't one of the protesters. It was journalists coming in and getting his interview. And the protesters in the back were speaking and they were asking questions as well about the main pastor. And the questions were being answered by the senior pastor. And when this thing went viral, they were saying that they felt like their lives were threatened. They felt like they don't want to come back to church because of this. All of the rhetoric was going around. And here go Pam Bondi coming out and saying that she's going to get everybody, all the journalists, all the press that was there, she says it's against the law for that to happen. And so they threatened to put Don Lemon in jail, but we know that wasn't going to happen. But of course, he became the face of what it was. I also think that it was a huge distraction. Focus on Don Lemon, but because people were like saying, oh, Don Lemon went to this church, but they weren't understanding why. A lot of people were in the comment section just saying like free Don Lemon. But the bigger story is the pastor of this church that's supposed to be teaching, Jesus loves everybody and protects everybody and immigrants deserve to live. And no matter where you coming from, you deserve, that was supposed to be being Christian taught in that church. Yes. Mm-hmm. Real Christian stuff.
Love the sojourner, which it literally says like over and over in the Bible. Like what?
But no, that's not what they were teaching. So this man was getting ready to go send more people out to go gas, tear gas people, potentially shoot them, put people in cardiac arrest, go steal babies, all of that. That's what he was planning to go do. And that's what people needed to know, that what this, and again, huge position locally. So, the head of recruiting, bringing folks together. And I'm pretty sure the people in that church. So imagine, right? Because I always say, I believe that a lot of January 6ers have become ICE agents, right? They just walked on, and then I believe that with this church at St. Paul, I'm pretty sure they are aware that man is the director for, the field agents over there. And so people at that church, members of that church are also ICE agents. I believe that with everything in me. So they needed to uncover that. And that's what that was, what the journalists were doing there. Partnered with the people on the ground, the organizers on the ground, and that's how they got the protest, and that's how they broke that story. So the focus being, the journalists were going into this house of worship and, terrorizing the people and hurting them and that's not what happened at all. What they were doing was breaking a story, and activists came out to protest, and that's what was happening. And it needed to be said because people are in danger. Right? You're in this house of worship and it's supposed to be teaching one thing, but yet this director is getting ready to, this is like, it's giving real KKK. I mean, that's what they do too, right? Yeah. And that's, to me, that's the bigger story. And they do not want you to remember or know that. So Georgia Ford, who was out there herself, she says, I was, there as well. And the bigger story is, there's an ICE agent that's a director of ICE agents that is the pastor of this church. And that's what you guys should know. So that's what's been going on. And I think the fact that this administration is making sure to make a spectacle and to control how the stories are being told. Again, we're seeing it with our eyes. We have valuable production that's going on. People with the great cameras coming up in there. So, and the interview happened because the pastor came down and spoke on the mic, like legit, like that was not something that was forced. So, he could have said no comment and moved on his way, but he was answering some questions and all the things. So it wasn't him being hurt. It wasn't any of that. So after the fact, they tried to say that, everything that we didn't see, that did not happen. They tried to claim that. And now they're saying put people in jail. I think one woman, I just read, I forget her name, but she's also a rep, and she went to go visit one of the immigration camps, and she now she's facing 17 years for just doing a walkthrough. And I forget her name, but all of this is what we're seeing right now. They want to put so much fear and make it so that we are not covering these stories, and we're not talking about these things. And like the more they can control the narrative and try to quiet us down, that and when they win at that, especially like when we back down, some people are just gonna have to go to jail. It sucks. Not everybody is going to have access to an attorney like Don Lemon did. So it's going to be people that have to go to jail for this because they are like, nah, I'm the journalist that was there and I don't have the funds to get an attorney or whatever. So I may have to sit in jail just for doing the work. And, we're going to see a lot of that. I can guarantee you, because a lot of people aren't going to back down. It just sucks that it's this way. We in such a short amount of time, we're watching people get murdered, babies become unconscious because ICE agents are, tear gassing people's cars that ain't even part of the protest. They stealing babies, kids can't go to school. We're seeing, the journalists that are out there to actually give us the true story are being silenced, threatened to be put in jail. And this is not something new, right? Racism isn't something new. Prejudice isn't anything new. Discrimination isn't anything new. It's just right now basically televised. We're seeing it more on, footage of it. We're just seeing it more. So this is not anything new. It's not becoming more expanded. They've been doing this. And now we have an administration that wants to mirror what it looked like a long time ago, where this was accepted. But now we can see it. They just want to control how we are, the narrative and how we're putting it out there. The more they can keep us, at a blind eye, the better for them. And that's why I think the independent journalistic part is very, very important, because, they're going to be out there every day flying in, whatever, and we're going to be able to see it live, on social media and those things, and gather the information as we see it coming. And again, if you have not, please check out Georgia Fort. She is doing the work. She is there all day and night. She was there when they had shot someone, I think the Liberian man or something of the sort. They had shot him. She was there, and ICE agents began to tear gas everybody. She was trying to get answers. She will literally be on the street talking to ICE agents, and she's an award-winning journalist, by the way. So now she's gone independent and she's doing this. So definitely follow her, because she is covering this thing day and night. She was at the hearing for the activists when she was over there, when they were beginning to organize the rally to protest for the organizers. And so anything you need to see, definitely hit up Georgia Fort. She's out there doing it big. She lives there.
GeorgiaFort.com, right?
Mm-hmm. Georgia Fort, FORT.
Okay.
Yep. And again, she's very credible, award-winning journalist who's been doing this. She's done a great job for covering it when the George Floyd. She's covered a lot that was going out there during the protest, and led those stories as well. So yeah. So she's not new to this. She's very true to this. So my thing is, I worry about her. I was texting her earlier. I just worry about her because, all of them are basically could be on a chopping block. So yeah.
It's really scary to see this. One TikTok that I watched really put it into perspective for me. Basically, she said that minorities in Minneapolis right now, they're living the way that we all lived in the early stages of the COVID quarantine in March of 2020. Like, they're not leaving their homes. They're having people get groceries for them. Like, it's a complete lockdown because last year, I think it was in September, but I believe through the shadow docket, the Supreme Court literally greenlit racial profiling. So it doesn't matter if you're a U.S. citizen. There was a Somali American, I'm not sure if this was in Minneapolis, but she got abducted by ICE. She's a citizen. She was detained for 2 days. They ended up cracking her on the head, and she got a concussion. They were calling her slurs. There was that man who was a 56-year-old, Chung Lee Scott Tao, I believe. This was in Minneapolis. They busted down his door, went into his house with his grandson sleeping in the next room, and they escorted him out. He was just in his underwear and Crocs. An hour later, they brought him back because it turned out he was a U.S. citizen. So anybody who is not white is a target. One thing that I'm encouraged to see, though, is I saw some like soccer moms. They were getting Mexican flags and putting them on their cars. And they're like, this is going to waste ICE's time because they're going to pull me over and they're going to see I'm a white lady and that'll stop them or take a little bit more time away from them from, harassing somebody who's black or brown. And I think that small things like that really go a long way because they are terrorizing people of color. And it does not matter what you look like. If your skin isn't white, they're going after you. It is the most 1930s Germany thing ever, but that's not really accurate. It's just kind of like a 1960s American thing, right? But it's just, it's so horrifying to see because everything that was like a lot of us, like millennials in particular, of the white ones who were like privileged and didn't see it, like we're used to racism that was much more, institutional and covert and not so out in the open. But now everybody's kind of getting a wake up call that like, this is just like, this is how it has always been. It's just now we can kind of see it. It's in your face and you can't look away from it. And it's really, really gross. I will say one thing of that's given me hopium is the return of the Black Panthers. I believe in Minneapolis, they were marching, and Paul Songbird, the leader of that chapter.
Much beef with that. I'm so sorry. There's beef. Like
there is beef.
This is
there's a lot of speculation that either it's
there's
not
a lot of beef with the new Black Panthers. I don't know.
I would say it's a lot of speculation, but it's a lot of like people. So when something just comes out of the blue. So it was nice when we first saw the story. Everybody was like, okay, black, but then they like, but where they just automatically came from. So people have been online either debunking or exposing.
Is it an op like in 2020?
Yeah, it's giving.
What?
It's giving.
I was in ignorant bliss.
I don't know if it's an op. Like I don't.
They're saying
a lot of people are rightfully skeptical. Like I get where the skepticism comes from, but like I haven't seen any solid proof that shows that they're actually an op. Like
they're not. It's kind of like they just rolled out with an opportunity. So people are saying it's an opportunist moment. So it's like, okay, why is this a new chapter? Why we ain't never heard of this chapter for real before until right now? Some people are doing exposés. So it's. I don't know what is true and what isn't, but I do know that it's a little messy. That's what I put out, and it's but the person. The person that's the head of it is still like, this is what we doing. They hit us, we hit them back. That's what we're supposed to do. We supposed to protect. We stay, and I'm just like, okay. So I'm not. I don't really have much on it. I've seen a lot on it, but not a lot to really get into full conversation just yet.
There's a lot of feds, so it's right. It's good to be skeptical. I will say that. Regardless.
Oh, Mike, is this thing over here giving you a lot of hope? Let's just fuck it all up for you and shoot it.
So sorry, I know that was just waiting for his moment to say something because he had that smirk on his face. Like I just knew he was about to pop out.
Well, okay.
I just knew.
What I will say is, regardless if that's an op, because in 2020, remember we saw the Black Panthers And then there was a picture with them and the cops, and it was just like complete bullshit. So
because people were doing that to, especially in 2020. That was the weird time because everybody really wanted to get on TikTok, say they were outside, be in the black and white pictures, photo op to me. Like it was those moments to say, I too, Black Lives Matter, Black Revolution, we coming back. Like that was that time. Like, they wanted the fist up picture, right? They wanted that picture so bad. So they were going to the rallies, they were going to the protests just for that moment. And that was it. So sometimes people take these moments because they're hot. They are trendy. I hate to use that word, but they are trendy. So they just join in for that. And that's it. There's really no like heart for it or really to, wanting to be a part of the fight. So that's really what you'll see a lot of because people have social media. If I say that I was here at this rally, now I become the person that, I was for it or I was whatever, but no more work is being done, but just the fact that they walked a few blocks, took a few pictures and held a poster. So.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It is a different.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble again, Mike. There's hope.
I was going to say that like, regardless if that's an op or not, it is important that you secure your community. And this is like actually an effective tool against fascism. There is a Black community. It was majority Black in Ohio. I can't remember the town, but Nazis were dropped off in a U-Haul. This was when they were still just like not part of ICE. They're being dropped off in U-Hauls and whatnot. And they were
the Patriot Front guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure which group in particular it was, but it was the U-Haul Nazis.
Yeah, they were
hanging like the swastika above like the overpasses and stuff like that. And they tried to infiltrate this Black community to terrorize them. And the entire community came out. They set up checkpoints. They had guns, and they were making sure that their people were not going to be intimidated. And they drove the Nazis the fuck out. And this has happened again and again and again. If you want to protect your community, that's what the Second Amendment is for. You were out there, you were making sure that nobody can fuck with them, and that's how you get it done. So, like, even if that's not true, like if the Black Panthers thing that we're seeing is a little bit of an illusion, it's still a good thing to do. Like, don't just show up with the gun by yourself. They're going to blast you in the face. Like, you need to organize to make sure you have a group of people who are going to, protect your community. There's one white dude that was showing up after that Black Panthers video went viral, and he's just there like with his I think it was like an AR-15 or something, and conservatives were like flipping the fuck out. They're like, oh my God, they're violent. And it's like, but this is what you said we should do. Like, big government tyranny is here, and he's peacefully exercising his Second Amendment right by open carrying, but because it's not like one of your people, because it's not a Nazi, it's bad. But I mean, this is what you have to do. You have no choice. Like, I hate the idea that like we have to arm ourselves to protect ourselves and for self-defense. But at the end of the day, like the days of like liberal comfortability are kind of over, and we need to recognize the gravity of the situation. Like, that's not to say that I'm like, hey, let's have gun anarchy. But I don't think it's absurd right now to arm yourself for self-defense. I just don't trust these people. I don't trust not just like the federal government. I don't trust like the Nazis who are not part of the government yet, who want to hurt brown people and Black people.
It's a
You're
scary
also saying
thing,
that you don't live in
though.
a cartoon, right? You're like, you're just trying to be realistic. You're like, I don't live in a cartoon. Things are really dangerous. It's scary.
Right.
That's where you're coming from.
As a last resort for self-defense, I don't think it's a bad idea. Like, this is the mentality of conservatives for years. Like, one of my Trump supporting siblings has like every gun like in the country. Like, it's like a fuck ton of guns just to protect himself, right? So like, this is what they've been doing, and I don't think that it's a bad idea to do the same. Having said that, though, make sure that you're not getting this if you're going to put yourself in a predicament where you're going to be in danger. If you're in a domestic abusive relationship, or if you're suffering mental health and you might end up harming yourself, don't do that. But if you are able to, then I don't think it's a bad idea.
I don't know. It's such a tough place to be in, because who wants to be walking around with guns and trying to protect themselves? You're living, it's like one day you were living your life, and the next day Hilton allows folks to just come and stay. Well, before that, some YouTuber puts out misinformation about a daycare, Somali people at a daycare. So this just ricocheted. This just became this whole thing. And now in such a short amount of time, you have ICE presence just showing up and somebody dies in less than 24 hours after the whole hotel stay. And so, and then we get news about somebody dying a week before that with an off-duty ICE agent, Keith Porter Jr. in LA, you know, on New Year's Eve. And to me, an off-duty ICE agent is still an ICE agent. I've said that many a time, because same thing with the police officer. And you know, then then we hear about other folks getting shot by ICE agents, shot by ICE agents. And they are putting out information twice that they were threatened by a vehicle. No footage or anything, and thank God somebody was recording you know, for Renee Good, so that we can definitely have that information. And the dumbass administration dropped their own footage like that was going to make a difference. It was like, actually, this is a clearer view, and it lets us know that we were right about this. You guys are murderers, you know, and left in the part of him calling her a fucking bitch, which is crazy to me. So I don't know what they wanted us to do with that, but we saw what we saw. But they don't care. Constantly, we're seeing them change the narrative. And what really scares me is this immunity factor, right? That's not legal. It isn't law. But here goes JD Vance putting that out there, saying that, you know, they're going to have full immunity while they're making these ICE agents powerful, right? Here in Atlanta, they just brought out the trucks for ICE. So they look like Atlanta police. So they got them decked out. These are not the little black agent cars, not the little trucks they drive, their personal trucks or anything. ICE has actual like SUVs coming through the city that look like Atlanta police. And so I don't know if they're going to be partnering with them, or this looks like a whole organized situation. The city is in on it. Trucks are coming in, and it's pretty scary. I keep thinking about, for me, South Florida, where my mommy and them are. I just think about my parents, because I'm like, the whole city is pretty much Haitian, you know, and Cuban. So it's I don't really know how that is. My mom said nobody's going to work. None of the Haitians are going to work. None of the Haitians are going to church. Like, none of them are trying to leave their house. A lot of them are trying to find other places to migrate where there isn't much, you know, immigrants there, and hoping for the best. But we see ICE showing up at the most random places, like, really ain't no immigrants here, but some immigrants go viral. 5 immigrants that live in that city go viral. Donald Trump will go there, you know, for again, false news, how he says it, fake news, misinformation, things that are very, very hurtful to different communities, immigrant communities. And now people think Somali people are like gangsters and abusers.
Pirates. They're all pirates. That's what Nick Shirley said.
Yes, and he's the one that said that. Yeah, he put out all of this misinformation about them, a daycare over there, saying that they were doing, and that's that.
Because the U.S. pirates, I mean, America are the pirates. They're the ones
not
capturing boats and blowing up boats and invading countries. That's America.
Absolutely. The ICE agents are domestic terrorists. Absolutely.
Literally.
But you're calling other people domestic terrorists. You guys are the ones that are ruining free speech. It ain't journalists. It's you guys are the ones that are problematic. You guys are hypocritical. And to see that this is playing out at this stage in my little life, I'm tired. I done seen too much in this life. I'm only 35. I done seen too much in this life. But to just imagine the people who are in Minnesota right now, whose lives changed overnight. and have to wake up and witness this every day. Babies can't go to school. Again, they snatching kids, using 5-year-olds as bait.
The preschooler in that picture
right now. Yeah,
the picture of
They're-
that
they're trying to
preschooler.
incite like a riot or a civil war. Like they're trying to antagonize people. You're just getting worse and worse. It's like now we're kidnapping kids. What are you gonna do?
Mhm.
What are you gonna do? Right? And it's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
There's no-
and Luis Ramos, the preschooler who's going viral with the little Spider-Man backpack and like the blue hat.
The babies, yeah,
He's
that's
one
the
of
one they
4
took from his
kids
daddy.
who were kidnapped in that school
Yeah.
district. Before
Mhm.
that, back in April, they abducted 3 U.S. citizen children. One of them had stage 4 cancer, who was 4 years old. Deported them with no medication whatsoever. They just deported another 5-year-old who's a U.S. citizen to Honduras. Like, increasingly, they are targeting little kids. Like, we're seeing literal kidnappings now, which is
Jesus
horrifying.
I want to say 2 things. There's this Reddit thread that went super viral that I thought was really fascinating. And it's basically people who are related to ICE agents coming on Reddit and just talking about how their family member changed once they joined ICE.
I want to see that. I might do a video
It's
on
in
that.
the private chat. It's really fascinating. One of them even said that he saw his uncle become sociopathic once he joined ICE. Just like, it's a crazy thread. If you guys want to read through it, I put it in the private chat. Another thing I want to say is that 7 Democrats actually broke the line and joined Republicans to fund ICE more. And I feel like we really need to have a serious conversation about Hakeem Jeffries, because if you cannot get it together, if you cannot get it the fuck, like, I'm so sorry. If you cannot get it, if you cannot rally the troops, like, you need to go. You need to go. I mean, I really feel like we need, like, it's a lot for me to say that I miss Nancy Pelosi. Like, it's a lot. I never thought I would be found dead saying I miss Nancy Pelosi.
I've been telling you all for years.
No.
You are so fucking
Taking
bad
me
at your
for
job that you're out here making me look goofy saying that I miss Nancy Pelosi.
The bar is just so low. Like when the bar is that low, it's
non-existent.
It
The
shows you
bar
how
is low.
terrible things are with this party.
That's exactly what it is.
These are the 7.
Yeah, it's just all trash.
They voted for
Which, by the
Nazism.
way, Henry Coiler, I just want to give a brief summary about Henry Coiler. So back in the primaries when Henry Coiler was running, there was a true progressive, and she was more of like a socialist Democrat, and she was a progressive. She came from a family of
Jessica
immigrants.
Cisneros, right?
Yes,
Yep.
Jessica Cisneros was running. You want to know what Nancy Pelosi did? Last minute she came in, she endorsed Henry Coiler, and then he ended up winning because of Nancy Pelosi's last minute endorsement. And now he just funded to ICE more. So voted to fund ICE more. So listen, it's a lot for me to say that I miss, Nancy Pelosi. But I mean, you suck so bad at your job. Like, you suck so bad that you can't even make it look like the Democrats are having a united front in front of Trump. And that is so fucking embarrassing. Like, that is so fucking embarrassing. And the thing is, like, during the midterms, during the general elections, they're going to come back around. They're going to be putting their hands out like peasants, begging for a vote, begging for money. Meanwhile, they can't even have a fucking united front. Like, I will be damned if a Republican is president next election cycle, assuming that we have an election cycle. But for them to not even be able to get their shit together and all vote together against funding ICE is absolutely fucking abhorrent. And I feel like more people need to be upset about that. Like, more people need to be upset about it. That's not okay. It's just not okay. Point blank, period. You cannot keep pointing fingers at the Middle Eastern community and saying, oh, how's Gaza now? Meanwhile, Democrats can't even hold a front together because you guys are pointing fingers at the wrong people, and you're not actually holding the establishment accountable for their wrongdoings. Like, they're not showing up when we need them to. The people don't owe you shit. You owe the people shit, and then people vote based on the shit that you do. That's just how it's always gone. And so it's just like, when this vote came out, I was like, oh, we're cooked.
Yeah.
Oh, we're so cooked. Like, if you guys cannot even agree to not fund ICE, we're fucking cooked.
I will say I was honestly surprised that it was only 7 Democrats that voted to fund ICE. I actually thought that the number was going to be higher, especially because Rosa DeLauro, this is the ranking member on the House Appropriations Committee, So she released this video saying, I do not support an increase in ICE funding. I do not support an increase in ICE funding. And then after the bill was announced, she was like, you know, it doesn't do what we want, but it also funds really other important things like the U.S. Coast Guard. So I'm surprised she didn't vote for this because Democrats, every single time, they've come up with some excuse to sell us another capitulation or bullshit. And it's really... I'm so sick of it. I don't know what to say anymore. Like, they're just so useless. I feel like the only thing that's going to save us is a general strike, because Democrats, even if they take back the House, like, does anyone expect the Democratic Party to use the power that they get? Sure, they'll try to call some Republicans before committees for hearings and whatnot, but like, okay, they don't show up. You hold them in contempt of Congress. Then what? Like, do you expect anyone to go to jail for the crimes that they're committing? Do you expect Democrats to even, like, assuming they had the presidency, the Supreme Court, Congress, do you expect them to throw a single criminal from the Trump regime in jail? Fuck no. They are too bitch-made to ever even consider doing that. So it just kind of feels like, since we have no opposition, we're just kind of cooked as a country. I don't know what else to say. It's just like a slow death spiral into the dissolution of the country. And we just, like, fractionalize. I'm not really sure. Maybe, like, each state's become their own country at this point, but I genuinely don't know if the country can survive. I don't know if the world can survive the way that Trump is, like, going about internationally like a fucking wrecking ball, but I just really don't understand how there's a way that, like, I can't think through a way out of this, if I'm being honest.
Me neither.
On that
Mike.
hopeful note.
I hate to be doom and
Mike
gloom,
tried to be hopeful, but
maybe there is a way. Hey, here's some hope. So tomorrow in Minneapolis, you have faith leaders, union organizers, activists doing a statewide general shutdown, general strike. So they're doing work stoppages. They're doing consumer
There's
boycotts.
seven plus unions have joined, by the way. It might be on the verge of becoming one of the largest mass strikes in the US. So it could be the start. It could be the start of a mass general strike. There's also unions in New York that are saying they're going to have solidarity with that strike.
Right.
So it's growing already. So that's actually...
You guys have a link, like, or something? I want to see.
Out
more,
and then now.
more perfect union posted a thread about it, but I'll post it right here.
I'll link the website in the chat too.
I'll put it in your chat. It's in the chat here.
Oh shit, I can't remember the... I linked to it in my video from today.
Okay, I'll check that out too.
Yeah, I can't remember. Let me pull up Lance's.
Ice out of Minnesota, right? You said?
Yeah.
I got it. Let me drop it in my chat.
Here we go.
Yeah, so many different unions. Your local
That's
17,
really cool.
26, 7250, and 05.
This is hopefully the start of something big.
Oof. Yeah, something has to give. I'm like, this is because they're just making an example out of, in Minnesota. They plan to do this. Donald Trump kept saying, and that man did say that last year. He's like, he's going to go to whoever believes that they're, sanctuary states and cities, and anywhere he assumes there are, very dangerous, immigrants, and they're killing people, and all these one-off stories and made-up stories that never happened. And then his press conference, the state of his his address to the state.
Are you talking about Davos?
It was crazy. No, I'm talking about Donald Trump. Remember wasn't that recently, like a few days ago or something, and he was going through pictures.
Oh,
he was going through pictures. This one was when he was talking about stealing Greenland and going to and saying he gonna pick them up and he take they whole stuff. But then he started off with like pictures saying we can go through so many of these photos, and it was silence. Like he was just like, so many of them. This one's terrible. See, just picked him up. He's a murderer, and
the press conference he gave, right?
Yeah, and he was like, we have so many of
okay.
them. He's like, we have so many. This was like a few days ago, right? He's like, we have so many of them.
Yeah, like it's funny. Like half of us don't know what you're talking about because any other time this would have been like massive news. How insane that whole
Right,
press
it's supposed
conference
to
was.
be.
It was so crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, you said press conference. I'm like, wait, which one of the 8 that he gave in the last 2 days? There's so many.
It's crazy. Yeah, this one he said, like, you know, in the way he be writing it on his Truth Social, like, your president is gonna speak at 11 a.m. and he never shows up to like 2 p.m. rolls in with nothing, threatens a country. Talks about immigrants, says how, then he was saying how he's like, the worst president in the history of the United States, Obama. What he got to do with anything that Donald Trump is doing right now? I don't know, but he's like, he's like, and the numbers came out. They actually numbers that are coming out saying that I actually am the best president. This is what he wants people to stop what they're doing and listen to. Like, it's terrible. It's terrible. People are dying. People are hungry. You're wasting money funding ICE and taking away money from children to eat at schools, to get people to get health care. And you coming on this microphone with nothing?
I'm still taken aback by the Davos speech that he gave. Like, he got before the whole fucking world and just let it rip. It's crazy. Like, the racism that he spewed is like some fucking 1950s.
And when was this one?
This was, I want to say, yesterday. He was on stage talking about, Somalis, they have a higher IQ than I thought. They're little pirates and doing crime or what. I think he called them Somalians. I'm not really sure. Like, just the most over-the-top fucking cartoonish racism ever. And then he talks about the election being stolen in 2020. It's like, dude, you are the fucking dictator right now of the United States. Do you need to still rehash 2020? It's just honestly so embarrassing. Like, as an American, we will never, ever live this down. I cannot get over how humiliating it is that this man is America's first dictator. Like, he is so disgusting and just like a slob, and I can't take it. Like,
he's not even like a talented dictator. He's like the worst piece of shit you could possibly.
No decorum, just following
at least pick someone where it's like, I get it because he's a great orator and he's really convincing. Like, no, you picked the fucking biggest moron. That's who landed with people.
It says so much about us. It says so much about Americans. And the letter to Norway. Oh my God, I can't take it.
Have you guys seen that episode on The Office where Jim gives, like, Dwight's about to like earn an award, and Jim gives Dwight a speech to read off of, but the speech was purely written off of dictatorship, like previous dictators. And he goes up and he's giving this super,
I remember that.
Let alone move the wheels of time. That one.
But it's based on like all the dictators in the past, like Stalin and shit.
Yeah, that was funny.
Like, listen, they knew how to speak. They had the cadence. You know what I mean? Trump doesn't even have that. I'm like, you guys fell for a man that doesn't even have like the general energy of a dictator. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like this could get clipped out way out of context, but like, you guys know what I mean. Like,
yes,
there's
he's a loser.
It's the way dictators carry themselves. It's very intimidating.
I like my dictators with a lot of energy. I like my dictators to be very talented. I like them to be very strong, very smart. I like in shape dictators.
I still can't get over how he plasters his face with orange every day. Like, we kind of just like forget about that. Like, he puts on a face
because it's
full
too
of
much.
makeup.
It's other issues.
Gender affirming care, Mike. He does a lot of gender care. All right,
and
there's a lot of makeup.
It's because people were so confident that we needed somebody who was entertaining and somebody who was a businessman. That was what they were running off of. And, if he knows how to, move money around, he can bring, the country together, get us money. That was what they were saying in 2016. He's a businessman and he knows money. And then we quickly realized he's dumb. Right? He's ignorant.
He was a fraud the whole time. He's a TV personality. He's a nepo baby. That's why he's got money.
Exactly. That's why he's got money. He can't really run the numbers. He can't get. You guys think that this man could sit in a meeting and actually be able to break things down? he only knows how to fluff himself up. We see, I feel like he has Napoleon syndrome, even though he ain't like really a shorty or whatever. But I do feel like he has that about himself. I feel like he gets on the mic. It's like nobody said, hey, you know, you're balding. That's the first thing he's going to say. They say that my hair is grown. Nobody, this is not what the journalist asked you. You're talking about like the things that are not, it's like he's immediately going to go to the thing that he feels insecure about.
Like the election that he lost to Joe Biden.
Oh gosh, he keeps talking. He won't let it go. Every day he's saying that there are now reports that show that he won. Like
everyone knows it now. It's proven. Like, what are you talking about?
Like, sir, people are dying, and you know what are you gonna do about, you know? So this is, and then he is such a terrible person that the only opportunity he took the opportunity recently when he made us all look at the TV for no reason, to say Renee. He didn't even say Renee Good's name. He kept saying what's so sad what happened to her. Her father. They say that he was a huge Trump supporter. And, you know, that's what I heard.
Like, he can't just help himself.
I don't know if he still is, but that's what they say. They say he was a huge, you know, mom and dad were a huge Trump supporter. So, you know, what happened to their daughter is terrible. It's horrible. And that's the only reason that Renee got any kind of, I would say acknowledgement, because I wouldn't even say, because he wouldn't even say her name. He would not acknowledge her in the way like this woman was killed, was murdered. He was just like, it's unfortunate that basically she was in the way. Like, and because you guys are Trump supporters, I'll be able to say that what happened to her, you know, wasn't wrong, but it's unfortunate.
And like, his first post about it, we all just, like, I guess the news media all just forgot. He claimed that the officer was in the hospital. He was hit. Like, you know what I mean? That never happened.
It was internal bleeding. It was internal bleeding.
Yeah, they came out later. Oh, internal bleeding. They leaked to CBS by like JD Vance. Like, no, complete bullshit. Was never touched by the car.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
It's so tiring. Every morning I wake up and I just dread what the fuck I'm going to see, because you never know. It's always something new, and it's so creative. There's no predictability whatsoever. Like, they are innovative in the ways that they fuck people over at home and abroad. And it's like, oh, okay, now he's going after Greenland. Oh, okay, now he is bringing back insane asylums. I guess that's better because he's probably going to throw people like me in there. I'd rather go there than El Salvador, to be honest, so that's fine. It's just, there's new shit every fucking day, and I can't, like, it's driving me nuts, man. Like, there's just no break from it.
It's this time. I mean, and where are we? We're January 22nd. We said this last year. We said the same thing last year, and now it's like he's going state to state. It's getting worse. Like, he was going to start doing that. This was a threat that I covered,
and door to door at each state right now.
And now, and imagine that happening within like Atlanta or whatever. Again, I told you I seen them here I live outside, you know, Atlanta in the metro area, and I seen them here. So it's like people, they're silently moving into spaces. They live amongst us. Maybe it could be my neighbor that just wants to go pick up their ice truck. I really don't know. And it's scarier because what if it's like go door to door and check if people are immigrants, if what their last names are, what they look like, and go by that, you know, and bring them in or whatever. That is scary. And that's what they're basically doing right now over in Minneapolis. And that sucks because, again, these people were just celebrating the new year, and now their whole lives have changed. The kids being slammed up on the floor, high school children having to fight off ICE. That's insane.
Yeah. You have to have your papers with you. And by the way, a driver's license is not sufficient proof of citizenship. Like Kristi Noem said, that Americans should be ready to present evidence of citizenship. I'm just telling you, a driver's license is not sufficient. So you have to, I guess, carry around a passport, carry around, your papers. If you have a green card, carry around a birth certificate. I don't even know. but you've got to be ready at all times, because if you are not white, they're going to stop you. And if you are white and you try to use your privilege, they're going to brutalize you. There was a 21-year-old, and a 31-year-old, two people at the same protest in California who both were blinded in one eye each after Renee Good was executed because they were peacefully protesting. I have a video about this tomorrow that's coming out. So they're just like, you know, they're going to go door to door. I fully expect them to do this in each city that they go to. There was the memo today that leaked about how ICE is going to be doing this because they said that they can do that without a warrant, which is, I mean, textbook violation of the Fourth Amendment. But at this point, we're so beyond that conversation because the old Constitution just isn't even in effect. But like, I'm like, don't open your door. You don't have to answer questions. They're going to break down your door. Let them break down your door.
They're shooting through doors.
Yeah,
they're shooting through doors.
If you look at the pictures from the article about Chung Lee Scott Tao, the 56-year-old who they broke down his door, they tore the whole frame off his door. You see like the nails sticking out. Like they broke that shit the fuck down. Like we're like actually at like 1930s Germany's level of hysteria where they're like looking for immigrants everywhere. Like, are you hiding them in your attic? Are they in your trunk? Like they are trying to find them all.
What they did to him was disgusting. I mean, what they've done to a lot of people, dragging him out in his home clothes in the winter.
No, he was practically naked. He wasn't even clothed. That's the thing. He was in his boxers and he was wearing sandals. Mind you, he was about to walk into sub-zero. It's fucking cold out in the East
Coast.
They did not offer him any clothing. They didn't offer him anything.
And they wouldn't let him get more clothes on. He asked them before they took him.
And they said no.
And he's literally a citizen. I'm so sorry, Rebecca, not to cut you off, but one of the most staggering parts about his story was the fact that, and I wrote about this in my newsletter, but Chung Lee told NBC, he was like, I was so fucking scared I was gonna get sent, not this exact quote, I was so scared that I was gonna get sent back to Laos because he's from Laos, and he was like, I don't even have any family there, like I've been here since I was a kid. And it's just like, can you imagine deporting this man who's a citizen who's been here his whole life, his whole entire family is here, doesn't even have family back in Laos, and you were about to deport him?
And not only that, they tried to immediately again, see, this is what we're going to see a lot of this is, you know, the recurring theme here, lie on that man's name. They said that he was, you know, touching children or some kind of story they tried to put out that, you know,
he was harboring two pedophiles.
Yes.
One of them was already in jail, so I'm not sure. I think they just made it up.
And that he was a part of that, and they were like, "We're so glad that we caught." But the administration is the one that put that out. DHS is the one that put that out, and so the state had to come back and say, "Oh no, that is not true," and they had to come back and correct that. There was like, on behalf of, you know, that's not what happened, and it sucks that. Because DHS said it, the official government page has said it, because the administration has said it, because they held a press conference and they said it. That's usually what we're supposed to go by, but we can't even trust that. So now the state is having to come back and combat that. Now the mayors in the cities are having to come back and combat the misinformation that's being put out about their citizens, about their journalists, about their own people, because the administration is lying. And it sucks because some people aren't going to think to go and get the local information. They're just going to go by what the government says because that's the truth for them. And I think that is the sickest part of this, because Republicans will again fall off a cliff about their side. You know, the conservatives will fall off a cliff behind Donald Trump, behind just the color red, behind just the name Republican, you know, behind being GOP. You know, that's it. They will die for it. And that's what I don't care about the videos people are making, like, oh God, I voted for Donald Trump 3 times. And I can say now, this is where the line, literally, I have to draw it right here. And that's where I'm like, girl, you don't got to put up your video. I don't give a damn about your tears. Go and rally your family and go to these protests. Go ahead and start, putting money on people's books, like, I don't care. Go feed them kids. Go to one of these, immigration offices. Do what, go and do those things. I don't need to hear you online with y'all rich asses, that people that don't have any issues, people that are armed. Go ahead with your guns and stuff and stand at the front lines. Do whatever you need to do. I don't want to hear you making videos from behind your warm walls, and all of that. I really don't care. I don't care. You voted 3 times for this monster. No.
I hate to put this into the universe, but I can foresee a situation in like 10 years, 15 years, where you have like former ICE agents running in the Democratic Party, and like we just welcome these people back as if like they didn't just commit a mass atrocity. And I just want to say, there is no rehabilitation for these fucks. If you feel bad, the only way to right that wrong is to fucking kill yourself. Like, if you're an ICE agent, you are permanently a fucking, like, undesirable. Just like the Nazis. There's no way around it. Like, there is no way you can say that you were just ignorant. There's no way you can say, oh, well, I really needed that $50,000. This is a human rights issue that we're dealing with here. Like, this is a fucking catastrophe. And if you can go door to door, if you could abduct citizens and immigrants and terrorize them, there is no coming back from that. Just kill yourself. Your family should never accept you again. You're not worthy of the fucking air that you breathe. Save that for somebody else and off yourself, you piece of shit.
Okay, listen, when Trump comes after us, I just want to say I don't co-sign on that. I just walked into this. I went to grab
That was
water.
the guy from Portland. That was the Portland.
He's bringing out the Portland in me.
He's bringing out the guy. He's bringing out the Portland. They done brought ICE over there. I think that was one of the first areas, right? That ICE had pulled up in. Wasn't it in Portland randomly?
It was in South Portland. Yeah, so it's not where I am, but it was basically contained to like a block. Like, their presence was very much felt, but it's not as ubiquitous as it is in Minneapolis. In Minneapolis, it just seems like they're everywhere. Oh, hang on, Mike is just fucking trash, and I'm done. If you honestly think that what I said about ICE is bad, then you're just the fascist collaborator. Like, imagine saying, "Oh my god, how dare you say Hitler kill himself?"
Wait, can I just say something? Wait, I know Mike. I'll never forget when Mike put my ass on blast. I thought I was in a safe space in my chat, and he just put my shit on. I was like, all right, I can't trust this motherfucker.
I scan on the side of my eyes. I see.
Oh,
I see
no.
the little thing.
We know. Scanning for all the old people I see, because that man was old too. I don't know if you could tell he had white hair. Okay, anyways. Mike, going on to your point, the Reddit thread that I sent, we can, if you want to look through it, we can, because it really just kind of goes back to your point that like they're all just Trump loyalists and they're all pieces of shit, but up to you.
Yeah, we can pull it up here. I think that this is so interesting to me that I probably will want to do a video about it as well, just because
I'm thinking about it too. It's really fascinating.
Yeah, to know how people are dealing with this has been something that has been really cathartic for me, at least. Dealing with family members who are conservative and Trump supporters. It's nice to see how other people are responding to that, because it's something that I've been dealing with as well. And even when you like try to write them off and get them out of your lives, they try to insert themselves back in your life because they don't know how to take no for an answer. So it's just very fresh. It's like an ongoing issue, right? There's no like conclusion where it's like, oh, I cut them off. It's never that easy. But redacted.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. A cousin of mine who is British but lives in the States announced the other month that he was considering joining ICE. My grandmother, a woman that lived in the UK illegally for 60 years before getting citizenship, and his own mother let it be known that if he ever returns to the UK, he will not be welcomed by any family because of the shame he has brought with his ridiculous right-wing views. His own brothers have also warned him not to return to the UK. That is how it's done.
Crazy.
This is how you need to treat these people. Like, I know that right now, when we're in the moment, it's really difficult to know how history is going to judge these people, but MAGA and ICE, they will be synonymous with Nazis. I can assure you that is going to be the case. It's the same thing with like Gaza and genocide. Like, people don't want to say genocide. It's too early. We have to wait for history to, hash. No. It's obvious right now. It is a genocide. I think that, leftists, we have the tendency to get attacked because we're right about things too early, but don't be afraid to like just say what's on your mind, as long as you're not like Fed posting or saying anything too ridiculous. Because what we're saying is true. Like, I'm sorry, these people are Nazis. Had a friend.
No,
had a
they
friend, like, they are straight up fucking Nazis, and that includes Border Patrol too. It's not just ICE. Border Patrol is almost as evil as ICE. Had a friend who, after he graduated, joined ICE. He never struck me as a MAGA or some right-wing extremist, so I talked to him about it. He said the money was the biggest factor.
Yep.
No, fuck you. He didn't go through any training that was mandatory, and since I'm working in mental health, dude came over to my home just so he can practice de-escalation.
Jesus, that is so
Wow.
sorry.
I taught him de-escalation and painless soft restraints. Last time I heard from him, he said he was going to try and get a different job as he couldn't handle all the screaming and shouting. Good. So it's working. Honestly, I was just shocked. He wasn't trained at all. He didn't even know basic training techniques. Grab by the upper chest, yada yada. Okay. Well, I'm glad to know that like the whistleblowing and the screaming is actually deterring them, because it'd probably be hard to hear that all day long. So that's good.
I mean, they're also generally treated like shit, to be fair. Like they pulled up to a Minnesota gas station. The gas station refused to let them pump their gas. The people threw food at their faces, and then they all basically got bullied off of the premises. Like, if you don't, if you don't believe in what you're doing, like if you're not a loyalist, that's a very hard job to do just because people fucking hate you.
Yeah, and it's not a
and
hate
people
that you
didn't
can,
always
like,
hate ICE.
wash
When
off.
ICE first came out, I did like a video on this. I showed how ICE looked in 2003, when they was first coming out. Baby, they had on their little suits. It was giving more, TSA. It was maybe giving more, like we're not rounding up folks. We just are, we're going to be around the sea to protect our borders. That's what it was like, really, let's protect the borders. And then to make sure everything is safe ever since 9/11, Blasey Square. And now we're seeing such a totally different, these people are militant. They coming out with face masks. They are attacking people, threatening to kill people. They are even saying, there's conversations recorded we've seen where a guy's like, what do you get paid? I get paid $200,000. What do you get paid? Just like, my dick is bigger than yours. I don't care. He's like, one guy said he said it. He said, I get paid $200,000. Didn't even get trained for this job. He said, I didn't even go to high school or something like that or something. And I get paid $200,000 to do this job. And I'm like, that's insane, right? They're walking around, no training, can't even spell, okay? Can't even spell, y'all. Can't even read, okay? So they not giving nobody to read no rights. They just chaining up folks. They don't understand law. They don't have to go through any training, but
They prefer
they're getting
those
paid
people.
$200,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want the dumbasses. They want the January 6ers.
That benefits them.
So that's why they're hated. Before they were not, but now it's like they're not viewed as they're just viewed as monsters. Like they're viewed as gang members coming in and attacking folks, and they're getting more and more powerful and showing up in like combative gear and covering their faces, and they're very hateful and dirty and all this stuff. Like they're just not. That's why they're hated. Now, mind you, this was not always how people perceive them. It became like that because Donald Trump wants that type of militia out there. He wants that type of, ruggedness and grunginess and fear mongering. And the old ICE look, that propaganda that they were putting out there before, it just wasn't cutting it. It wasn't cutting it.
Mm-hmm. They're like purposefully cruel and like performatively degenerate. Like they want people to know that they're pieces of shit. And so they're being treated the way that they act. This one's kind of interesting. My closeted racist cousin's husband joined and dropped the news at Christmas. It went over like a lead balloon. He's an ex-PA state trooper who foolishly quit to open a brewery that failed and a restaurant failing. He's also a degenerate gambler who likely has large gambling debts. He signed up because of the $50K bonus and overtime opportunities. Figured he could make $150,000 to $200,000 a year. Never mind, he has to relocate to Michigan and is leaving my cousin to close down the restaurant, sell their home, and wrap up her nursing career at the local hospital. Her parents completely disapprove, and this is both their second marriages, doing whatever it takes to make it work, but going right over the cliff in the process with him. It makes me sad because she's attractive and always has a good career and work ethic, just married two guys who are incredibly poor husbands. Yeah, I mean, like, that's if you are with somebody who is joining the Gestapo, then you're a bad person too. Like, I'm sorry. Like, we have to be completely like unequivocal and absolute, because this is something that is so fucking egregious that it can't be tolerated in any way, shape, or form. Anybody who joins ICE has to be a pariah forever. It's like anybody, like, say your grandparent was part of the fucking patrols that rounded up the Japanese internment victims during World War II. Like, they should be excommunicated. They should never, their loved ones should never fucking see them in the homes that they're in right now. It's just like, you can't allow things like this in society to happen. I think that there's a Rubicon that you can't cross if you want to be ever accepted back into polite society, and these people have crossed that. There just should be no coming back from that. And this is long, but yeah, this is really interesting. A lot of people trying to get into ICE, low IQ.
Somebody in my chat said if you can't spell ICE, everybody working for ICE can't even spell ICE. Man.
Well, it is close to the time where we wrap it up, but that's a really interesting thread. I'm glad that you brought that to my attention, Ariana. I might have to dig into that later.
I'm definitely going to be reading through it.
Yeah,
I was thinking of making a video on it because it's just so fascinating, but I thought you guys were gonna love it. So
I absolutely love it. Yeah, we might both be doing videos on it, so I'm gonna watch yours after I make mine. That way I don't end up inadvertently copying you.
No, do yours first. Please do yours first. Do yours first. Like I do not have a patent on news. Please, all of you make videos on it.
Well, it'll probably be part of something else. I might not do like a full video on that. We'll see. We'll see. I definitely want to talk about it.
I'll probably add it to my show, but I won't probably do a video.
It's just so
fascinating. But no, it's to see.
It's so fascinating. Like, I feel like it's covered.
Bless you.
I also want to do a video on the view of America from like people around the world, in particular countries who are very much affected by what we're doing. I always find that very, very interesting. I did one a couple of months ago about a German American.
Today on a very rare afternoon episode of Movie Night Extravaganza, we're talking about Federico Fellini's 1957 comedy drama, Nights of Cabiria, starring Fellini's wife and muse, Giulietta Messina, as Cabiria, a sex worker living in Rome during the bleak post-war period right before the so-called economic miracle. They'll be shown across films like La Dolce Vita and 8½. where Rome became known internationally for its mix of rapid industrialization and incredible displays of glamour. Cabiria had appeared earlier in Fellini's film The White Sheik in 1952 about a new wife who's obsessed with the Valentino-like character in her favorite photo strip. When her husband takes her to Rome to meet his family and the Pope, she instead sneaks off to find the White Sheik.
Era giovane tua moglie, bella. Bella, guardi un po'. Ma che c'ha, 13 anni tua moglie?
In a brief appearance in that earlier film, Giulietta Messina had stolen the show. After The White Sheik, Giulietta Messina starred alongside Anthony Quinn and Richard Basehart in La Strada, a film whose shooting drove Fellini into having a nervous breakdown. A film where a simple-minded woman, Gelsomnia, is bought by a strong man named Zampano and taken with him on the road. Fellini said he wanted to capture Giulietta Messina as he saw her, utilizing photographs of her as a 10-year-old girl and capturing that inner child. This childlike quality is also present in Knights of Cabiria. Giulietta Messina's physical performances were so incredible that Charlie Chaplin, whose performances Messina's were regularly compared to, declared her the actress that moved me most. One of the events that Fellini had written about in his notebook that inspired Knights of Cabiria was the discovery of a woman's headless body in Lake Albano. Naked and found on the lake shore by two men in 1955, was also inspired by a group of prostitutes that Fellini had met while working on the film Il Badone around the same time. Knights of Cabiria has Cabiria playing the eternal and naive optimist up against the reality of circumstances.
Ma sentì che dice questa? Ma non mi fa paura, è stato un infame tranello, lui amava un'altra. Un'altra? Milena, ma voi gli avete dato un figlio, lui si è addormentato, l'avete portato in chiesa, bella azione!
Ma che sta di? Ma che me voglio rovinare? Aspettate queste cose, perché me vuole rovinare? La vita solo sta a metà, parola mia solo sta a metà.
This is a theme that Fellini interrogated a lot around this time, from Wanda's fantasy of the White Sheik character hitting up against the reality of her new life and Alberto Sordi's actual demeanor as Rivoli, the egotistical celebrity. In Knights of Cabiria, from the first scene, we see Cabiria's life come apart in shambles as her boyfriend Giorgio pushes her into a river and runs off with her purse. She's rescued from the water by a group of children who call over adults to resuscitate her. She has to walk home soaking wet, where she immediately gets into an argument with her friend Wanda. Another sequence, one of the most memorable in the film, shows Cabiria on the corner successfully getting noticed by a famous actor named Alberto Lazzari, who has just gotten into a fight with his girlfriend and kicked her out of the car, played by Amedeo Nizzari, the Errol Flynn of the fascist era. He brings Cabiria out to a bar where the mambo is being played, and then up to a mansion that will rival anything in Fellini's later work about Rome's glamorous age. The sequence of events shows how much she doesn't fit into this world that anyone would dream of being brought into, even wondering what a lobster is because she's never had a lobster for dinner, before having to hide in the bathroom watching through a keyhole when Alberto Lazzari's girlfriend comes back to his house. One of the most famous sequences in Knights of Cabiria shows a procession for the Madonna. All the moaning and self-flagellating theatrics at the time in the Italian lower classes, after initially being confused by it, Cabiria joins in attempting to give herself up to the Catholic fervor, something that will happen multiple times in the film, but afterwards she's distressed to realize she and her friends are completely unchanged by it. Some of these moments that show the extreme class inequality of Rome at this time, including scenes of the very poor living in caves, are such contrast to the giant mansion that Alberto Lazzari lives in. The scenes of a man giving food to the poor living in caves was cut out by censors after the premiere and then re-added in 1998. This film has been called Fellini's last foray into the gritty neo-realism which had permeated Italian cinema after the Second World War. Fellini's next films would be the surrealist and avant-garde style he'd be known for in the next few decades, often inspired by Jungian psychoanalysis and dreams. Still, there's such an absurdist quality to the Chaplin-esque character of Cabiria, who feels out of place in this bleak world she inhabits, sometimes breaking into dancing, her large, almost cartoonish eyes making her feel like Betty Boop. ensuring that the tragic character of Kyberia, who frequently finds herself mocked, brought down, and her pride destroyed completely, never feels so overwhelmingly sad that she can no longer pop back up if her fortunes change. Fellini once called Kyberia the only one of my characters I still worry about when the film is over. The money for Knights of Kyberia came from Dino De Laurentiis and his brother Luigi De Laurentiis, after other producers in Rome wanted nothing to do with a film about sex workers if they were the protagonists. This film also saw Fellini working with Pier Paolo Pasolini, the intellectual, writer, and filmmaker whose work would become some of the most controversial and defining of the later 20th century Italian culture. They worked together on both Knights of Kyberia and La Dolce Vita, Pasolini providing dialogue from his experiences both with family who were part of the criminal underworld and in the more bourgeois milieus that he'd later satirized in his own work. Knights of Kyberia would win at Cannes, with Giulietta Messina taking home Best Actress, and for the second year in a row after La Strada only came out in America in 1956, Fellini would win Best Foreign Language Film at the Oscars. Before I introduce the panel, please like this video and subscribe to the Movie Night Extravaganza YouTube channel. Then hit that bell to get notified whenever we're streaming. Super chats are now open. If you have any pressing questions, send us a super chat, which helps me maintain the expenses for the show, which I am obligated by the rules of the Geneva Convention to stop everything and ask the panel. Another way to help us out is to become a patron and give us money every month. In exchange, you get access to all of our after parties, bonus content, and we'll tell you even more movies we watched recently. Patreon.com/Movie Night Extra. We have a Movie Night Extravaganza Discord. There's an invite link in the episode description, and we have a Letterboxd HQ account. So those are two more places to follow along with us. Okay, let me introduce the illustrious panel. We are live right now on This Space. If you aren't following them, join This Space TV on YouTube. Link below. Conan Neutron is the co-host and senior producer for Movie Night Extravaganza, host of Protonic Reversal, an independent Film Critics of America film critic, and the frontman for the band Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. Check out his music at neutronfriends.bandcamp.com. Christina Oakes is a co-host of Movie Night Extravaganza, a streamer on Twitch, twitch.tv/cosmopolitics, a host at This Space, hosting Christina's Corner, and is across social media at Cosmopolitics and on Letterboxd at Christina. Adam McKay is a director, writer, and former head writer for SNL, who has directed and co-written such films as Anchorman, Talladega Nights, The Other Guys, The Big Short, Vice, and Don't Look Up. I, of course, am your host and a local magician who's creepy like something out of Pinocchio, Boris Miller. We haven't changed. Nobody's changed.
Fantastic. Adam McKay, welcome back, man.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we threatened to do this last time, and here we are. Threat received and instigated.
It is crazy that last time we talked about this movie, which was what, like a year and a half ago, or something?
Yeah, like I think a little bit over a year.
A Nora discourse had just begun. That's why it came up.
And how much the world has changed. So Giulietta Messina's smile in the end, to me, I rewatched it 2 nights ago, and it was a totally different experience than when I saw the re-release. I think it was 1998 in New York City, so it was wild watching it again.
Well, we're all kind of going through the tribulations that she goes through in the movie on a more extreme level. So yeah, I think the optimism and hope in the face of just absolute horror all around us is a lesson that we can all kind of take to heart right now.
Yeah. Just
Hi everybody! It's a fun movie show we're doing.
Well, it actually is, because Giulietta Messina and Fellini's spirit carry us through. Like, I mean, if you look at post-World War II Italy, that's a grim place.
Yeah.
And I mean, she says, or her friend Wanda says, everyone is trying to scam you, which feels a lot like America in 2026. And yet when Giulietta or her Cabiria hears those beats and hears music, she can't help but dance or sees children. I actually, as crazy and as dark as shit is right now, I found it more relevant than ever.
The big difference between like this period of Italy and like and now, I can't imagine anybody actually going through the motions of like marrying somebody, taking them out over and over again on dates, like doing all of that just to steal the purse. I feel like
it's a long game.
Are you serious? Like,
I'm talking about the long game. I'm talking about the long game part of it. Because he really goes all in for the long game. I feel like now people try to do it either online or like in person fast. Like they try to take your money and run, and nobody has the attention span anymore for like a con to that level. Where I meet you. I go around looking for easily suggestible girls, which she is on the stage, and then I woo them and I take them out, and I'm romantic, and it's days and days, and then I finally propose. I marry them, and then he takes her all the way up to the top of the cliff, and it's like, I don't know. I can't imagine somebody like, we don't have the attention span for a real con like that anymore. Our cons today are much.
That's a great question. Does the long con still exist? I would maintain that it does through brand loyalty, like the New York Times, the Democratic Party. Like, those institutions are taking you into a dark place and of being oblivious. And one day you're going to wake up and you're hip deep in brackish water, or someone's pulling your children out of school. But I get your point. As far as the I want to marry you game, that has gotten
just like the life game. Like I was thinking around the same time as watching this, like the Eric Adams rug pull happened, where it was like 48 hours from I announced that I now have a cryptocurrency that everyone could buy into, and within 48 hours the rug is pulled and I'm off with the $2 million. Like I feel like that is the scammer's dream today. Is like
meme coin, let's go
in and out. And this guy really, I mean, he romantically woos her. He takes her out. He's like, I do not care what you have done with your life. I just want to be with you. I love you. And then she's like, oh no. And he's like, oh please be with me. And she's like, no. She's like, oh please. And she's like, okay. And she finally gets excited about it. And then they go on a whole trip, and she takes out all of the money from her savings. And it's like, I don't know. I guess people still do some of those.
Well, Forrest, if I may, I think the weaponized loneliness thing still very much happens.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The methodology is different, but I think one of the reasons why
lonely enough.
I think it's one of the reasons why this movie so resonates is because and because her performance is so great, you're rooting for her the whole time, and like nothing but terrible things happens to her, like the entire movie. Like everyone takes an advantage of her, horrible misfortune, etc. But you understand why she still has an open heart to things. Yeah, and that's what makes this so interesting, because it's not cynical, which is crazy when you think Pasolini wrote this. Because I like Pasolini, but Pasolini's like, look, there's some pretty cynical stuff that Pasolini wrote. This is not one of them.
His writing was mostly dialogue, like trying to get the characters to actually sound like lower class, like lower class underworld kind of characters.
You know what was cool and disturbing was the scene where Cabiria was hypnotized, and she mentions that she owns a home, which sets off the con man. Is sort of like using your iPhone to talk to people about your assets or being on social media. Like,
for sure.
Every internal thought. I mean, I think there's a whole interpretation of this movie, and it probably slightly goes beyond what Fellini was consciously intending, that, you know, Italy fell, Germany fell, Japan fell, the new sort of neoliberal age really kind of began there, for better or for worse. And I keep thinking of her friend Wanda saying, like, what, you know, when Cabiria says, why would a guy throw me in a lake for 40,000, what is it, lira?
Yeah, right. Which I don't know what the exact amount is, but it's not a lot, really. You know, when it comes down to it.
And her friend Wanda says, I know guys that would throw you, given how things are, I know guys that would throw you in that lake for 5,000.
Yeah.
And then you look at the other movies being made. I mean, the big one for me is Antonioni, like L'Avventura, the face of Knights of Cabiria, post World War II. I mean, you have Fellini, a guy who was, through no fault of his own, raised a fascist. Like, he even said later, like, I fully believed in that regime, which when you're young, that can happen. And
parts of it are in Amarcord, right? Parts of it are from his childhood in Amarcord. Like,
totally. So I really look at this movie as, you know, the beginning of the post-World War II era. Capitalism has blasted Italy in a way like post-World War II. You saw it with Japan. You look at the movies that were made out of Japan after World War II, and it was all about internalizing the desires and ideology of your conquerors. And yeah, I had a whole read on the movie this time that
I think that's a great point, because Italy was also the last of the Axis powers to undergo this thing, which is called the economic miracle, and it's 3 years after this. And I don't think it's not an economic miracle for the people living in caves in this movie, which was cut out.
I love that's in the intro, by the way, because I forgot about that. When we watched, I'm like, oh yeah, the unhoused people are in literal caves, which is crazy.
They stripped out that 7 minutes, and they wouldn't let Fellini put the 7 minutes in there, because 3 years after this, right? Like, they're undergoing this rapid industrialization of a place that had always, even under the fascists who did a lot of industrializing, don't get me wrong, like it was still very much a rural place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there were a lot of farmers, a lot of people kind of tending to like rural villages, and all of a sudden this rapid industrialization took place. The rich got extremely rich, the poor stayed poor, but there was still like a burgeoning middle class, I guess, that came out of this. And that was, you know, out of those three countries, right? Out of Germany, which was like one of the first countries to kind of undergo this. Japan, pretty rapidly underwent this, and then Italy. And it's, you know, you see the movies really change after this. That's when, you know, La Dolce Vita comes out. That's when 8.5 comes out. Like the big movies that are way more surrealist and avant-garde, and looking at this like petite bourgeois that had kind of formulated around this new post-World War II order. But this movie, you also see Amedeo Nazari, who's the Errol Flynn of Italy, pretty much.
Right, big Errol Flynn energy.
He's like the symbol of their of their cinema at this time, and he's the guy that's like, she goes up to his mansion and he has a million dogs.
And their fascist past. I mean, he was an actor that was, and his, you know, sort of rugged manliness, the fact that he right away jives with a sex worker is, you know, a comment on Mussolini style fascism. I'm gonna do a link here, see if you can go with me on this. It might not hold up, but I'm gonna say this movie connects with Chumbawamba's I Get Knocked Down.
I still have that album. It belonged to my sister.
By the way, a great album.
And for people that don't know, and I know everyone on this stream knows because I've had Danbert on my show on Protonic Reversal, they had a long history of being an abjectly political post-punk band for years and years, like many records. And we could do a whole side quest on that, right? But that hit being as big as it is with that band and people not knowing history beyond that song is just one of the most surreal moments in just something hitting big that you wouldn't have, like, them? Really? Like, they had a split record with Noam Chomsky back in the day.
And the story behind it is, for those who only know it as a one-hit wonder, is I get knocked down, but I get up again, is the working class. And it's telling the story of the working class having beers in the pub or bar and pissing the night away. Oh, Danny boy.
Yeah.
And it's saying, I get up again. Like, it's a story of empowerment for the working class. And Conan, you're totally right. They had no idea that it would hit like that. And they are straight up communists. And they hated Margaret Thatcher, I would argue, at the appropriate level, but
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
So I kind of like this time watching it, where I'm seeing, unregulated capitalism just destroying modern civilization on a day-to-day basis. I really looked at her, Cabiria, and Giulietta Messina's performance of Cabiria, which, by the way, I'm sure this was not Fellini's intention, although maybe a little bit, as we always go towards the sweet stuff. We go towards the love, and you can kind of like, I heard a phrase about a year ago, limbic capitalism, where the falling in love, the rush of the moment overwhelms the fact that you're in one of those matrix pods being like directly used as a fuel source. Anyway, so I am officially linking Knights of Cabiria to Chumbawamba.
To Chumbawamba.
Yeah.
Off of the record tab number. By the way, their first record, Pictures of Starving Children Sell Records. So that's where they were coming from.
So good, by the way.
They're OGs, man. Dampert's the best.
They later did an all a cappella album that has that has a song called Only Words Can Save Us. That is one of the most beautiful, radical songs. I mean, they had a long career of different styles, and one of my all-time favorite bands.
That's so awesome. we got a few super chats. Discovered this movie because of Adam, so thank you.
There you go. Good stuff.
Stevie says, shout out to the greatest movie podcast on earth.
Yes. Yeah. I will fist pump with my Giallo gloves because
and then Rivato Zampano. I guess did I mispronounce that?
Yeah.
I didn't.
I was about to say Arigato, Mr. Roboto for some reason, but
So all right, so I think we should probably something we do, Adam, here because it's easy to miss certain points and things. Is we've started going through like a plot summary, and then we kind of go and talk about each one. Something I want to note first of all while Forrest gets that pulled up. The vibe of this, like things that wouldn't show in a plot summary, I think is so important. Like when you have where they're all just hanging out on the street. The woman across the street's talking trash to her. She's talking trash back.
The very coked up woman across the street.
100%.
Hey, coquina.
There's the stuff in the car, and everyone's just vibe, and it's almost like Howard Hawks style hangout to a certain degree, right? You get the vibe of it, but you get so much character Caberia's character, you get so much idea of like what kind of person she is, because she's very joyful, even though it's, again, this unrelenting torrent of trash talk that's happening across the street.
To your point specifically about Honora, and this movie, right? The first time we see Honora, we get her in the strip club, hanging out with, talking shit to talking shit to her one friend or her one enemy at the club, talking to her friend about stuff, making fun of customers, talking to customers. You get already this vibe of this of the strip club, and you're instantly thrown into kind of her world because it's so frenetic. And in this, I feel like it's a similar.
And you would never see that tableau of these kinds of working poor people previously. Like, it's just not something that would be shown, not in this manner. And that's one of the reasons why. And before, real quick, Adam, I'm just curious. This is on my top 100 of all time. This is like one of my favorite movies. I love Fellini's neorealist stuff more than the surreal stuff, and I kind of appreciate. I enjoy the surrealist stuff, but I kind of appreciate what it inspired more. I'm personally curious where you stand on the whole Fellini thing, because I know we talked about doing this. Obviously, we're doing this movie. Clearly, you like this movie, but where do you stand on like the 8.5s? Any of the other ones, Dolce Vita, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's tricky because there are a lot of creative elements coming to the fore in he's showing how fabulous and stylish
I've
it is.
started La Dolce Vita so many times and just we need to one day either do it for the podcast or I need to just man up and watch the full.
I happily, because to me the scene on the beach with the sea creature, that's where kind of like how David Lynch never made anything overtly political, but I view David Lynch as a kind of touchstone of the 80s, 90s, into the 2000s, because, I'm a big believer, obviously, in class cinema. I love neo-realism. I love Battle of Algiers. One of my all-time favorite movies. But there is a point at which a film can jump into the surreal and the absurd to such a degree that it becomes revolutionary. We for sure know that no one in our current leadership in the United States, Republican or Dem, really enjoys La Dolce Vita. There are 5 people who know enough to Ed Markey and Elizabeth Warren probably know enough to say, oh yeah, that's an all-time classic. But Chuck Schumer, So I do think when you go so
La Dolce Vita,
when you go, or I would say Lost Highway, or you start to lose the extremists and the dogmatic, and then you look at Armored Core, or you look at how Fellini dealt with the Catholic Church, which was in direct collusion with the fascist movement, and as we now know, is the biggest, child sex trafficking, and I'm Catholic, the biggest child sex trafficking ring maybe in history, although Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and company
gave it a run for the money.
Gave it a run. So I always kind of reserved that place. What was the movie a couple of years ago? Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
Yep.
And I remember going into that, and I had seen those directors' movies before, and I was like, they're kind of cool, stylish. And I watched it, and I was like, you know what? That is revolutionary to interpret someone's internal life in that way. I mean, we can't always get Parasite, which is directly revolutionary and anti-capitalist. So I always kind of gave Fellini a break. And in that regard, once you go through that door, my favorite movies are La Dolce Vita, 8.5. Even though he was raised a fascist, I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Which he kind of makes fun of a little bit in Amarcord. It's which is interesting. 3 things real quick. We were very early to the Everything Everywhere All at Once train, just to toot our own horn as a movie show. But before you read that for us, let me just knock this out. The Marcello Mastroianni character in La Dolce Vita, who's kind of like simultaneously one of the coolest guys you ever meet and kind of the most frustrating as well. He's along the same lines. It is a parallel to for things like Sweet Smell of Success, for sure. But I think La Dolce Vita is more about the crossroads of life. So it's, versus seeing it at 50 versus seeing it at 20 is going to hit entirely differently, right? And then also special shout out to Anita Ekberg, who's amazing in that. The Trevi Fountain scene is obviously iconic for a reason. Just astounding filmmaking, and in the way that you real quick, because there's so many ways I want to make sure we get to everything. Just moments like that I think are things that really inspired Lynch that like rely heavily on like very powerful visuals that even if you forget plot points or even major character arcs, you're going to remember the visuals of like, oh wow, that's a haunting image that sticks with you. That's something that I think Fellini's really, really great at that. I think 8.5 is brilliant and also a harsh toke if you're not in the right frame of mind for it.
Yeah.
And I get it when people can't hang with it. But yeah, again, there's so much to go with all of that. But we do want to kind of start into the plot summary of this one, because this one is kind of, I feel like if you're not a true cinema head, you folks mostly don't know this. And one of the things we like to do in this show, and we're so glad for you to come on and talk about this, is to kind of introduce this movie to people that maybe aren't familiar, or maybe they only say 8.5 or La Dolce Vita, and so on.
So starting with the synopsis, a happy laughing Camelia is standing on a riverbank with her current boyfriend and live-in lover, Giorgio. I love the way she says, Giorgio. Suddenly pushed her to the river and steals her purse, which is full of money. She cannot swim.
Out of the gate, this happens, by the way. I love how quickly we're just in it.
Like, movie just started. What are you doing here?
She cannot swim and nearly drowns, but is rescued by a group of young boys and revived at the last possible moment by helpful, ordinary people who live a little further down the river. In spite of just saving her life, she treats them with disdain and starts looking for Giorgio. Anything to go off there?
they also hang her upside down to get the water out, which is a detail that I had forgotten.
The one guy who's not helping, the one guy who does not help at all, walks up and goes, I think she's dead. And the guy goes, if she was dead, she would not be spitting out the water.
Well, there's
very funny
religious, hints throughout this entire movie. Like, I mean, I kind of like, did you read that Fellini was undecided between the character of Cabiria being an insane, like a neurotic nun or a street sex worker? And if you look at that opening, it's all about like betrayal. They hang her upside down like she's being crucified. And it really establishes character in an incredible way, because she's like, screw you all. I want to follow my delusional need for love. It's an incredible opening. And the children are established as kind of a truth touchstone. Yeah, it's so good. And then the fact in the end of the movie, she ends up right on that ledge. That was the moment, and I'm jumping to the ending where I'm like, she kind of digs this. She kind of digs the idea of like total giving love, and then it being betrayed and her rolling on the ground. Like, yeah, it made me wonder.
There's something about like having like passionate Italian family members that kind of have a thing where it's like there are definitely people who revel in misery, right? Like,
yeah, the rending of garments at like funerals. I'm like, the slamming on the.
There's definitely people who, in that state of misery, they find some kind of emotional catharsis where it's like, please kill me now. If you're gonna kill me, kill me now. Please, just kill me. And it's like you can almost
don't be a pussy. Get over it.
This catharsis kind of, with the knowledge that if that guy was gonna just push her off, he would have done it. He would have done it. He's clearly sweating. He's clearly not ready to do something like that. Which, I mean, good for him, I guess. He didn't follow through with it. Although he did get her purse, which is like he managed to get her purse and not push her off the ledge.
Get her purse after she sold her house to be with him.
Yeah,
which is like her one asset.
It's the one thing
she insisted that he take it in the end.
Yeah.
She was like, take it. And there was part of me that was like, oh, that's weird. Like, I would love to know what Fellini was thinking about her insistence. If he wasn't making a comment on the pain, pleasure of the whole sort of capitalist scam. I don't know.
Well, and the whole almost religious fervor of it, because you see throughout that. Well, we should get back to the.
Let's get back to the plot. But there was the religiosity and the extreme emotion I think those are key elements to the entire movie, frankly, but especially that scene for sure.
Yeah. All right.
And like I said, her delusion too. Yeah, her delusion. Like at the beginning, where we're at still, right? Like the dude pushes her in the river. It's like, oh, I got to get back to him. Like, he pushed you in the river to rob you.
And her response is like very telling. He's like, oh, he just got scared.
Yeah, he has good qualities though. He's
the only thing the movie didn't show is Giorgio, who pushed her in the river, has 300,000 Instagram followers, and it's an awesome DJ. So I kind of watched it like,
an influencer. Please, come and see my set. I beg you, come see my set. You're going to love.
We will do a collaborator post.
I play the Diplo. I play the Diplo for you. Cabiria returns to her small home. And it is a small home, but a small home in comparison to people sleeping under the arches.
She's not living in a cave, right? I mean, so it's all right.
Yeah. My life is good. I do not live in a cave. But Giorgio has disappeared. She is bitter, and when her best friend and neighbor Wanda, Franca Marcy is the actress. She does a great job, I think.
Yeah,
throughout
she's great.
Tries to help her get over him. Cabiria shoos her away and remains disgruntled. She continues to ply her trade as a prostitute.
Pause right there.
Yeah.
She not only shoos her away, she's pretty insulting about it, frankly.
Like,
but you can tell they've been friends for a long time.
You say I'm your friend, huh?
Yeah.
And then in the next scene, she's like, "Oh, my only friend who lives near me is Wanda," and it's like, you just told her that you guys are not friends.
Just call Wanda.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a lot going on there, but her circuit's small. Her friend circle is small, and. Yeah,
a lot of acquaintances.
Not a lot of
friends.
and that leads into the scene I was talking about, where you got, they're all hanging out together. Your coked up rival / acquaintances, like just talking that trash nonstop the entire time. I love it, and that's another thing that again, there's a corollary of that, as you mentioned with Sean Baker's movie, which I also loved and we covered in this show. But you just get such a great lived-in. This is what the working poor were doing at this time in Italy, which is so cool because we never see that tableau. We'll see what the upper class are doing or the artsy class or whatever, but you just never see like. They're sitting there like with the car. I'm gonna drive my friend. You don't know how to drive, like whatever. It's just like all this like. It would never fit in the plot.
There's something so like you can also like what I felt like watching this again with the woman talking shit across the street. You can tell that Cabiria from the beginning never shuts her mouth about like she's constantly kind of flexed on these other girls because the woman knows all of her business. She's like, oh, why don't you come back with Giorgio? And she knows all the stuff that's happening in Cabiria's life because she never stopped talking about it to try to flex herself on the other girls that are working there. Which is, I think that there's a bunch of times where things like that happen where it's like. And this is why I think this is also a commentary on working class politics, where it's like, as long as there's somebody that you view as lesser than, right? As long as there's people living in caves, as long as there's people sleeping under the arches, you can always say to yourself, all right, my life is bad, but at least I'm not like those people. Like despite the fact that you're closer to those people than you are to anybody.
Exactly. Than like the actor or anything like that. By the way, two things. For 1957, pretty freaking future forward. As far as depicting all this kind of stuff. And then also, that goes back to what you're saying, Adam, about like, Fellini started off writing gags. It's very funny. It's a very funny, like, section, right? And what is ultimately a tragic movie, but...
And you kind of get why Giulietta Messina became his muse. I mean,
oh, man.
She has, like, what we would call today, like, comedic set pieces in the movie. Her dancing is hilarious. And the scene that you guys are talking about when she gets in the fight with the woman across the road, it's really funny. And she's an amazing actress / comedian.
Well, and there's a great diss too, like whatever Moby Dick or something along those, which is like, whoa, okay.
Yeah. this is why this film, like, rewatching it's like, oh yeah, you could definitely see like so much of like of this movie, like in Honora. You
Yeah.
know? Like,
For sure.
like,
Yeah. There's
so
another really great line.
Honora is a great comparison. I mean, I was
Yeah.
stunned. I'm sorry, I didn't mean
No, go ahead.
to interrupt you, but when
We do it all
I
the time.
saw Honora, I was stunned by how almost slapstick funny it was.
Yeah.
Like, I was laughing. The dude who's the middleman between the crime boss, he was so funny, and obviously she was incredible. But I had posted after that. I was like, has a movie this funny ever won Best Picture?
Because there's that whole Lubitsch kind of section where they're looking for him, right? And they're running around that whole. It's like this is a screwball comedy, like
Crazy,
section, you know? It's crazy.
Funny. I mean, I also was saying that One Battle After Another, straight up comedy, the energy that drove me through that movie was laughter. And I know from experience, DiCaprio is really funny. And and PTA has a long history of loving comedy. I mean, yeah, I think comedy is essential to any,
look at Dr.
status
Strangelove.
quo challenging filmmaking. If you look throughout the history of it, the best movies like Parasite has really funny moments, and that's probably one of the top 5 most anti-capitalist movies I've ever seen.
But you're right. It's very funny, and the comedy not only underscores the drama, it actually accentuates it when done correctly. And again, One Battle After Another being compared to Dr. Strangelove, which I just did, it's the same sort of thing. The Christmas Adventures, that's high farce. That's high farce. But it's also like, well, but there are orgs like that. It may not be that exactly, and it's they're kind of charged.
I didn't love with One Battle After Another, and it was through no fault of Paul's filmmaking or the original source material, but it broke my heart to see a fictional world where there was still a left wing that had code words, and I was like,
that was the fantasy element. You're right.
I remember those days.
Like, can we get away from that, please? Come on.
I was
it's also so funny not being able to
move. Everyone's like, "Oh, Patty Hearst, how ridiculous!" And I'm like, not that ridiculous.
But it knows what it's doing too. I mean, like you see Leo's character watching Battle of Algiers and smoking a bong at the same. Great. That's good stuff.
And don't use your phone. Like the whole movie is worth it for don't use your phone. But anyway, I'm sorry.
By the way, we're covering that movie episode after next. So the next episode, we're doing Thief with Josh Olson from Movies That Made Me and the great screenwriter.
Love
and then
Josh, good friend.
Very excited for that. And then our friend Eileen Jones from Jacobin is coming on, a future guest of the show, to do One Battle After Another to kick off our coverage of for award season, where we only cover the movies.
One battle after another.
One battle after another.
One battle.
Anyway, stay tuned for that. Where are we at?
We're literally in the first 10 minutes. Of the
I know, man.
I screwed up your.
No, it's fine.
You could not.
No, you're good. I mean, this is good.
I talked theory right away. Let's jump to the movie star. Right?
So one night she's outside a fancy nightclub and witnesses a fight between a famous movie star, Alberto Lazzari, played by Amedeo Nazari. I like that his movie star name in this
very similar.
Very close.
Like I was like,
it's like if you were like, oh, he's Neo DiFaprio or something. It's like
it's like you can only come up with so many creative Italian names because they all end in a vowel. Like you can't A-E-I-O-U and never the letter Y.
Here's the famous movie star Mark Bagel. Okay.
Blark Wahlberg.
Yeah, we do this all night, but let's get back at it. Yeah.
As he's dumped by his girlfriend, the differences in appearance between the glamorous girlfriend in a mink coat and the disheveled and short Kiberia are stark. The jilted Lazari takes the starstruck Kiberia to another club and then to his house, where Kiberia is astounded by the opulence of his house. One thing that I wanted to point out is there's two like diametrically opposed scenes where she's in the parking lot, and it is the scene where they're talking shit back and forth. But while the radio is playing in the car, you hear like mambo, and they're doing the mambo.
Yeah, they're doing the mambo.
And she goes to the fancy Italian. The Italian bar, but it's like, you know, where all the celebrities hang out, and it's like the bar for rich people that everyone's like, hey, Lazari, I love you, like that bar. And he's kind of mortified by her dancing, doing the same kind of mambo that she was doing in that parking lot. Like it's her signature dance. But in both cases, it's like the upper class version of a mambo and then the lower class version of a mambo.
And this is something that, real quick, I saw El Surpasso for the first time just recently, which is a fantastic movie, Dino Risi. And I'm now getting a better handle on that class distinction between, like, you know, and again, everyone's very free to like, oh, there's music playing, let's dance. That is that class distinction, because from looking at from perspective of 2025, it's like, oh, you know, they're 2026, whatever year we're in. It's like, oh, they're both beautiful women dancing. What's the big deal? But there's like, oh no, this is considered like you're a prole. You're like lesser somehow, and that's very important. And that's told rather than told as in with speech, like, you know, show not tell. You see their reactions, and you see like in a minute, like, oh, this is why she's viewed as a less than, and it's so interesting because I think I'm getting a better handle on it now after seeing more movies of this era. That I'm not sure I picked that up the first time.
Yeah, well, and throughout this
working class mambo, everybody, thank you.
Doing the she's doing the fan thing, which obviously also you know, immediately outs you as lower class, because if you're upper class, you're supposed to. I mean, you can ask the person more famous to you for favors, and then they kind of blow you off. But you're not supposed to be like, I'm a huge fan, I've seen every movie, I know who you are, and like, you know, she's yelling to her friends out of the car, like, look who I'm in the car with, like,
who's
not in the car, like.
I'd be like, I'm avoiding this celebrity at all cost.
But yeah, so you know,
what am I, a fan?
Lazari takes the starstruck Kiberia to another club and then to his house, where Kiberia is astounded by the opulence of his house. I really like that one of the things in his house that you first see in his room is a closet that plays a noise. When the closet opens up, it plays like a little song. And like now you see that with you know, our version of like you know, everybody's middle class now, kind of at least the illusion of that, right? Like, no matter how poor you are, you're still middle class. The illusion of that, because you have so many consumer electronics, and that's like the definition of it. Everything makes a little sound like that now. And
you can't be poor. We have a bidet. Yeah, sure you can. I mean,
but it's like, that is seen as like the most opulent thing you could possibly have. The closet opens up and it plays like a cute little like starry song, and it's every single appliance now. Smart appliance goes like dun 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 dun.
Yeah, it's like my one customer. I cleaned for the man who invented the Commodore 64 computer. Like, and he made his entire house into a smart house. So like, it'll like, you know, the temperature goes down and be like, it is 73 degrees. It is hot as hell. And my mom and I are like, what? And they have like NPR playing throughout the house, and like,
oh man,
like they got the lights. You tap, like it's so like it's so distracting to me, because like it's always talking, and it's like, does this not annoy you at like 3 o'clock in the morning? Like, come on, seriously.
I also like that his opulence is also defined by the amount of animals that he has. Like, you know, he has,
that's right, yeah.
Like, you have fish, and he's like, yes, I have fish. And she's a toucan. There's a toucan in a cage, a bunch of like, you know, like really nice birds, and then all of those dogs. And those same dogs, if they were in the city of Rome, would be street dogs. But he has them free range roaming around his mansion because he likes having dogs. And even there's a puppy in the closet. Like, I don't know, yeah. As the two are finally becoming closer after a rather standoffish few hours, Lazari's girlfriend returns, and Kiberia is shuffled off to the bathroom, unable to consummate with a movie star.
Classic farcical moment.
Yeah. The keyhole.
Did you say farcical?
I did not say farcical, no.
The the keyhole scene where they film like Cabiria watching through the keyhole with the light on her face, and then you see through the keyhole the lovemaking, I guess, or the beginning of the lovemaking between Lazari and his girlfriend that's barged into his house or whatever. It's such a like kind of devastating depiction of loneliness and the distance, the alienation that she has from the person who, I mean, he seems like a nice enough guy. I mean, he's kind of just like drunk and kind of whatever brooding the entire time, but like there's nothing, you're not like, oh well, fuck this guy's terrible, but it's like there still is that distance no matter what, where he's like, I don't know, I brought this prostitute home, she was standing in front of the hotel, and then she just pushed off the
voyeurism is one of the 4 or 5 engines of capitalist class inequality. Like, I'm old enough to remember in the 80s when lifestyles of the rich and famous came on.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous. That's right.
And it was fucked up. And a lot of people were like, this is fucked up. Like, these people are assholes, like, why are, but it slowly grinds away. So for me, when she was looking through that keyhole, that's where the working class goes, the sex workers, the plumbers, the sewage workers. I really think, like you guys said earlier, the idea that this whole new economy was slamming into Japan, Italy, Germany, and in some ways the UK, France. I think it must have been like wildly disorienting. So I love that where she's looking through the keyhole. There's no intimacy, and then you.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions On This Space special second show, because Deter is out, so I'm taking over for American Wasp, and I have with me Hank Thompson from Winners and Losers. Hank, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm all right. I have a little bit of breaking news.
Okay.
Courtesy of my lovely off-screen wife. And it's some sad
Am I
news.
the on-screen wife?
No. Well, I don't know. I think Deter
Eventually?
might be my on-screen wife.
Oh, fair. All right, you guys got to open it up, man. Come on.
But,
All right, no, sorry, go ahead. It's probably like something really serious. Go
It's not that serious. I mean,
okay.
it is. It is.
All right.
Ray J of Kim Kardashian fame, making her a household name, and also Raycon earbuds that I'm sure a lot of people are going to be worried about their sponsorships, YouTubers and podcasters. Ray J says he only has a short time to live after hospitalization. My heart is only beating at like 25%, he says.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Slide it up to 75%.
The R&B singer said that everything will be all right as long as he remains focused and stays on the right path.
What's the condition? That's
well, he says I was in the hospital. My heart back in January. TMZ reported that he rushed to a hospital in Las Vegas in order to receive treatment for pneumonia and heart pains. He said, "My heart's only beating at 25%. Thank you for all your prayers." He later acknowledged that his health is still not okay, wants to thank his family here. He says basically, he said it's all black, whatever's going on with his heart. There's like black stuff in there. He said, I fucked up. You know why? Because I thought I had more weight. I thought it was a big shot. I could handle all the alcohol and Adderall. I could handle all the drugs, but I couldn't, and it curbed my time here. So he attributes it to drinking and substances. So, folks, take it easy. Have fun, but take it easy.
Yeah.
4 or 5 bottles a day, 10 Addies at a time. That's crazy, dude. As someone who used to have Adderall prescription,
bottles of
4 Adderall is depending on the doses, but like 10 a day.
That's a lot.
4 or 5 bottles of like liquor, I assume.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm like, ain't nothing gonna happen to me. Fuck it, I'm indestructible. He remarked, "Joke's on me. Take care of yourselves, y'all."
How can I get sick? I'm young and I feel fine and I'm wealthy.
Yeah, and I'm going on tour and I'm making music videos. Like it's a party lifestyle. It burned him out, man. He's
that's
scary. Yeah, it's
scary stuff. We all have this thing in our chest that is this little pump running, and it's all your whole life. It's just bump, 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 and it's a muscle. And it's like my roommate went through a huge heart surgery thing to have a thing replaced, and the technology that we have available to help people, but also, it's just incredible that at any given moment your ticker might kick off.
Yeah.
There's interventions if you can get help fast enough, but I think about Jackie Joyner Kersey, if you recall that name. She was an Olympian, like a track and field, like a sprinter. And there's probably no better group of hearts in the planet than sprinters or running. I mean, once you reach a certain age, she keeled over in her 30s from a heart thing, I think. I don't want to misreport, but it was one of those like, what? She must have been. But I think sometimes there's also underlying conditions that don't get noticed. Scary stuff.
He also mentions that apparently, he's not going to see 2027.
He's not even out of his 20s.
No. Dude, do you know who Ray J is? Ray J is the guy who was in the porn video with Kim Kardashian.
I sort of figured that out in your opening.
He was famous. And then that video got leaked, and then she became famous from that, and her mom also spun it out into like a career and the TV show and whatnot,
and billions of dollars and piles of trash.
Her mom pimped her out,
and consumerist overconsumption followed.
But he says, shout out to my mom and daddy. Shout out to Brandy, apparently looking out for me. She paid my bills for me for the rest of the year. So nice. Singer Brandy helping out Ray J. That's good.
Yeah.
And folks,
Paramount subscription.
I'm gonna parlay this into another little bit that I just wanted to share with the class. By the way, you're watching this space, share, like, subscribe, get there on Twitter and Blue Sky and Instagram. Let everybody know we're over here live Monday through Thursday. But on last Saturday, I was watching a lot of this. If it will click over, thank you. I'm not going to play it because it's all copyrighted music, but this is so MTV died officially on New Year's, and we didn't talk about it that much.
Sad.
But someone put together this project, which is all these YouTube videos that you could find of like the first day of MTV. And if you go, I'll put the link in the chat. I'll share with the class here.
All right.
You can just hit play and it'll just start playing music videos, and there's no ads. It never stops. It's like watching old school MTV. Sometimes there's bumpers, like the old like MTV like claymation animation stuff. They have like old MTV shows. Some, I don't know how many, but like, Celebrity Deathmatch was always one of my favorites. The Liquid Television, Aeon Flux.
Does it have some Kurt Loder or some?
It has some Kurt Loder. It's probably got some Spring Break.
But who was the tall, scary guy? There was like a weirdo dude that was a skinny maniac. One of the main VJs.
Oh, I don't remember.
No,
Chris Hardwick.
No, he's a little. No, this was somebody in chat. Well, I don't know. He got like famous as like a anti-personality. He was sort of charismatic, but didn't have any business being on TV.
Mitch Hedberg?
No. He
Oh,
was an MTV.
Stephen Wright?
No, that's a comedian. This was an MTV VJ. His thing was like he was a high-profile MTV VJ guy in the 90s. I'm not great for this cultural commentary stuff. I mean, I have been alive since. I was
I'm just
born,
saying,
so
this is if you want to go down memory lane, you can click any of these by year. You can break it down.
So it kind of scrubs MTV's YouTube, but
It
programs
scrubs
it
just
into
like
TV
anything
channels?
that would have aired on MTV, any
And then-
music videos that would have aired on MTV, anything that they've ever broadcast. Like we watched, me and my wife, my lovely off-screen wife, watched Live Aid, all of Live Aid, the 1985 concert.
Your
It
offline
was-
wife and you watched Live Aid.
Huh?
Your offline wife and you watched Live Aid, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
We watch all of Live Aid. You can watch the whole first day's broadcast of like, hey, we're MTV, we're a new thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just a neat thing to have. And they even say click on the logo for a surprise. And if you click on the logo, you can download and own any music video that you want, because media should be free and a channel should not be able to just be destroyed like that. Especially an important channel. Art preservation. Ooh, let me
Jesse Camp is the guy's name. I remembered his first name. I found him. Jesse
Oh.
Camp was a famous VJ. Crazy hair, wild lifestyle, no clue. He's 46. Holy shit, that's so old. Oh, gross. That's that's amazing that you can download that. What a site. I feel like that's they'll take that down eventually or something. It almost feels like we're entering even more of a vice grip of control by the overlords in terms of all this
but
stuff.
someone's trying to keep it alive, man, and I appreciate that kind of art preservation.
Totally. Yeah.
So I'm gonna move on to Mamdani. Let's talk a little bit Mamdani.
Hell yeah.
Mamdani is doing good shit, and I'm happy about it. Today, he did this. He had a little press conference, and he talked about the $12 billion hole in our budget in New York because of Eric Adams. And this is what he had to say.
New York City is facing a serious fiscal crisis. There is a massive fiscal deficit in our city's budget to the tune of at least $12 billion. We did not arrive at this place by accident. This crisis has a name and a chief architect. In the words of the Jackson 5, it's as easy as ABC. This is the Adams budget crisis. In 2025, under
so fairly, because that's what Adams did. He cut every other story of his mayorship was he's cutting the libraries. Pools aren't going to be available in summer because he's cutting the funding for the parks department, and there's no lifeguards. Same thing with the beaches. Like this remember 2012? It was 20. I don't know when fucking Chris Christie was governor of New Jersey, and he closed down like all the beaches or something for like a hurricane or something, and then he and his family were on the beach.
Yeah,
that's what Eric Adams did tenfold across the city, just cutting so that he can line his own pockets and the pockets of his friends. Same things Trump is doing. It's mob mentality. It's the mafia.
That sort of personality type is just attracted to power, and we let people get away with it. And it's nuts. Go ahead.
So Mamdani is trying to say we're going to tax millionaires to help pay this debt, and Kathy Hochul is hedging on it and still trying not to commit, and saying we'll look at it going forward. And I think she's trying to run out the clock in her governor's race and not have to do this, because that's who funds her. I mean, she was Andrew Cuomo's lieutenant governor. He stepped up when he resigned to not get impeached. And I think a lot of those same people are still backing her. She knows she has to embrace some of the Zoran mania, because she's not going to win the governorship if she doesn't. But I think putting the pressure on her this early now is important. And another, I'm happy to have him as my mayor. I'm fucking so proud to have voted for the only time I've ever been proud to vote, really.
Oh yeah,
for like a candidate. I'm like, this guy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So you're in New York, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
In the city proper.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to be more specific than that if you don't want to. Which borough?
No, I'm in the city. I'm in the city.
Right, you're in the city. I've only been to New York once, but that's the Kathy Hochul is just a talent, though. It's undeniable political talent. Just she can always deliver a speech, charisma coming out of her suit jacket. Unbelievable. This how the hell is that? But at least she's feeling the squeeze in terms of the popularity of Mamdani. And she's got to me, it seems like a challenge. I haven't been tracking it super closely, but it is always the case, is that her fealty and her loyalty has to be demonstrated to the party, the greater party. So she's probably facing this tension between, do I selfishly do stuff for on behalf of the Mamdani thing, because she can't totally be resistant to it. She's sort of has to bend a little, but also serve the powers that she actually cares about, which is to prevent anything good from happening to anybody who isn't one of her donors or one of the millionaires or one of the white supremacist psychos institutions of that operates this whole entire fucking rotten society. Anyway, how's the temperature with Mamdani now?
I agree here with friend of the show, Lindsey Boylan.
Yes,
who, by the way, is now a candidate running for city council in District 3, and I'm very excited about that.
Good. Yeah,
she says tax the rich, fund universal health, child care, clean up Adams' mess. That's what needs to happen. Don't you can put up a fight, and Susan Collins. I'm so concerned about this all you want, but eventually you're gonna have to cave. It's gonna have to happen.
Got to force them. It's kind of shocking that these troglodytes have been able to hold on to power as long as they have. But so since Mamdani's inauguration, January 1st, right, midnight.
Yeah.
How's the feeling in the city? I mean, just give us some on the ground reporting there from.
I will say,
the world hasn't exploded yet. Socialism didn't destroy the planet. Oh no, the guy wants to help people.
The most noticeable difference, because I don't have kids, I don't, I'm not necessarily benefiting from some of these policies.
I'm up for adoption
right now. Until we get to the housing stuff, that would be helpful. But the thing that I've noticed is that we had phone booths right in the city, but now we don't need phone booths anymore because everybody's got a cell phone. So they replaced them with these big these I don't know, towers that you can plug in your charger into, and they have screens on the side that have ads and whatever, kind of like a bus stop. And they've been playing Mamdani, telling people you can get free childcare, you can sign up right now. And on those screens. So walking around the city or going through in a car, you can see the ads, and just seeing his face around, I'm like, hey man, we're in a new era.
Yeah. Did Eric Adams do stuff like that with his was he just selling crypto scams?
No, I'm sure there were I never really paid attention to those because again, they're just kind of like phone booth things.
Yeah.
They're usually again like a bus stop, like ads or for whatever.
Right.
But I think utilizing them to let people know, hey, you're here in New York. If you want to sign up for childcare, you can go to this, and putting that out is good, especially because I've noticed recently in taxi cabs, they have a screen in the back that plays local news and just whatever clips that whatever companies paid to put in the back of taxi cabs. I've noticed now the news isn't NBC anymore. It used to be always NBC or New York One or whatever. Now it's Newsmax. Wow. So I don't know, Newsmax decided to purchase the rights to do that, but I don't like it. I don't want people in the back of cabs thinking that's normal news. That's the thing that freaks me out. It's people thinking those are normal outlets
or news at all, even unbiased news, which is not even really a thing. But just the generalized notion that we're sort of fed a constant diet of photons and sound waves through our screens, even if you're sitting in the back of a cab. like that. Yeah, that's great. It's so gross.
Yeah.
God, they have so many advantages. They can buy all the social media platforms, control all the news, especially the right wing.
Absolutely.
It's ugly. And at least we got the Young Turks.
Now we got this space, the real home of progressives.
Hell yeah.
But I wanted to talk about the meat of what happened. I think this past couple days. So this is Maxwell Frost, I think the youngest congressman in Congress right now.
Yeah,
he was assaulted a couple days ago at the Sundance Film Festival. I was assaulted by a man at Sundance who told me that Trump was going to deport me before he punched me in the face. He was heard screaming racist remarks as he drunkenly ran off. The individual was arrested, and I am okay. Thank you to the venue at Park City. Again, it should be way more difficult to get up and close by a congressperson. Like security, what is going on? But the other thing happened yesterday, where Ilhan Omar, and I'm going to play this for anyone who hasn't seen it. It's the full 2 minutes. She's having a town hall, and she is assaulted.
Of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
He was right up front.
Yeah. So he got up and sprayed her with something.
What was
squirt bottle?
I saw a different angle earlier, and I'm just curious what sort of. I assume I will learn eventually what he sprayed her with.
We're gonna get into it.
We're gonna get into
Yeah.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
She's saying I'm gonna finish.
We will continue this.
She's incredible, though. She is.
Yeah. She's saying we're going to continue. These fucking assholes don't get to steal the show. And her advisors are like, we need to find out what that is. Like, who knows? You know, it could be fucking disease,
acid,
acid
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And she went at him too.
Yeah.
She turned. She didn't hesitate.
That's what they want.
I mean, change your shirt, at least.
No, he sprayed something on you. You need to go get checked.
But like, she is laying down the law. No. Like, I am finishing this fucking speech.
Yeah, and it smells terrible.
We're gonna keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. Please don't let them have the show.
Don't let them have the show, she says.
Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us. Everybody.
Yo, he's on the fucking ground here. I didn't notice that.
That's what I'm thinking. Is like, you know.
Yeah, they're pinned him down. They're like, we're no. And she goes, we're fucking finishing this shit while he's pinned on the ground. I'm speaking, motherfucker. It's my goddamn.
Settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her resignation.
That's fucking amazing.
Yeah. It sickens me how someone like with her character and her strength and her life story is treated with such like revulsion. And
I mean, like, this is her first instinct is to go at him. She tries to fucking punch him before her security like bear hugged him.
Yeah.
And took him down, which is, again, she was in a refugee camp for 4 years. She is one of the toughest people in Congress. Like, fucking shame on Nancy Pelosi and all the Democrats for censuring her in her first year as Congresswoman for saying it's all about the Benjamins when it comes to Israel because, of course it fucking is. We've all seen it now over the last couple of years. A lot of people saw it before that. Okay. A lot of people understood the situation in Palestine and Israel for the last 70 years. And a lot of other people took this genocide to wake them up.
To use a common phrase about the $100 bill with Benjamin Franklin on it, and then they twisted that when they made excuses for Musk doing his salute.
Oh my God.
It's just
insane. The ADL is more concerned with Hassan Piker than they are Nick Fuentes. So this was the guy. And they're already doing the old, he's got trans kids or he's friendly with trans people, so it must be a right wing or a left wing person, or it was staged. It was just totally staged. They just don't. This is because right wingers don't know what real fucking bravery and courage looks like, so they think she set this up to be like the Trump assassination. Now, more and more I think about it, that Trump thing could have been fucking staged, because I don't think Trump would have given a shit if someone died behind him. Now, it wasn't staged. I'm just saying it wasn't.
No, it's not staged.
Someone fucking died. The guy, the shooter was also killed.
Oh, that I still want to see a photo of his ear with some bandage on it. Honestly, and I'm not trying to say
bandage gate. Let's do it.
It seemed like some bullets were flying right past. But how in hell does someone's ear take a hit? And then
I think there's just a lot of blood vessels in the ear. It was like a nick. It just bled a lot.
If it missed the cartilage, it's plausible. But even so, I still expect that there would be some photo of a red mark on his ear.
When asked about her, Trump said, when President Trump when asked if he'd seen the video of Ilhan Omar being sprayed, no, I don't think about her. I think she's a fraud. I really don't think about that. She probably had herself sprayed knowing her.
Just a liar. And it's just so many people out there that are ready and happy to believe any nonsense that comes out of his mouth. The disingenuous, the disrespect for his own people has got to be is always the thing that I kind of can't not notice. It's just, and they don't care. They don't care at all. Reality is fungible. Reality is just another tool for manipulating situations.
Absolutely. They identified the guy as Andy Kazmarek. Has been a Trump supporter for years. He donated to Trump. So that's already out the window. Again, same thing with the guy who shot at Trump. They found out he was a Trump supporter. Same thing with the guy who shot Charlie Kirk, who's on trial currently. Same thing even with Luigi. Well, I don't know if Luigi was a Trump supporter, but he was also libertarian, kind of mixed. Yeah. No clear ideology other than angry, young, white-ish man.
Right.
And this
except he rarely
not so
he stood out for being able to identify a powerful person as having some culpability or some, as opposed to just blaming the least powerful, the most vulnerable type of person, which is who they prefer people with that sort of impulse control blame. Yeah.
Yeah. And Ilhan was talking about ICE, trying to get ICE out of Minneapolis. They've now started raids in Maine and I think Iowa and maybe some other states. Georgia, I believe they sent some ICE to. Clearly also states that they want to change. They're demanding voting records in Minneapolis, saying, "Hey, we'll pull out ICE if you give us voting data."
For what? I mean, specifically to look up people's past votes or to alter
Maybe.
the
We're going to
upcoming,
lock up anyone who ever voted Democrat.
Right.
I'm going to put you in a concentration camp. And this is what Trump had to say about Alex Peretti and Renee Good. Here we go on the Will Cain Show.
And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But I mean, I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans. And, the daughter was, she was, I don't know if you could say radicalized, maybe not. I don't know. But I hate to see it. I hate to see that. And
I mean, just the smearing continues. It's shameless. They're always fucking disgusting. Dude, I mean, whenever they post that picture of the Ukrainian woman who was killed on a bus by a black guy. They post that picture against the wishes of the family. No one cares about the family. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah,
what they do. They're just these are Nazis. That's it.
Absolutely. Like I wish they would. Maybe an alternative is that Trump at noon every day shot one of his supporters on Fifth Avenue, like he said he could do in 2016. He was like, that's how little he cares about his own supporters. He's like, they love me so much. I could murder one of them and they would still love me. And well, here we are. You know,
that's basically what they're doing.
About anybody.
They are. He sent ICE to go out and shoot people in the middle of the street.
Yeah. America has some really dark, ugly.
Saying that she staged it. I mean, again, Trump just like leaks out of his mouth. Like it just never stops. You can always predict what he's going to say. And I hate that the media treats it like it's anything, or treats any of these agencies like they're anything other than the leaders, the idiot leaders of them. Like, don't talk about the Department of War, Department of Defense, the DOJ. Talk about Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth and fucking Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller. Like, these are the people. The agency doesn't have like merit on its own. You know what I mean? It doesn't have value or like importance on its own. It's about how it operates. It's about the leadership, and talking about it like they don't is just. It just feeds into the normalization of like, well, now this guy's president and we treat him like the president and this is normal. It just normalizes.
It's crazy.
Shit.
Yeah,
it's insane. I just want to show this tweet by Matt Leck over on Majority Report. Fuck Tucker Carlson, because Tucker Carlson helped stoke this hate for Ilhan Omar years ago with the she married her brother rumor.
Of course.
The disgusting racist Tucker Carlson, who, of course, Chank's best friend, who thinks they can reconcile their differences and be anti-war, even though Tucker was cheering on the Venezuela invasion.
I tweeted
in the
that
White House.
I went into one of his big episodes and like screen recorded a bunch of stuff of him saying it's some of the most haunting stuff. If you want to pull it up really fast, I don't know if you do or not, but it's like he's like, Americans love dogs, but we shouldn't be let all the violence we do overseas bother us. It's like he's conditioning society to be okay with committing violence on other populations, and but don't let your government treat you that way. It's just pure raw white supremacist
like
propaganda.
International adventurism is like a little bit of that is okay if we're going to get the oil. It is. He is one of the worst, and I'm so glad that you will hear about him much less now that he's not on a national news network. He's still influential and it's still a problem, but it is nice to not hear about it every other fucking day.
It's for sure. And for a long time he sat right at the top of Fox News and he had a huge profile, and the idea that he's some like independent producer or independently produced podcast from his little log cabin up in rural Massachusetts or wherever the hell he is just absurd. And to see the Young Turks jumping in on whitewashing his record and acting like, I think they're positioning to try to like make a game plays for right-wing candidates for the next presidential cycle. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson.
Probably, maybe anti-establishment, man.
Not establishment, and he's anti-war. Like there is some merit, just to try to steel man things a little bit, is that Tucker has said things about that could conceivably be helpful, even though it's not going to work, to stopping the genocide in Gaza. Right? Like there's some degree of reasons why it's someone of his stature from his position saying stuff like that could contribute to the cause for some desperate grasp at trying to stop this nightmare. But the idea that he is not just some imperialist apologist, and I'd say it's even stronger than that. He's a supporter. He's a booster. Is absurd. But I mean, he was justifying the invasion of Ukraine because America took Venezuela. Therefore, how could you blame Putin for protecting himself? He literally says it in one of these videos.
And he talks about the like hemisphere. It's our hemisphere. Why shouldn't we have it? it is this, we're going to split up the world into like 5 segments, and everyone's going to control all those segments. So dominate. This is the era of domination. Like, dominate your hemispheres, and then we'll worry about fighting each other when it's all over. Again, that's not going to end up well for them. But right now, they are talking like this is new Gaza. This is Jared Kushner's plan. Here's Marco Rubio's. Is that Stephen Miller? I don't know. I saw a bald head. I thought Stephen Miller. But they just want to turn Gaza into this like fucking retro futuristic resort island just on the piles of dead bodies. It is some of the most ghoulish, evil shit. I can't. It is. I mean, it's Lex Luthor's plan from the Superman movie of like, I'm gonna flood California, and then all the land will be mine. And
is that what was Lex Luthor's? Was it that?
I think it was that. He wanted to like flood certain areas. Yeah, that was the plan.
It was a real estate ploy.
Christopher Reeve's Superman. Yes, it was a real estate ploy.
Okay.
And then in Superman Returns, the Brandon Routh 2004 or 5 movie, they recreate that idea where he's going to launch like a kryptonite thing into the water, and then it'll expand and create an island that will also like change the sea levels and destroy multiple states and whatnot.
Okay.
Similar, just real estate. It is the oldest.
For eventually
oldest evil in the world. This greed.
I hate it. Our relationship to land overall is one of those things that our society is completely off the chains on in terms of where humanity should be. The fact that you can exclude others from land, land itself is Earth. Like the planet itself is this marvelous, magical thing, and yet we've just allowed the worst people to do the just disrespectful, destructive. And sorry, going off of my rambling like it's my own podcast.
Just to close out that segment, going after the Trump is inspiring the political violence. Like that's it. The right wing is the politically violent party. The left wing is quickly figuring out they need to like have a response to this in Minneapolis and all going all the way back to Charlottesville and Antifa and whatnot. People showing up ready to fight off the Proud Boys, Patriot Front, those fucking lunatic militias who are now definitely in ICE. Shout out fucking Max Frost and Ilhan Omar. Keep them safe, keep them all safe. We need these good progressive candidates to make change, make good change. Welcome in, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Well, hey there. What do you fellas think about willfully getting arrested, willfully and intentionally?
I think if you have the means, absolutely. Like those people who are following ICE around are fucking heroes in their own right, who are just like moms and dads in the neighborhood, have nothing better to do that day, I guess. Or, and again,
I can't think of
nothing better
to
do, but like, yeah, exactly. Protecting your neighbors. But I'm saying like, aren't like, oh, I have to go to work. I need to feed, but like they have enough money clearly to risk going to jail and doing that, putting their bodies on the line for their neighbors who are at risk of being picked up. It's fucking.
I would like to
inspiring.
see the system flooded. I would like to see when somebody is getting kidnapped, a bunch of people to hold hands. So number one, you can see that they are being nonviolent. They're holding each other's hands, and to form a circle around them, knowing that you are going to get arrested for interfering, but make them, make them take you to the county jail, make them process you, or make them take you wherever they're going to take you. And when you get out, say, this is what they did to me for saying you must treat this person like a human being. Just my thought.
I mean, if you're confident that the support network is there, I know a lot of people can't get out in the streets themselves, but their attorneys or there's lots of people who also volunteer within the like infrastructure behind the scenes, helping people, or even just with donations and those sorts of scaffolding would be needed for that as well. But yeah, if that's what it takes, people are willing to endure that. It's definitely an option. It's very scary considering that They don't have to take you to county jail now.
Yeah,
they
that's
can
the
put you
thing
on a
too.
plane anywhere.
They'll
and
just put you,
this is-
send you to Texas, send you to fucking El Salvador. Like who knows?
freaky,
But Carly,
man.
yes,
But-
thank you very much. This is a great lineup. Everybody, you're watching
hey,
this
Carly.
space. Tweet, Blue Sky, Instagram, Facebook, MySpace, Reddit. Let people know that we're here. We're live. So I showed that picture of Jared Kushner's fucking plans for Gaza, and under it, that is a retweet of Nicki Minaj, who today was hanging out with Trump and them again. She was famously at CPAC with Erica Kirk, and we will get to some Erica Kirk stuff. But here she is with Trump, giving
Oh my
some
God.
remarks.
What happened, Nicki?
I guess promoting this card is my guess. Nicki
Is it-
Minaj on Trump.
I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. I don't know.
He hates her. He's seething with.
I think he's
Yeah.
like, I would like to grab her and bang her right now.
Well, I mean, like the racist part of him, like he hates everything. He's a
By the way,
miserable
Kevin O'Leary
rotten
from
person.
Shark
Yeah,
Tank.
that guy.
Fuck this
Yeah.
guy. Fuck Shark Tank. I tried to get my parents to stop watching Shark Tank. I say, you watch The Apprentice and look what happened. This guy's president now. Stop watching Shark Tank, you fucking assholes. But Nicki Minaj continuing her rapid downward trajectory. And I think, I've watched a lot of videos about this from FD Signifier, Olayemi Olurin, Screwface Jean, Company Man, lots of videos, music channels mostly giving their analysis on what she's doing and basically coming to the conclusion that this bitch always been like this. She
really
fucking, her brother is in jail, I think, cousin brother in jail for being a pederast. She said her cousin back in the islands, Bahamas, I think, or had no, I don't remember where the fuck she's from, but her cousin during COVID, she was like, we're not getting the vaccine. He got the vaccine and his balls expanded and exploded or some shit. She's very anti-vax.
Okay.
Her husband also has charges, like sexual assault charges and whatnot out. Like, she came up in an era where every like rap group had their girl, like the queen of like Rough Riders or the queen of like, Bad Boy Entertainment and whatnot. And so she was very much like Little
Kims.
Wayne's, queen of Young Money or whatever, and succeeded and broke out bigger than anybody else, bigger than any female artist had prior to that, even the likes of like Little Kim and Eve and whatnot, and started this whole kind of like pussy rap genre, and just hates that other women are getting success in that.
Yeah, that they
without
didn't
her
have
help.
to play the token lady first,
Right.
but they're just able to do it. Yeah.
And
Is her song the one Ben Shapiro popularized?
No,
Dry.
That was Cardi B, and
Oh, that
Cardi
was
B,
a-
we like
okay.
Cardi B because Cardi B likes Bernie.
Okay,
so,
good.
Wait,
All right.
Cardi B is good, and Nicki Minaj is bad.
I also
they
am a
have
fan
beef
of
with each other.
WAPs. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help not say the words, but
They
yeah.
have beef with each other, probably not indirectly because of things like this. I mean, Nicki Minaj has gone crazy on Twitter, like saying like, your children are horrible, ugly people, pieces of shit, like really nasty shit. And
That's the only stuff I've seen from her is like somebody
Yeah.
will show me a Twitter post that she did, and every time I thought like, well, obviously this isn't real. Like you're getting this clown, but no, she's just out there threatening kids and such. Jesus,
jeez.
What is the assessment? Like I particularly JD Signifier, I'm
FD.
interested in. I'm sorry, FD Signifier. I'm interested in. What is the conclusion they reach about why she's behaving like this? Just because she comes from folks that are sympathetic, or
it's misogyny and patriarchy. Like when you get picked, you're a pick me, essentially. You get picked by the men around you, and you feel validated because of that, and you don't want them to pick other girls around you, and you want to keep them down. Now, Cardi B is someone who will uplift other women and, you know, be on a song with them, try to, you know, blow them up. Same, you know, Meg Thee Stallion was on that song WAP, and that was like a big like help to Megan Thee Stallion's career being on that song. So it is, I think that's essentially their analysis. It's like it's self-hatred of like being black and not being you know, because also she broke out of that like rap girly model into like, yes, she raps, but she's making pop songs. So she's, I think, in her head competing with like Taylor Swift and like Britney Spears, or, you know, whatever equivalents, Miley Cyrus at the time. So there's that insecurity of, I'm the black one of these pop stars. It's proximity to whiteness. She wants to, like, she would do the Michael Jackson surgery if she could, is my guess. And
wants to be
their
the only
analysis
one
as well. Yeah, she wants to be the only one. I want to be the queen of rap, and ain't nobody can like, dude. She started beef with fucking SZA. Do you know SZA, who like went on tour with Kendrick? I saw Kendrick and SZA live last year. It was great.
Nice, that's fun.
But
I was
she was at
unaware.
the Super Bowl. She was at the Super Bowl with Kendrick, doing some of the two songs they have together. But
And
she's
another
like,
female artist sounds like.
she's another female artist, and she is not a rapper. She just sings, and, you know, is very chill and sings about like love and like you know, meditation or whatever. And she, all of a sudden, it was just because like the ticket sales for the tour were so big. So she just started tweeting hatred of like, you wouldn't have this shit if you weren't going on tour with Kendrick. Fuck you, and blah blah blah. And SZA was just like, girl, I don't know, I don't start nothing. Like, leave me alone, basically.
Yeah.
She is just a full of hate person. And so it just is fitting that she just come out of the closet, the hatred closet, and totally fully embrace Trump and MAGAism.
I just can't imagine that it's a business calculation, because did she think that a bunch of MAGA folks that are cheering for her there are going to go download her song?
That's what I mean, dude. She came out to, on the CPAC stage with Erica Kirk to her like big hit song from many years ago called Super Bass, which I hadn't heard until I, you know, started watching these videos from Olay and FD, because I didn't listen to her music. But again, that audience hears that song and it's like, I've never heard this song. I don't like it. I don't like the lyrics. It's an old white, like, who the fuck is in the audience at CPAC, dude?
Yeah.
A lot of
Donors,
menage,
really.
Yeah, a lot of menage heads. I was going to.
Oh, the barbs.
Yeah.
They're all barbs. That's what they're called.
They call
And
barbs.
they're one of the most vicious fan bases on the internet, next to Swifties.
Fitting name then.
Yeah, and
that's why I stick to Natalie Merchant and 10,000 Maniacs. Okay, I'm never gonna get rid of that CD.
Let me give a warning to the Nicki Minaj's of the world, because a lot of folks who are watching now know that I've been intentionally trying to reach a right-wing audience the last couple of weeks. You can very easily get their attention. It's the easiest thing in the world. Just say, hello, I exist, and they can't wait to tell you how much they hate you. But as a business move, let me tell you, the watch hours are the only thing you actually get paid on, just like I imagine the downloads are the only thing you get paid on. And the watch hours for a video that, let's say 10 of you watch all the way through, vastly exceed the watch hours that 1,000 right-wing folks do. Because they're not actually interested in conversation at this point. They're certainly not interested in taking in somebody else's culture. I can't imagine that they're going to switch the type of music they enjoy. It's an illusion.
Speaking of music, I did a little reaction today to to Kneecap, the band who is banned in many countries around the world for speaking out in support of Palestine. They are Irish rap punk industrial trio. They have a couple albums out. They released a new single in anticipation of their new album coming out in April, which I'll also be doing a reaction to. So check that out. And I wanted to do a little fun here. We're gonna go long, folks.
Let's go long.
We're gonna go long, folks, because there's more syndicated content, so we can just go a little, stretch our legs a little bit. Might even play a game, some more of that war game that I was playing yesterday. But I want to talk about Candace Owens because she's going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and I fucking love it. She thinks Charlie Kirk's a time traveler, and now she's released. You haven't heard that she had a text message.
It.
Is Charlie from the future or the past as a time traveler?
Well, he was meant to meet her. That's what he wrote to her, and I think it's more he was just romantically interested. But anyways, Candace Owens released a full leaked audio call with Erica Kirk, enthusiastically talking about TPUSA merchandise sales and donations skyrocketing just 11 days after her husband was assassinated. So it's 3 minutes. And let's go through it because again, we're going long, folks.
All right. So everybody pretend your husband just got his head blown off in a horrible way.
Okay. Let's get into character.
You don't have to pretend that. Go ahead.
Eyes wide. Eyes wide. Have you seen the drag queen, Erica Kirk? It's fucking amazing. I'll show you that after. But here's Candace.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom.
That's Erica.
And, wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like it's just insane.
Bro,
we had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million?
That was Satan.
That heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do, and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge, huge, huge thank you to the events team.
Okay. I'm going to pause right there for a second.
Did you say this is 11 days after his death?
And
wow.
Is the event the memorial? Is it?
That's I think it's the memorial. And just like, I guess pumping out that content, like the filming, being on, right? But they had like episodes before, right? Because they had to plan that event and get the stadium or whatever. But it's put my conspiracy hat on. If I hear we were able to pull off such a huge event, that sounds like she's talking about the assassination. Like,
I know she's not, but it does sound like that.
Right.
And just to be clear, you should not sell any merchandise at a wake.
Yeah. You should not have a recreation of the booth that your husband was sitting in when he was shot for people to take pictures at. Like a fucking, like taking a picture with Mickey Mouse.
Like evil Disneyland. Yeah.
Yeah, evil Disneyland.
How do you even think of doing that? That's just wild.
It's insane.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go to funerals and sell crypto scams. Sure, we all do that.
Sure.
But, come on,
even even taking that in its most generous interpretation, like she is trying to tell people, hey, look, this is how much people still support my late husband. Even if you were to, it doesn't sound like that at all, but even if you were to say that's what she's saying, the fact that they sold merchandise to presumably the grieving fans of this person, the fact that their brains would go there in this moment tells you so much about who their character is.
Even doing the shows and continuing like to put out regular content and consistent content on YouTube. You could argue like that clip I showed earlier of Ilhan Omar. This is my devil's advocate coming out of Ilhan Omar being like, no, we're going to continue. We're not going to let this disrupt us. That spirit of determination of like, we're not going to let this tragic event deter us from delivering our message or whatever. You can even give her that.
Sure.
And be like, all right, fine. You do the show. You show strength. I'm out here. You're not going to stop us, scary leftists, even though Tyler Robinson was not a leftist or doing it for political reasons, even at all. I think it was just because he noticed that Charlie was in town. It's a big name and he wanted to get fucking attention, like the guy in Butler, Pennsylvania, who shot at Trump. I'm bored. I'm angry. I don't know what to do with my life. I have no future because of the situation of the country. May as well make a name for myself, and I have access to a gun, so that's a fucking easy, dumb guy way of thinking of it. And again, even throwing my devil's advocate behind Luigi and saying like maybe it was a similar reason. I have nothing to live for. I'm mad at this guy. I know he's the CEO of this company that fucked over my family or whatever. I'm going to go get him. At least, that was more targeted. And again, you're right. It does have something in common, Hank. They are all powerful people. Whether, Charlie Kirk is not the same as a CEO of a healthcare company, nor is it the same as a president, but they are all seemingly untouchable, big, famous names that if you are lonely and you think this is the end for you, might become targets.
Yeah,
and
celebrity
again,
is our Mount Olympus, our royal court.
Yes,
of this society. Yeah, for sure.
Because on Twitter, everyone's a celebrity, whether you are Charlie Kirk or you're the president of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're the same. And again, some people like my parents had never heard of Charlie Kirk before it was announced on the news that he died. But to people who live on the internet, younger people, it is the same.
Like, let's just say, like, you read a transcript of what we listened to there, and you said, this is ghoulish. This is someone kind of seeming like really chipper about, this
merch
sales and like, business meeting, marketing debriefing kind of attitude talking. You'd be like, oh God, whoever that marketing person is a scumbag, but it's a business. I get it. We all assume capitalists are evil anyway. I mean, business we just accept means other people's lives get worse while the environment gets terrible, but they're making money. And you'd think, man, they have some really cold-blooded people in that marketing department. But then you've learned, no, that's the guy's wife.
Yeah.
That's the woman whose husband was shot. And hey, I'm loath to tell someone how they're supposed to grieve. I also find that part of this whole thing a little bit, not our conversation, but sometimes it's like, leave the lady alone. She gets to do what she wants in terms of who are you to tell anybody how they should handle themselves in the wake of something like that. But that said, most people are unlikely to go through that sort of process with that there is something very peculiar about that. And it does seem to be a pattern. And that said, I am wearing the Erica Kirk Charlie commemoration leopard pants. And they're very tight. So I've been eating, trying to lose the weight so I can keep fitting into them a bit. Very sweaty.
Well, they're collectible. So
they are. Yeah. And when I'm done with them, they'll be destructed. Yeah.
There's more.
Let's go.
The development team, the graphic design team, the production team, just phenomenal. Their incredible work leading into the memorial. And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they had
great job with that recreation of the murder scene, guys.
During the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep.
They wouldn't allow them.
And it also it just doesn't. She says it like so matter of fact, like you're right, like a set, like they're talking about. They just made a movie. Hey, great job, guys! It's a rap party. Like
you guys are.
Wait, can you go back slightly to the last sentence? A little bit more back.
Earlier.
Did she say days and weeks? Yeah. Oh, and week. Okay, 20 hour days
for a week.
For a week. Okay.
During the time.
So she acknowledges that it's been 11 days, for God's sake.
Yeah.
In the time of us grieving the loss of my husband. And honestly, I know several staff that didn't even sleep. Again, you guys are breathing angels. And I'm so grateful for all of you. And obviously a huge thank you to the Mosaic team. VI, you guys are 10 out of 10. Like,
Super Dave did a
we
great
have
job jumping over the Grand Canyon.
an incredible team. We just do.
Special
And
effects.
you know that, and you guys are
Love
all
the pyrotechnics.
I'm so thankful. And if you do have a moment and you run into any of those staff members that you know had a role in this, and
And that too, like if I'm a conspiracy theorist and if you do have a moment and you know any of the members of those staff who had a role in this,
Whether it's the first
event.
sniper, the second sniper, any of their spotters, drone operator, just tell them great job.
Yeah. I
Hey,
mean,
why is Candace? I thought they'd buried their hatchet. or-
me too. That's
I mean,
why I'm surprised. I thought Candace and Erica had to sit down and Candace was going to back off a little bit. But apparently, those comments are going to keep coming. Oh, you've been paid off. You've been what's the word I'm looking for? You've succumbed to the pressures of TPUSA and the machine and the deep state, whatever.
I like the phrase "breathing angels," though, too. That's just to say that you're still a flesh person, and you're not one of the ghost angels up above us all. Is that what? Like, what a weird thing.
It was weird.
Do they not? Do
I get
angels
what
not
you
have
was
lungs?
saying, dude? That's the thing. Erica Kirk she's been a rich, spoiled person for her entire adult life, and she doesn't even know how to do an impression of a normal person. Whereas Charlie Kirk had to do impressions of a normal person while he was becoming rich and spoiled and had to maintain that.
Yeah.
So he was good at pretending to have a soul. It's going to be very funny watching Erica Kirk walk out, and she's used to like her interaction with regular people is just screaming herself hoarse at like the checkout girl. So it's going to be amazing watching her screw this up.
I just want to
firing an
show.
assistant. Yeah. Oh yeah,
Erica Kirk's best friend.
I was trying not to bring this one up.
Nicki Minaj holding Trump's hand that they clearly put a lot of makeup on the bruise that he's got. I also wanted to just share that this video by this creator, Brianni Claire, is fantastic. She makes a lot of great content. And this video about Erica Kirk's grift and like where she came from career-wise and how she met Charlie, it's a whole backstory. And it's very interesting because in that clip we're watching, I can feel her smiling, just the way she's talking. And it's very media trained. She came from reality TV. So I can see her even, again, I'm giving her grace. Even like 11 days after your husband dies, you're on a Zoom call, business Zoom call. You have that like corporate smile speak, and she's doing that, but it comes off as so fucking creepy because everyone else would be shut in mourning. You're not seeing me for a while.
Yeah, normal people would grieve. Normal people might spend that time with their children.
Yeah.
I mean, you grieve how you grieve, but what the hell?
I'll grant someone a denial phase where they just want the world to feel normal for some, or whatever. I can come up with scenarios where it's not so weird, but it does seem bizarre. Yeah.
I'm desperate to hear the rest of this.
Yeah.
I keep
Okay,
talking,
let's
but
do
I
it.
want to.
Let's do it.
That they put a lot of their time and effort into it. Just say thank you. There's something really special to be seen.
Again, the Mossad folks, thank you so much for coming in overseas.
I'm speaking from experience. I'm right in the trenches with you guys.
I'm in the
And
trenches.
so the fact that you just, a simple thank you. I don't care if any of you have beef with each other from the past or have any issues with someone said something about this or that. Like, if you guys have any of that, please put it to rest. My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead. And it puts life into perspective of how short life is and relationships, and God puts people in your life for a reason, and it teaches you a lesson, it teaches them a lesson. So if you are going through a time where, just lay it to rest, and we are
My
moving
God.
forward.
I'm waiting for her to pooch this.
With Charlie in our hearts, and that's what he would want.
Oh, there it is.
That's what he would want. Now that he's a non-breathing angel.
2.0 with a different host and the utter erasure of the memory of the original host. That's
the new host
what
is
he would
me.
want. Yeah.
The new host is me, the wife.
We're gonna get a guy with a
Erica
full-size face.
It's my time to shine. Yeah. Now you just have a woman with giant eyes that won't blink.
It's like she's trying to make up retroactively for his forehead. Yeah. unbelievable.
Just creepy.
Maybe she's the new American. Like the sooner we can get over death, the better we all are in this morbid society, this death cult fucking culture. I'm a little down on this country these days. They should.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, we should feel bad. It is bad, and we should feel bad. And we're all, even if we were on the other side of it, we fucking failed. So we should all feel a little responsible. You're right to feel bad. You're right to be down about it. I mean,
yeah,
no notes. Right. But also, when I get to hell, I'm confident that what I was going to say that Erica Kirk will be there waiting for me. But let's be real about life expectancy. When Erica Kirk gets to hell, I'll be waiting there to tell her I told you
with
so.
Charlie.
Yeah,
buddies in the afterlife.
Yep.
Yeah, and the Pope.
I have a little clip that again my lovely off-screen wife has sent in. This is from Walter Masterson, who, if you don't know, is a great creator. He'll go on the ground at protests and rallies and interview people. Kind of comedic.
He shows up, man. He gets into a car and a plane.
He really
unlike us fuckers.
And here he is showing up.
Oh shit! And you're throwing me out while I'm reading their names. How fucking dare you!
Good man.
I know you voted to increase ICE funding, so I wanted to get something for you. This is an adult diaper for when you keep yourself. You're the type of leader we need right now. Someone who soils themselves with that.
I didn't know we were doing gifts up top. I actually also have some gifts. I have some knee pads for you. You can use these while you blow Donald Trump.
I just would like to say really quick, as a Jewish man, I have never felt safer than when there is a mass Gestapo in the street.
You made a mistake. Tell Alex Penny you made a mistake in expanding funding of ICE after a
Hell yeah.
had already been shot.
Never let this bastard into
Nobody
office
could
ever
have
again.
predicted that ICE would have been killing innocent people. The only way we can fight anti-Semitism is by aligning ourselves with white supremacists.
Alex Peretti, Renee Floyd, Keith Porter. I'm reading names of people killed by ICE. You're going to touch me? You're going to touch me? Alex Peretti, Renee Floyd, Keith Porter, Dirty Law. These people were killed by ICE this month. You're going to throw me out? These people.
All right, so that we
Hell
got
yeah.
back to the beginning there. Fucking that is a thing, folks, that you can't do. Join Climate Defiance, join Indivisible, DSA.
Kick their asses.
Kick
Don't
their
let them
fucking
go
ass,
some. Yeah,
especially
don't let them
Tom
go somewhere
Suarez.
in public and not be embarrassed. There's 7 Democrats who can never show their faces in public without us turning up ever again. And if they do, damn us. If they do, that's us effing up. You want to? Earlier I said it's all of our fault that the situation in the country is what it is, and that's what I'm talking about. If Democrats do not show up to Democrat events that these traitors are at, it is our fault. So show up and cuss them out.
And I would
Easiest thing
say
in the world to do.
anyone watching who might be unaligned or I don't know, use that word deliberately. But again, genuinely, if you have a Republican congressman, like I don't like I don't like the argument of why did you protest against Trump like this? Why did you protest Kamala like this? You guys ruined the election. Blah, blah, blah. We do it because we think we can push these people. We don't think we can push Trump. But Trump does also deserve to get fucking yelled at in public.
Yes.
And all these Republicans deserve to not be able to walk through a fucking airport like Ted Cruz did yet again when there was a fucking winter storm in Texas and go to California. Governor Newsom should have done something. Are you going to stop him? No. You're not going to do shit.
I'm reporting from the impressions of our side of other folks, though, and they're still calling us liberals because they don't see the friction between us and liberals. So let's show them the friction, because I want this to be the end of the Democratic Party as we ever knew it.
Yeah, powerful
And
people are
also the
way too
Republican
comfortable.
Party.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And I hate the idea of living in a society where all this horror can be inflicted upon us all, and they just get to go about their business as if it's normal. Because fundamentally, America is a comfort supremacy. When I think about what we call white supremacy, it's actually about protecting each other's fucking little bubbles of comfort. And that's the shit
Yes.
that's the stuff we need to pop. And I made Jake clap. Actually, that makes me very proud.
Hell yeah, Hank. Perfect.
Comforts
input.
from it. That is a great way to put it.
I'm using it. Yes, sir.
It's
That's
in
what I
the
do, man.
spirit of what Deter would talk about too. Getting in their fucking faces. Don't let them fucking feel comfortable. Don't let anybody feel comfortable. When ICE is in your fucking streets, you should not be talking about which house are we going to for the game. You should talk about whose house are we bunkering down in to weather this storm. How are we going to protect our children going to school, our neighbors' children going to school, our neighbors? Oppression breeds community. Oppression breeds rebellion, to quote fucking Andor yet again. But it does. Great show. Does. I mean, to quote Star Wars proper, the tighter your grip, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
I have a Star Wars conspiracy I'll share someday.
I don't. I mean, this is the kind of disruption we need. And in that same vein, here's Cory Booker at a church getting heckled for taking AIPAC money. Some guy with a Netanyahu mask.
Please keep funding our genocide. Thank you, America.
Oh, wow. What, motherfucker? We hate you. Look at you in this fancy
He's throwing down cash to be
In a
like, hey,
church.
thank you very much. Again, I question security because, it could be someone we like Ilhan Omar or AOC.
Yeah.
But, good on this guy for getting up in his face and taking over this event.
Good.
Please keep funding our genocide. Thank you, America.
It's a very big
Cory
tent.
Booker for Senate.
Very big
Cory
tent.
Booker, 126.
They're making a joke about it. It's a very big tent. We have a big tent. We're proud of protesters. Blah, 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 blah.
Let's go. Keep voting.
What kind of outlook do they have? You funded a genocide, and you talk about values. You voted to send bombs to Israel, and you're talking about love and values here, and children in your neighborhood. Children in your neighborhood get Twinkies and apples. They don't get bombed while going to get them.
I mean, I think another important point for these kind of disruptions or statements is multiple people so that it cannot go on. Like one person gets taken out, next person, staggers, waits, then interrupts, and then another and another. It's a good tactic.
Yep.
And everyone's
you get 10
filming.
people, you can interrupt the whole damn thing.
Yeah. I really am heartened to see stuff like this, and heartened with candidates like Graham Plattner and Kat Abugazela and Chris Ahuja, who we had on this space running in California. Abdul Saeed what's his name?
Abdul Saeed El Saeed.
Abdul El Saeed in Michigan. Omar Feta, I think, would have been a much better mayor than Jacob Frey is being right now.
Yes.
In Minneapolis. And yeah, man, I'm heartened to see this kind of community building happening again under this intense fascist pressure. And I guess better late than never here.
It's a shame on our society and all of our souls that the only justice any of these people will ever face is being slightly uncomfortable during a speech or at a restaurant. You know what I mean? As much as this stuff is great, in a world where we could actually throw them in a cage like they all belong, it's treated humanely. All prisoners deserve far better treatment. I'm not, but
that'll maybe help get prison abolition through if we start locking them up.
But like in a world where that was possible, we wouldn't be having these genocide. They wouldn't be doing this stuff. So the ruling class impunity is what empowers all of this crap. And that's the world that they're desperate to prevent, is one where they don't get to slaughter hundreds of thousands of people on a whim.
Anyway.
That's
or just to avoid having an awkward conversation with voters, just to avoid saying 2 paragraphs about Gaza instead of just saying, I support Israel, so kill those Browns.
And he tried to do that like classic Obama tactic when he would get protested by immigration, people saying, hey, you're fucking deporting people, you lunatic, what the fuck? and Obama would be like, "We love our protesters. We love, we have a big tent and it's okay. Don't rough them up. Like, clap for them. They're good. We like them. Oh, okay. Anyways, back to what I was talking about bailing out the banks.
Yeah.
He tried to do that, but I don't know if it's going to work.
Michelle, get him some cookies, Michelle.
Again, with voices on mainstream outlets like CNN and MSNBC, like Emma Vigeland going on there, like Jennifer from I've Had It. What's her name?
Welch.
Jennifer Welch. With voices like Joy Reid, who's now freelance because MSNBC fucking fired her for speaking up about Gaza and the genocide. Mehdi Hassan and people from Zateo, like getting these voices on air and like you're saying, Jake, make the distinction between this is liberal, this is progressive. Like, you may not like Donald Trump and whatever, but we like Zoran Mamdani and the policies that he's implementing, and you don't. And we're over here and you're over there. Which way, Western Democrat, which way are you going to walk?
And the liberals are making excuses for their genocidal leaders. Like I watched the Vanguard on Pisco guy. He was actually one of the debaters on the World War I debate. He was in the first one or two rounds. And he was reacting to his chat after they left. The topic of Kamala's genocide had come up. And he wasn't being a jerk about it. He was just kind of responding to his chat, but he described Stacker Gavin had said something about Kamala doing the genocide. He thought that was delusional. He's like, I don't think she had the intention or something. It's like, it doesn't work like that. Like, she was in a government that did genocide. She was one of the top officials of a government that did genocide. Yeah. I'm lowering. I mean, I don't think the toll booth people should go to prison for genocide, but every single cabinet official, every single leader of the Democratic Party fundraising operations and tactical operations, like by that I mean like Jamie Harrison, but also like the actual apparatchiks. Every single leader of the Democratic Party deserves to die in prison for genocide because they were in a government that did fucking genocide. That's how I see it. There's liberals making excuses for it because there's no intention. And the fact that they didn't stop their leaders from doing genocide is proof that they are just as violent as the others. It's just they're more comfortable with keeping it hidden here in this country. Yeah. That's why we're in the position we're in. Sorry.
No. I think
it's so annoying.
Prosecute ICE is being bandied around by a lot more people right now. And I think that's a good step in the right direction because that is ICE just so blatantly, attacking citizens and again, disrupting the comfort of people being able to not have to pay attention to this, not having to pay attention to politics or the news because it's banging down their fucking doors. But it's starting on that, like, hey, we got to prosecute these officials, like Christy Noem, people in charge of DHS and these agencies. And then I think that could maybe put a crack in, and then maybe let's look at where they came from. Obama giving Tom Homan a medal. Maybe you have some culpability. Maybe, it's going to take a long time before Obama sees the inside of a jail cell. But
getaway driver in a bank robbery is considered just as guilty.
I think, again, Trump would be easier to convince people of, I think. And, necessary for the continuation of this country and democracy and all that shit. We see those news stories coming out of South Korea that, like, they're looking at the death penalty for their former president who they imprisoned and locked up for inciting a coup. Like, yeah, man. Consequences, motherfucker. Consequences.
I have noticed we get much farther in the conversation when we don't hide the ball about how we feel about Democrats. And I'm so proud of everybody on this space because I've heard people rattle off, we got to put, Trump in prison and Obama and Clinton and basically every president we've had. They can all. We don't care. And I will say I've had some success in at least getting people's attention by pointing out logical inconsistencies. And it sounds boring, but here's what it is quickly. Just like I know all of us up here probably don't think there should be a wall at the southern border. We can acknowledge that Trump said he was going to build a wall and have Mexico pay for it. And neither of those things happened because he's a liar. Similarly, they're dangling this $50,000 for ICE agents, but just on its face, it pays out over 5 years. Trump's going to be gone probably by the hand of the Reaper before then.
Yeah.
but certainly with his term limit, he's promising something he literally cannot guarantee will be delivered. There's a lie. And did you know that if you get, let's say you're issued Vans shoes instead of boots because you had to bring them from home, and you go to Minneapolis and you break your leg in the snow, ironically, you have to pay back the money bonuses that they give you.
Wow, really?
If you don't complete your contract. Correct.
If you're wounded out of it, that's crazy.
Yeah. So if it's for any reason that you don't complete it, which includes if you just slip and fall. So I can't stress enough. They are, even though our attention is rightly focused where it has been of late, there is every day more opportunities to point out to these people that are getting conned by Trump and his regime that they're getting conned.
Yeah. Trump hasn't not paying contractors since the 80s. Donald Trump. That's his brand.
The
Because
KKK
ICE are all contractors. And every day is another opportunity to remind people it is another day that they are not releasing the Epstein files in violation of
40
the
days
law.
as of today. 40 days.
40 days.
And
And 40 nights.
I was just
They
going to
have
say, to add to Jake's thing, is like the KKK was a multi-level marketing scheme. It was like a merchandise sales sort of organization.
Of course,
and
it's always the capitalists.
You can find the history of that. The point being, though, that racism is just a rich man's. Your racism is a rich man's asset, just to trick the money out of your fucking wallet.
Yeah,
you stupid morons. Yeah,
And you know what? To cap that off,
Hank before.
It's great, isn't it? So much to talk about.
Yeah, listen to my show, man.
Heritage
Got it.
Foundation, all in repealing Section 230. We have Taylor Lorenz was on this space talking about that with Matt a little bit when that whole chorus scandal happened. But she has been staunchly talking about do not repeal Section 230. It's flawed, but we need it because it literally protects free speech on the internet. And they want to repeal it. The Heritage Foundation does, so that litigious Christian nationalists can dictate the speech rules from the entire internet. It's so embarrassing. So many Dems are falling for this. This is about that COSA legislation that's trying to protect kids on the internet. It's really just to censor mostly trans people and gay people. But again, it ripples out. And you could just start suing for anything. It's always been the Christians, man. I remember in the 90s, they were saying, like, don't watch Disney. It's demonic. Don't watch fucking Harry Potter. It's demonic.
Simpsons. It's always
it's
the
just
Christians
fascism.
who are the capitalist first victim.
The capitalists
by way of lies.
The Christians?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
The Christians are the red right hand, but they're only there because they are being lied to. And they're not being lied to because the capitalist is working in their interest. They're being lied to because he's fucking us all to death.
And he's using them as the people so that they can vote. Because unfortunately for them, they live in a democracy and they need people to vote for them. Their policies that will hurt those people, and they need to trick them by saying it was God ordained. Do you guys have anything you wanted to talk about? Because that's all I got. But I do have a game that we could play. If you're up for it. But I just want to give the floor to you if you had any topics or this breaking news or something.
I mean, I never have a shortage of thoughts, but if Jake has anything he wants to throw out, I'm also curious about this game you're talking about.
Just a standard reminder to the audience to never trust the filthy sons of Yakub, and otherwise, no. What's the game?
Okay, well, folks, let me just put this in there.
Should I have worn clean underwear for this game?
No, you guys don't need to do anything, but
it's not Twister.
Give input. We are going to play a game that I was playing yesterday, and I quite enjoyed, and I think people will dig
Can I
it.
ask Jake a question? Jake, do you do any gaming? Are you into?
Yeah. Sorry. What now?
What'd you drop?
A number. Just some knives, mostly.
Classic. Do you play video games?
Yes, I do.
Oh, good. All right. Maybe you come on my show one of these days. So I'd like to talk. We could talk about that. That's I'm going to do guests in a month or two. I'm too busy these days, but
fair enough.
I'm overwhelmed. Yeah, I've been playing games since I was a wee young one. Did a video game channel called Suck Professor for some time. That's a fun one. Yeah. And
I follow several similarly named channels, but I don't think I've been on that one.
Yeah, it does get some ribald assumptions occasionally, but I have sort of dreams of starting up a Rocket League crew on this space or something.
Cool.
And even if you're new at it, I think although I don't know how good maybe Alex, when you and I finally play, we should do it online and do 1v1, see who's better. I don't actually know what level
You're going to be better than me. I literally just re-downloaded it recently. I was trying to remember how to play. So
I've used it as like autism therapy for several years. So
yeah, Rocket League, by the way, folks, get Rocket League is free. Fall Guys is free. I like both games. I want to play, and we can all play them together.
Yeah.
So folks, you can jump in if you're watching at home.
It might be fun to do Rocket League lessons then.
Yeah,
I think
that's a good idea.
Yeah.
So yeah, this game is called This War of Mine.
I heard of this.
Oh yeah,
I actually have this downloaded.
Yeah, and it's a resource management game, and you are in a war-torn country. And let's continue from where we left off yesterday.
How far into the whole story are you?
I think 5 days. I think we're on day 5 or 6 now.
Okay.
I don't know. I never played it.
Are you like 80% done? Kind of.
I don't think so. I think.
But you're sort of in the first 20, 30%. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just kind of curious.
Yeah, it's a little it's bleak.
I heard of it. Yeah, I kind of avoided playing it because I was I'm constantly depressed as it is.
Yeah, I feel like we're living it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I felt it was a perfect.
I watched Fallout to feel like there's hope. Yeah,
Fallout is fantastic. Thank you for reminding me that there's a new episode today. Next week on Wednesday, I'm going to make a review of the whole season.
Have a good place to pirate that?
Cinebee. I will type it in the private chat here.
No, I'll figure. Oh, I figured out. All right.
Cinebee. If you type that into Google, you'll find it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Hold up. I gotta put up the chat here. Okay, so here we go. Night was calm. Bruno returned after helping pulling out some people buried next to a collapsed building. So yesterday, the last thing we did was someone came to the door and said, "Hey, we need some help. A building collapsed. Can you help? Pull out some people." So I'm hoping that we get some goodwill from that. But let's find out. So here's our shelter. We have here Marco, who is a skilled scavenger, and he's hungry. Pale is a fast runner. He slept poorly. He's hungry. He's slightly wounded. And Bruno, here's my star. He is the good cook, slightly sick, and he's tired. So you're going to make some food. We can't make food. We don't have enough fuel. So
this is a brutal game.
Yeah, bro. I'm telling you.
You're going to eat that oatmeal dry.
Yeah, we're going to make some fuel here. And what are you doing? You're hungry. You come sit up here.
Is there an Erica Kirk character with her squeaky pants doing cartwheels and stuff, singing?
I haven't run into him
She's
yet.
having a great time.
We also did rob an old couple nearby for some.
Yeah, I read your post about that.
Yeah.
This is
all right. So can we make food now? Oh, we don't have enough water. All right. Well, what can I do during the day? Can I make tools? You slept poorly. Go over here. We need to make lockpicks to get into some of the rooms that we haven't been able to get. I can't. All right. So then what the fuck can I do? Well, actually, I can eat. I don't have to cook. All right. So you eat some vegetables. You have some canned food, and you get a piece of meat. Everybody gets something to eat.
Nice.
Now I must unfortunately abscond because I have or dash because I have a show coming up, and I am going to clip stuff from my stream beforehand. But thank you for doing this, man. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for hopping on. It was a pleasure.
Good seeing
Always
you,
a pleasure.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, we'll play Rocket League.
Yeah.
2026.
Okay, so they all ate something. Still hungry.
Did you play the fall? There's a really popular Fallout side, very similar to this. That was
Fallout
like a viral
Shelter.
hit. Yeah, Shelter. Yeah, on a mobile game.
I tried playing it a little bit,
Yeah,
but
this is just reminding me of that, sort of the side window construct a little.
yeah,
bit.
exactly. That's the first thing that popped in my head.
Yeah.
I think I said it yesterday. I don't usually play games like this, So I didn't get into that Fallout game, but this one I figured would be kind of fun for the channel.
Oh yeah,
so
it's
you're
just a blast.
hungry,
It's
so
a
you-
bunch of
you eat
cold,
vegetables.
hungry people.
Yeah, I
no,
know.
no cooking fuel. So what's the premise? Is it zombies? Is it nuclear
No,
war?
it's just war.
Just regular,
It's not even
regular old
necessarily
America.
a nuclear war. It's just war, period.
So in other words, capitalism is the premise.
Yeah, exactly. Still hungry, slightly sick, tired. Okay, you can go sit in this chair, and you. Do we risk eating? No.
Do you get so you can get sick from food? Is that what risks it?
Well, I'm thinking just like I don't know when I'm gonna have more food, so I might want to save that for when they're like starving hungry.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Fuck it. You know what? Eat another vegetable.
I heard you say this is daytime. Is there a night cycle?
Yes. So when it hits, I think 8 o'clock, it'll turn to night, and then you choose who to go scavenge and who to guard and sleep and whatnot.
So what happens if you leave during the day?
I don't think you can.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
Lockdown.
let's find out. Can we go outside? Actually, you know what? I don't want this guy to go outside. He's the cook. You
Gotta say the cook.
scavenger, you go outside. And you're full, so you have no status effects.
You could just send the podcaster.
Yeah.
that guy's disposable, the podcaster.
You go take a look. I
That'd
actually
be me.
haven't been
I'd
outside.
be like, well, I got thoughts I want to talk about. Guys, this sucks. So do you unlock areas? And I assume like you gain. Is there an RPG element to each character?
I think you can get more people. Maybe you can build more. I don't know.
Yeah.
I know you can like find boards and stuff to block, entrances from looters and robbers and whatnot.
Right. I'd like to see like a companion game where the viewpoint is from within that house, and there'd just be these giant creatures with huge eyeballs, like the windows, and go, "You go that way. You go that way."
So yeah, I don't think there's anything more I can do. So let's end the day, and then we'll begin nighttime. So so this dude is slightly wounded. You could sleep. This guy's tired. He could sleep in the bed. And he's sick, so that'll help. And the scavenger is going to go out and scavenge. So we already went to this. This is where we robbed the old couple.
All right. Yeah.
But yeah,
They
you can
weren't
choose where to scavenge. You see here on the side, it says like lots of food, lots of materials.
Semi-detached house. Yeah.
Yeah, but danger as well. Danger.
Any
caution
pet
advised.
stores? Maybe, get some collars. Some plushies.
Let's check the decrepit. Well, we need more food and stuff.
Nobody can't even afford a decrepit squad anymore. It's so expensive. It takes like 6 jobs. So
we're gonna go to
you
the
go and
supermarket.
you go and you do this yourself. We're about to see it. Right?
Yeah, check it out.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
I could also if I had weapons, I guess I could take these with us, but I don't. So we're just gonna go
Right.
and wish for the best.
armed with wit. That's been my main weapon over my life.
So we got to be careful because we actually play this part, and this is the most intense. All right, so here we go.
Okay.
We're gonna scavenge this. All right, what do we got? All right, we got some materials. Cool, grab it. Can we get up here? I don't know. I don't see anybody in the house.
What is that thing poking out? Is that a bomb?
Where?
Like that red blinking cylindrical.
Oh, it does look like a missile or
like an unexploded.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, let's take that. All right, let's grab all that stuff. Let me look through the peephole. Okay, there's some looters in there. So let's just go upstairs and not risk that. Let's see what's up here. Yeah, I did get shot at one time.
Yeah, I would think. I gotta assume there's lines.
Oh, they're talking. One of them said, "Food, poor girl. I can give you food for a favor." Ooh, this is nefarious shit going on.
Grizzly.
All right, there's nobody up there. Just come with me, babe. We'll dine and have some fun. You. There's nobody up here though.
But at least the stock market's going up. So I know.
I guess I could try and interfere, but I don't have any weapons. I don't have any means to stop what's about to happen. I'm getting some more stuff. Can I go up here? I don't know how to reach there. Okay. Well, should we keep going?
Push through.
Push through, even though we know what's happening downstairs. It's barred from the other side. I'd have to go down there.
I see. So are all strangers dangerous, or is there like a peaceful way to?
I mean, there are peaceful. Like I said, someone came and knocked on the door and asked for help, and someone came and knocked as a trader to trade supplies. But I don't know about like scavenging and when I don't want to risk it. So I don't know what something happened, and we did not interfere, and I feel guilty about that. But honestly, like I didn't have a weapon, and there was two of them. I would have lost a member of my team.
I keep trying to listen to the parable of the sower, which I'm not going to spoil anything. This is just giving me some hints of or notes, I should say, of a future that might not be so pleasant.
I do not know that parable.
It's a book that goes. You hear people suggest it a lot, but I got anyway.
So
what is that?
We were attacked at night. Marco had been searching for supplies and brought some interesting things. Someone tried to rob us. They were just a couple of scavengers, so it didn't do much harm. Too bad we had no weapons. Pavle and Bruno were wounded. Oh no. And the attackers took a few things. We should put more people on guard. Shit, I didn't have anyone on guard. They stole some water, all my fuel, and some herbs. Pavle is a deep wound. He could do with some bandages. God damn it. All right.
Get some bandages.
Have a bandage. He's sad.
Are you squeamish about blood and bandage and wounds and stuff yourself?
It depends how bad. Like I can't watch those like plastic surgery shows.
Seems like so many shows have that skin shot where they have to stab or cut. Like almost every
Yeah.
I could do with less of that. But thank God there's like doctors and EMTs and nurses, people that are willing to aren't faced by the grisly parts. Good thing we treat them all terribly and make their lives hard. I want my EMT to be exhausted from driving Uber.
So we need to make some more fuel because that guy, the robbers stole our fuel. All right, we can make another chair and we can make a radio, which is interesting.
Yeah,
I will make a radio.
I feel like that'll pay off.
I have to place it somewhere.
Go
place it.
Too bad you don't have a chair.
Should I play? I don't know. I'll place it right here. Boom.
What is there a downside if you place it? Is there a
I don't know.
better place than others?
I don't know. I haven't been very efficient, I guess, in placing my things. I put the bed, everything's just kind of on this level.
If I was watching you play Mario, I'd be like, so what's that mushroom's backstory? Does it have like why is it so angry? Did Bowser go to Wharton?
He probably did.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
All right, so we got the radio. Here we go. Day 6. Most animals have disappeared from the streets. Keep that in mind when buying meat from dubious sources.
Oh.
Okay, so it could be human meat. Oh, look, I can change the radio. That's cool.
Yeah.
The city of Pogren is suffering extreme shortages of the most vital supplies. If this goes on, people will soon become scavengers scouring the city.
So you got to go help them.
I mean, we are the scavengers.
That's what I'm saying. Invest in their safety will become your.
Indeed. If you don't want scavengers, don't make them scavengers. Don't make people have to steal.
The best place to keep this food is my neighbor's stomach.
That's some classical music. Okay, here we go. Upcoming days should still be nice and warm, perfect for a stroll in the park, all right? At least we don't have any bad temperatures coming.
I like that the birds are broadcasting.
I like that you have to tune it Yeah, the birds are broadcasting.
They've got to go CB radio.
All right, so we got some news of the outside world. That's pretty cool. All right, you go make some fuel, and so he can cook. Oh, we got someone knocking. All right, so make some of that. Bruno, go say what up. Go answer the door. Now, again, I've been hesitant about answering the door. I don't know if they're just going to shoot me on sight. You know. What do you want, bro? Oh, he wants to trade. All right. What do you got? What do we need? We need some more food and stuff.
You need a chair.
Do need a chair. Well, I have a chair and a bed, so people could sleep in the chair or the bed, I guess. I need more beds, honestly.
Chair sleeping's rough. Even a comfy chair, but a wooden chair, bad nap.
I could take some water. I could take some food.
What's he getting though? Does it say what he wants?
I gotta offer something.
Oh, I see. So then he'll come with his.
Yeah, I gotta give sugar. I don't have much, honestly. More of that stuff, circuits.
Have you ever found this kind of mechanic in games where you are with a trader, a vendor or something, and you supply your side, and then they? Have you ever done? Are there any games where that does that? Geez, I can't talk. It's always unsatisfying to me. I'm wondering if there's any games out there where that's actually
where you can like barter and whatnot. Like this,
like dynamic and it feels cool, and it's not like just sort of, well, gee, did I reach the threshold for the yes or?
I mean,
sure
there's a game called
better than others.
There's a game called Moonlighter where it's essentially like, what if you played Zelda, but you played it from the perspective of the shop owner? So you are the shop owner to the hero, and then you have to go periodically to the caves, which is like the actual like Zelda dungeons, where you kill monsters and get supplies, and then you create items that then you put in your store to sell. And in that game, you have to do bartering, and it works kind of like this, but you can kind of figure out which items are more valuable. So instead of giving this, I could just give one like diamond or whatever, and it would be satisfactory. But I don't know. I think this works out. All right. I think that's it. I mean, I could use another bandage.
Yeah.
If I'll give you some plants. How about some plants and tobacco? I don't need that.
Tobacco's good for trading, though. You'll meet some scavengers that need their fix.
Yeah. And you want some more herbs?
Take it from me. I've seen this for about 10 minutes. I know exactly what's going.
You want a wood? No wood. You want another circuit? I want another circuit. I want another circuit. Okay. Deal. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Now, what if he got like attacked right as he walks off?
Yeah, I know.
Like crazy.
All right, so let's make some food.
Can you attack that guy? Can you go take your stuff back?
If I had a weapon, I could probably do a lot more.
See? These are the choices we have to make in these. Maybe you can start a health insurance company and slowly bleed him dry.
Matter of fact, let's see if we can build a weapon. Oh, we can't build anything. I mean, yeah, see, like I have a knife here. I need more wood and gun parts or weapon parts.
What does it take to build a crowbar? A bigger crowbar?
I need more materials.
Come on.
But these are equipment, like shoveling and crowbars for opening stuff. But
totally
weapon, I need some more pieces here. All right, so Bruno, you can have some soup that you just made. You can have some soup too, Marco.
You have a favorite soup, Alex?
Yes, Manhattan clam chowder is my go-to. I also like vegetable soups, like tomato-based vegetable soups. Can't go wrong with a classic chicken noodle.
Indeed. Homemade from scratch, by the way. Everybody needs to know that soup is just liquid and meat and veggies. Just fill up a bunch of shit and start boiling it. It's not hard to make. Your chicken carcass, turn your chicken carcass and a bunch of veggies into some soup. What's the difference between Manhattan chowder and New England chowder?
New England clam chowder is the white clam chowder. It's cream based.
That's right. So,
Manhattan is tomato based, so it's red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was not going to come up with that myself. I did, but
all right. So I think that's all we can do for today. We did a little trading, and this homie is going to sleep. So let's end the day. And
I like Illinois clam chowder myself. It's just ranch based.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna put him on guard. Bruno's on guard while this dude sleeps and recovers, and you're gonna scavenge. And you're gonna go. We need materials and parts, so let's go here again. Shelled cottage.
There's a shelled school.
Yeah. It's again, unfortunately, a little too realistic with what's going on in Minneapolis today.
The world we live in is
indeed. So let's peer through and see if anybody's in here. I don't see anybody.
There's a basement, looks like.
There's a little rat or something.
Get it. Sell it.
If I can.
You have spent all your energy chasing the rat.
Yeah.
Do you want to sleep on this bus wheel?
There is a fire up there, so there might be somebody home.
It'd be cool if there were movie references in this. Like you go into a place and it's Tom Cruise chained up with his eyes bandaged and he's reaching for a sandwich.
Minority Report.
Yeah. Why is there a rotten sandwich in the fridge? Why is there a rotten sandwich in the fridge? Exactly perfectly set in the middle.
Tom Cruise in the basement with Dakota Fanning in War of the Worlds. A lot of Tom Cruise in abandoned basements.
Don't move. Yeah.
Okay, so I hear someone.
Tom Cruise helping his religion cult kidnap women and send them away to unknown parts, never to be seen again.
All right, we're going down to the basement. Seeing what we can find down here. Lots of wood.
Wood's handy.
Wood is handy. I'm seeing. I should probably get the fuck out of here, actually.
You have found an old wedding dress.
I was digging, but I'm getting nervous now.
Why? What made you
nervous? We go up there? Let's go up there. Let's see what's up there. Oh, it's just that. Okay. It's the red.
What are those red circles indicating?
Was indicating like sound, I guess.
Okay.
So it was just the little animal spooking me. I got spooked. I thought there was
the
a
attic's
person
on fire, which is I feel like
probably not great.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get rid of some of sugar.
I mean, heat rises, so you're fine.
We need all these materials. I don't need a bear.
Is there a weight limit?
There's a capacity limit.
Yeah. Oh, I see. 15.
Okay.
You're leaving the bear?
I'm leaving the bear. I don't know what I'm going to do with the bear.
You know what? You got to take care of your emotional health. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Well, you actually do, because one of the characters is sad, and I don't know how to remedy that. It says like read books, and I had some books, but I couldn't figure out how to like equip it or whatever.
Is it snuggle size? That is to say 2 feet or bigger? It's a giant like circus bear, like the gift, the big ones they give you if you throw a ball at a goldfish successfully.
So that door is locked. We can't get in there, but we know this house is abandoned, at least right now. So there's 2 piles here that I suspect if I.
The other use of a bear in this setting like this is to strap it to the grill of your death vehicle.
Yes, Mad Max style.
Then it's the freaky evil bear, the ironic twist of something gentle.
Yeah. See, this guy's like, he's saying to himself, if he had a shovel, this would go faster. So I could build a shovel and take it with me. We're into past midnight here.
Sure wish I didn't have this fucking bear in my bag. You could also have a funeral for
you know
bear.
what? I think maybe this progress stays. So I could just leave that and then come back another night and finish.
Oh, nice.
All right, so let's get out of here.
It would be unrealistic if it like didn't stay.
Yeah.
Sorry, the pile has returned to its form.
All right, so we're gonna go back. We got some good materials. Maybe we can make some lock picks and explore a little more. We got some more wood for fuel. And
Marcos.
we had Bruno on guard, so hopefully we didn't get robbed again.
Bruno's there with the 2 robbers.
Yeah.
On the ground. Now you have meat.
Day 7. I'm back and I have the bandages. Do we? Oh, we do. Sweet. Great. Okay, you are hungry and very tired. Bruno, you are hungry, slightly sick, slightly wounded. Take a bandage. You go down here and make some fuel. So what do you think, Hank? Is this a game you would play or recommend?
Yes. 10 out of 10. Would play again. Yeah, it looks like it's very well designed. I like these sorts of resource gathering. Obviously, this seems like the kind of game that's going to put you in moral compromises. And
yes,
probably no matter what you choose, you'll end up somehow having to face some horrible thing. You know,
I doubt to leave presumably a girl to get assaulted.
Yeah, like
while
that.
we're robbing a house.
Okay,
so, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know how many end stage or how many victory conditions there are. What do they call it when you beat a game?
Oh yeah. You're right. Victory condition.
Is that right? I don't.
Yeah.
I just feel like endings. Endings is the word. Some games have like multiple endings, sort of this sort of narrative storytelling. It does make me think a bit of kind of I grew up playing like King's Quest and Space Quest and some of those early games, Sierra Online, way before the internet type of stuff, where you sort of wandered around and found items and brought them back. And it's interesting. It's an interesting quality to it. And it was recommended, I think, if I'm recalling right, my friend Dan, who hosts the Knowledge Fight podcast, I think, for some reason my brain is bringing that one up. Really great show if you've never heard of it.
I can't make a crowbar here. The Knowledge Fight podcast, I have heard of that.
Yeah, they've got a huge audience. He's a buddy of mine from Chicago from doing stand-up. And
oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they actually just recently covered Alex Jones's coverage of, because the show, for people that don't know, it's a show that examines right-wing media and American politics and misinformation through the lens of Alex Jones. And so they've done 2 episodes a week for several years and have a giant, they sell out tours and very active Reddit.
Oh wow, get him on the show.
He's been on my show a couple times. I'm actually going to have him on again, hopefully
awesome.
The next little while. But
folks, there's something to look forward to. Subscribe to Winners and Losers over on YouTube.
Yeah, I've already had him. Yeah. No, I remember, we were buddies for doing comedy in Chicago, but like I remember visiting back to Chicago once and hanging out with him like 7-8 years ago, dropping him off at his house. He's like, I'm thinking about doing this show maybe about Alex Jones. And I was like, that's a horrible idea. I was like, what are you, nuts? Why would you? Not that I thought he was bad at podcasting or something, but I was just like, why would you want to poke that horn?
Yeah.
Don't do that. And then he followed through. Not that he was asking me for the go ahead or something, but then all these years later, things kind of drifted apart a little bit. It's been so many years, but then I start hearing about this show, Knowledge Fight, like turns up on like Behind the Bastards, and they were on Majority Report, they were on CNN.
Oh shit.
The lawyers for the Sandy Hook case, Mark Bankston is sort of the primary one who does interviews. He's a really good guy. He's the main lawyer. They hired my buddy Dan to be a consultant on the case. Like he actually, they're comedians who host it, but they're sort of like, my favorite thing is when
inadvertently by doing the show.
Yeah, like Dan takes it very seriously. Like he does his research. The whole point of it is he sort of refutes all the stuff and he kind of examines things. And he's kind of got like a cool professor vibe, if you can imagine, like an academic kind of brained comedian, Yeah. So there's a reason why the formula works great and the audience is very loyal. Knowledge Fight. But anyway, so they just did an episode about Alex Jones, referring to the killing of Alex Preddy. Of course, Alex Jones is completely submissive about the Second Amendment, that he had a gun, and that's like sort of justifies why he was killed, and like just the complete turnaround
The Second Amendment flip has been fucking hilarious
Yeah,
to watch.
yeah.
Like you haven't been doing this for decades with the NRA trying to like curb gun control laws. Again, it just treating them like they're even flipping is I think disingenuous to just be like pointing out the hypocrisy doesn't do anything. Like Jon Stewart has been doing for decades.
Yeah.
They just, yes, they're hypocrites. It would be different if it was Trump versus Obama wearing a tan suit. That's all. They don't care.
Yeah, hypocrisy is essentially you're being they're casting a spell on you. They're keeping you busy and occupied by pointing out their hypocrisy when actually what's going on is just pure raw power.
Yeah,
it's very precisely just the fact that because you follow rules, we don't have to follow, and we can change the rules on an instant. That's the whole point of autocracy and hierarchy and authoritarianism, and the kind of conservative mind is like naturally submissive, and so like the whole hypocrisy harvesting that like liberals love to do, Jon Stewart, and I mean obviously pointing out Alex Jones's hypocrisy on this topic. You know, they were going deeper into the kind of concepts. They're not just as baseline as only. But yeah, whenever I see someone going on about hypocrisy, it's just like it's like you're under a spell. You might as well have stars and birds flying around your head because you're the one wasting energy and time persuading no one.
Yeah.
I mean, my project about Jank, there's a deep core of hypocrisy to it, but that's just like the surface level of it as far as the kind of analysis I'm trying to do. I want to like deconstruct capitalism and, show power dynamics and the sort of things, but
yeah, I mean that is a big undertaking, and I think that's very admirable in what you're doing with the documentary and what they're doing with Knowledge Fight. Like, it is important to kind of report what they are talking about. Like, so if you had a mainstream news outlet for the time that Rush Limbaugh was alive, and just daily reports. Here's what Rush Limbaugh said today on his show. To a wider audience, I don't think he would have been on air for as long as he was if it was more mainstream what he was talking about and out there.
Yeah, like it or not, Alex Jones occupies a substantial role in the American kind of misinformation diet, the way news is consumed, and he's such a clown and such a such a maniac, he's out of his mind, but he occupies a very interesting space. And I don't even think they necessarily intended the show to end up where it is currently. But they've been doing it for years, and you
have to keep going bigger and bigger and bigger with the conspiracies, or
or it's just that through the different epochs of American media and news over the last several years, and especially with the rise of
you
Trump
kind of make an analogy between him and Mr. Beast. Like, you kind of have to keep going bigger and bigger. Or else your audience gets bored and moves on. All right, grab it. All right, we got some cool stuff. See, we got books here, and I did hear somebody say, like, thank God I have this book. So maybe they just use them on their own. I don't know, but we also have the toy.
Do you have toilet paper?
We don't. That's not a resource, I don't think.
You do have the bear.
I have fertilizer.
Speaking of uses for the bear.
I mean, that's true.
Got him. Sorry,
right,
bear.
That might be all we can do today. I got music playing, so maybe that keeps our spirits up a little bit.
I'm feeling it.
Let's see if I can make anything else. If not, I'll just move to the next day. Exit.
Is that music actually improving morale for the characters?
I don't know. I think maybe. I'm testing it out to see.
Are any of the characters autistic?
I don't think so.
My neighbor had wind chimes over last year, and I was having daily horrifying fits of strenuous anxiety. And I finally asked her to take them down. Distracting stuff like that can be ruinous to your ability to do anything, depending on the way your brain processes information.
All right, so
I'd be like, guys, quiet hours. Turn the radio off, please. We're gonna get invaded in about 20 minutes.
So you know what? I could scavenge again. Let's do it.
Are those always the only options?
Sometimes new locations pop up,
but it's always scavenge, guard, sleep in.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I wonder if they add.
I had
that,
more
though.
beds, there'd be more of those options. And I think again, eventually we may get more people.
I would think so.
So yeah, let's.
Can you get mannequins and give them names and dress them up and stuff? Start.
I don't know.
Starting
Maybe.
religions. And
Really go
speeches.
crazy.
Yeah. Start giving speeches to the mannequins and like giving them money and then pretending like they're giving you the money when you pass the collection basket. Putting on sunglasses and then getting mad at them for stealing your sunglasses. See, I'm already
exactly.
I just had a mannequin army revolt in my
need to be
brain.
a game designer. All right, let's take a look and make sure no one's in here still.
When the mannequins move, you turn around and they've moved.
Yeah.
Boy, that's always
the old
What is
Doctor
this?
Who. All right, so cool.
Doctor Who, yeah.
Our progress does stay of the pile.
My roommate's a big horror game guy, and he has like the opposite reaction to me, whereas my emotional system doesn't regulate well. So like I get, because my imagination is so like it just fills it all in. So I've always struggled with that. And,
I used
worst.
to be I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I used to be terrified of like anything horror. I wouldn't see The Matrix because I heard there was blood in it. And when I started making movies myself in high school, I was like, oh, it's always just friends making a piece of art together. So let me go now. I'm going to make a vampire movie. Let me go rent every horror movie that ever existed.
Oh, okay.
The kind of exposure therapy, I think, got me through it.
That itself was an interesting story, like a film about a guy.
All right, so let's see what's out here. Ooh, okay. We got some materials. What's this? Roll up. Oh, so we can make some cigarettes. We got some more weapon parts.
A diamond.
A gem. We got a diamond. And let's see what's up here. Ooh, I should have brought a fucking crowbar. Damn it, because that would have got me in this door. I knew there was.
Dude,
Did
you have enough material to make it?
I have a crowbar.
Oh, you have one?
I know. I didn't think.
You went scavenging without a crowbar? Amateur. Come on.
I know.
You got to watch more horror films, dude. Never leave home without a crowbar.
Oh, well, this is good to know this house is here and there's more stuff in here. So
yeah,
we'll come back. And let's exit and we'll start the next day. And then I think we have Pep Talks coming up next.
All right, on.
But yeah, Pavel is back. Let's see what happened overnight. Please, no robberies or attacks of any kind.
Is there ever good news at night?
Maybe people get like healthy,
or just calmness is the only possible.
Yes, I think calmness. Honestly,
yeah. Jimmy's broken bone is healed.
Yeah, yeah. The night was calm. That's it.
Did you ever play The Forest? Oh, we're in the show.
No, it's all right. The Forest. I have seen people play it.
Yeah,
I did not play it myself.
All right. Well, you moved the needle a bit on that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty entertaining, if I do say so myself.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, folks, again, you're watching this space. We have all kinds of creators talking about all different things. Sometimes we'll play video games. Sometimes we'll be talking about movies or music. A lot of the times we'll be talking about politics and the news of the day. Share with your friends. Share on social media. And thank you, Hank, for joining me for 2 impromptu hours.
Happy to do it.
And in these last few minutes, would you like to just... I always tend to just like to look at Twitter and just see what we got going on.
I'm in the middle of a pretty intense working condition. I got to do a lot more work tonight and push really hard tomorrow. So I'm on like 10, 12-hour days for the foreseeable future.
Oh, wow.
For a week or so. But yeah, I got a lot to do. I'm working on a film for somebody and 2 films actually, but one's an animation and another one is like editing a full short feature, which is like 60 to 70 minutes. I tell you that. But taking a break and being able to spit my bullshit out into the world is always welcome. I would love to never touch a mouse or a keyboard again and just talk.
It would be nice, but you got to touch the mouse and the keyboard to set up your camera to talk.
Yeah. Oh,
by the way, Pep Talks says to check your Discord DMs.
All right, looking right now.
Because I know Pep has been on that Rashad Ritchie train.
Yeah.
And that Cam James video that was great. It had you collaborated with and used some of your clips.
Yeah, I was thrilled that he wanted to check out some of the information I had.
And I think that was
I'll tell Pep, or he's probably listening. Yeah, I'll write you back. I can probably do that.
But yeah, I think that was an important point that Cam was trying to make, that he's not trying to like shit on the left. He's trying to say like, hey, we need like good representatives, and it's not good to have someone who, has these phony diplomas.
An abundance of good faith, I think, is called for in terms of like whether it's accurate or not. In other words, I'd like to see like subject matter experts weigh in on it all first. But it does seem very clearly that there's some stuff going on with those degrees. And like, I'm actually going to have my brother on, who's a neuroscience professor. And he like a legit PhD, took him 10 plus years to get one, and he trains neuroscientists professionally, as he's a professor. And so he's we're gonna examine the quantum Alzheimer's helmet video.
That's a good tease for more content here.
You're going after Alzheimer's. Come on, man. I mean, that's that's gross. What are you doing? Not that he's selling it right away now, but
once again, thank you so much, Hank, for coming on. That was a true blast. We had a good time scavenging and trying to make Bruno, Pavla, and Marco survive yet another day in war-torn wherever that country is. But folks, war-torn Minneapolis. But folks, thank you for watching this space. Again, share, like, subscribe, spread the word. The real home of progressives is here on this space. And up next, we have Pep Talks with some news, some current events. I always love Pep Talks at night because he's always got like multiple protests happening at the same time, and he's covering so many screens. He's like fucking Ozymandias and Watchmen. I love it. Folks, take care. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. See ya.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Primetime PEPAGANDA. I'm happy to see everyone here. Hope you guys are ready for a fun show. So, thank you for the wonderful lead in there, Alex. The comparison to Ozymandias was, brought a smile to me face. So, I got something kind of more fun planned today because while I was ending my stream, I, for better or worse, covered the Candace Owens thing that's going on with Erica Kirk. That is insane. And then she decided to take it to the Daily Wire too. Like, I don't know. It definitely got to the point where it kind of hurt my brain a little bit. Not that just I had to go upstairs and reset for a second. But usually on my show, High on Politics, over on my channel, over on YouTube, if you guys haven't already followed, please do that. And also hit that like button if you have not already on this here stream right now. I really appreciate that. And I know that it helps all of us over on this space. So, and come on, guys, also sub. Appreciate that. So, as I was saying, I like to kind of cover some Piers Morgan debates. I don't know. I'm kind of a sucker for him. You can love or hate Piers Morgan. You have to admit that he is good at what he does as far as who he platforms, when he platforms them, and some of the subject matter. Now, does it piss me off that he interjects way too much? He's not a fair moderator? Yes. I don't like the disingenuous way that he tends to also be like, I'm not a right winger. I'm not a right winger. Well, yeah, he kind of is. But with that being said, I want to watch this episode of Piers Morgan that I was not able to check out. On the show, you got Tim Miller, you have got Brian Tyler Cohen, and then you have Jonathan Fahey, and then you have I think he's the cop. But you guys it's a who's who of people that are in these political spaces. So let's add this to the stage and let's have ourselves a little fun tonight because, as I said, I need this. This is for me. So you guys are just here for the ride.
Must resign
What up,
or
Kyle?
face impeachment.
Oh, also, thank you for all my Raiders for sticking around.
I saw the video. It does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person. I think this was staged. Shut up, Brian! You can't tell me to shut up.
Law enforcement works for us. They don't get to push down women. I know the emasculated males are up in arms.
Is that what happened?
10 times.
Push a woman down and shot somebody?
I have to say,
Oh, those
I'm
are the
already
masculine men?
Tim Miller?
No, I'm
All
sorry.
right,
The
let's
masculine
see.
guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men
Yeah,
should
he got
do.
shot. Yeah,
A
that's
bunch of
completely stupid.
pussies shot him dead.
I think that's the most passionate I've ever seen him on.
The biggest
any
dividing
of this.
line in politics and in culture is no longer right or left. It's a lot to do with basic.
What's wrong with the guy, the Bulwark guy?
Trust.
He was acting kind of unhinged. Yeah, we'll
Do you
see.
believe this person?
I'm interested
is
to see
honest?
the context
Are
on
they
this one.
authentic? Are they telling the truth? That's why podcasters like Joe Rogan have displaced the corporate media, and why politicians like Bernie Sanders are among the most popular in America, whether you agree with their politics or not. After the past few weeks, it's hard to see how some key figures
We did figure out that he's on painkillers and his delivery is a lot slower than usual.
in the Trump administration can ever be trusted again, having chosen scripted gaslighting over honesty at a moment of genuine crisis.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect
but he
reacted
violently resisted, fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
An agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately.
Delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage.
Where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law.
I don't know why this is funny to me when it's like, oh my God, they couldn't change. It's like, can I copy your homework? Just change it up a little. No.
Well, anybody who's seen the
can't-
footage
I
of
can't
Alex Pretty's shooting knew it just didn't stack up.
Wow.
And the same can be said about many of the arguments put forward to effectively justify his death. This was one of the most popular.
Number one, the Second Amendment is a right. I'm a Second Amendment absolutist. You have the right to carry a weapon to defend yourself, not the privilege. It is a right.
Absolutist?
Those
Do you
rights
understand what absolutist means?
come with restrictions. I think you would understand that more than anyone at this table. One of those restrictions is you have to have your ID and your permit on you. We don't know. Current reports are he didn't have either one of those on, at which point he's not carrying legally.
Fine, that's all true. But we know that he did have a permit for his gun. And the law says he has to show it when requested to do so. Where in the footage did any of the officers stop to ask him for his paperwork? And why was Kyle Rittenhouse a hero for not using his common sense, but Alex Pretty caused his own death by not using his common sense? The only thing Pretty was brandishing was his iPhone, which has also become an unlikely source of contention.
I want to show you something. Does that look like a gun? I think it does a little bit. It's a fun.
They're doing the thing. We all have this, you dipshit.
It's black. Like
What are you
most
talking? What are you
phones.
doing?
That's crazy stuff.
Well, crazy
So
stuff.
now it's perfectly reasonable for law enforcement to shoot you because you have a phone?
If it's correct, many people were justifiably furious with Biden officials and liberal media personalities who repeatedly told them to disbelieve their lying eyes, not least about Biden's own health. They were also furious about the idea that angry white conservatives were domestic terrorists and the single
There's no way
greatest
he
threat to
sincerely
America.
believes that. No.
Most of those people voted for President Trump because they were sick of it. It
God,
was
he's not
enforced as
looking
a
good.
mandate
I keep saying it, man.
to
It
repeat
looks
the
awful.
exact same playbook.
Well, joining me to discuss all this is Tim Miller, the commentator with The Bulwark, Jonathan Fahey.
Okay, so he's not drunk because I thought
ICE director,
his face was
Brandon
red,
Tatum,
man.
aka the Officer Tatum, and Brian Tyler Cohen, host of No Lies. So welcome to all of you. Tim Miller, it seems to me it's been a very significant 48 hours, actually, for Donald Trump, for his administration, for the wider public, and for this issue of trust and being able to believe what we see with our own eyes. Because if you listen to what these administration officials were saying in the immediate aftermath of this killing, then this guy, Alex Preddy, was about to launch a massacre of law enforcement officers when we could all see from the various clips that were coming out that that simply wasn't true. He was defending a woman protester who'd been thrown on the floor. He was then thrown on the floor himself. Yes, he had.
Are we going to watch him turn into Vinny?
But at no stage did he brandish that weapon or represent any threat to.
Yeah, Vinny for PBD was on the last episode we watched. Oh man,
that engulfed him.
He just could never
and in fact,
not
they
turn
took
bright
away
red.
His gun, and then they killed him. So, given that we could all see that, I think what's happened here, which has been really pretty unprecedented and quite fascinating to watch, is that Donald Trump has realized this has crossed a line many people may not have thought Donald Trump was aware of or cared about. And that line being, if you try and tell people that what they've just seen with their own eyes is not true, they're not going to buy it. Trust in you is going to erode, and your polling numbers are going to get slayed. And ultimately, it will cost you at the ballot box. What's your reading of it?
Well, I hope you're right, Piers. I hope that Donald Trump changes course. I think we've seen some very minor evidence of that, replacing Greg Bovino with Tom Homan. For me, I would have preferred that all of the ICE and CBP agents be removed from Minneapolis immediately and then taken off the streets and brought back to D.C. or to the border where they're supposed to be. Minneapolis is famously 300 miles from a border. And, then they could reassess what a program would look like where they actually went after the worst of the worst rather than menacing American citizens and menacing people who are here legally. And I do agree with you that the American people overwhelmingly do not want and do not support a government that murders its own citizens in the street, that unloads a clip and shoots them 10 times.
That guy just rolled his eyes like that.
Bullets into their dead body on the ground and then lies about them and smears them after they're dead. I think that the vast majority of Americans don't want that. You'll probably be able to find a couple of shills to come on and defend that on this show, but I think the vast majority of Americans say no. We do not want murderous mass thugs anonymously killing our fellow Americans. And so I do think that is showing up in the polls. I think you're seeing Donald Trump's numbers erode massively, particularly among Hispanics, but also among young men, the libertarian types, the folks that really believed the "Don't Tread on Me" flag, the folks that really believed in the First Amendment, which protects free speech, which protects tape.
I want you guys to understand that this was the contingent that was still left behind from the ones that were like the center right, Liz Cheney's that Kamala burned her entire campaign trying to court. Now, the most diehards that weren't just rah rah MAGA and only MAGA, they're all leaving. Like he just said, the libertarians, there's not much that they're willing to stand up for with Trump anymore. I mean, Dave Smith, I wouldn't be surprised if he just comes out and says, I cannot stand up behind this anymore.
Community, if you want to, as well as the Second Amendment, which protects your ability to carry a weapon. So the young men that flocked to Trump, I think, thinking that he was going to be a free speech president, are now seeing the truth. And I do think it's hurting him with them as well.
Yeah, Officer Tatum, welcome back to Uncensored. I mean, the really frustrating thing with Donald Trump must be that a large part of his immigration policy has been extremely successful and well received. And I'm talking specifically about the basic closure of the southern border.
Roll over here.
After years of Biden allowing millions of people to come in illegally, Trump has stopped it. That's a great win for his administration. It's something most Americans agree with. And yet here he is now getting quite negative polling about his immigration policies. And I think it's all come down to this issue of how the ICE agents are behaving in these rural areas and these back-to-back shootings, deadly shootings of protesters.
Rural areas. What?
Well, it's because of mindless people like the gentleman that just finished.
They're like in the middle of cities and suburbs.
Speaking is the reason why people have this perception that Donald Trump is somehow doing something wrong. They deported 600,000 people. They've deported people who have committed murder, rape, all kinds of dangerous and felonious crimes. Also, they're deployed in all 50 states. Why is Minnesota the only state that's having issues? And then to get on TV and say that a guy is observing the First Amendment and
it's striking how dumb some of these guys
Amendment
are.
while he's at a protest assaulting ICE agents, Border Patrol agents. He committed an assault, a felonious assault against the ICE agent. That's how he got into a physical altercation while carrying a firearm without notifying
what was the
them.
assault?
When the Border
Brandon,
Patrol
what was the
agent pushed
assault?
When the Border Patrol pushed the lady, he went hands on. That is a felony. You cannot do
He
that.
didn't assault anyone. But Brandon, here's the problem.
Is that not a felony
when
crime?
When you say what
It
you
is a
witnessed
felony
was an
crime
assault.
to physically
Well,
assault
Brandon, when you
Border
say
Patrol
when you
agent.
hang on, let me finish.
Piers,
When you say
I was called mindless.
what you witnessed was when you say what you witnessed was an assault by Alex Pretty on ICE officers, that is not what I witnessed.
Piers, do you because you don't live in America, you never.
God damn it. Kanye West did Candace Owens' opening song. I just got hit on my last
You're
stream.
law enforcement, you don't understand the law.
Yeah,
And
but
with all due
I've got
respect,
a home in America.
when
I've
you-
lived in America
Well,
on and
listen-
off for 20 years.
But I'm saying you are not vested in American
to the
law
editing bay
enforcement.
after this.
When you grab somebody like Pretty did with a ICE agent, that is an assault, subject to an arrest. They had every right to take him down to the ground. He had a gun on him knowingly, came with multiple magazines.
But you should agree with that.
What I don't
Piers,
agree with that.
look, I was defamed there.
Well, hang on. Let me finish.
A Border Patrol agent.
I will come back.
Let him.
Brandon,
If you
I
want
have
to
spent
peacefully
20
protest, you
years.
can carry a gun.
He wants to say what. God, this is my one problem with Piers. He always needs to say his little buzz lines.
I spent 20 years working and living in America, a lot of the years,
Yeah,
right?
You always say the same thing. I just never understood the need for the guns.
So I know America very well. I've covered a lot of these stories over the years for CNN, for others, for Fox, for others, everyone, right? So you don't have to slightly patronize me with "you're not from these."
I'm not
parts."
patronizing.
I know
I'm just telling
America.
you the truth because
I have a home.
having
I've
actual
owned.
experience in law
Hang
enforcement
on,
is a big
Brandon.
difference.
Let me finish. I've owned a home in Los Angeles for 16 years. Okay, so I do understand how law enforcement works in America. I understand what the law is, right? I understand all of these things, but I look at what happens. Immediately you say that if you take a gun to a protest, but that's exactly what I've heard.
When you fight people when you fight.
No, literally, it's we are able to do that.
While having a
I
gun.
haven't finished my question.
It's kind of like the Black Panther Party. That's why they're able to do that.
I haven't finished my question.
I mean, honestly, that's why nobody, batted an eye when they saw Kyle Rittenhouse.
For 20 years, I've battled with the NRA and with the conservative right about this issue of guns in America. And
Everybody say hi,
I
Sam.
eventually concluded this is an issue for Americans to resolve amongst yourselves. I respect that. It's your country, your culture, your laws, your guns.
been
However,
good.
there is a blazing hypocrisy in this narrative that's been spewed about Alex Pretty, that somehow one of the problems here was he was carrying a gun. He was carrying it legally.
No, the problem is not carrying a
under
gun.
his Second Amendment rights.
Here we go again.
Here we go
January
again.
30.
Only 2 tickets sold to world premiere.
The problem is not carrying a gun. The problem is
Guys, if you want to just have like a fun pastime, maybe it's because I live in a city that like I get to look at like all the theaters around me and just see that like I checked the premiere, it had 2 tickets sold, and the one after that, 1 ticket sold.
for physical altercation with
And this is for tomorrow.
intentionally and premeditated.
It's pretty funny.
A physical altercation
Although-
with ICE agents. I would never. I carry a gun everywhere I go. I got my gun on me right now. I would never confront or get in a physical altercation with any law enforcement with a gun on me. You learn that in CCW class.
Holy crap,
and
Piers
as a
Morgan
person
agrees with
common
me. What a
sense.
world.
Because what happens?
What's up, Jake?
Things get twisted up. You have the gun get exposed. They yell, gun, gun, gun. He's reaching for his waistband. They think he has a gun. All of that is going to be justification under the law because the perception of the Border Patrol agent that believed that he was armed and dangerous at the time that
No, then honestly, the other guy's catching charges for even saying gun, gun, gun.
he fired the shots is going to be justification.
They took his
I'll
gun
put money on it
away.
for anybody on this panel. Just like
They took his gun away. We literally
There you
see
go.
them take his gun off him, and then
But
they kill
that
him.
doesn't mean that the Border Patrol agent who shot him saw the gun being removed, Pierce. That is
But
a part of the
look,
investigation.
Brandon, please. We've listened to this enough.
Well,
look,
won't
for
you
starters,
listen and- won't
your
you
whole
listen and get some
your whole
common
spin
sense
is
then?
crazy. This idea that you started your thing by saying this was justified because the Border Patrol agent came and pushed a woman to the ground. Why
And he
are Border
assaulted the
Patrol
Border
agents?
Patrol agent.
Excuse me, sir. Let me continue. Why are Border Patrol agents in
continue with common
Minneapolis,
sense.
nowhere near the border, pushing American
Interrupt with that.
women to the
Because they're
ground?
assisting
Brandon,
ICE.
Brandon,
In case
shut
you
up
don't
for a
understand
second.
how
Brandon.
law works, they have
You're being emotional, Brandon.
jurisdiction to enforce immigration law within the boundaries of the city.
Yeah,
What the heck
sure.
are you talking about?
Was she an immigrant? Was she an illegal immigrant?
Who?
They pushed an
Who?
American citizen to the ground. We have rights, Brandon.
She
the
is obstructing
entire
an
Minneapolis
investigation.
police force.
Do you not
Shut
understand
up.
law?
Shut up, Brian.
You can't
Brandon,
tell me to
whatever your
shut
name
up.
is, the entire
Come make me
Minneapolis
shut up.
police force.
Come
All
make
right,
me
now we
shut
know
up.
why. Now we know why his face was red.
0 bullets.
You're not
year
gonna tell me
last
to shut
year.
up. I'm a
Going
grown
off.
man.
0 bullets.
You want
the
a
law
problem with me?
enforcement works for
Okay,
us.
so I thought.
They don't get to shoot American citizens
They
10
can stop
times
you
and
from
shoot 6
obstructing an
bullets into our
investigation.
dead bodies. They don't get to push down women.
What
they
a-
work
what
for
a
us.
puss.
They represent us. We pay them.
grow a
They
pair.
need to use restraint and
Grow a
de-escalate.
pair.
Okay.
I feel like my friends are fighting in the living room.
They're
It's just like,
All right,
serve
all right.
and protect
Time out.
us, not to
Time
push
out.
women
Let
to
me
the
bring
ground,
in-
not to shoot guys
Okay,
in the back
time out.
of the head.
I had this happen in real life with two of my friends. One of them, he's very uneducated on world events, and he started saying how he like some pretty disagreeable shit about Ukraine and how it's just like, well, technically, I think that we should be friends with Russia. And my friend just laid into him to the point where it was like this, where you were just like, I'm uncomfortable.
Citizens
Time out.
executing their rights, and they got murdered. And you're on here
Grow up.
defending
Okay,
them
let me
like
br-
a ghoul.
All right.
Like a
Legal
depraved
justification.
Okay,
ghoul.
hang on.
He's dead.
Time out, please. Time out, please. I want to bring in Jonathan Fay because you're a former acting ICE director. But first, I want to play a clip from Donald Trump about the gun part of this.
That being said, you know, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. What about the Second Amendment? Listen, you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate incident.
Do you agree with the assessment from
Trump is so dumb.
some of your own officials
Just objectively, he is so dumb.
that Alex Preddy is a domestic terrorist?
Well, I haven't heard that, but certainly he shouldn't have been carrying a gun. But I don't like that he had a gun. I don't like that he had 2 fully loaded magazines. That's a lot of bad stuff. And despite that, I say that's a very unfortunate.
Now, the thing is, Jonathan Fay, I've repeatedly heard Donald Trump say he's the biggest Second Amendment guy in America, right? How does that square with what he's saying there about this protester who was there?
We have
had an
entered the twilight zone, folks. Piers Morgan is actually on the right side of something for once.
awful right to have a firearm
Holy
and the
crap.
ammunition. He's saying he
Rejoice.
shouldn't have taken it, but that's a repudiation of his constitutional rights, isn't it?
I don't think so at all, and I don't view it the same way in that, yeah, you have a right to carry a firearm, but it also comes with responsibilities. I know Tim's rolling his eyes there, but the thing is, what the issue is here
Yeah, like I don't go to a concert with mine
is this person injected himself in the situation, and I'm not going to come
or the airport.
to a conclusion because I don't know what happened, but he injected himself into a law enforcement situation, and he was armed.
But honestly, if I was going to a protest like that, yeah.
And he went there.
What?
He didn't go there to protest, my understanding. These people weren't holding up signs saying open borders, mass amnesty. He was injecting himself into a situation to interfere with ICE doing their jobs. The legal issue.
What is up with this new narrative where they're like, I don't bring a gun to a protest, I bring a billboard? When Scott Bessonette said that, it's like, oh, actually, you mean like a sign?
You don't
a billboard. What a dork.
Just come out and say it's murder if someone dies. The issue is, did this officer have a reasonable belief that his life or the lives of others were in danger of being lost or being seriously injured? And one thing, hang on a second.
Don't be an ass clown.
Second,
Come on.
Tim. it's important from the officer's perspective and what's reasonable, and they are in this high pressure situation. And the fact that the gun was removed, that's a factor, but it's not the only factor, because you don't know in these situations, does he have another gun or something else to make someone safe? So the questions
Did
you want
any
to
of your
ask
agents
are,
ever fire 10
these
bullets
officers
into an
ask
American
reasonably-
citizen? Did that ever happen when you were acting director? Did they ever fire 10 bullets into an American citizen?
Tim, if you could
Did that
settle
ever
down
happen?
a little bit.
Did you ever do that?
Look,
Did
I
that
can
ever
answer
happen
the
in any
question
of the
if you
cases
want.
you
If you
dealt
want to
with?
just, are you performing, or can I just
No,
answer
I'm
the question?
asking. It's a fair question. Did
Typically,
that ever
when you
happen?
use
You were the
that-
acting
I'm
director.
trying to
Did any of your
answer-
agents ever kill
okay,
American
is it-
citizens?
Don't speak
Shoot
over each
bullets
other.
into
Pierce, are we here to talk about this, or is it just
don't
revenge
talk
of the
over.
He did ask a lot. I mean, that was a good question.
Yeah, I agree.
What is this?
Let's not talk over each other. So I think the question
Yeah,
Tim
yeah,
is
I mean,
asking is a reasonable
I
one.
know,
Oh, it's a reasonable question.
I know
Which
the
is
emasculated
in your-
males are
I mean, yeah.
up in arms, Tim, but come on.
All right, but
you're saying the
Jonathan,
problem is
in
that
your-
the I would say the person. Excuse me. I would say the person.
I mean, you went there with the ad hom. You opened the fucking door, dillhole.
Please don't
Dillhole.
talk over each other. Guys,
He just called me an
please don't
emasculated
talk over
male.
your crowd.
I would say the
Please
person that
don't
was
talk over each
emasculated
other.
was the-
Guys, no one
Sir.
can hear you when you talk over each other.
Okay,
Jonathan,
I'm trying to
he said
answer
the
your
question that
question.
Tim.
You want to perform?
Please
I'm
let
happy
me.
to answer the
Please
question.
let
Yeah, the guy who took the gun runs away as the shooting is happening. At no point does he shout out ceasefire. I have the weapon. Yep.
Please let me conduct this panel. Thank you. The point Tim was making to you, Jonathan, was in all your time as ICE director, acting ICE director, did you ever have
Uh-oh, your little ad hom didn't work. Now you're being asked the question by, Dad. Are you going to answer Dad?
an incident like this where an
My
ICE
panel.
official
I'll
put
use
10
it when
bullets,
I
or
need
two
it.
of them did, put 10 bullets into an American citizen?
I can tell you, I know a lot about police shootings. I was a federal prosecutor 17 years. I've defended police and police shootings.
That was kind of a yes or no.
And the way they are trained, and Brandon will confirm this, you fire until the threat is no longer a threat, and then you reevaluate. So the fact that there are 10 bullets, you don't just say, we've heard Joe Biden, remember you shoot in the
So you're admitting that that's one of the most fucked up police policies that we have?
leg or whatever. You don't do that, and that's not the way they're trained.
That was Trump that said, can't we just shoot him in the leg? He said that about the protesters.
So if the issue
talking about
is the number of bullets, then the question is maybe they should be trained differently, but they are trained to eliminate the threat. The question is still, I agree, an open question. Was this a threat that should have used deadly force? And that needs to be investigated. But the number of bullets is really not a dispositive factor. And I know everyone wants to make a big deal about it, but that's
he
not
was
the
laying
issue
on
at
the
hand.
ground.
I want to bring in,
dead.
hang on. I want to bring in Brian, who's been waiting very patiently. And Brian, I think I read,
appreciate
did I
you,
read
Brian.
this week you've just passed 5 million subscribers to your channel. Is that right?
I did, yeah.
Congratulations. Amazing
for him.
He
achievement.
did it through the patience.
Yeah, no, it's great to have you on, and congrats on that. It's a big milestone. So Brian, you've been waiting very patiently.
It really is.
It's been interesting to watch the big rain back. You've watched Kristi Noem basically chucking Stephen Miller under a bus. Stephen Miller is the guy that actually tweeted about this guy being a potential assassin. It was him that fired up that narrative that he was a potential assassin, which was clearly completely ridiculous. Whatever your take on what we've all watched on these video clips, the idea that somehow he was planning to assassinate all those ICE officers is plainly absurd and offensive. What are we seeing here?
Yep.
Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum
on this panel right here, which is
and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code PEERS.
we're seeing from Stephen Miller, from Greg Bovino, Kristi Noem, JD Vance, Donald Trump, the same thing, frankly, that we're seeing on this panel right here, which is this level of gaslighting and kind of narrative setting that, frankly, nobody believes. I mean, this idea for the former ICE director, my co-panelist over here, that Alex Preddy, this VA nurse who was brandishing a cell phone, was somehow a threat that had that even after he had 6 full-grown men, like these grown-ass men on top of him, that he needed to be that the threat had to be eliminated by unloading his clip into him. I mean, you can say this and you can feel justified, and we'll have Officer Tatum over here back you up, because there's nothing that Trump or any of these secret police or the Trump administration can do that will garner any pushback. But that right there is the perfect testament to why nobody believes what's happening here. It's because even these ardent right-wingers in this country, and certainly the vast majority of independents, I'm talking 3/4 of independents in this country, are listening to this gaslighting and recognizing that it's not just a lie they're being told, but it's utter contempt that's being displayed by these Trump administration
what did I say that
officials
was
for
gaslighting?
the American people. Say again?
Well, I would say, Brian, as
What did
well,
I say that was
I thought
gaslighting?
that this idea that Alex Preddy posed some threat where the response
I
needed
said
to be
that's the
unloading his
question
clip.
to be resolved.
And it's not going to be resolved, because the reality is DHS is not going to investigate any of this. DHS isn't going to investigate anything Preddy's going to do.
Brad's got a good point.
And you probably
Just like DHS, just like DHS is not going to investigate Jonathan Ross, because DHS doesn't investigate any of this stuff. So if the excuse is always going to be, oh, don't worry, we'll get to the bottom of this in some full investigation.
Then
There's
what
not going
should
to be a
happen?
full
Should
investigation.
he be
So we
charged
just
with
have to
murder
listen to the
because he upsets
gaslighting being
you?
fed to us by.
No, he should be charged with murder if they determine that he had absolutely no cause.
Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Christie.
No, and this is where like the immunity to cops is ridiculous, whether it's your local police department or federal.
Policy? Can we talk about use of force
Okay,
policy?
I want to just mention.
Yeah, we should talk about use of force policy and how they blatantly break it all the fucking time.
I want to mention at this stage.
Convicted of murder.
Hang on. I want to mention at this stage. Look, I want to bring in the incident with Ilhan Omar, because it's kind of connected to this. So Ilhan Omar was doing a town hall in Minneapolis.
You just say it's fake.
She was attacking ICE, and then a guy comes out of the audience, who's sitting down, and sprays her with a strong smelling.
Again, everything that makes them look bad is now fake too.
Liquid from a syringe. Now
The fuck?
that is
What's up, Kenzie?
a
How you doing?
potentially extremely dangerous incident. No one knows what that could have been. It turned out to be, we believe, harmless. He is wrestled away. But had it not been harmless, had it been acid or something else, then maybe she could have been very seriously hurt or dead.
She did fucking square up.
Brandon, what has concerned me about this is that from Donald Trump, and I think you have intimated this too, there's an immediate position by people on the MAGA right that because you don't like Ilhan Omar, that she somehow staged this, it's not real, it didn't happen the way people think it did, this guy was a plant, and so on. And again, it comes back to what I sense is a complete eradication of basic humanity. There ought to be parameters between left and right where we can just agree when something like that happens, we all say this is terrible and shouldn't be happening.
And instead, their first instinct is, how can we spin this to make sure that the cops aren't held accountable?
Pierce, there's no.
That's the one consistent thing that is always happening with you guys.
Jump to conclusion. I don't care about none of these people. They don't pay my bills. I don't have to say anything about Ilhan Omar. I don't really care about her. But the bottom line, and Donald Trump don't pay my bills either. But the bottom line is that I'm looking at this impartially. I don't know what anybody said.
What's up, Boku?
I saw the video, and it does not look consistent with someone trying to assault another person, which means I have never in my life seen a person get up, spray something out of syringe at someone's chest. It happened to be nothing, inert. And then she comes after him. You didn't see her back away from him. You didn't see her shy away from him. You didn't see any of that
Brandon,
nature.
you would
and
say,
the guy didn't even resist.
Brandon, you would say the complete opposite if that was a Republican.
If it was a fucking Republican. Thank you. Finally.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Shut
For fun?
like that. That's not true.
Is the guy going to jail just for fun? Is that part of the show? I just want to hear a little bit more about this theory.
Listen,
no, please, just 1 second. There's just a question. I want to hear more about this theory. That guy.
I'm giving you the elements.
Is he going to jail for show? He's going to jail.
I'm giving you elements of why this looks strange to me.
Okay, so why do you think he's going to jail? Is it for show? Is he like Antifa? Is this part of like some? Is this the lizard people?
Listen, was there anything in the syringe? It was inert. There was nothing poisonous. There was no pepper spray. There was nothing in the syringe.
I'm asking you why you think he's going to jail for this.
He sprays her with the syringe in the chest. She goes after him. If you're afraid of somebody spraying you with a chemical agent, you're not going to pursue them. He resisted not one bit. He goes to the ground. She says,
so you don't believe it, do you, Brandon?
Did you really just take the time to force oxygen into your lungs and then let those words fall out of your face, and that's what you came up with, Piers?
You don't believe
it? I don't think that this was. I think
Piers,
this was staged. I don't know if it was true or not.
Can I ask a question here? Can I ask a question? Okay. What if Alex Preddy had sprayed a liquid onto this ICE officer? Would you have, Brandon? Would you have said that there was no threat at all?
It'd be aggravated assault.
And you would have supported executing him.
No,
just like you would have supported.
No, that wouldn't have been justification. That would have been justification for the ICE agent to react. But merely holding a phone.
Why are you guys hitting me with something that makes it inconsistent for me?
React.
Who said it is justified for somebody to spray something? We're talking about a specific incident where a man had a gun. They had a reason to believe that he
had a gun in his holster. He was holding a phone. He was holding a phone.
Can we talk about masculinity for a second, Piers? I'd like to talk about masculinity.
He had a gun on him.
I would too.
I would too. Did he not have a gun on? Have you ever done law enforcement? Any one of you emasculated men on a thing? Have you ever done law enforcement?
Brandon, I can field this one for you. I'm happy to take this.
Why are they emasculated?
Have you ever had to use force and make a split-second decision?
Apparently, Piers, we're emasculated because we're not bootlickers for ICE agents who want to kill somebody. Apparently, we're emasculated because we're not in support of six guys jumping on and murdering a nurse. You're a real man, Brandon. Hey, Brandon, you're a real man. You defend 6-foot man unloading a clip into a nurse.
Hang on, please. Hang on. We can't hear you when you all talk at once. Nobody hears any of you. Tim.
Yeah. So I have a couple of things on this question of whether I've been an officer. This appeal to authority. I haven't, but you know who has? The chief of police of Minneapolis.
The
chief of police of Minneapolis. Excuse me, Brandon. Let me finish talking. The chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference.
Shot Freddie.
Brandon, let him talk.
Well, actually, that's a good point. We actually don't know the man who shot Freddie because the federal government is hiding him, so we don't know who killed their own citizens yet.
Isn't he?
But we know that the chief of police of Minneapolis gave a press conference after the shooting of Freddie, where he talked about how the judgment was irresponsible and how his police officers, every single police officer in the entire city of Minneapolis, shot 0 bullets last year. They encountered real criminals. Excuse me, let me finish. They encountered real criminals, not soy boy protesters like Alex Freddie. They encountered actual criminals. They encountered murderers,
not
rapists,
in force scenarios.
Assault. Yeah, they did. They encountered those people. They were armed. How many? They disarmed 1,000. According to the chief of police of Minneapolis, they disarmed 1,000 people last year without firing a single bullet. These morons fired 10 bullets. And this whole thing about this definition of masculinity. Okay, it's like the tough guys are the 6 mass goons pushing down a woman. Pushing down a protester and then getting scared. Oh, they saw a gun and I got so scared and I've got to shoot my bullet. 10 times.
I guess the secret is just take your headphones off when you start talking. So just do this.
I got to shoot my bullet. Those are the masculine men.
Okay, I'm making my point now.
The masculine guy was the guy standing up for the woman, doing what men should do, standing up for the woman that got pushed down, and then in exchange for his bravery, a bunch of pussies shot him dead and unloaded 6 bullets into his dead body while he was laying on the ground. That's what happened. Those are the emasculated men, and I wish we had more men like Alex Preddy, but unfortunately he's dead.
Okay, let me bring it. All right, hang on.
You never arrested anybody. You never carry a gun. You probably don't have a gun on you now. Quit acting like you bold. If you in a scenario,
do you
have a gun on you
all the time?
I mean, honestly, the one that I would actually be way more comfortable with Tim having a gun than him.
I'm concerned about your weapon. I'm a little concerned about your weapon based on your judgment and how big of a wuss you are.
I was a police officer.
Brandon,
how many people did you kill?
Brandon,
how many people you killed?
If I may, Brandon, you don't have to be packing a gun to be a real man. I don't have a gun. Most people in my country.
Said that. The wussy said that. I'm saying that in order for you to judge a man who's making a life and death decision, in order for you to judge another man who's making a life and death situation, it would behoove of you or have any wisdom to be in a situation like that.
It would behoove of you. Don't try to sound smart when you don't know how to use the words.
I've been in a situation where I had to choose whether or not I had to shoot a person or not based on use of force policy and the threat of bodily injury or death.
Did you do it?
You have never done that. So it is weird for you to try to judge a person who's in that split-second decision when you don't even carry a gun. So how about you going around along?
I like his way of doing this.
Easy to judge.
Maybe you have a better perspective.
Oh, I mean, did you?
It's pretty easy to judge, actually. The guy was laying on the ground. He was a corpse. And the guy shot him from a distance. Boom, 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 6 times. It's pretty easy to judge judge whether it was
How
a
many people
threat.
shot
And
him?
you can
How many
obviously
people
tell
shot
that
him?
that guy panicked. He shit
Okay,
his
let
pants.
me bring in Jonathan. Let me bring in
people shot
Jonathan.
him?
Jonathan, let me bring in Jonathan. Look, there's a lot of movement going on here. Bovino's been sent packing from Minneapolis. Kristi Noem's been effectively gagged. A lot of heat on Miller and others for putting them up to the rhetoric. They all seem to suggest it all come from Stephen Miller. Trump clearly aware that this is not working politically. But, ICE remain doing what they're doing in other parts of America. They're deporting a reasonably large number of people, although interestingly, less actually in the first year than Biden did in his last year, for example. So there are some interesting parallels here. It's not apples and oranges because Biden was letting a lot more people in. But in terms of actual deportations, it's not overly successful so far, but it is attracting, I would argue, an overly negative context now for the administration. If you were running ICE now, what would you be recommending to Donald Trump about how they should conduct themselves going forward?
Well, I sort of disagree a little bit with your premise in terms of how it's been successful. I think about 1.9 or over 2 million people have taken the self-deportation option, which is removing, in which the government gives them $1,000, and now they've raised that to $2,600. And so you put that on top of the 600,000 that have been removed, and then nobody else coming in. It's been enormously successful. And the way, how do you measure success? Well, we have the lowest murder rate since 1900 in this country. That crime rates are down about 20% nationwide. So our country is objectively safer. We know that. We know people aren't coming in droves anymore. And so you have to look at the big picture. We also know things like wages are going up, because when you look at illegal immigration, and from your country, it's not just something that has no cost to the citizens. It's enormously costly. Illegal immigration makes Americans poorer, less healthy, less safe, less educated. And that's not really even arguable. It costs $150 billion a year. And what's interesting, just in tax dollars, and not to mention all the other costs, and what's really interesting about this is everyone knows at this point Biden and Mayorkas were bringing people in deliberately because they want them to be voters and they want them to help in the census. There's
oh my God, this guy was like an actual commander in ICE.
Really no serious argument against that. It's very interesting that the Democrats' response to everything is always stop the deportations. They never say, hey, let's think of a good way to get rid of the illegal aliens. They'll never say that. So it really is a tell where they're coming from. But as far as what I think a good messaging should be going forward is focus on the criminals for the deportations, meaning for the arrest outside of the jail, focus on the sanctuary cities, because one of the issues with Minneapolis is the sanctuary cities where they'd rather turn over a child molester back into the community than turn them over to ICE. And by the way, Tim Walz wrote an op-ed lying about this the other day in the Wall Street Journal. So you have to wonder, is he even acting in good faith on this? But I think emphasize the criminals, emphasize the benefits from not having illegal aliens in the country, and also remember, deportations and border security are intertwined, because the reason people were coming under Biden was because they knew the second they set foot on American soil, they were all, for all intents and purposes, a citizen of this country. So you cannot have those policies or people will continue to come in. These all work together, but deport the criminals. Say who you're deporting, why, incentivize self-deportation, and talk about the benefits of not having illegal immigrants. As you know, in your country, it's a big problem.
I get it. Let me bring Brian back in. I want to play a clip of Jimmy Kimmel last night.
And to the people of Minneapolis, and the Preddy family, and the Good family, and
Brian, apart from the fact that Jimmy Kimmel really needs to stop crying, I just wanted to say that as a general blanket observation, that barely a week goes by when he's not blubbering like a baby about something. I'm not saying he doesn't care. I'm just saying that it's getting a bit weary for me. But also, I don't remember him crying when Barack Obama was president. There's a clip doing the rounds today of Obama talking in really tough language about his own deportation record and why it was so important. He deported over 3 million people. No liberal friends of mine gave a damn or knew how many people he was deporting. He was putting kids in cages, separating them from their families, all the stuff that people chuck at Trump. But it was never an issue throughout those 8 years. He was the biggest deporter of people in the history of the United States in terms of pro rata per year as a president. So there's been a massive double standard there. And I can't help but think that one of the reasons is the liberal skewed media, which it is. I've worked in it. You could shoot a harpoon around the old CNN newsroom when I was there and not hit a conservative voter. That they just didn't care because it was their guy. And what happens this time, because everyone hates Trump on the left and the media collectively hate Trump. So they fire everything up. Then it becomes a huge thing. Then you have people going out in the streets and protesting because they've been whipped up by the media. Then you have these altercations with ICE. Then you have deadly altercations. And we're in the position we're now in.
Oh, yes. We were whipped up by the media. Not the fact that The media that you're talking about is literally the people recording these assholes.
They're to blame, but I'm saying that part of what we're seeing here is something that never happened in the Obama years about this kind of issue of deporting illegal immigrants, because nobody cared. And my question for you is, all right, we can have Jimmy Kimmel blubbing on TV about it because he cares so much. Why didn't he care the same way when Obama was doing this? And did you care? And did you speak out about Obama's deportation record? Or do you accept that Obama pretty much shared Trump's view, which is actually...
Brian Tyler Cohen's a little nervous about this one.
If you're in the country illegally, then you should probably be deported, because there are millions of people trying to become legally immigrants to the United States. And there are hundreds of millions who've come to the country over the last century who did it the right way.
Look, I can't speak to what my thoughts were during the Obama administration. I was in college, so I wasn't really paying that much attention to politics. But I would say in general, look, I am in favor of immigration. I think it's better for the economy. I also recognize that immigrants, if we've heard so much about crime, immigrants commit crime at lower rates than native-born Americans. So this isn't about stopping crime, because if this was about stopping crime, our law enforcement agencies would focus on the people who are actually committing it, certainly committing it at higher numbers, but they won't, because this is not about crime. That's just some flimsy pretext that people use to be able to justify this.
They're not always able to find people who are illegally in this country that commit crimes. When they have a crime committal stat, it's because they've been able to find the person and prosecute the person to some degree. People that are illegally in this country have no identity. They commit crimes with no with complete impunity. So
I don't know what that means.
Wait a minute.
Do you think illegal and legal immigration are the same?
Look, of course they're not the same. Of course they're not the same. The reality is that
do you accept both, or do you believe in one or the other?
But they all get treated the same.
Well,
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Just for starters, I think it's two things.
The same.
If I could just say really quick 2 things on this point. Number one, right now they're deporting actually people that came the right way. They're reporting people that came here as asylees or refugees, and they're sending them back. Even though they've been going through the legal process. Excuse me, can I just finish? They are asylum seekers. They came across the border illegally. They showed up to a port of entry and they volunteered. They've been going to their checkups with ICE, waiting for their court date, and they're deporting those people. So that, excuse me, just really quick. So those aren't illegal immigrants. They're being deported. They're people that have done the right thing. They're being deported. And lastly, let me say one other thing. Can I say one other thing? I just want to say one other thing before you respond. When you talk about illegal immigrant crime, I do have one pretty easy stat to point to. So far this year in Minnesota, illegal immigrants have killed 0 people. The ICE agents have killed 2. So 2 American citizens have been killed by ICE, 0 by illegal immigrants. So that's the current crime stats in Minnesota.
Kick out ICE and bring in illegal immigrants. Okay.
Well, kick out the murderers, I would say. I actually want to kick out the murderers. No, great. I want to kick out the murderers. The illegal immigrant murderers, get the hell out. The guy that killed Megan Riley, get the hell out. By the way, the guy that killed Alex Preddy, you get the fuck to prison as well. How about that? We get rid of all the killers.
If he's unjustified in his use of force,
you're manning up there.
Let me ask Brandon. Look at what Jacob
Fry's done in Minneapolis.
If I can say one thing.
Hang on, please.
Minnesota.
Hang on, please. Guys, let me try and moderate the panel.
Criteria, not the hysterics.
Let me moderate the panel.
I gave you a stat.
Brandon, do you think there's a lot of hypocrisy, given that Obama deported 3 million people and was very strong in his rhetoric, as indeed Bill and Hillary Clinton were? The clips are everywhere, right? They all basically agree about the problem.
I'm for that, Piers. This is the question about hypocrisy. It's a question about killing American citizens.
I literally lost my mind
criminals is fine.
When I went back and listened to what Barack Obama said. What Barack Obama said about not coming to America, you would go to the back of the line. You didn't do it the right way. We're gonna catch you, and we're gonna kick you out of our country. Everybody should be in lockstep with that. If you came here legally,
you weren't.
We love you.
But they are coming here legally. Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old boy, who was wearing a Spider-Man backpack, a bunny hat. His father was here through the asylum process. His father was here legally. He was going through the process. So there's always an excuse. You'll always complain. He was here. He was going through the process.
Guys, don't talk at once, please.
It's like watching The View.
Liam Ramos's father, the 5-year-old child.
Then why not
stop talking for a second?
All right, shut up.
A 5-year-old boy.
Right, please.
Let
Brian finish. Brian, make your point about the 5-year-old boy. Then Brandon, you respond.
Liam Ramos, a 5-year-old
dude, Brandon, you just got dressed out like a kid.
Boy wearing a bunny hat and a Spider-Man backpack used as bait to get his father to come outside. He was here legally, going through the legal process, the exact thing that Brandon, you're claiming you wanted to see, and yet he's now in the process of deportation. So the goalpost will always move. You'll claim that this is all about wanting people to go through the proper process, but then you've got people who are going through the proper process, and yet ICE still creates deportation porn out of their processes and tries to get them out of the country anyway.
Okay,
Brandon.
Okay, I want people to be very clear about this. You can come through the country without going through a port of entry. You're illegally in this country. You can come through a port of entry and your asylum claim gets denied, and you're also illegal in this country. So two things can be true at the same time. They did not use a 5-year-old to lure this guy. They already had an arrest warrant for him. He got arrested. He fled from them, leaving his child behind. They had to take the child into some type of custody for his safety. The family refused to take the kid into the house. They refused to take the kid back from the facility.
He was just
so
waiting to
ICE had
speak.
no choice but to have this kid in a
How
safe
this usually
environment
goes.
because his dad did not care enough about him to take care of him. You guys are using a 5-year-old for your immigration porn. It is not true that they lured that man.
Oh, shut up. Laken Riley this, Laken Riley that.
Listen, why can't we all on this panel say
talking about using somebody disingenuously for politics? Pshaw.
immigration is good? If you come here illegally, you have broken the law and you have to be deported.
Jesus
Why are we
Christ.
against deportation of illegal immigrants? The two people in the middle make
and
sense.
a real-
Y'all
no,
don't have a
man,
solution
no,
to it.
what are you
Pierce,
talking
I'd like to
about?
get
man?
in here
Look,
real quick
you
on
don't
the
let me
asylum
talk,
issue.
but I'm for it. I'm for deport. Start
why
with the
you
words
mad
of
at what
words.
ICE is
Then why
If
not?
people
Why
are
not
here legal,
encourage
deport them.
Minnesota to cooperate with ICE?
Because
Why
ICE
not have them
isn't
cooperate
going
with ICE on the
after
criminals?
illegal immigrants. How hard do I have to say this? I agree with. Could I finish? I can answer
So
your
they are
question if
trying
you
to
want.
leave the illegals in and deport the legal ones. Well, why not have Minnesota give up the illegal immigrants that are in their jails? Why aren't you in favor of that? Or maybe you are in favor of that. I
They're
don't know.
already
They're
doing
doing
that. They're literally doing that. You disingenuous ass. That's literally what Tim Walz said. Yeah, well, we're gonna do that.
The Minnesota Department of
No,
Corrections
they're
is
not doing
working
it
with
that
the.
way.
Yeah, they fucking are.
That is
they
a
are.
sleight of hand. That is factually untrue. You can spaz out or do whatever you do, but that's not true. The jails are not turning people over, and that's the vast majority of people arrested. The prison system is, and that's the sleight of hand that Tim Walz is using there. But the jails are not, and that's factually true, and they would even admit it. Tim Walz
This is here.
is
None of
deliberately
you. Okay,
using
hey,
his
man,
voice.
bro.
And you can spaz out and do your little shtick.
I'm just trying to
but I
reply.
think the other issue.
Can you, at that point, I'd just be like, dude, you're about, like, honestly, if I ever fucking catch you, you're about to catch some fists.
All right, go ahead.
Like, seriously.
Go ahead and reply.
You ever fucking talk to me like that?
Look, I'm with you. Criminal aliens should be handed over to federal ICE agents or federal CBP. I'm with you on that. Here's, okay, so if you have a, excuse me, if you could you let me finish? And if you have a critique about the way that Hennepin County and Minneapolis is handling that is a fair critique, and that is fine. And we could talk about that policy and what the right policy is. I'm also for deporting people that came here illegally. What ICE is doing in Minneapolis is far beyond that remit. They are going after people that have asylum claims that have not been adjudicated. They're going after protesters. They're going after American citizens. They jailed American citizens. They're going into neighborhoods. They're bullying people. They're pushing people, and they're murdering people. So if your issue is let's deal with Hennepin County prisons and figure out how to work better with them, then you don't need to murder American citizens to achieve that goal. And so we can agree on that. I wish you could agree.
No, but they're also ignoring the fact that it wasn't about that. Pam Bondi's, she said, second with Donald Trump's conversation was about releasing the prisoners into their custody. The first thing was the voter roll.
American citizens are being shot dead.
Let me bring in Brandon.
More issues.
Let me bring in Brandon because I want to bring in just an update from Polymarket about Kristi Noem. It's quite interesting. We're following the prediction.
I was wondering about this.
This subject of who will be the first to leave Trump's cabinet. You know, almost uniquely, he's a year in and hasn't fired anyone from his cabinet yet. Polymarket has a $1.5 million market open. A lot of activity as we speak. Kristi Noem is at 39% to be that first member of Trump's cabinet.
Hey, she took over for Cash Patel there. I had a feeling.
I mean, Brandon, do you think she's on the way out? Is she going to be the first casualty of Trump's cabinet?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Trump is very loyal to the people that are in his cabinet right now. That's why he hasn't fired anybody so far. But I do think that she's becoming incredibly unpopular on the Republican side. Now, I don't necessarily agree or disagree with it. I don't pay attention to what she's saying. I don't care unless people are getting arrested and they're doing their job. But I do believe if she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, and she's doing things illegitimately and is not working on behalf of the country, get her sorry self out of there. And I believe that with anybody that's in the cabinet. I don't owe no loyalty to none of y'all. If you don't do your job, you need to get fired. And so if there's a fair evaluation of Kristi Noem and what she's doing and not doing, and if she's not doing what's right for the American people, and she's committing fraudulent behavior, fire her. I think we all understand it. Can I give you the Border Patrol response real quick? Law enforcement and Border Patrol connection, because I worked in law enforcement in Tucson, which is a border state, and we work well with Border Patrol and ICE. And there's a big difference when you arrest somebody and they are illegally in this country. Now, local law enforcement do not have jurisdiction to arrest them for their federal crimes, but we do take them to the jail and we put them on what we call an ICE hold. Therefore, they cannot leave the jail facility even when they're done serving for their city crime or their state crime. the ICE agents will come and verify them and take them. That keeps the community way safer because ICE does not have to go into the community. When you
What did you just say?
Force ICE to go into the community, and then you have idiots harassing them, doxing them, throwing stuff at them, blockading their vehicles. You create an unduly risk. This is why ICE's patrol or even Border Patrol and their assistance with ICE around the entire country, and you don't see people getting shot, and no, hardly anywhere else. You would say 99.9% of the shooters
Zero
are
is
in
the goal.
Minnesota. What?
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
You do see people getting harassed in other
People
places,
are-
actually,
people are-
not just
because they-
Minnesota.
because this is what
Minnesota's just the
you
only
don't
place
see
they've
people-
murdered anyone so far. But they've
What's the-
harassed
who else-
people.
who else?
They
Show me the-
jailed
no, no,
citizens
give
in
me the- give me the
California.
mur- no, no,
They
give
shot
me the murder
people in
numbers.
Chicago.
Listen, give
What?
me the
No,
murder
no.
numbers. Give me the people who have been murdered by ICE, and then you tell me where they were murdered
this
at.
year.
Where?
No.
Where?
2 people
No, actually, you're way off, Tim. It's 5.
murdered by ICE in Minneapolis so far.
2 were murdered in Minneapolis. 2, actually, 1 was murdered in Chicago. 1 was shot 5 times and survived. Thank God.
And then
one city.
Renee Good and Alex
Okay,
Reddy.
Renee.
And then they shot.
And then we got that one off-duty officer that shot. I keep forgetting his name in LA.
A guy in Chicago, a gal in
Border
Chicago.
Patrol agent. No, Renee hit an ICE agent with her car. She got shot. This guy came and confronted and physically assaulted and had
Okay,
physical
I'm
contact
sorry.
with a
I
firearm,
can't do any
and he
more
got
of this
shot.
like apology of
You don't have to
killers.
do anything.
You can
Well, let's
do
put
whatever you
somebody-
want, man,
let's do
but
a
do not
poly market.
smear dead
If
people.
this guy goes to jail for shooting Pretty, let's
It's
do a poly
shameful.
market.
What you're doing is shameful. You should be
No,
ashamed
you
of
are
yourself.
wuss. You don't
honestly.
understand the
You're
law.
doing
Don't get mad at me.
I actually think it's.
You're-
I think
I'm not
it's pretty
mad. You're just
instructive.
you should repent.
You don't understand
You should
the
find the
law.
Lord.
I
You don't
think
understand the
what
law.
Brandon is doing. I think
You
what
don't
Brandon is
understand the
doing
law.
is actually. I think what Brandon is doing is actually pretty instructive because the reality is that everybody saw the video. Like 85% of Americans saw this
doesn't
video.
matter.
More
You don't
Americans
understand
saw
the
this
law.
video. Brandon,
So what
Brandon,
you're seeing
just
is
chill out
not
for a second.
according to what they're
Just
going to be judged by.
Control yourself, Brandon. Try to control yourself.
No,
for like 2
how about
seconds,
you
okay?
listen?
Try to
So
control
somebody know
yourself.
what
Try.
they're talking about.
Just try like 2 seconds to
Well,
not talk.
give me the law.
We'll
Give
see
me
if
the
you
law
can do
that
it.
he's going to be prosecuted under.
Brandon, 2 seconds, man.
Give me the law he's gonna be prosecuted
this isn't a good. This isn't a good testament for how law enforcement officials are able to control themselves. 2
No,
seconds.
it's
without
not a good
talking.
testament how
The reality is the vast majority of Americans. The vast majority of Americans
wusses like
have,
you
Brandon,
don't know the law.
Brandon, just shut up for like 2 seconds.
Where's
dude.
the law?
The vast majority of Americans saw this video. We
It
know
don't
what we
matter.
saw with our own eyes. Even conservatives, even independents know that
What
what
law?
ICE was doing was completely unjustified.
What
That
is he
he
gonna
was
be charged
holding his
with?
cell phone and was bombarded by 6
What is
grown-ass
he gonna
men
be
who
charged
shot
with?
him dead. And
What
the
is he
fact
gonna be
that you're
charged with?
standing up here, Brandon, just shut the fuck up for 2 seconds. The fact that you can sit up
is
here
that gonna
and
work on this
claim
show?
and claim.
You
and
talking
claim-
tough ain't gonna
like,
work with me.
You started this, asshole.
Well,
You literally started by making fun of Tim and then got this guy to just like join in the are you just gonna clutch your pearls? Give
me the law.
What are you gonna do? Shoot him 10
Honestly,
times?
they're
Shoot him
matching
in the
energy.
head?
You
This whole
deserve
time,
every second of it.
You're cosplaying as a tough guy while you bootleg for 6
come see me in
grown-ass men
person.
who jumped on
I
a
don't have to
nurse and shot
cosplay.
him dead. This is
You
not the
come
tough
see me in
position.
person and see
You
if
are
I'm
defending
cosplaying.
you being
Yep.
a bootlegger
just
is not
telling
a
you what
tough
it is.
position, my dude. Being a
What's
bootlegger
the law?
for a bunch of grown-ass men
Gentlemen.
who killed a nurse
What's
who
the
was
law?
helping a woman is not a
Gentlemen.
tough position that you think it is.
Gentlemen,
What law?
gentlemen,
Where is he going to be
can I
charged
just
with?
say, gentlemen, I had hip surgery a week ago. Can I just say it flared up at the start of this debate? It's carried on flaring ever since. And the only thing I can put it down to is that you lot have shouted at each other now for 45 minutes without drawing breath. And I owe it to my new hip to call an end to proceedings. But thank you all very much.
Thanks, Pierce.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I mean, to be fair, that fucking I can't forget his name. The cop. He kept interrupting and like it was getting to be a little much, but oh god, hey, look at that. Perfect time to wrap that up. Oh man. Whew. Okay, I'm actually really glad that I got to watch that here. Because that little decompression that I had before I started this show, I didn't realize how valuable that would be to actually go to that segment. So, but no, that was a good time. Hey, you know what? We have fun here. We watch some pep talk or watch some pep talks. Yeah, you guys can tell that I'm cooked. Watch some Piers Morgan. But yeah, also watch some pep talks. Hey, yeah, speaking of watching some pep talks, if you guys could do me the favor of hopping on over to my channel, give me a quick follow or subscription, whatever you call it on these here platforms. I really appreciate that. Also, if you can leave that like before you take on off tonight, and also make sure that you stick around for Left Past 10 because oh boy, you got a cool crew cooking here. So looking forward to seeing what they got to say while I go make some dinner. So I'm going to take on off. Stick around for Left Past 10, and I will see you guys next Tuesday.
Are we live? Hello?
Yeah, I think we're live. Yeah.
Well, I feel alive. Barely.
You beat me to it.
I'm cold.
It gets in your bones.
Oh,
wait, hold
tired
on.
of
Looney
it.
Tunes is telling me something. One second. Oh,
I love
good
this
point.
part.
Looney. No talking.
My favorite part.
Goku as well.
Hello.
Hey, sisters.
Hello.
Oh, look at you. I love that.
Yeah, because
I'm a fan.
because it's fucking cold and I didn't take a shower and my hair is gross, so I said, "Fuck it, I'm putting my hair on my babushka on."
Oh, it's a good look.
You know what? I'm from this. Well, I'm Eastern European tonight.
Oh wow!
I got the babushka and the butterfly.
You've been glamming it up of late.
I'm not glamming it up. Are you
You've
kidding?
been glamming.
It's disgusting. It's fucking freezing and out in my house. And I've gone through like 4 cores of wood already this year. And it is probably minus 17. It is minus 17 Celsius.
Ooh.
It is so that makes
Cold
it
as
sound
hell.
it makes it makes it sound really bad, but Fahrenheit it is 0.
Oh my God! What's up, T-Bone?
We got T-Bone here.
What is it? Minus 18 Celsius. Yeah. Hi,
I think
everybody.
we all look lovely. I think winter clothes.
No, I'm gross.
I think all of us. Andrea, you as well. I like that shirt. I liked your show today.
Yeah, me too. I always like your show.
This thing's falling apart.
I always like your shows, Andrea. You know,
Yeah, was my show good? I thought it was.
Yes, it was interesting. I always like what you pick a lot of good stuff to talk about. Fuck, I can't get this up on my phone. You always pick a lot of good stuff to talk about.
Try
And
my
you
best.
make good points. You make us think. And even sometimes if I'm always, not always 100%, I learn.
That's
Always
good.
learn. Yeah, I learn from you. Yep.
I try to learn.
And I know
because
that my chat gets a kick out of you. So
I yearn to learn.
yeah, me too.
You know, this being a lefty stream,
Hi,
I don't feel bad about saying. I feel only a little bad about saying this, but I enjoy arguing. I enjoy debate. But when you do it amongst leftists, at least for me, if you're like a regular person with like a regular amount of information, it's like asking Mike Tyson to spar with you. You're
Yeah.
just going to get laid on your ass very fast unless you are, totally correct.
Oh, I saw
wanna
you
break
today
from that.
too.
Yeah, you
And
want the
last
easiest
night,
effing thing in the world. Just go
Jake.
debate right wingers.
Jake, you're doing it on your channel. I see that you're I haven't even figured out the this way yet on my software, but I saw you. I was up late last night. I couldn't sleep, so I was watching you. Then I finally decided to come into the chat when
saw.
I was watching you for a while, watching,
angel.
listening to what you were telling people and saying, and then looking at both channels and how you got today. You had, I think, like 88 people on the vertical.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
a very
no-
coincidental number.
I gotta tell you, those are totally irrelevant numbers. They look really good. They're fine if you want
I
to
don't
make
know.
They look good if you want to make a video that appears to have a lot of views, but the reality is people are watching for like 30 seconds. I said 5 minutes last time. It's not even that. It's like no time.
It's like 10
put it this way.
seconds.
I get more watch hours from the horizontal streams than I do from the vertical streams.
I don't even ever look, but
I prefer
that's cool.
watch minutes. I don't think people need to watch for hours. Go get a
People
hobby.
don't have attention spans to watch for any hours. They have attention span for minutes. And nobody watches my shit because it's too long. You know, no attention spans.
Oh,
Zero.
you hold larger audiences than me, dude.
I like to do my shows for people that have long attention spans. I don't draw pictures. There's no diagrams. You know, if you lose track of it for 5 seconds, you're pretty much hopeless. That's how it pretty much goes for me.
Oh, I feel hopeless. Actually, I'm sore. I don't even know why. I guess because I was outside today. It's so cold, and I was outside doing stuff.
That'll do it. Oh, for sure, that'll do it.
The firewood, I had to lift more today. No biggie. No biggie. I think
Pretty
yesterday,
cold, yeah.
I also made a video yesterday. I sat and worked on this goddamn thing for like 8 hours. And you know what? I'm not doing it anymore. But I was talking about this book that Stephen Miller, and I took a clip from my last show. My Sunday show was 3 hours long. So I made a clip from that and then talking about that Cult of the Saints, which is the white supremacist, you know, cheering on. It's a French novel from 1977. And it's like the white supremacists, they love it. They had a book.
Ugh.
They literally had a book. There's a bookstore in DC where all the conservatives like to go called Butterworth's, and they republished this book. Came back out into publication. There were 50 people that went to this to have a discussion about this book, which is really all about, it's about migration and how they treat the migrants in France horribly, and that they're going to it's the great replacement theory. Basically, they love it. And Steve Bannon and I hate Stephen Miller. That's who I attacked in my video yesterday.
That guy is no good.
No, he's disgusting. And it's a half-an-hour video, but it's like a little documentary I made. And of course, nobody fucking watches. So, you know, I spend 8 hours of my day working on it, but I'm happy. You know,
yeah,
I'm happy.
As long as you're happy and you gain the skills, you always learn.
Yeah, that's true.
This is the skill gaining. This is what happens. You start percolating at the fingertips when you gain skill.
Yeah.
I will, just in case there's anyone, I would recommend you go to analytics and you go to your, you go to content. There's going to be a point to this, I swear. And then you search all time. In the top right, instead of last 28 days, go lifetime. And you will see listed out your most profitable videos. I do that now out of just
where do
morbid
I go?
curiosity.
Analytics.
What's your most profitable video?
And where do I go? To revenue?
Let's compare.
I'll tell you in a second. Yeah, go analytics and then select content when you're in analytics. And then when it says last 28 days, select lifetime.
Lifetime. Okay, it's not since. Well, all right. I have overview, reach, engagement, audience, and revenue.
You should have overview, overview, content, audience, and oh wait, never mind. Overview, content, revenue.
I don't have revenue. Revenue says nothing. There's nothing.
Mine isn't loaded yet, but I don't have.
Oh, how you make money? Well,
I have 2 videos about Ari Melber that collectively made me like I think $2,000, and that consists of that's almost all the money my channel's ever made.
Nice.
Well, none of us are money makers. We're not in it for money. I mean, I didn't monetize until Matt talked me into it. Remember when I first was with Last 10? But now, you know, I was kind of glad I did because I can't afford my life. So I mean, I get enough that
what does that mean?
My life sucks financially, and it's all my fault. But I get enough that I can pay for the subscriptions. I finally got story blocks back for the video clips. Yay! Okay. Finally, it only took 2 months because the subscription ended. And I really do like story blocks. And I pick out, the artists that upload their work and get paid for it all use Blender, and they're all graphic artists. It's not AI. I don't choose AI. I don't choose AI at all. And so I mix it in, and that's what I used yesterday with my own clips and shit. So it was good. Good.
Nice.
I like blocks.
The reason I suggest people do, and by the way, I said $2,000. That was weird. The reason it was $90 a video, but the reason I suggest people do that is
wait, hold on. Let's not jump too far ahead here. So you said $2,000. It turns out it was 180.
Yes, I was talking about
less than 10%.
Yes, but my total estimated revenue is still it's like $3,000. Not much, but the point is these were the most profitable videos I ever did, and the only reason I suggest you look at that is because it tells you who's actually watching and what videos actually reached people and got a significant amount of commercials played and therefore revenue generated.
Well, this is not.
I know Jake loves money.
I don't want to look at this shit. It's not even doing it.
Let's all look at our meager pay.
I'm not looking at it.
I haven't uploaded a YouTube video at all in 2025, and I made like $900. So
I hate you so much.
It's pretty cool.
In 2025, you made $900. Well,
uploading 0 videos. I haven't uploaded a single video since November of 24.
It's from old videos, then, right?
Yeah,
that's cool. People watch your stuff. They watch your old videos.
Unfortunately, I try to make them stop, but they don't stop.
I don't think mine's working. Any of this crap. I'm closing out of it. It's not working. All right. Who cares? Well, I never look at any of it, Jake. I really don't. It's terrible because as a former businesswoman, you would think I would look at all that shit, and I never do. Never do.
Well, the reason is not necessarily to get excited, but if you feel like you're in a rut and you're like, what have I made that people actually engaged with?
Right. I know. Yeah. I probably would help me because but you see, the thing is, I just do what I want. I just do what I want. And I don't follow anything. I mean, I've been putting up shorts and I do what I want. I don't give a shit. My favorite shows though are this and Antonio. I like working with Antonio.
Oh, good call.
Yeah. Oh. So by the way, you know that we are 85 seconds to midnight. You know that, right?
Oh, Jesus.
I remember last time it was 86, wasn't it? They just they're teasing. It's a little uncomfortable to be around.
Far too many leaders have grown complacent and indifferent. That's what they're saying. So last year they said it started with a glimmer of hope in regard to nuclear risks, but nope, everything's too.
Were they fucking smoking crack? What do you mean glimmer of hope? What was different last year?
For 5 minutes, they thought that because President Donald Trump made efforts to halt the Russia-Ukraine war for like 30 seconds and he was going to pursue.
So these guys are just dumb motherfuckers. So they're just fucking
no. You have to
morons.
No, you have to read. No, they're nuclear scientists. You have to read the whole thing. Atomic scientists. They're not
nuclear scientists that I'm supposed to respect. Thought Donald Trump was going to make it less likely that we're going to have a minute. War.
He had the policy that said all these trends changed. They were talking about, remember, he lies about everything. And he was talking about
Eli, but this one, they believe it. They're like, oh, yeah, this is going to be the one.
I haven't heard this thing yet. What are you saying?
They didn't say they believed it. They said there was a tiny glimmer of hope for like 30 seconds. And that was that.
Wow.
It's more adverse trends. Adverse trends dominate.
We got a bunch of 70 and 80-year-olds with nuclear weapons, and one of them is a pedophile rapist. It's not looking so good.
One of them?
Well, at least one. At least one. At least one that we know of. One's a public admitted outed.
Brett sent me a video tonight, and he sent me a link with a video that said he's kind of fucked because of the age of he's going to World War III. And it was this video. This guy was saying why you would go and why you wouldn't go in this country, who's going to be drafted and who isn't.
So here's a question. What's the likelihood of a nuclear detonation on a population center before Trump dies? Percentage. What do you think?
Oh, I didn't look that up. I mean,
nothing to look up. Tell me what you think.
What do I think?
Yeah.
The nuclear.
There's no,
Okay.
it's not like there's an official prediction.
All
We
right,
don't know.
because I don't think that
5%.
Trump alone has the ability to just launch a nuke, because there are, yes, there's no guardrails, but there's a couple of guardrails. I think it's, I don't know, Netanyahu might do it first.
Here's a dark horse for it that you might consider, just in
And
case you don't
they
have
might
enough
do
stress in your
Iran.
life.
Yeah.
You're not kidding. I don't hear anybody considering the fact that Trump is loosening regulations on everything, including nuclear power plants.
Oh,
there
yeah.
could be a nuclear detonation accidentally.
Well, Donald Trump's building a new secret bunker under the White House. That came out a couple weeks ago or so. So I think my prediction is that he wants to build the bunker, and he's going to want to see a bomb go off before he dies, just to see what it looks like.
So
I
who
think
is he
they're
gonna
giving
blow
him
up?
everything. He's the fucking. They're treating him like a toddler. So I think they're gonna let him sit in the bunker and, like, I don't know, nuke Gaza, nuke Cuba or something. They're gonna let him do some nuke
Iran.
That's what I
It's going to
think.
be Iran. It's going to be Iran. That's who they're saber rattling. Iran, because
Oh yeah, they're sending out the warships. I
Oh,
don't know if
yeah.
you saw that, but that's going to be great. But yeah, I've on a percentage, I think 75% chance there's going to be a nuclear bomb on people before Trump dies. 75%. I'm willing to be wrong, but I'm very convinced it will.
Not saying this
you're
is
saying
what will happen.
75. T-Bone says 42, and Boku says 99%. Oh, Jesus Christ!
But if
That's
that did
probably
happen-
right, but 75, just so I got plausible deniability in case he drops, without any warning. But if there's warning, I think he's going to hit the button. Beep. Go
what
on,
would
Jay.
be the appropriate response if Trump went crazy and attacked another country in the worst way you possibly can? What would be, not saying it will happen, but what would a proper country do if that happened?
First, I would start with putting sugar in my coffee. That's how I would start if I saw the nukes go up.
Yeah, right.
pull.
Sugar in your coffee and eat ice cream.
The real
As
stuff,
much
not the
ice cream.
Splenda.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, it's not funny, really. It's pretty not funny. It's pretty pathetic.
What would I do? I would start digging a hole in the front yard. Just start digging. Just.
Do you have
That's
any?
That's rule number one. I got a shovel right now.
Do you
I'm
have
just gonna
any
start
stuff?
digging.
I have radiation shit. I've got I have it because a friend of mine, Hoople's cat, is in Canada. He does a prepper channel. He made this whole video on what you should have, and I've got the iodine. I've got stuff. But
I got all the red
I-
wine, but then I keep.
I
running
have
out.
enough for the cats and everything.
I got a shovel. I'm just gonna start digging a hole.
Shovel.
I do
Yeah.
intend to prop myself up in a position with items around me that tell a bit of a story, so that when the scavenger is going through, they can be like, "Oh, what was
Environmental
happening?"
storytelling. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's good. That's very thoughtful and considerate.
Progressive till the end.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Oh,
that's
we're
in the
so-
audience.
I'm gonna provide a
Oh.
puzzle. Mine's gonna be a puzzle. There's gonna be a safe, and then there's gonna be a note that says, the secret journals in the safe, and then you got to find the key. It's gonna be a whole big thing. I got a whole thing planned.
And,
You do,
Sandy,
huh?
just to keep you in the loop, we're talking about how we're going to arrange our bodies so that when we're killed by the nuclear blast, it's interesting for the scavengers.
Yep.
God, we are. You know what though? Gallows humor. Gallows humor. It's okay. We need it.
Yes.
We definitely need it because
Yeah.
life is just so absurd.
I'm in
We
the
are
gallows.
living. We are definitely living in the age of absurdity. Well, the Moratocene, as we like to say. The
that is one of the-
Moratocene.
That is one of the best terms I've heard you come up with.
I didn't come up
Somebody
with
else
it.
came-
Sam did. My friend Sam
Sam.
came up with it. I think he did years ago. Maybe it could have been somebody else in the Doomosphere, but I don't know. Who came up with it, guys out there in my audience? Who remembers? I've been using it forever, but I think I got it from him. And he might have got it from somewhere else. Somebody in the Doomosphere. Who knows?
I like Doom. It's pretty fun.
Well, that's your game. That's what you like to play.
It's fun. It's a good game.
Yeah. Well, I made another video I put up today, not on my channel, but about doom scrolling. Maybe give yourself a break because
from the doom scrolling, or give yourself a break and like lean in. Stop trying to resist.
It was another clip.
Start scrolling.
Resistance fatigue. It's about resistance fatigue and how to deal with resistance.
It's like if you have a rash, you can't stop scrolling.
Well, we're also very much wanting to resist all the shit that's going on politically, and it's tiring. I have the.
That's true. I've been sleeping like 14 hours a day lately. I'm so tired just from. I wake up, I read the news, and I just go like, I need a nap. I can't take it anymore. I'm popping all the drugs that make you sleep. I'm just. I'm a zombie. I'm sleepwalking. I'm not even. I'm asleep right now. I'm just sleepwalking through this show.
I've taken a liking to weed vapes. Just to
is that what those are? Those are
your lungs.
What's in there?
What do you care, right?
Are those green screen?
Nothing anymore.
I've got some.
Well, yeah. Obviously, there's nothing in my hand. Clearly, you can see. I'm just miming very well. But. Yeah, that's where we are.
Sorry, couldn't help myself.
What is that NC? What is that?
Oh, that's where I just downloaded it from somewhere.
That's just downloaded it?
Yeah, I just
from NC.
I saved it.
North Carolina? Is that where it's from?
I don't know. Somebody somewhere. All I did was copy the image for shits.
You just stole the image from NC.
Well, it's an image.
We'll be sure to let NC know about it.
And that person stole it from the movie, so they probably took it from their television. So
maybe they got permission. We don't know. There's no exchange of rights on bomb.jpg.
It's not even a JPEG. It's just a photograph.
Well, it says it's a JPEG. It says JPEG. That's what it says. Bomb.jpg. That's what it says.
Where are you seeing this?
At the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
In the tray. Bomb.jpg.
I put that. I named
You called it, you named it bomb.jpg?
Yes.
You saved it as a JPEG?
Yes.
What's
instead
wrong
of a PNG?
A JPEG is a small.
There's a big difference. A JPEG looks like shit.
Yeah,
well, that's why it looks like shit, because I did it in 2 seconds.
Well, you saved it wrong, Sandy.
I saved it wrong. Oh my God.
You saved it wrong.
And more programs accept JPEGs than PNGs. You monster, Andrea.
I don't think that's true. I mean, if you're maybe putting I just don't think that's true. I'm not sure.
YouTube.
If that's accurate. YouTube accepts PNGs.
What do you say? Yeah, YouTube does.
Yep.
What do you say?
I use PNGs on YouTube all the time.
Oh shit! All right, well, never mind.
And the only other thing I have tonight is I don't know if we could play it. I got music rights for Epidemic Sound, but I don't know, does it work if I played a video that I made of all my trail cam animals?
Just play it on mute.
So I could put it in and play it on mute?
Sure.
Okay, so I put it up here. It's really cute to see all the animals in my place. Have you ever seen it? Other people have if they follow me.
Yeah, you've shown the trail cams on here before.
Yeah. No,
I like the trail cams. I think that's good.
Yeah,
good
this
content.
one's all together. I made it in
nice.
intro, but I'm not gonna do it. I just like to make the show a little.
What's going on the
spicy.
shoulder? You got situation brewing.
Oh, probably just a rope-like back hair. No, I don't know. Itchy shoulder.
It's that dry weather causes a lot of
yes.
scratching.
Yes,
Start
it
cracking, falling apart at the seams. It's like
Oh no, I am
like the
He's
desert.
not.
You know, it's just but with the cracking. You know,
he's not.
It's like a Linkin Park music video on your skin.
Oh, somebody said the
don't
other night
follow that.
was the background was my trail cam. No, that was just my video from taking the snow from every window in the house and outside. Oops.
Do an audio thing for you. Let's see if this works.
What?
Ooh.
Hear that?
Ow.
I heard you smash the microphone.
Oh darn.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yuck.
Surefire.
All right.
I heard that.
So now that we know we're possibly going to World War III, and we're 85 seconds to midnight, and anything good?
Actually, an hour and a half away from
from
midnight.
midnight.
But, who's counting?
All right, so what's good happening? This space is good.
This space is pretty shitty. I was on here today.
I thought it was a good show all
A
around.
little self-deprecating humor for everyone.
And Pep was just
But this space was good. I was watching some of this space. I like to have this space on mute, and I just look at it just to make sure it's alive.
I keep.
We are behaving more and more like a proper TV station, including just having it on.
Is anyone watching the Monday shows?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm hosting the news on Monday.
I want to make
That's
some
a new update.
Oh, you are. I know. I saw it in Matt's. I want to update the shorts. It's right. Little clips for that of your shows.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
That's cool. I'm proud of you guys. I think you're all doing great.
I like news. I like olds as well. But the news is it just doesn't stop. You wake up and there's more.
I have to say, I would be a better newsman for this space if I remembered when my show was. God dang it!
If you remembered when your show was.
When is your
I came
show?
wandering in at 2:00, and I was like mildly annoyed with Nick because he was asking questions that make sense if you're 2 hours late for your show. But don't make sense if you're right on time. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go. What are you talking about?
Oh, shit.
I said what I'm going to do today.
Jake wakes up with like a hangover and he's like, oh, I got to do the news show. And then he rolls out of bed. But he doesn't realize when he lands on the floor that he then passes out for another 3 hours. But for him, it's the blink of an eye. So then he gets up and then he's like, oh, shit, what time is it? And then he gets in there thinking it's actually right on time.
Are you spying on me? What?
Yes.
How could you possibly know that?
Well,
educated.
They say right what you know.
Yeah. It is because I choose to. Well, it's mostly because I'm a hopeless drunk, but it's also because the world is just the worst it could possibly have been.
Yes,
it's pretty bad.
And
I'm not a huge fan.
No,
dude.
No, it's not. And we thought it was pretty bad. Well, actually, every decade I've been alive, it's been
getting worse.
Bad.
Yeah,
it's getting worse.
It's a big problem.
And then, no matter what you do to try to make it get better, it still gets worse.
All
of the marches, some of the things
for no reason.
There were little reasons.
I know.
Okay, for example, 2000 and whatever it was when I was in DC, 18 or 17. Go to the climate march. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And then we stay. I was with Jackie Luqman, who I don't know if you know Jacqueline Luqman, but she's a progressive podcaster. She, we stayed after, and we had to pick up garbage in Washington, D.C. because climate protests and all the fucking slobs left garbage. I went home with signs and all kinds of junk. That was when I still, was driving over to D.C.
I love garbage. I love just going outside
just leaving
and just
garbage.
looking at garbage. It's, you ever walk on the side of a road, you just see some fucking little bag of Doritos from 1987. It's a wonderful time to just look at garbage.
A bag of Doritos.
I often stare at garbage. I just think, who left this here? What's this story?
Well, the story there was a bunch of privileged, entitled little slobs that left all their shit behind.
They needed Donald Trump to come in and clean it up. It's clean now. There's no more garbage in DC. They got the military in there.
Okay, Kim says it was 2017. She got a better memory than I do.
But what Sandee is saying is hitting home for me so much. Yes, it feels like we did all this stuff for goddamn nothing. I could name a bunch of other massive marches I was in.
Yeah.
And it feels like I may as well have done nothing.
Did you go to DC for any of the anti-Iraq ones? I did.
Yes. Well, no, I didn't go to DC. I went to but I in my own town, even as a kid, did that stuff.
You were brainwashed by the liberal media.
But what Sandee says is exactly it. There was all those people there. and she had to pick up trash from people that were there to be seen, were there because it was, I don't know, it felt like the moment, but aren't actually about any of the stuff they say they're about. Because they were throwing crap on the floor.
Right. Right.
It was the agent provocateurs. They came in there to make the climate people look bad. It's all a setup. It's all a scam.
I think it was just people they don't think, or they think, well, we have to leave and we got to leave our shit behind because we can't leave with our son. I don't know what people think. I don't know what people think.
I think that we had a spoiled couple of generations, and I don't think it's actually any age group necessarily. It's just the politics of the time. I think we had people who
living in La La
didn't
Land.
actually care. Yeah,
they were living in some like yeah, you know, let's just fucking keep emitting the fucking garbage into the atmosphere. Probably won't go wrong. You ever go to those you ever see an old house that has those little razor blade slits in the fucking bathroom? You know, that's not going to cause any problems.
Wait,
in
what?
old houses, yeah, in the bathrooms and hotels.
The
and
razor
stuff.
blades. Oh, I
yeah.
gotcha. Yeah.
They just go inside the walls, you know.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Listen,
I saw that at a motel.
I remember growing up, and my grandparents, we lived in the Bronx, and they had incinerators for the garbage. So they would walk to the end of the hallway, drop the garbage, and say, "Okay, bye," and it would all get burned.
Terrible.
It was disgusting.
Now we
And
ship
then you
our
drive down-
plastic garbage to other countries for them to
Yeah.
burn it.
Yeah, this was before recycling, so I remember it was disgusting. You
A lot
drive
more
down.
sophisticated now.
It was Alex Haha's not here, but he would know. Driving down FDR Drive, and you see all the industries and the buildings.
Does he often drive down FDR Drive?
He lives in Manhattan. He knows what I'm talking.
Where's FDR Drive? And when's the last time you've driven down FDR Drive?
Last time I was in Manhattan was a few years ago.
I am so not a New Yorker. I am out of the loop.
When
on
did
this
they?
gag.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that is. When did they name it after FDR?
Yeah. Yep.
Was it after he was
And
president?
then there's the Thruway, which was the named after one of the old governors. Dewey? Oh, the Major Deegan. That's it. It's called the Major Deegan. I don't remember. It's been a while.
Andrea's a native of New Jersey. What is
Yeah,
your confusion
it's not
with
far.
New York street names? Yeah.
I've never been to New York.
Wow.
Come on. Really?
Never been. Never.
All right.
Wow. Jesus Christ. I grew up on the streets hanging out at Greenwich Village and whippets at David Peel. Yeah, all
Very
the concerts.
cool.
We used to take the train. I didn't live in the city. I lived up on we took the train. You know, not the subway we took the subway in the city, but we took the train. It was the Hudson River line. You get down, you take the train and go downtown. That was it.
Choo
And
choo.
our
Yeah.
families didn't give a shit. So my girlfriends and I, we were 14 taking the train down and coming back at 11, 12, 1 at night, 15. 16.
Okay.
Those were
scary.
the days. No, it wasn't.
What if the train crashed? That'd be pretty rough.
Oh, no, it wasn't. We had a lot of fun. No.
In what
In train
scenario would it
crashes or
not
just
be
regular?
scary if the train crashed?
If you were asleep, it probably wouldn't be that scary.
Asked and answered. Never mind.
Yeah. Maybe you already died of a heart attack, unrelated,
Uh,
like just an unrelated heart attack.
I
Probably
didn't think of
sense
fear
there.
then.
a little bit.
I didn't think of fear then. I don't think of fear now.
I remember
God.
like going on like subways and stuff. It took me a long time to get used to that. Every time I go on one of those, like the first 20, 30 times, I'd be fucking scared shitless being on a train. That shit moves so fast. And then you get that jolt. Oh my God, it's horrifying.
One time I was afraid. I was with my grandfather. He was very old. And we're on the subway. And I don't know. I don't remember. I was young. And I remember some guy leering at me, like staring at me, like looking through my clothes. It
Terrible.
was really disgusting. I tried to tell my grandfather, and he was just not interested in knowing, what
He didn't
anything.
give a fuck.
Well, he didn't. I don't think he even was aware of what I was trying to tell him. So we finally got off, but I was
Christ.
a little kid, and it was really disgusting. Mm-mm.
Ew.
It was the first time I remember feeling objectified, and I probably was I was probably only about 11. I think.
What the?
Yeah,
I thought this was when you were
good.
14. I don't know why it's so much worse than 11, but Jesus God,
it was gross.
people
we lived.
wretches.
Well, we lived in California, and my parents stuck me. We moved from there to California. My parents put me on a plane to visit my grandparents, so I flew alone. I think I was 11, and it was pretty funny. So I was staying with my grandmother. She got all pissed off at me. She lived in the Bronx, and so did my other grandfather. She got all pissed off at me because I didn't want to go with them somewhere. I wanted to be with my friend Wendy. She made me pack my shit, and she dropped me off on the other side of the Bronx on my grandfather's steps above his building and left me there. 11 years old. I'm like, oh, this is
freaking brutal.
Yes, she was brutal. Yeah.
These are some interesting stories. This is explaining a lot of the current person I know today.
What, my grandmother dropping me off at my grandfather's because I wouldn't go. I didn't want to go with them.
Yeah.
I did not want to go with them. I wanted to be with my friend Wendy.
Oh
well.
I gotta say, it reverse explains. It raises questions because Sandee is amongst the sweetest human beings I know. You're just pleasant and lovely, and choose to be, and I admire it. And I feel like you would have excuses to be bitter at the world, but you're not, and it's lovely.
I'm bitter.
No, Sandee. You are.
Yeah,
you are. bitter.
Sandee is not bitter, but I am.
You don't know that for sure. Well, no, I'm not bitter. You know why? Because I don't blame. I don't blame anybody else for any of the shit mistakes I made.
I blame everyone else.
No, you had reasons. You had different experiences.
I blame everyone. I'm innocent. I've done nothing wrong.
Okay, Donald. Andrea. I don't look at you as that kind of personality. Not really.
You got the newspaper there, Jake?
What's going on? I've got pamphlets that illustrate why we are not making any progress at all.
What? Let me see those illustrations. I'm very curious to see.
I'm going to hold it up so that you can view it as the average person views it. Are you ready?
Sure.
I cannot see it, goddamn thing.
Yeah, I know.
That's fair.
It's a dense wall of text.
Well, I would like to read the wall of text, please.
I'm sure you would. They'd like to understand it.
Oh, shit.
But it's effing...
What's happening?
It's just this. It's the Socialist Equality Party. It's they're trying to explain themselves. I get it.
The Socialist Equality Party. I belong.
So you're just reading pamphlets during the show. You're that starved for stimulation that you're just reading about the Socialist Party of where? What party?
No,
where?
I'm just absent-mindedly pulling out all these effing pamphlets that are supposed to save us, and I appreciate. I appreciate what they're trying to go for, but god dang, man.
Well, that's going to be the way when the internet goes down. It's going to all go back to the way we used to do it. Paper.
You think the internet's going down? You think it's imminent?
Well, look who's owning it. Eventually, it's going to be worthless to us.
I heard that they're banning VPNs in the United Kingdom. So you're just going to be stuck inside the United Kingdom's internet space. They're just going to have a golden dome.
Well,
France on the internet.
France is no longer going to use any of the United States platforms. They're going to get out of the cloud. They don't trust our country. It's going to proliferate to other European countries. We're going to collapse because of Donald Trump. But it's France is starting it because they don't want to use the platforms anymore. They don't want to be beholden.
They can't rely on us.
Right. Yeah. They don't. And that's the first one. So
I heard that the European Union is considering banning Twitter, which would be pretty awesome. I support that.
Yes, it would.
Well, didn't they have? Was it the UK or was it France? Somebody they they what country was it that fined Twitter? And then Elon got so pissed
I think
off.
France.
Yeah, that's why, and they're pulling out. They are not happy with the United States. Nobody's happy with the United States except for the fascist countries, Viktor Orban, you know.
People
And
are
yeah.
Go ahead.
No. I'm you
Just
talk.
to add to your point, people are inventing currencies just so they don't have to trade with the dollar anymore. This is the end. The
No more
decline of
petrol.
the U.S. empire is not going to be any one battle that you hear about later. It's just going to be the reaction to the events you've already heard about.
Yes. Bye-bye,
We
petrol
cannot we can't be trusted anymore, and so all of our soft power is evaporating because we gave our allies and anybody who did business with us no choice. I've been trying to
Counterpoint.
explain that to folks.
Counterpoint. Nuclear weapons.
Yeah, but other people have.
If you
nuclear
get off
weapons.
the dollar as world reserve currency, I will nuke Paris. Right? So I think that's not out of the realms. I think it's not out. I think the realms are in.
That is
for
the kind of
anything.
threat he might make. Fair.
That's the thing. I feel like nuclear weapons, they totally changed the game. You know?
Did you hear the president of Slovakia, who's a fascist himself, thinks that Trump's lost it and was very disturbed at their last meeting? Well, yes, big news that they were together in a meeting and he has gone public. And this is a guy who loves Trump's policies and liked Donald Trump. And the president of Slovakia has said, oh boy, there's a problem.
So what did he say?
All right, well, I have to pull it up.
We are not sending him any more brides.
Isn't that where what's her name is from? Is she from?
I don't know. She's some kind of devil.
All right, wait. Slovakia president.
They all look alike to me.
And Trump. All right, let's see what happened. Yeah, he says he rails against. Oh, wait, now he's saying he didn't say it. Political reported it. And Political reported that he was unhappy. And Politico cited 5 unnamed European diplomats reported that FICO told European Union, that's his name, at a summit in Brussels last week that his meeting with the U.S. president left him concerned about Trump's psychological state. And then that FICO used the word dangerous. Now FICO's going back on it and saying that Politico lied about how he assessed the meeting. So now he's saying it's the liberal media, but Politico is not a liberal publication, is it? I thought Politico was kind of like,
they're mercenaries. They'll do fucking. They'll pretty much do anything.
yeah,
man.
but they all lie. So he probably did say it, but now Trump probably just, it's a small country, right? So they probably it was on. Let's see, it happened.
Man, this whole Donald Trump's
Yeah, he's
psychological decline is a very enjoyable topic for
It
me.
is.
Like I
Let me
saw that
just-
video of him at this meeting. You just he gets up and then looks out the door at the empty, destroyed East Wing, and he goes, "Look at that."
I think the guy is just. I think they heard this report.
Oh.
The White House heard this report and strong armed him and said, "You better take that shit back, buddy. You're a
The
little
thing
tiny
is,
Slovak."
You don't need anybody to say anything. I mean, plenty of allies have been literally caught on tape laughing at us, but you can just look at what's the Canadian Navy doing. Sailing out to Greenland, flexing on us, the United States, their neighbors, the BRICS, the new. I mean, it's not secret what the world is doing. They're on the Europeans and India just did the biggest trade deal. I don't know in Indian history, maybe.
Yeah,
and it's because they don't trust us anymore, nor should
But they got to get Danielle Smith in line in Alberta because she fucking loves Trump, and she's they're
Canada
talking.
is going to fall.
Let's say
end
Alberta,
of year. My prediction.
Alberta. Well, no, Alberta, not the rest of Canada. Alberta.
Yeah, it's all going to
Danielle
happen.
Smith
Dominoes.
is a fossil fuel whore, and she just wants to be part of the United States, maybe, or loves Trump, whatever, there's going to be a problem because Albertans are all not.
They're going to invade Alberta, then Canada is going to go to war with America.
Oh, Daniel
Then it's
Smith
going to
was-
be a hot war, boom, boom, pew,
Yeah.
pew. Then Canada's all going to cease to exist. I think this is going to be maybe next year, maybe early next year. March 27, I think.
Boy, we are
Again.
definitely in the doomosphere tonight. Wah!
With U.S.
We are
invading
down in
Canada,
the
I can't
doomosphere.
stress enough. I am going to put myself in a interesting position for when the bombs go off. If we're on that timeline,
Bombs away.
You better start
man.
building the set now.
I'm dying here.
There is one thing though
Oh,
that I think will
God.
prevent the Canadian MAGA movement from growing very much further, and that is simply the knowledge that they will have to pay in health insurance companies every single month.
Yeah,
if
but
that's
she's
the
been
case.
moving. Nope, she's been moving to privatize shit in Alberta, and so has
Pro health insurance.
So
Yeah,
has
that's popular.
the
They're really
so-
going for
yeah,
it there.
and also in Ontario, the Ford the jerk. Yeah, they're thinking privatize.
How's that
But-
dude not
but-
in prison?
But you hear differences between different like podcasters say, or what different Canadians say. Some Canadians tell me, "Hey, we are really happy with what we have," and some say 9 weeks to wait for an appointment for this or that. So it's just the system works, but they need more doctors.
Yeah, they want it
need
faster.
to-
They don't want to. They
well,
don't
they
want to
need to
pay an
manage
insurance
things.
company though.
They need to manage things or make it faster or get more doctors, and they will get more doctors if the United States keeps going this way. People are going to emigrate over to Canada and practice there.
Yeah,
they're gonna practice in Canada,
At
and then they're
least-
gonna come back once they get good.
Can I just
Ah.
say, Canada, before y'all get too high on your horse, you've got a
I'm
baby
already pretty high
version
up there.
of what we've got. Doug Ford should 100% be in prison because he sold wetlands, like protected wetlands,
Yeah,
to
he's
his billionaire
disgusting.
developer buddies for profit, and they bribed him at his daughter's wedding like the fucking Godfather through wedding gifts. And all the people that gave him wedding gifts then got contracts to sell to profit off that land. It's insane.
Classic stuff. Yeah.
It's classic villainy. Yes,
my.
we did a whole wrestling cartoon about it. It's insane, dude.
You did a wrestling cartoon.
I did,
Oh.
and nothing happened. Nobody gives a about political corruption. If you
Can we
get-
watch
if it
this
takes two
cartoon?
steps-
Is this available?
It is available on, let's see what
Hmm.
platforms. YouTube. Yeah.
Any help? Any hints on how to?
It's the only wrestling cartoon I've ever completed on YouTube. It's called Wicked Fight Night.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
We
okay.
didn't
Yes.
see. Didn't we see that once? Did you show that?
Yes,
to us
I
once?
think so.
Yeah,
I
that
have
one.
forced my friends
I've
to watch
seen
it
that
many
one.
times.
Okay.
Okay.
I thought this was a new discovery. My apologies.
No, that's my point. He did this a long time ago, and we've had absolutely no consequences whatsoever. There's just nothing. It's crazy to me.
Oh God. I want to show you a picture too of where of this is not far from me. A few years ago, I went to one of those outside swap meeting things, right? Look at this picture.
Swap? What?
Not a swap, like a outdoor market, but it wasn't a farmer's market. This was where they had. Look at I want to show you this picture.
Oh,
It
swap
just-
meet.
you
I've gone
know.
to those.
Okay, this is what was there.
Oh no.
They were
What?
selling this shit. Now, look at the don't tread on me shit. The don't tread on me shit is unreal because now they're like, oh, go, it's okay. Tread on me.
Tread on me, daddy.
Tread on me, daddy. Yeah. Calling it, and he says they call him daddy. Oh my God, we are living.
That's
in
what the UN or not the NATO Secretary General said. This Mark guy, he called Donald Trump daddy.
Did he really? Is
He
that
did.
true?
It's
Did
true.
you hear that? Did you actually
I looked it up. I
hear it?
verified it myself. He called him daddy.
That's
This is the guy who made, quote, a framework of a deal for Greenland.
Really? You guys want to see one of Hambo? I mean, not Hambo. One of T-Bone's memes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Let's look
Thank
at some
you, T-Bone, for doing
memes.
the Lord's work.
Well,
we're at 10:50
I
p.m.
saved-
and we're looking at T-Bone memes. I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right.
That's T-Bone.
That's T-Bone.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the kind of
I like
messaging I
this.
want to see. I want people questioning how protected is the group you think you're in? Because for a long time, Second Amendment Americans thought they were a protected group. But
you can't have
two of the
guns.
three
You just can't have them. You can't have
two
it.
of the three citizens this year
Bullshit.
were killed for owning guns.
Yeah.
By
Well,
ICE.
fuck that. Mm-mm-mm.
It's terrible.
Well, the thing is, I mean, they scream and scream about, okay, we're gonna have our guns, and we have millions and millions and millions of guns because of a tyrannical government. And that time is now.
I just got Boku's joke, and it is super dark.
Where
He
is
did a
it?
flea marketing joke earlier.
Oh, I didn't see it.
How he used to love attending them. It took me a full 60 seconds.
Yeah, it was a
Boku.
flea market. It was a flea market. It was a few years ago, but it happened to be at this. The guy is a retired Hell's Angel that owns this property that had it.
Oh, he's an
And-
angel.
Yeah, but they're
from
not.
hell.
Yeah, but he happens. Listen, a lot of the angels are not Trump supporters anymore. Trust me.
But
I
that
know.
one is.
He was. I don't
He
know.
was.
I don't go to his. I don't go to his stuff. The last time I went to.
We're talking about the guy with the Nazi flag and everything.
Yeah, it's a property. He has.
So you're saying he might not be a Trump supporter anymore?
This was a few years ago.
Different
I
guy.
don't know. No. There's. Listen.
Same guy.
This guy owns a bunch of property. He has music festivals and stuff.
He's looking at Kanye
I don't
West now.
know.
That's
I
his-
don't
that's his
know.
next-
My other friends are not supporting Trump at all from the HA. No. But
Excellent.
this guy,
He might.
guy.
The
I
guy
don't
with the
know. I
swastika
did not-
flag, he might support
I
Trump. It's
did-
really hard to say.
Well, it was a vendor he allowed on his property at the
Yeah,
flea
that's what I thought.
and but I went to one of the music festivals last summer, not this summer. I didn't go back because there were just too many people. They camped there and they had Trump flags. And so I'm like, I can't
Ugh,
be here.
terrible.
But the music was great. My girlfriends go there because they sell things. They like my one friend makes jewelry and shit. And she's not like that at all, but she makes money there. I won't go back. I won't go back because I can't do that. And I love
Yeah.
the music. The music was great. I had the music was fantastic. I can't camp out anyway. It fucks my back all up.
My
So,
back hurts. I can't sleep on the floor on the.
well, I
outside.
had a tent with air mattress and everything. Was like, but I woke up I was like, oh God, I can't walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was what was there, and I documented it. I made a video about that whole day. You know that I make videos about everything, but that was just there, and that's not far from here. No, did I show you last week the house with the brand new Trump flag?
I think
here?
so.
Yeah,
I think you did.
I mean,
yeah.
people. Their house is falling apart, but boy, they took off.
Oh, you
their
did
rat-
show us that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they took
The
off their
little
ratty
fucking
ass flag and
pieces
they
of
put, in,
garbage.
they put in their new big ass flag, and I'm like, their house is just about falling apart. Oh well, me.
I mean, what's its
I fly
priorities?
Canadian.
You
I
know,
fly
showing
Canadian
your support for the dear leader is more important
Yeah.
than having a house.
Disgusting.
So much.
I can't stand these people.
I love Donald Trump. I love Israel.
I'm just proud of my biker friends that hate Trump, and there are.
Yeah, I'm
a
proud
lot
of them too.
now. Me too. I love it. I love it.
Tell them some dork from Michigan whose opinion they don't care about supports them.
You know, I'm going to be controversial and say I'm not proud. I mean, it's not a high bar to not like Trump. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but
really, not liking Trump
okay.
deserves pride. I mean, good start. I don't know, man.
They come from a different world, Andrea, and
They come from
I
a world where
I
Adolf
remember-
Hitler is actually, he
No,
he's
no,
up for
not
debate.
not all bikers. But my point was, in the past, before Trump, there would never be a self-respecting biker in a club or anywhere that would ever fucking fly a politician's flag off their
Thank you.
Harley. Okay.
Thank you.
And then Trump came
Yes.
along and everything changed because
They
of the
weren't flying
goddamn-
Ronald Reagan flags.
No, or Bush flags. Or
No.
anything. What are you kidding?
No.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
the
that
bikers
would be the
love
day-
Ronald Reagan.
I rode for 36 years. I had my Harley, and man, no fucking way. And so Donald Trump came along and they all became just like these don't tread on me people that are now, stepping over themselves to try to justify that a legal gun owner shouldn't be having a legal gun with them.
You just can't have guns. You just can't do it.
Well, it's not going to happen in this country. We're psychos.
There's a sad reality, which is even if we were to ban all guns tomorrow, there are still more guns in this country than human beings. It would be easier to get a gun than
What I want is I want an equal distribution of guns. I think for every human to gun ratio, I'll take a gun and a half, 2 guns, whatever it is. I think we should all equally distribute the guns. Start with that, and then after, maybe a couple months of whatever happens there, then we'll do the money. I think go in that order.
Well, they do have these gun buyback programs in New York. And when you see what happens when they do them, they don't, no prosecuting or anything. People just bring them. There's a lot of shit that ends up there. A lot of shit these people bring in a return.
You get a good price on those? You get shitty rates on the gun buybacks?
I don't have a clue. I don't know. I just seen it in the news. I never went to one.
I just
I'm
read
not
more
selling
articles.
any of my shit.
What is that disc?
Collector.
What is that disc that you have, Jake?
Yeah, what do you got there, Jake?
This is a pin from some rally. People and planet before profit.
Oh,
Very.
I
See,
like
that's
that
a
one.
good piece of messaging.
It is. It's
except
a great piece of messaging.
it's
Yeah.
a little bit vague. It's almost there. We're almost there. Now, I don't know if you guys saw the end of my show yesterday. I thought I had some
Last
good,
night.
Yeah,
Wait.
yeah.
At 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I ended it with a good, solid message that was
Yeah.
wholesome and everybody could agree on. So,
Well, let us hear the message again.
Yeah. What is it? What the fuck?
oh, just that I envision a future where should we play it? Maybe is that all right if we
No.
played it?
Why not?
It's not play. It's not right. Just tell us.
Fair enough. Just
She's
that I
lost.
I envision a future where one day all of us, regardless of party affiliation, can get together, run out into the streets, and drag Jeff Bezos and Warren Buffett and Elon Musk out into the streets. We're running through the streets. We're all grabbing them. We hold them down. We tear open their stomachs and eat their intestines and bash their heads open on the cement.
Whoa, buddy!
Slurp up
All
their
right.
brains and just devour them.
Yeah, he's doing a movie. This is
a little creative storytelling
He's
here
writing
from
the
Jake.
screen. He's already writing the zombie screenplay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest with you. I don't want to share a meal with Republicans, so
I would share that meal. I would
wouldn't.
happily.
I want the Republicans to starve while watching me consume.
I did in Florida. My mother has a nephew, but he's lovely. We don't talk about politics or anything. But when I told him how I live, he was all excited about the homesteading kind of thing. So I guess that was okay.
Yeah. I do think that culturally we can get some of them on board. I do want to address this. When was I inciting Group Dragon? I'm just talking about a lovely future where we share a meal with people we once thought of as enemies.
I don't like that future. I don't want to share a meal with these motherfuckers.
A meal of intestines.
That intestinal tract is
Yeah,
mine,
brains,
bitch.
fingers. Devour them while they're still screaming in horror. It's all a simple message of unity. I know Andrea's not there yet, but maybe one day.
No unity for me. I'm sorry.
You must have
I'm gonna
loved
lock
it.
them in cages.
Unity.
I'm gonna
Did you
lock them in
love-
cages. Like those single person cages, and then wheel them around with helicopters and drop them down where I want.
Did you like The Walking Dead?
God, Pink.
Did you like the What is it? People
People haggis.
Hey, I wouldn't mind.
Oh, we are in mood
Okay,
tonight.
fair. Careful about the wording. All right.
Yeah, he was just
Groove Dragon was
waiting to-
fucking. He's always telling people to be careful about their wording. You make one mistake around Groove Dragon, and he's pissed.
No, it's because
No, he's
this-
quite correct
He
in this
what
case,
he's
just for the
watching.
record.
He's being careful about this space. Come on, I showed that video. It's just, I mean, I showed that picture of a piece of poop. Had no idea it was, YouTube. You
To
can't.
be
do
honest,
that.
I only wanted to play the clip because I was hoping one of you would panic and try and stop it.
Oh, it's just,
funnier if it's cut off.
I just don't feel like going through that effort in the future, so I
No,
just cut
I'm
it
never-
off.
I'm never going to do anything wrong again. I'm not. Those flags that I just showed is nothing that's a place
I'm
wouldn't-
offended by those flags.
Well,
I'll
who
be honest
wouldn't
with you.
be? Who
I'm
wouldn't be?
pretty
They were
offended,
horribly
actually.
offensive. Then there's an asshole up the road from me that just I didn't get a picture yet, but just put up a brand new rebel Confederate flag. What the fuck? We're in Western New York, you asshole. Brand new. Just
The
put up.
Confederacy won the war.
I drove by and I'm like, I gotta stop and get that picture. I mean, there's not that many people like that anymore.
You just gotta
The Trump
drive
sign-
by people's houses, take pictures of them, zoom in onto their windows, see what's going on. That's what Sandee does.
No, I don't. I don't go near their houses. You're not going to walk on their property. I don't want anybody to walk on my property. Fuck that. Nobody's allowed on my property.
I love
And
walking on people's
I'm
property.
saving up
Like
for
you're on the
new-
sidewalk and you put your one little big toe onto
I don't
their
have sidewalks.
yeah.
I'm saving up for new
if you have
driveway.
sidewalks.
I am saving up for new driveway gate when I can never afford it. I want it.
What do you need the gate for? What is the
So nobody can
mechanical?
drive into my driveway.
Is that
I-
happen? Is that like a problem, a frequent issue that happens to you? People
used
just
to
start driving
be.
into your driveway.
Well, I had a gate put up when my ex-husband was thinking he could just tootle on in anymore. He moved.
You should get like one of those tire spike traps.
Yeah, I thought about that.
That way, if anyone does it, they're just stuck there. Go out with your shotgun and start, telling them
No,
who's
Andrea,
wrong.
I'm not Annie Oakley. I'm not that. I just want another gate. I just want a better gate than the wooden one I have. That's all. Or fix it. That's all. Just so I can close it and then they can't get into the property. It's the only way anybody could drive into the property is the driveway.
There's a giant hole in your
People
defenses.
around here have driveway gates. A lot of people do. It's just a thing.
It's a trend. You're hopping on the trend.
No, I think it's cool that I won't have to worry about some asshole unless I have a delivery coming, which is very few and far between anymore.
You're gonna screw over all the delivery people.
No, I
they
don't.
rely on that hole in your armor.
I don't get anything but cat food anymore. That's it. No more. No more. No more Amazon. Fuck that.
Groove Dragon, calm down.
What's the matter, Groove Dragon?
I told you were right.
honey, sweetheart.
I
don't
said he
worry.
was right.
Groove Dragon was right. He's just watching out for the channel. He cares
Oh.
about this space.
Yeah. True. And also.
Okay, wait. Coffee Gate. We got a scandal. No,
And also, we
I
need-
don't think so. No, I just want to. I'll have to show you a picture of what I'm talking about if I can find it. I'll show you a picture of my old
Come on,
gate.
it's funny.
Yeah. Well, the old gate is wooden, and my Amish neighbor built it, and it doesn't have a. It doesn't have a.
You're employing the Amish. You're giving them money for their little
Well, it
incest
was the first
experiment.
time he ever built a driveway gate. He didn't. He built a lot of stuff, but he did.
I was
And he-
hiring. I was trying to get this
But-
job done. I hired a local Scientologist. To see if he could do some good work.
Yeah, but he did a nice job. But he didn't put.
That's how they get you. The Amish always do a nice job, and then you're thinking, well, maybe I'll give them more money.
I can't.
It's a trap.
That's how they get you. Quality work.
No,
That's
he
how they
didn't-
get you.
He
That's right.
He didn't put in the middle of a driveway gate. You have to have the stick in the middle, the metal pole to close it in the middle. Well, it didn't. So it was nice. It was wood, but it was in the wind. That was it. The wind would,
It's
do
all
that.
over. Yeah.
It's all over. I don't even close it now. I just have it as it's decorative and all
It's
the
a
weeds.
decorative gate.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a picture of it somewhere. But I mean, it's nice,
What do you got there? Is there anything in there, Jake?
No,
Jake, what do you got?
This is the vape pen equivalent of roaches. There's absolutely nothing left.
You're just going through the motions.
Yeah, I'm just poor and depressed, man. I mean, what can you do? But the good news is I can do it on air because it's all sound and fury with no result.
Okay. Woodgate. I don't think I'm gonna find it.
You're not going to be able to find pictures of the decorative gate right out your window?
It's not right out my window. You can't. I mean, it's out the end of the driveway. I use binoculars to look out there.
Get up, put the phone camera inside the binoculars.
How do you do that? How do You just
That
hold
would
it
be
up.
cool as hell. Oh, literally put it at
How do we
like
do
hold
that?
it up to the thing.
I don't know if that would work.
Oh, of course it would work.
What?
That's
Why
not
not?
enough course. It might work, but it's
They're
not
small.
It
intuitive.
absolutely would work. Why wouldn't
They're
it
just
work?
Small Tasco binoculars. I don't
I don't
know.
explain why it would not work.
I don't know. I've never tried it.
Yeah, well, I'm talking to Jake. Jake's so confident that it might not work.
Well, I'm confident that it might not work.
Exactly.
I don't think
You're extremely confident that it might not work. I'm confident it will work. I have no doubt it will work.
I
You're
have no
confident
strong
that
opinion one way or
it
the
could
other.
go 50 yeah, that's
Except
weird.
that it's not intuitive. And the reason it's not intuitive is that you don't know how far away any image must be away from your camera for it to actually process. That's on the
Yes, I
camera's
do.
depth of
I've done
field.
this. I've done this exact experiment many times.
Neat, but I'm saying it's not an obvious thing.
It's extremely obvious. You just put
I'm
it
gonna
up to the
burn your I've
binocular.
gotta-
I don't. It's very obvious.
Gang, I need to do a new
don't
fundraiser so we can buy Andrea a house so I can then burn it to the ground before giving her the keys.
Oh, stop. Silly Nillies.
I gotta
Is that
burn
gonna
a
be
house
on
of Andrea's
GoFundMe?
house. Yeah. By the way, Pink, bless you and thank you, I think,
Aw.
for contributing to the GoFundMe.
Oh,
I was
that's
trying to
cool.
get money out of right wingers, and my pitch for them, because I don't want to lie to them, but my pitch to them was
Yeah, I saw
send me
that.
to Minneapolis
I saw that.
because maybe you can get a lefty killed. And wouldn't
Here's
you like
my
that?
gate.
That's actually not bad. Did you get any?
No,
any?
only
No.
Pink. Thank you, Pinkerbell.
Well, it worked on someone anyway.
Yeah, I also might have offended Pink earlier. It's hard to say.
Oh,
You're just an offensive presence.
she's your moderator. How are you offending her? Why would you offend her? She's cool as shit. Why would you offend her?
I mean, the whole
No.
gang's awesome, man. The whole gang's gorgeous.
Okay, I think this.
I've
might-
been asking for so much patience out of my audience while I say some of the most heinous shit. Oh, that looks cool, though.
That is a very nice decorative.
I
gate.
know, but there's nothing here. When the wind blows, it rickets around. I could keep, I can maybe get it reinforced. Yeah. I had that built when my husband left because the fucker was always driving in and just thinking he could just come all the way in. And I have a very long driveway. I'm like, no, Doug, you can't. So I put the gate up, and then he didn't. It was a very good deterrent.
shit.
No, he wasn't a piece of shit. I just didn't want to be married to him. But
Yeah, he had trouble with
I'm
boundaries.
not calling.
afterwards. That's
I'm not
understandable.
calling him a piece of shit.
I
I don't
am.
do that.
I do that.
He did some shitty, stupid things, but that doesn't matter. The gate was nice. It is nice. It's still there. It just if I reinforce it, but I wanted one that you can't drive through. Like, okay, let's say with the paranoid way we are now, and I'm online and some ICE people want to come in my driveway or some weirdos, it would just make it that much harder if I had a good gate.
Yeah, you don't think ICE and all of their military gear would be able to get through a wooden gate?
No, I'm saying that's why I wanted a metal one.
I'm in a metal gate too.
Make it that much harder. But make it just a little bit more inconvenient for them. But not that anybody just build a wall. Yeah. Build a wall. I'll have
You need a
Mexico.
moat. You need
I'll
a
have
moat with
Mexico
alligators
pay-
and
have
electricity.
Mexico pay for the wall. Yeah. Oh my God.
Whoa, God.
Doug was basically a nice guy, Kim says, but he changed. Yeah, he did change. But he didn't change. You didn't know him in the beginning. He had some bad traits. He was a covert narcissist. They always feel sorry for themselves and blame everybody for everything. Mhm.
I love blaming everyone for everything, personally.
Yeah, you're right. Have Mexico pay for it. Oh, that was great. All right.
It is
All right.
amazing to me how MAGA does not talk about that anymore. Like it just disappeared.
Oh God, and the caravans. Well, they said
Yeah.
there's nobody at the border anymore, and they've scared away. Nobody's coming, right? Nobody's coming to the United States, so they're all here, and
Yes,
they're getting them
we
out.
have. Never mind. Jesus, we are just such a stupid country.
Yeah, and there was a video that came out. I saw 2 videos today of conditions inside one, I think it was in Chicago, maybe. Horrible. They got these people just laying on floors and they gave them some kind of not even blankets. It was just, I don't know what it was. It was awful. Just awful.
I did want to do, on a related
got a
note,
blanket.
a little bit of coaching for folks that might be going out to these things.
All right.
If
Coaching
if
All
you
right.
are trying to record with your phone, but you are seeing a situation that requires police intervention, do not hesitate to get the police there, because police can take over the situation from these motherfuckers. But how do you contact the police while you're live streaming? Well, if you have an old phone, fun fact, all phones, so long as they have any power at all in them, are able to contact 911. You will, if you turn it on, you will see something that says emergency calls only. So carry an old phone with you, even an old flip phone, and know that you can use that to contact the police if you would like to accomplish, number 1, taking the situation out of ICE's hands, and number 2, possibly getting these piggies to shoot each other.
So I have like multiple phones.
Yeah.
And have
Nothing wrong with
911
having
on
multiple
speed
phones.
dial.
On the one that doesn't have service to it, yes, because even without service, it still is allowed to use all cell phone towers nearby to make a call to police.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Don't even specify it's ICE. Just say, hey, someone's kidnapping
Yes.
someone. You know?
Literally, say there is somebody waving
okay.
around a gun down here. I don't know who they are because they haven't identified themselves because they don't identify themselves. Yeah, there's a psycho with a gun. He's pointing it at people. Get down here now.
I
And
have something.
however police respond to that psycho with a gun, let's say they've been trained to panic and shoot easily, that's not on you. It's really not.
Yeah,
You're just
maybe a
calling the
little.
police on a psycho with a gun.
I think you'd be allowed to take credit. I'll let you take credit if that happens.
Yeah,
I think you get a little trophy you can put up on your shelf.
It's certainly not your responsibility to disarm this psycho with a gun. So yeah, call the authorities like one ought to. Be a responsible citizen.
What do we got,
All right.
Sandee?
Oh, just something for Groove Dragon. Groove Dragon.
What do we got? Pro America, anti-Trump.
No, I don't keep that one up there. But this one, that's for Groove Dragon. Because
Is that your gate?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
I recognize that design. Sandy, you're
It's a
cool.
very recognizable decoration. I could, yeah. Fantastic.
Oh, who gives a crap? I don't have the other one up. The anti-Trump sign I don't have up. Mm-mm. But the other one is because it's a crazy cat lady. It's a goof, it's a goofy one. I thought that Groove Dragon would get a kick out of that. Yeah, he did. Nice. Oh, wait, he did. Nice. Yeah, I figured you get a kick out of it. It was a gift, and I thought, you know what, that's really
And
cute.
that's still up there?
Fuck yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Holy moly.
I'm a crazy cat lady. Listen, nobody bugs me around here. They don't.
They don't? Well, that's because you have the gate. Otherwise, they could.
No, that's because I have 3 neighbors within 5 miles. Really? No, it's not. Maybe I have a little more than that. Anyway, I just thought he'd get a kick out of that. God damn. Oh, you do. What do yours? Oh, great minds think alike. All right. I got a fan. I'm in a goofy mood.
Me too.
Why are you putting that object in your
don't
face?
know.
That's weird. How did you get it through there?
It's impossible to tell.
What did you do, Jake? What did I miss?
Do it again. Do it again.
I was messing around with it. I don't even recall what it is I did exactly.
Do it again. Sandee wasn't looking. Do it again.
All right.
Ow. Is that a collapsible pen? It's a
How did you do that? Do you have a hole in your cheek?
Do I? I'm bleeding.
It's the magic show. Yeah. We're doing magic tonight.
Impressive. Whoa. Ooh, that was rough.
Yeah. I had caught something that time.
But what is that? Is that a pen?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know
A
why
lot
I
of
thought
people
showing
went
the
to
nib
bed.
would. I don't know.
We're losing them. They're going to bed.
Yeah. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, my close-up magic is not.
It was impressive magic.
I'm tired, but I'm going to make it till 12 o'clock, and then tomorrow I
All
got to
right.
go.
We're going to 12. Is it declared?
And I'm going to
It's on. Where you going?
clean out the case at the jewelry at the drugstore I sell stuff at, but I'm getting out of it. I'm getting rid of it all. So I went there today. Andrea, you'll appreciate this. I went there today with a couple of boxes because I have a glass case with all kinds of crap in it. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't sell anything. And I really don't like the people that own it. So the woman that was going to go in that worked today, and it was such a bad day out. She's sitting in her car in the parking lot, and she puts the window down. I pull in to go in there, and she goes, "I'm sick." And I'm like,
Oh,
okay,
no.
I can't be around you. And she's like, I have diarrhea. I'm sick. I was like, okay, bye. Toodaloo. I'm not even going to wear a mask. She
And who?
She didn't even go
Who
in.
is this? Just a stranger?
No, it's a antique mall, and I have a glass case that I rent in the antique mall. I've been selling crap for years, you know.
Oh.
But I don't want to do it anymore. I never go
But who is
there.
this random zombie? Who was that?
She was the lady that worked there today, and she was supposed to be in there, but
So she just
told
like
her-
comes like so she's like out, she's like
She was
crawling out
sitting-
of the building,
No,
puking
she
and
never went
farting,
in- she
whatever,
never
and
went-
saying, I'm going to die, like as you're walking.
She never went in. And
Oh,
so
good.
I pulled in, and she was sitting in her car, and I rolled down the window. I said, "What's up?" She goes, "I'm sick." And I'm like, "Okay, goodbye." I'm not even, I'm not going. I can't be near sick people.
That's terrible.
Listen,
that is terrifying.
I haven't been. Remember last year I got norovirus twice. Remember how sick I was? I had the flu.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't
I
been sick.
do.
I have not been sick once this year. I'm not going to get sick, but I'm not around anybody. I'm not going to get sick. I don't want to. And I wore an N95 when I went to visit my mom. I made sure I was covered, and I'm not getting sick. And I haven't been. So I
They're
looked
the
at
health insurance money.
I looked at her, and
They're
I'm like,
they're going up, up, up.
yeah,
Yep.
I know. I know. Trump talks about the prescriptions. My poor kid, she had like a $7 prescription, and now it's like a few hundred.
Oh, God.
Seriously. Yes, it is fucked up. She didn't need that shit. Mm-mm.
Any hope? Never mind.
I know. I know.
Dang.
I know. It's terrible. I know.
Oh, that's a lovely glass.
Yeah.
I have similar taste.
Ugh.
Yours has that coffee stain though.
It does.
That's like at
Yeah.
least a week's worth of coffee stains.
Oh yeah. Did you hear Erica Kirk's freaking recorded call that Candace Owens put out?
No. Can we
What
play it?
recorded call?
Can
What
we
happened?
play it? Can you pull it up?
I'm sure I can pull it up.
Let's
Yeah.
come on, let's laugh for shits and giggles.
It's so I don't know, dude. It's one of the creepiest things I've ever heard. It's just her talking about like how well they did after Charlie Kirk's very public wake.
How well they did. TP USA.
Monthly.
When she was posing with the corpse, doing a couple Instagram selfies.
Toilet
with the corpse.
paper to it. Yeah. Now I don't know if I saw it. Was it from July 25? Because there was something that popped up in the feed. Yeah, play it. Play it.
I'm looking for it.
Okay.
I'm looking for it. I'm seeing articles.
We're not gonna get a copyright or anything.
Probably no. I mean, we played it earlier.
Okay. What was Eric Kirk sitting there going, and Charlie's death has just been like a gold mine for my bank account, Switzerland. Swiss bank account.
I don't know where Alex was playing this off of, but Erica Kirk recording maybe.
Look if it's on anywhere, it's on X. You want me to look for it?
Good.
Well, yeah. I'm on it because
I love X. I love Israel. I love eugenics.
Okay, wait.
Oh my God.
Erica Kirk and Candace Owens.
This show is we are hitting rock bottom here. We got two motherfuckers looking to find some absolute garbage.
It's an audio call.
It into our eyeballs and fucking call ourselves.
Was it an audio call? Oh God.
Yes.
This
is terrible. This is a terrible show.
Yeah, it's a terrible show. Do I really want to do this?
What was so creepy about it to me is how she doesn't seem to understand why it would be creepy to be so excited about the numbers that you did for your husband's funeral.
So
I know we got to see it now. I mean,
I'm going to try.
Built it up. We got to listen to this phone call. It
sounds
like a perfect phone call to me.
I got to remember now how to do this. Okay, here it is.
Let's do it. Let's listen to this audio. This is.
Is it coming up?
Not yet.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, I have to make sound on it, right? Turn the sound on.
For you guys as much as it is for our family. You guys lost not only a boss.
Is that what she looks like?
You looked up to, someone that
is that the one, Jake?
Believed in his mission, that you.
I only heard the audio.
That you loved. You loved listening to his show. You loved.
Yeah, this is some quality.
I'm sure
this is terrible.
This does not sound like it to me.
Forget it.
This is a great show. We have finally. I was waiting for it to happen, but it happened. We
jumped the shark.
Wow, that was terrible. Everything about this is terrible.
Oh my God, we jumped the shark, baby.
You guys jumped the shark.
Yeah,
I'm just sitting there.
I'm proud
I
of
didn't
it.
do anything. I'm watching it happen.
Oh, come on. I'm
all right, Jake. Now let's see you try. All right,
I went
Jake.
to Facebook and then I clicked the link and then I went to Zippy Fun Games and got a virus.
And Zippy Fun.
I saw the other one.
A slur.
I saw the other one on there. I saw it. It's just the audio.
You saw the other one on there?
I saw
just the audio is what we want.
Oh, okay.
You just want the audio. All right, Sandee, you want to try again? Let's get this.
Yes,
I'm ready.
All right.
We're at like what, 5-10 minutes of working on this?
Just a minute. Here it is. Molly Ploufkins.
We're up 2 viewers, by the way.
Molly Ploufkins. We're up 2 viewers by 2. I'm sorry, Andrea, but I am having fun.
Oh yeah, this is great.
All right,
this is a show. We got a show going. All right, let's hear this leaked audio of Erica Kirk bragging.
All right.
Oh, I got it. If you don't have it, I have it.
It's on. I'm gonna play it.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't even know where.
Here we go.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom.
I love emojis.
Things. Wow.
This is 11 days after her husband
I don't
was
even
killed.
know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of the century, like it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium
And this is the
overflow
pyrotechnic show?
Event of the
Yeah.
century.
insane, you guys. And then
You know where they set up
have-
that.
We
fake-
are collapsing. We're
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
If this is what's important to
You
American
guys,
people, we are so
the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do. And the
And
hard
this
work
is
of
the
Charlie
audio
USA
that we've been hyping up.
with thousands
Yes.
that were registered to vote. I think.
Well, where's the
we're at,
grift?
like
Look at
over
this.
200,000 for
Oh.
merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think
There's
it just
the
keeps like
grift.
bumping up like crazy. But I just wanted to say a huge thank you to the events team,
Good
the
Lord.
development team.
This
the
is
graphic
less than
design
2
team,
weeks
its production team.
after
Yeah.
Utah.
Jesus Christ.
Phenomenal. Their
Yeah.
incredible work leading into the memorial.
Can you pause it for a second?
And honestly, a lot of the staff that worked on the memorial, they have.
You got
So
the
they
purple mouse
it's-
cursor.
it just so it's 11 days after their former boss was shot in the fucking neck and killed.
And her husband.
And they sold 200,000 merch. Like that's not bad, actually. I can get why
it
Erica
is
Kirk is
impressive.
like she's pretty hyped up. Those are some pretty crazy numbers.
The
200,000 merchandise sales.
grifter. She's
We
a-
gotta have
Just
people
to-
get
just to
assassinated more often.
Wow.
How weird it would be in your office building if the boss was shot to death in front of you. Yeah, she sounds like campaign staff. Yeah.
Yeah.
The boss was shot to
Oh
death
my
in front of you.
God.
And then his wife comes in 11 days later and you're having a meeting on quarterly sales. Like, well, first of all, I just want to say we've been crushing it. $200,000 at that bullshit event we did. Awesome job, events.
You
team.
know,
Yeah.
I gotta say, we've been really fired up lately. We've shot ourselves like a bullet through the sky when it comes to these.
We don't have to hear the
goddamn
rest of
numbers.
this, do we? We don't.
No, it's
No.
just more.
No, I mean, I would love to hear the rest of this.
Aw, come
This
on,
is a great
really?
way to sync the rest of my show.
It's just
You really do?
effing
All
No,
right. It's not
I
that
don't.
long. It's,
I
oh, you
really
don't?
don't.
All
No,
right.
I
Well,
don't.
I'm getting rid of it.
All right, get
It's
it out of
just,
here.
I mean, this is not the type of material I typically share either.
You don't like that kind of material?
No,
it's
but
beneath you,
But
Sandee.
what it no,
Beneath
it's
you.
not beneath me. What it shows
not
is
beneath you?
no, because what it
above you.
shows is the state of our planet. What's important to people instead
Yes.
of the climate, instead of the environment, instead of the AMOC.
Well,
the,
if you ask me, yeah,
PFAS
I'd rather
and
watch
everything
Candace
else.
Owens than read about the environment. You know?
well,
Snooze
she
fest.
is on that Zoom call bragging about how they got $200,000 in sales at her husband's wake. Her kids
Yeah, that's
are
pretty
presumably
gross.
in their room mourning the loss of their father by themselves.
No, they're not, because Erica Kirk said that she never told the kids that Charlie was dead. This was like 3 or 4 months afterward. She said on an interview that she told the kids that he's on a vacation. He's on a work vacation with Jesus. He's working with Jesus on vacation. That's what she said. Yeah. This is about 3 months. Maybe I'm not joking either. I'm not joking. This is like 3 months after. So maybe there was an interim, in between done something. But I remember reading that she keeps telling, because the kid's like 2 or 3, so like they're young enough that a work trip with Jesus actually, that seems plausible. Like, oh shit, daddy's with Jesus. Oh,
We
okay.
are going extinct.
Nice.
I'm sorry, we are so going extinct.
Yeah.
My favorite statement of now is like, humans are flawed. We are so deeply flawed.
I'm not flawed. It's the rest of you. I'm perfect. I'm great.
Stephen Miller is flawed.
make
I
me a
have the
leader?
goddamn thing for my show. He's disgusting. Stephen Miller is somebody I can't. I really hate that guy. I mean, if I ever saw that little beanie face, I really would like to just go whack.
Let's simmer down. The wow. I mean, think about it. Like
rhetoric.
I'm the one who might be thinking this stuff here, but we got Jake talking about eating billionaires alive, and then Sandee talking about assaulting people.
No,
I think that this show is hit
It's a
rock
slap.
bottom. I really do. I think we've collapsed into.
That's because we don't have our designated right wing guy anymore. We need our right wing guy back, or the vibe.
That's true. Our
crazy.
right wing, we're unbalanced because
I'm
our
having
right
a lot
wing
of
has
fun.
been clipped. The
having a
absence.
blast.
Is it time to talk about that? Is it time to talk about Matt, who's taking a sabbatical
I missed
from Left Past 10 for a little bit, I guess. I don't know.
Matt.
He said like a couple of weeks ago, like, I'm just so busy, I can't do it. Apparently, Matt is not so busy
He's
that he can
tired.
post in the chat. He's so busy that he's talking in the chat right now because he's so goddamn busy. Apparently. So I don't know what's going on with Matt, but he's in some sort
He's
of
on vacation with Jesus right now, Charlie.
he's
isn't he?
he's taking a vow of silence.
Oh my
And the reason is
God.
because Matt is working really hard. He's a hard worker. He's very busy
is.
with taking care of his new
Yes.
dog and
News
other
master?
stuff imaginably. He's drawing a book or something. Maybe he's done with that.
I
I'm not
don't
sure.
care if he does
Huh?
literally nothing, as long as he comes back with a plan for progressives, funding progressive media, figuring out a way. We're all
That's
searching for a
right,
way.
Matt. You got letter hack courtesy, or you got homework letter hack, and so you better not come back until you've concocted a plan of funding progressives or something. I don't know what the fuck Jake's talking about.
Oh, he's learned. We could learn a lot from Erica Kirk about funding.
We could.
I feel like you guys are setting me up.
Or
to give a talk out
one
in
of us
public at
going
a
to need to
school.
get go to Utah? Are we going to go to Utah pretty soon here so we get some merchandise sales? I
Hey.
personally think Jake's
I
a
think
good
we should-
candidate. Jake loves doing those debates. Go to Utah,
Yeah,
Jake.
you
Why
love
don't we
to talk
just
to the folks at
become-
BYU. Go on.
Why don't we
Yeah.
just become a religious organization? We'll really.
I
rank
tried
up.
to get us to start a cult.
You tried to start a cult, did you?
I said, let's pick some kid and start worshiping him.
It's a good
You
idea.
do a bottom up thing.
Yeah, you just
Okay.
show up outside their door. They're gonna you pick the right age, like 5 or 6. They're young enough. They're gonna think they're actually the chosen one. It's gonna
I'd be
fuck
like,
with
yeah,
them for sure.
I always kind of thought, okay, you guys sleep on the front lawn, and I'll tell you when I need you. Closes door.
It would work. It would work. I think it would work. That kid would be fucked up for life, though. They'd never
Yeah.
recover.
Oh, yeah,
They'd be
for
they'd be schizophrenic when they hit like 27, 28. They'd go like, am I still the chosen one? Was that real? Was I really the chosen one? They're going to start denying reality.
Well, according
Be a
to the
whole thing?
right wingers, me and most of my chat, we're in the climate cult.
Yeah,
course
well,
they
it's
would.
been, there's snow this winter, so
Yes.
global warming's a hoax.
No, goddamn jet stream's all screwed up.
The jet stream is screwed up because the chemtrails, actually.
Oh yeah, the chemtrails. That's
Oh, my
right. I
God.
saw lots of chemtrails on my trip to Sarasota.
Did you really?
No.
They're up there.
Condensation.
Oh wait, how about the what? The Cannabis Church of North America. Somebody's got
Ooh.
that already, Robert.
I do like that.
They got it already, Robert, darling. Robert
I
is
feel bad.
definitely our climate preacher. He knows his shit.
Good on him.
Yeah, we love Robert.
I feel
creature.
bad for suburban wannabe drug dealers these days. You can't get into dealing drugs without dealing drugs you got to feel bad about. Used to be you could sell pot and hold your head high. Be like, I don't ruin lives. I'm just a pot peddler.
Yeah.
But now it's been legalized.
Freezing. Oh my god.
I don't blame you.
I'm cold.
I suppose you could still illegally buy it from adults and sell it to other kids.
Yeah, but
Alright,
it's
never mind.
legal now. I mean, you can grow it and then you can go buy it right at the res, or you could buy
True.
it everywhere.
You don't get to be a cool little criminal anymore. I feel bad for it. It was a great
I
introduction.
loved buying and selling legal weed illegally. That's one of my favorite things to do. Like someone gets it legally and then you buy
night,
and sell
Annette.
it illegally. It's really great.
We're seeing the different
Tell us more,
generations. Sandee and I are both like, yeah, back when you could sell illegal pot, and then you're from the generation where they
Yeah.
started to have like medical cards and what have you, and you're like, no. When I was a kid, what happens is somebody else bought it legal, and then you bought it from them, and you resold it, and then the next generation's gonna be like, you just get a fake ID.
Well, the current weed now is that in all the red states, it's that Delta fucking 8 bullshit that fries your brain full of chemicals, unregulated garbage.
Oh, the synthetic stuff? That's awful.
Ugh.
I mean, why would anybody want to have
This
synthetic
shit's all
weed?
fucking laced with heavy metals and nickel. It's terrible.
What's the drug that people do? I think I asked you guys, what's that? That where you see them all on the streets in all kinds of contorted things.
Best drug? Cocaine.
No. This is a really disgusting
Cocaine
thing.
makes people contort
No,
like
no,
Silent
it
Hill
doesn't.
creatures.
It does not.
having a
This
good
is
time.
really bad. This
Yeah, I
is
don't
a
know
really
what drug you're
bad
talking
drug.
about.
It's a street
I'm a
drug.
fan of the traditional one.
toxic.
And you're never gonna get better.
Oh
than those.
shit! I'm not a fan anymore. I'm not a
The
fan
Houston anymore.
Wait, what did he?
She was a fan at one point.
Same.
No, I'm not. I never liked cocaine because I'm hyper enough. You think I need it? Oh yeah, okay.
It mellows me out. It's the weird. Never mind. I shouldn't be talking about this.
No, feel free. Tell us more, Jake.
No,
No.
don't. No.
It does
Just
just
chilling
sort
the
of-
hell out with some cocaine.
Okay, wait. Robert
Yeah,
Scott
Cocaine
long
Jake.
ago they
That's
would
gonna be
lace
your
hash with
debut
heroin.
independent short film in grayscale, black and white only. Cocaine Jake.
Why would they lace hash with a much more expensive drug? That's
Heroin?
insane.
Back
to
in
make
the
it
day,
cool, man.
heroin is dirt cheap back then.
Oh, really?
Heroin was cheap.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
all right.
Buy a goddamn bag of dope for $25. Yeah, it was cheap.
Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
never
you used to buy
mind.
dope. So
No,
tell us more,
I-
Sandy, about you buying dope back in the
Statute
day.
of limitations. You're good.
You used to buy
not.
dope.
No, I had a
She did not buy
friend
dope.
that did. No.
Yeah,
Did you miss
friend.
when she said she used to hang out with bikers, Andrea?
No, bikers don't
Buy
do
and
dope.
sell dope at the
What?
Ronald Reagan
It
rally.
was not a lot of them do heroin.
That's fair. Heroin's not my.
No, I'm talking about it was a friend of mine.
Friend of mine is friend of yours is doing heroin at the Ronald
Back in
Reagan
the-
rally.
Back in the day. She's dead.
Well, that's
now.
sad. Yeah, that's why it's sad.
It is sad, and she
Don't
had
put
a leg
heroin.
amputated because she used
Oh.
to shoot it in her legs and hop around town with.
Oh,
it was terrible. I mean, she was a
Wait, whoa,
walking-
whoa. Hold the
She was
fucking
a
phone.
walking advertisement not to become a heroin addict.
So like after the leg got in, she kept doing it. She kept going for it. I mean, you might
Yeah,
as well,
dude.
I guess. Yeah.
Heroin's not cool, in personal opinion. And this is from a guy who heartily endorses cocaine.
It's very
heroin
addictive.
is
Heartily.
And it's
Yes.
very addictive, and now, of course, it's laced with fentanyl and all kinds of shit. It's not like back in the day, but it's still very addictive.
I wouldn't do it. I don't like injections. That shit's scary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was like a hippie pothead. I mean, geez,
Just like a good old roasting a bone, good old fashioned joint.
yeah, I wasn't.
Well, but you know what?
a druggie.
Hand to God, I don't think you can get better than booze. I think humanity has evolved.
That's the worst
because of
one.
booze.
Alcohol is the worst. That one's shit.
It is
Yep.
bad.
But
I
you like alcohol, Andrea? You're
Love
not drinking tonight?
I haven't had any all year.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, that's great. Clarity of mind. I love it.
Yeah,
Good for you.
I'm not that clear of mind, but trying my best.
Congratulations. I think it's great.
There's no congratulations. It's not that big of a
Okay,
deal.
you're just not doing it. It's all
I'm
right.
just taking a break.
Okay, but your liver's probably pretty fucking
Oh, cool.
happy.
I'm sorry I mentioned.
My liver's never happy.
Mine
Oh,
probably
damn.
isn't.
I gotta not. It's so weird. I don't know how anybody becomes a big streamer. I cannot
It's
pay
terrible.
attention to the chat. Like I literally, in the last streams I've done, I just have to.
You don't respond to
randomly.
every single chat message and then try to give them each an independent, thoughtful critique.
Well, I'm just trying to pick out like one person at a time and talk to them. But if it's a multi-part conversation, like if I ask them to respond to something,
Oh, it's over. Yeah.
I'll never see it. It's just a wall of text going. Shh, shh, shh.
That's live streams.
Yeah,
Like,
man.
I mean, but
I'm
a
not
lot of
set up for
people
that.
don't. They do videos like secular talk. He's just dropped Kyle. Oh man, I gotta talk about this today. I gotta report on this shit today.
That's a
Oh,
good
hey,
impression.
Gotta do it.
That's not
gotta
bad.
do it. Gotta do it, dude. Gotta do it.
That's pretty accurate. Yeah, he does have to. He's got that psychological need
to dude everybody and dude, fuck, dude, yeah, oh man, yeah.
That is actually a good impression.
That's not bad. This is
it's
good.
his
That's
vibe.
not bad. I like this.
Oh, hi,
This is
Kyle.
pretty good. This is a good app.
Hi, Kyle. But
By the way, from time to time, you've got to remind me. Oh, I want to walk around talking like this, like a big fucking idiot, so that if anybody ever does an impression of me like this, it's actually.
Jake, you should start doing Monday news with that voice. I think that would really do wonders for our brand.
I do want to do higher concept than what I've been doing.
Yeah, what you've been doing is kind of low concept. There's not much concept.
Last one was good. I did it all ice news. I did an all ice news block. Nothing but straight facts right into your veins, and it was fantastic. Except I was
right into your veins on the
like we were talking about today, right? Oh boy.
I got it on the brain. Yeah.
I'm tired. I'm keeping myself up for 19 more minutes.
19 more minutes. You're just gonna try to struggle across the finish line.
Yeah.
I took a nap before the show started.
So did I, believe it or not,
Really?
today.
No,
Yeah. I tried, but I did not sleep last night.
Tried, didn't I?
No, and then every single goddamn night, I got one cat that lays on the head, the other, but she wants to fight with everybody else. So then when the Boots, the baby wants to come on, then I gotta hear. I can't stand it. The Boots wants to get on top of my head and go play with my hair. They wake
And that's
me
why
up
you have
every
this
night.
colorful thing on.
No, I have this colorful thing on because I didn't want to take a goddamn shower because it's cold now.
Here's what you got to do. The cat.
Wait,
that's
so
trying to-
putting a hat on
My hair
cleans
looks like
you?
shit.
What does
It
that have
looks
to do with
like
the
shit.
shower, though? I don't.
Well, if I took a shower, my hair would be clean and I wouldn't need this thing. Right?
What you got to do is
I'll take a shower in the morning.
Why would?
What?
Why are you confused by this? It's
What are you
very
confused
straight.
So the hat cleans your hair. So your
No.
hair
No.
was dirty.
The
and
hat
that's why-
covers hair.
It covers.
No, it doesn't. I can see your hair right
Yeah,
now.
but you can't see the top where it's like pasted down to my fucking head because
where
I
the
haven't
shape
washed
is.
my hair in 4 days.
All right.
What you got to do with that kitty cat that's fighting the other cat? is
Throw
when
them all
you-
outside.
Well, when you wake up to the
Yeah,
sound of the
you do.
cat being a jerk, you got to pick it up by the scruff of the neck and
No, I
pull it
don't
down
do
to your
that.
chest. They won't. It's not going to be scary for it.
Listen,
That's what mama
that
cats
bitch
do.
scratched the shit out of me the other day.
Oh,
I was
Jesus.
like pissed off.
Yeah,
'cause
that
she-
cat does not listen to
she-
Sandee.
She
Sandee
loves
is
no.
a foreign
She
creature.
loves me, but she doesn't like the other cats. She hates them. She just
Aw.
hates them. And I have a big enough house there; they could all disappear. But Dottie is a psycho, and she doesn't like the other cats. I kept asking Doug, take Dottie. You don't have a cat. Dottie loved you. You know, it was the only. And then I never hear from him. You know, his brother's like, Doug's thinking about taking Dottie. Like he would like that.
Just thinking, just
Yeah,
you know,
well,
couple weeks, maybe a year or two. Just think about it. Just get a good
yeah.
long while.
It was his
Think about
cat.
it.
You know, she loved him. And
Really?
but she needs a house where there's no other cats. And she
Mm.
gets overstimulated, I guess, with the other cats. All the other ones are perfectly fine with each other, except for Dottie. Dottie hates every other cat. But yet my friends come with dogs. She sits with my friend Sam. He'll be here with his dog. She'll sit on Sam. She'll lay on him with the dog on the lap. She loves dogs.
Oh, that's lovely. You got something to work with at least.
Yeah.
I'm sorry though that.
Oh,
you're-
she's
you're-
already 7 years old, 8 years old. I've had a lot of them are old. I deal with it, but they wake me up. Oh well.
I got a Max dog.
I know you
he's
got to
still he's woofing it up.
show
Not
us
right
your
now.
baby. Show us your baby.
He's over there. He's in an
Max.
awkward spot. He's in the
Max.
Max. They're talking
Oh,
about
good
you.
boy. You good fellow.
Yeah. He's a good dog. So I do a show tomorrow at 5:00. Oh my God.
Well,
I don't
good
even
luck.
know what I'm but I don't know what I'm doing.
What's
again.
the I saw what you did tell me about last week where you were
Alex.
like you did you were like gonna be late or something.
No, I just didn't have anything planned. And I work and Alex. Oh yeah, that's right. I was late because I didn't get home until like the last minute. And then I pulled this together. We pulled that show together in like 20 minutes and we talked and it actually turned out really good. And Alex was fun. He was great. And he talked a lot, which was great because I didn't, you
needed to fill time. You didn't have anything to say.
I did, but I figured it turned out to be a very nice show.
That's the kind of high quality productions you can see on this space. Is Sandee doesn't put any thought or effort or energy into her show whatsoever. Shows up at the last minute, just asks someone else to do the show for her, basically. Like, hey Alex, you want to do my show for me while I sit here in the corner?
It was great. We talked about Tommy. We talked about I pulled up all the climate initiatives in New York City and things that he could get involved with and learn about to talk about to his audience. It actually worked out really well, I thought.
Yeah, man.
And he was nice. I just don't know what I might actually give Nicholas a video for tomorrow because of the fact that I have to get up and go clean out that goddamn case at the jewelry store at the the junk store.
You should start making videos in front of that decorative gate. That's like a good background for videos.
It is a good background.
It's cold.
Just sit out there with the decorative gate. It's cold, so you only have to do 5 or 6 minutes. Just get your point across.
What's my point? That I'm standing in front of my stupid
come
sign?
up with something to talk about.
The sign that my friend sent me.
Today we're talking about gatekeepers.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. No. I did do a quick thing outside today, but I ended up not playing it.
I would like to respond to Groove Dragon.
I think I have it. Right.
I will never make a deal with the devil. You can go fuck yourself, buddy. You're not going to get me that easy.
Deal with the devil. You want me to play the one I did outside today?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
Oh, it's only a couple minutes long. It's kind of all right here.
What?
Oh, what is it? 82 seconds before midnight, right? So we're kind of screwed.
Is that the same hat you have on now?
And by the way, I watched Jimmy Kimmel last night, and he was actually making fun of it. We are fucked.
The text on screen is great. I love it.
I didn't use it anywhere.
Oh, dang it. You do have
was that before or after you cleaned your hair?
I haven't cleaned my hair.
Since that video? Since then?
It's the same stupid thing on my hair.
Have you taken it off at least once?
I took it off and brushed my hair, and I had my hair up when I was taking my nap.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those 80 Emerald View, those 85 seconds are gonna go by fast.
Yeah.
Whoops. Yeah.
I think we got 12 minutes actually until midnight.
Ding dong. Okay. Jake, your turn.
Yeah, Jake, it's your turn.
I discussed sexual things today on the stream. I don't know. I'm trying to think of interesting things that happened.
Sexual things.
On the stream today. Is this a real thing you did?
Yes.
You sexually harassed a stranger?
No, I was being sexually harassed by strangers.
On
I gotta
the stream.
say, I find myself wondering if the folks who are talking to me regularly from the right wing consider the other people who they see in my chat like, all right, hold on. I have been.
We're just gonna move past the sexual harassment thing.
Sort of. I have been putting the chat on screen because I want people to see that I am not just picking and choosing the worst of the worst. I'm actually
it's
picking
all
people.
The worst.
Yeah, it's all some of the vilest stuff you've ever seen. And I am wondering, like, does Larry Laffer, who is a right winger who calls in to writes
Larry Laffer, that's a he He goes on. He's a follower of my friend Sam. I hate that fucker. I've got him
Fair enough.
blocked.
So I find myself wondering if that guy or the other guy that I've been talking to, if they are, do they feel well represented by the rest of these people? Like
Larry
the people
Laffer's
saying the
not even-
N-word.
He's not even from the U.S. He's from one of the Nordic countries.
Okay. Well, actually, I shouldn't dismiss that. I want to follow up, but later. My point is not to talk about Larry Laffer, so let's talk about other folks.
Okay, good.
Any of
Who's
these
Larry
folks,
Laffer?
irrelevant.
Total
So
creep.
I want to know if these folks consider themselves well represented when they see that. Are they like, yeah, these are regular political opinions that I see all the time in everything I'm in, and I haven't done any self-assessment about that? I'm gonna try to find a way to ask that won't make them defensive, because if they get defensive, they will just run away from the conversation.
Yeah, you're trying. I give you credit.
Trying, but I just find myself more and more perplexed. I literally can't figure out, are these bots? Like, I don't. You said Larry Laffer's from a Nordic country.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't mention that context.
He
when
won't.
We were talking.
He won't. and he hates me, and I hate him. It's got to be the same Larry Laffer. Ask him when he comes back on. Just ask him. Are you a regular on Collapse Chronicles? Just ask him that. He'll freak out that you know that.
This is like a meeting of the minds situation. This is
how he found.
This is like
you,
the halfway
I don't know.
point in
How
like
did
a
he find
2-hour and 38-minute movie about like criminals or something, and then like halfway through the movie they meet in a weird area, and then the rest of the movie plays out. This is a strange predicament. You both, one, memorize the names of trolls, and then two, talk to them, and then three, remember them.
I blocked him because he's my
Oh,
friend.
you blocked him, but he lives up here rent free. He's got a permanent resident. What do you mean no?
Because
Jake mentioned him, and you had a scale 10 meltdown. He is
That's
up
right.
here. He is mining away at your brain.
I
He's
never
making
think
your
of
brain
Larry
become
Laffer
twisty.
until he brought it up. And if you just, Jake, just ask him. So you're a regular on Collapse Chronicle, a regular commenter on Collapse Chronicle.
Sandee's still mad. She's been, upset for months or years, maybe years, possibly. This is a very ancient curse.
He changed his name too. He had another handle, and then he changed it. to
Piece of shit.
Larry Laffer.
I do think there is something that needs to be figured out.
I bet I could find one of his comments. Go ahead.
I don't think it's as simple as, well, America's very right wing. I think it's the behavior I am seeing is nonsensical if you're viewing it from a political agenda.
Mhm.
But it makes more sense if you view it from the as like a crime, basically. Like, these people are either the victims of, or participants in, or both a crime.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane, dude.
It's insane, dude. It's insane.
I don't know if they're freaking.
I
bots
found. Is
or
it Larry
spies.
Is it Larry Laffer 2025?
Possibly. Does it have Leisure Suit Larry, a cartoon character?
Yep, I got it
Yep.
right. I got it right here. You want to see it? I swear to God, I
Yeah.
got it right
Oh,
here.
we're gonna look at Larry Laffer. All right,
Yeah.
guys, let's
We're
do
gonna
it.
look
Because
at
I
Larry
would love for
Laffer.
the audience to keep an eye
Let's
out. and
look at
don't-
Larry Laffer, everyone.
Don't do
This
the
is a
obvious thing,
great-
by the way. And Sandee, I'm not actually going to tell him that I know. I'm going to sit on that information for a while,
Wait,
because
that's wrong.
don't reveal to him that you know. You're not obligated, even ethically.
I don't
reveal
talk to the
him.
guy. I don't even.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the audience.
Oh,
Keep an eye out for this guy,
Right,
though,
screen
because
share.
I want to know.
Yeah,
where do
this
you
is
see Larry-
troll number one. This is like the Al Capone of trolls.
I
see
would
it?
like to know from you,
Larry
audience,
Laffer, here it
where
is.
do you see this guy turning up?
he's okay. Let me put
Track
it.
that for me,
See
and keep me in the loop in the Discord.
There's Larry Laffer.
There he
right
is,
there.
Larry Laffer.
Yeah, it's him. That
God
is
damn,
him.
how he found you.
Wow. What are these videos you got here? Huge snow.
That's my friend's channel.
I
He
thought I
doesn't-
was ready. Whoa.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
Congress
right.
failed.
All right.
Whoa,
so
whoa,
that
whoa.
was-
We got some crazy videos that Sandee's watching over there.
No, I'm not watching. them.
You're
That's the
crazy about the
algorithm.
snowstorm now?
That's the algorithm.
The algorithm, what is the algorithm based on? You're watching something like that?
Well, I like weather channels. Yeah, I do. All right, that was Larry Laffer. Say I was right. God damn, what a
Isn't
small
that
world. How he found
weird?
you. How he found you.
Well, I was looking
And
for
I
him and
asked
his
Sam, why don't you block that idiot? Because Sam gets, he likes to mess with the guy, He messes with the guy.
That's unfortunate.
That's
but
hilarious. That's so funny.
I desperately want to understand where these folks are coming from. Because, yeah, Fox News has a lot to do with it. Yeah, online disinformation has a lot to do with it. But how much time do you guys spend going into right-wing streams
Never.
stirring the pot? Yeah,
No.
me, never.
Never, ever. Who
Oh, I
has
spend about
time?
6 or 7 hours a day, sometimes 8. I pull a full-time shift trolling the right wingers. I go in there. I got 19 different accounts.
Who
I got
has to
13
do
different
that?
VPNs. I got accounts in Russia. I got accounts in Turkey. I got accounts in Venezuela. I go to town trolling the right
No.
wingers. I make them,
All you have to do is watch Hal Sparks if you want to see somebody who shows all the right wing shows and just does that. I don't even spend any time ever.
Until
Any of
this
them.
year, I just haven't had the patience. I still don't really have the patience to watch right-wing content because I know those people know they're lying. And unfortunately, I think Larry
They know.
Laffer here knows he's not telling the truth. I'm worried that they all know they're not telling the truth. And this is all just a game that they're playing. But
it is a hell of
I
a
will
game.
say they've corrected me and been right a couple of times already. So that at least I haven't.
On
gained
what?
nothing.
What did Larry Laffer know that Jake did not know? Tell us.
Larry Laffer, nothing. But Jay Dizzle, who
Jay
sat through
Dizzle.
me-
Tell us more about Jay Dizzle. Jay
Jay
Dizzle and
Dizzle
Larry Laffer.
79.
Sandy,
might
do you know
be a
Jay
bot.
Dizzle?
No.
Sandy does not know. Let it say for the record, Sandy is not aware.
Thank you.
Nope. I still cannot tell you if he is a bot. He literally could be just a bot account that I follow.
So a bot taught you something? You learned something from a robot named Jay
Yes.
Dizzle. What did you learn?
I was saying that Christy Nome said that that Alex Preddy was approaching with his gun drawn, and that was not accurate. She was saying he was armed. No, I was saying an untrue thing. I was saying that Christy Nome said that Alex Preddy.
You
was
got to
approaching
hand
with his
it
gun
to
drawn.
Christy Nome. Yeah. I think you got it confused with Greg Bavino, who said
They said the same thing at the
Yes.
same time.
They said different things at the same time.
He's
Greg
going to
Bavino-
massacre. He's going to go out there and massacre the agents.
Yeah.
Going to commit
Yeah.
a massacre.
Oh my god.
But listen, what you
So
just
Jay
did, Sandy-
Dizzle, the robot, outbested Jake.
Well, the point is, when we are very free with the details, when we hand wave details like that, then they respond, whether it's justified or not. They respond by hand waving crucial details, like they're not illegal immigrants, they're just immigrants, whatever. But you get it, details, and that's where they get their justification in their own souls for doing it. Is seeing us get small stuff like that.
Well,
wrong.
don't say
Now-
us. You're the one who lied. I didn't lie.
True.
That was you.
But if you acknowledge it and correct it and explain yourself, I did find that they were receptive to continuing the conversation. But all of this is under the umbrella of, as I sit here and talk to you, this could just be a Russian web brigade guy that's messing with me. Because every time I think we've made progress, I see him in another chat and he's acting like we didn't go over any of the footage. We didn't agree and see each other agreeing about certain things. And that's a concern.
It's every chat you go into. It's a fresh start. New game plus.
I got it.
I don't know.
I really
Oh.
can't say. Oh my god. Are you
Well, we got
scared?
2 more minutes, Sandy.
dunk
All right,
on-
2 more
Don't
minutes.
fucking don't let Larry Laffer win. We got 2 more minutes.
Larry
2 more minutes.
Laffergan.
We got less than 85 seconds until midnight.
I can't believe this, Larry Laffer.
I will handle closing the stream. I think.
Are
I
you
can
guys
handle that.
staying on?
I'm not.
I am going to stay on for 18 more seconds, 17, 16,
Okay.
more, 15 more seconds.
Good night, everybody. Have a
Night,
wonderful day.
Sandy.
See you at 5 o'clock. You did it.
Feel free to continue saying what you were saying.
I'm going to stay on
see
for
you
one
tomorrow.
more second.
All right. I'm done. I'm tired.
Is this thing on?
I was actually incorrect. I'm going to stay on for.
I'm out of here. Bye.
45 more seconds. See you, buddy. 43, 42 more seconds. Ah.
Made the right choice, Matt.
What was that?
Matt, appreciate that.
Matt made Carlos into the soundboard, that piece of shit.
Yes.
God damn it. Alright, how do I do this? How do I turn this off? Get out of here, Jake.